Chapter 35. The excitement at his long-awaited departure couldn't be doused by a lingering fear that once he passed the gates of Casterly Rock, Tywin Lannister would see that he never reached home. He acknowledged the fear, but dismissed it. Would Tywin keep an eye on him and all his future movements as well as he can? Probably. Would he go through the trouble of assassinating him on his land, after hosting him for 6 weeks? Probably not. At least not for the first hour or two. I have Tyrion as a guard. It was for the little lord that he lingered in the courtyard. His wagon was packed, his horse hitched, and all that was left was to wait for his brief traveling companion. Tyrion told him that he would ride with him down to the junction. Upon which, Tiresias would turn northeast onto the river road and Tyrion would take the Gold Road to King's Landing. It wasn't necessary and it slowed his day, but Tiresias wasn't going to decline a final outing with Tyrion Lannister. At least he hoped it wouldn't be his final one. Tyrion should be in Winterfell in a few years, when the king comes. Who knows if that will still happen though? With everything I changed. It was too soon to think of that. Though he did worry about his relationship with Tyrion. Perhaps drunken revelations from a guest about one's father did more to sour their friendship than anything else. However, when they both woke up the following morning on the rooftop, Tyrion didn't mention any part of their inebriated conversation. He was back to his old self. Fighting hangovers, they trudged back up to Casterly Rock where Tiresias kept to his quarters, sleeping, drinking water and generally recovering for the rest of the day. As much as he wanted to leave Casterly Rock without seeing Tywin, he knew it would be unnecessarily insulting not to thank his host. His rather insistent host. You're in the game now, mate. You're on the board. There are rules now. So after breakfast, he took the long walk to Tywin's solar. The old lion curtly received his thanks and dismissed him, barely looking up from his desk. The brief exchange took all of 30 seconds. After double-checking the wagon, there was nothing else to do. He stood, waiting for near an hour, but Tyrion didn't show. A part of him wondered if this move to King's Landing was nothing more than a drunken musing from the little lord. Tywin didn't mention his son's departure when Tiresias gave his thanks this morning. And he hadn't seen any trunks or wagons packed elsewhere. Perhaps he would be waiting for Tyrion until sunset. Probably deserve it too. Certainly kept a few people waiting myself these past several months. However, no sooner did he think that, did he heard horses approaching the courtyard from the stables. He counted about 15 before they emerged. Tyrion Lannister led a contingent of 10 soldiers along with 4 horses attached to loaded wagons. Climbing quickly aboard, Tiresias clicked his tongue and the wagon rolled forward. He turned to the gate as Tyrion rode up beside him. "Morning, my friend," he stated, all signs of yesterday's hangover absent. He slowed the horse down to the speed of the wagon. "Apologies for the wait." "Not at all," Tiresias replied. "How do you feel?" "Excellent," Tyrion said, as they approached the lion's mouth, passing under the gate. "I'll wait, of course, till I'm far away to squeal with delight. But I'm truly happy leaving this place, even it means I'll be near my sister. And my sour little nephew. You'll be near your brother, too." Tiresias hoped his tone was light. "And Myrcella and Tommen. I've heard they're good children." "I, thank the gods." Conversation mostly ceased as they made their way down the cliff to the junction. Tiresias, to his surprise, found it easy not to gaze back at Casterly Rock. Tyrion didn't look back once. It was another hour before they reached the junction. Tiresias looked briefly south down the ocean road. Maybe one day. He turned back to see Tyrion paused. The soldiers halted as well, waiting for their lord to start again. Huffs from the horses filled the air. "Well, Tiresias," said Tyrion, with only the slightest sentimentality. "It was a pleasure. Out of all the men my father had brought to the rock against their will, you are easily the best conversationalist. Not the best Sivas player though." "I do what I can, my lord," Tiresias said. "Thank you for the tomes and the food and well, everything else. Pleasure was mine." Tyrion smiled, before turning to the men. "Captain, ride on a ways and wait for me." He waited until all the guards had ridden along the Gold Road for a few hundred feet before halting. When Tyrion looked back, Tiresias was surprised to see his eyes so serious. "Tiresias," he said, leaving no room for humor. "Don't return to the Westerlands. At least not while my father's still alive. Lay low for a few years." The same thought crossed his mind earlier, but he was glad to hear it voiced. To hear it validated. "I'll do my best," he said. "I've a warning for you too, if you'd like to hear it." Tyrion gestured. "Please. Don't antagonize your sister and your nephew too much. It may feel good to slap him down, but he will be king one day and he's very petty. They both are. They'll remember everything." "I'll try," Tyrion was unable to hide a grin. "But have you met my nephew, Tiresias? He makes it so very easy." "Tyrion," Tiresias said, cutting across him. "I'm serious. Be careful. I don't want to see your head on a spike. All right, perhaps, he could have started with imprisonment or general bodily harm before going all the way to beheading, but he wanted to drive home the point. Tyrion stared at him, trying to find some frivolity, but Tiresias gave him none. Finally he sighed and nodded. I'll do my best. He looked to the guard and back. Well, Tiresias, I'm not sure when we'll see each other again. Feel free to write though. The Red Keep has quite the rookery and I'm always quick with a response. He extended his hand and Tiresias shook it. Have a safe journey, my lord. You as well, my friend. Hope you can return to that northern beauty of yours. Tiresias didn't even blink. I don't know what you're talking about. That got a chuckle out of Tyrion. That's the spirit. Farewell. With that, Tyrion gently kicked his horse and cantered up to the guards, who fell in line behind him. Tiresias watched as they continued down the gold road and disappeared around a bend. A breeze from the west drifted through the air. Tiresias caught the scent of salt from the sea. For the first time since King's Landing, he was alone. Which both relieved and slightly terrified him. He was still in the Westerlands. He still killed the mountain. He needed to leave. Brushing a reassuring hand across his dagger hilt, he took up the reins and steered the wagon northeast, onto the river road. Now that he wasn't coming down a mountain, he put the horse to a faster pace. It would be at least 8 days before he reached the Golden Tooth. Then it was River Run. From there Harroway onto the crossroads. Then up the King's Road to Winterfell. Sorry, mate, he muttered to the horse, the same spotted mare that Jory brought south for him. It's gonna be a long one. The scent of the sea disappeared quickly though, replaced by the deep earth brought up by mine shafts. Along with cedars and fresh rivers from the mountains. It didn't smell like the north, but it was closer. Rain found its way through the trees somehow and Tiresias was forced to wear his hood up. The tomes were protected well enough. Under a trunk and burlap. But all this rain could not bode great for the wagon. A part of him wanted to curse himself. It was his fault, his own impatience that spurned him forward. He didn't push the horse more than necessary, but he didn't dally when he could. Nearly 2 months of travel had made him only more eager to reach Winterfell and a little rain didn't deter him. At least that's what he told himself. He sniffed the air as the first drops fell and sensed a brief but heavy fall. The water wouldn't rise from the swamp and wash over the road. If it did, he would get down and lead the horse on foot. It's better than your first trek up here. At least this time you're staying on the road all the way through. That thought ran through his head multiple times. He was also grateful just to be in the neck, where no one would ask his name and business. Traveling through the Westerlands was a tricky balance. He tried to camp as often as he could, but for the sake of his horse, he needed to stable and purchase feed every couple of days. Inns were easy to find and hard to pass by. Tiresias wondered if Tywin sent word of his coming to the lords along the river road. He doubted that he meant the word to get down to the small folk. But the lords would tell someone and then they would tell someone else down the ladder and on until he would be eating in a tavern, nameless until he felt white eyes on his back. Thankfully only a few approached him. 1 or 2 serving girls. A stablemaster asked him to repeat his name, having heard it elsewhere. But other than that, it was just bewilderment and silent appraisal. He often heard scoffs and other sounds of disbelief along with such looks. Obviously, people didn't see a mighty warrior when they regarded him. For that, he was thankful. However, he was no longer anonymous. He didn't know what gave away his identity. His wagon and trunk? His accent? His journey east? My ridiculously handsome face? He snorted at the thought. Whatever it was, he was a name now. And he had to live with it. He was just glad he had his right hand back to help him. He didn't have to live it all the time though. Things improved immensely once he got past the Golden Tooth and entered the Riverlands. Looks of recognition followed him still, but they decreased as he made his way farther east. Eventually he was able to give a false name to all the inns he stayed at. He was tempted to give his old name. Be Clark again for a month or so. However, he couldn't do it. When the innkeeper asked his name at the first night in the Riverlands, he hesitated, the name stuck in his throat. Upon the innkeeper asking him a second time, he recovered and stated Johann. An old nickname from a German classroom. Clark was in that class. But Clark was dead. So Johann traveled east with the tomes. Johann was able to enter the taverns and satisfy any curious eyes with a single glance. Johann was able to be nobody. And Johann was able to fade into the background, hearing conversations all around. He heard Tiresias mentioned quite a number of times. It was a challenge to eat and swallow languidly as he heard one tale after another. His third night in the Riverlands, a group of 3 had come and joined his table, taking the other end. A fat man, a grey-whiskered man who smelled of horse and a baker. Tiresias glanced and saw the flower on his wrists. Otherwise, he ignored them and they returned the favor. This continued for a while and it made for a wonderfully dull evening as he ate. However, he was no more than halfway done with his stew when the conversation unfortunately shifted. It's what I've heard, mate, the baker said. The mountain was downed by a fucking librarian. The fat man snorted. Horseshit. Why is it horseshit? Ya ever seen the mountain? The baker shook his head. No. Well, I ave. Tallest bastard I've ever seen. No other knight could touch him. So what's a fucking maester to do? I told yet. Weren't no maester. It was a librarian from Essos, Terias. Terias. The baker shrugged. That's his name. So I heard. He's foreign. Another snort came from the fat man. Horseshit. Ya keep saying horseshit, mate. What? Do yet. He sensed the baker looking to him. Thankfully his eyes were on his stew. Still the baker lowered his tone. Ya think the mountain's not dead? Nah, the fat man shook his head. He's dead. Only thing all the stories agree on. Just don't believe a librarian killed him. The baker turned to the third man. What, ya used up all your words speaking to the horses? What did ya think? The grey-whiskered man took a draught before speaking. I saw him too once, years ago. He was coming back from the Iron Islands. The rebellion. Tended to some horses. His and his men. Saw him up close. Tiresias chanced a glance. The horse master was gazing into his mug. Don't think he got any shorter since then, or weaker. If he's dead, truly, then whoever killed him. The man breathed through his nose. Whoever killed him, must be a fucking beast just wearing a man's skin. Lifting his face, he fixed his eyes on his friends. But based on that day, tending to him and his men, I don't care who killed him. I salute him, man or beast. A brief silence followed as the man drank, not waiting for his friends to return his toast. The fat man turned to the baker and shrugged. Well, there ye go. Ya ever know a man of letters to be a fucking beast? Tiresias took a sip of ale to cover his shaking hand. Well, he sure didn't use a book to fight, the baker retorted. Dagger fits in the hand just as well. Better I say. The fat man laughed. Weren't no librarian and weren't no fucking dagger. Ya think some prick blade could pierce that armor? He had to have had a sword. No, no, the baker shook his head. There weren't no sword. Haney said spear and dagger. Tiresias was very grateful that he wore his cloak, which hid his sheath. And where'd Haney hear this? From a smith who heard it from a knight. Came round 'bout month past. Travelling with the marband outfit from the tooth. The fat man stared. Did this knight see it? See this mad cunt take on the mountain? With spear and dagger? Well, I don't know. Haney was sure that the smith was sure that the knight was sure. Oh, for fuck's sake. Over the last 2 months, he heard some variant of that conversation a couple dozen times. It was almost guaranteed if he ate at an inn. His pulse raced the first few times, but as he travelled, it was easier. He put Johann as a front and disappeared in plain view. Being anonymous again, it was hard not to savor the feeling. How easy it was in this world to run away and not be found. To build anew. He didn't have to come from a different world to do so. If he was born in the Westerlands or the Stormlands or across the narrow sea, who would stop an anonymous stranger from making a new life? It was a selfish thought though. He tried not to feed it. He'd worked hard for his place in Winterfell. He didn't want to give it up. Besides, he had been through too much bullshit not to return. River Run was a short journey from the Golden Tooth. He halted the wagon and gazed at the moated castle from the road. A part of him was inclined to ask for shelter that evening. He could send a raven to Winterfell, informing Lord Stark of his progress. He clicked his tongue and continued on. There were still many miles to travel yet. Purchasing feed at an inn, he camped out in the summer nights, riding from dawn to dusk. It was a little over 3 weeks before he arrived at Harroway. There it was less than a day to the crossroads. Then up the King's Road all the way to Winterfell. Back in the neck, Tiresias patted his pocket. A small wrapped package was lodged there. Back in Harroway, he passed a silversmith and commissioned a gift for Mal. It took a night's stay, but it was worth it in his eyes. Using the extra day to rest the horse, he departed for the crossroads. Did this mean he made his decision? It probably did. He just hoped it wasn't too late. By the time he returned, 10 months would have gone by. That was not their agreement and he was not looking forward to that conversation. How much would he have to tell to excuse himself? How much would she accept? His musings were interrupted by an approaching scent. He took a sniff as nonchalantly as he could and relaxed. This one was very familiar. One of the first he ever detected. It was a few more minutes before he turned his focus down to his left. Shortly after, Annig walked out of the marsh, her net still at her side, with the same 3-pronged spear. Only a few great hairs along her scalp was any indication of time past. Tiresias smiled. He couldn't help it. Halting the wagon, he peered down at one of his first sauveurs in Westeros. "Hello, Anog. How do you fare?" "Well enough," she answered, not returning his smile. Though her eyes did lighten a bit. He counted that in his favor. "And you?" "Same, I suppose." "I'm alive." She didn't answer to that. Frog calls and bird cries sang with the rain. Tiresias took advantage of the pause and reached for his waterskin, taking a draught. "It's good to see you, Anog," he said, capping the skin. "But I can't imagine this to be a coincidence." "I have a message from Lord Reed," she said, coming around to the front. She patted the mare's neck. "How is he?" She shrugged. "All right. He walks slower than he did before. Still sharp of mind though." "Should hope so." Tiresias wiped the rain from his face. "He's not that old. His son, Hojan, is a green seer as well." She looked to him. "Did you know that?" Tiresias nodded. "How old is he?" 8. "The lad's been having nightmares. He wakes up and calms, but what he speaks of," she looked at him. "The boy's too young to say for certain, and Lord Reed's not sure of what he even dreams. But Lord Reed is certain of this, you don't have as much time as you think." The rain continued to fall, but Tiresias ceased to register it. Until what? The White Walkers? The South exploding into war? Something else? He almost mentioned Daenerys Targaryen before stopping himself. He hadn't informed anyone of that yet. Assuming Lord Stark hadn't read his letter. "He didn't say," Anog replied. "Though the boy's already been asking about Winterfell for a year now. I'd say it's a fair wager what's coming for you more viciously." Anog stepped back from the mare, who shook her head, ridding her mane of rainwater. "So whatever you did in the south, I hope it was worth staying away from the north all this time." He had set the preparations to continue when he left. The food stores continued to be filled. Dragon glass was still imported. Benyon and George Mormont were trying to work beyond the wall and get the Night's Watch and Free Folk under some compromise. Still, he couldn't help but acknowledge that he spent nearly 10 months away from Winterfell, the last part of which, he was wined and dined spectacularly. Tiresias sighed. I hope so too." Anog turned to leave, but she hesitated and pivoted back. "And the mountain?" she asked. Tiresias heard the reluctant admiration in her voice. Along with a heaping amount of exasperation. Was he worth it? Tiresias almost laughed. "Anog, I'm going to have to explain that bit of stupidity to everyone in Winterfell. Including a young woman that I'm very fond of. Do I have to explain it to you now?" Anog considered it for a moment before sighing. "At least you killed him. How's your arm?" He flexed his digits automatically. "All right. Not as strong as it was. Need to train it back up." "How are Martin and Dallin?" "Dallin's lost 2 fingers since last you saw him, but he's fine. Martin has a wife now. They just had a girl." Tiresias nodded, his chest lightening at the news. "Would you tell them both I say hello? And congratulations to Martin." "I." She pulled her hood up and scoffed. "You know, I'm not sure whether or not I find it comforting, that you're the same dumbshite who wandered into the neck with no plan to survive." He considered it before shrugging. "Learn some things. I'm keeping to the road this time." Anog walked back into the marsh. "Low bar," she called back over the rain. "Good luck in Winterfell." Tiresias watched her disappear, before turning back and clicking his tongue. The wagon pulled through the mud and continued on. He sniffed the air. This rainfall would only last for a few more minutes. Lord Reed's relayed warning ran through his mind, turning his stomach sour. He was not fond of shortened timelines. If it was the White Walkers who would move more quickly, what motivated them? Was it the Night King's necromancy that saw him working to undermine him? Was it just the Free Folk using the dragon glass in their skirmishes? Was it just plain bad luck? He didn't know. And ultimately it wasn't too important. Balancing the oncoming wars from the north, in the south and from the east was not something he could accomplish while driving a wagon through the mud. Just one day at a time, man. One task after another. As eager as he was to reach Winterfell and as long as he had been away, Tiresias felt more and more anxious the farther north he rode. He briefly thought that he could attribute it to lingering fears from the Dread Fort, to the possibility of Locke and his men waiting for him along the King's Road. However, no hunters awaited him. The only people he encountered were the innkeepers who sold him horse feed, farmers and a few travelers. And so he drew nearer. To the castle which he had called home for over 5 years. He hoped he'd still be welcomed. "That's ridiculous, man. They know you and care for you. Do they know me? They don't know Clark at all. How much do they know Tiresias? Who was Tiresias to them? Who is he now?" He couldn't answer these questions. Not by himself and certainly not on the road. He resisted the urge at Castle Serene to send the tomes onward and disappear. Find anonymity again. There were so many places in the world where no one had seen his face. Where nobody had heard of Tiresias. Maybe he'll switch again. Become Johann. That name fit well enough in the Riverlands. Stop it. You made your decision years ago when you first traveled north. You have a life here now. It's not something a man walks away from. So he set off from the inn outside of Castle Sirwin. Determined to make it. And to have no regrets. About any of it. Except maybe Rosie. He was still nervous though. 4 days later, before midday, he rolled out of a glen and came onto the meadows. It was a clear, cool day and Winterfell was quite visible in the distance. He halted the wagon and collected himself before continuing on. Pulling his hood up, he hoped to deter any ruckus before it was absolutely necessary. However, a wagon driving through Wintertown around midday drew glances. It began there. Tiresias was no king. He had no army or dragon. There were no shouts, no exclamations, but there were murmurs and silences. Both directed at him. There were a few that he greeted by name. The candlemaker, Reuben, and his daughter. The pig farmer, Antorn. Both of whom managed to say hello back, despite their stares. Other than that, he kept his eyes forward, driving the wagon toward the castle. He didn't see Halford at the front gate. Vix were there though, with 3 new guards. Tiresias couldn't help laughing a little. Vix was now the head guard at the gate. Still had the blonde curls though. Halt, Vix called. Tiresias pulled the wagon to a gentle stop. What business do you have? The guard stopped when he saw his face. Hello, Vix. Tiresias sighed, looking to the courtyard and back to the guard. Can I go in? I'm very tired. And homesick. I. Vix kept nodding his head slowly, looking at him. You want I should go and tell Lord Stark you're here? Nah, said Tiresias, shaking his head. He'll figure it out. Gotta get these tomes to the library. They've traveled quite a way. He leaned down. Did Jory and a young blacksmith ever arrive? Are they here? Said Vix. More than 2 months ago. Good, Tiresias murmured, sitting back up. Good. He sighed. Can I go through now? Said the guard said, still nodding. Go on. He moved aside along with the rest of the guard. Tiresias clicked his tongue and rolled past the gate. Vix found his tongue as he did. How's your arm? Tiresias lifted it in response. Still here. Keeping his hood up, he didn't feel any more stares as he made his way to the stables. Helen was out somewhere and a stably boy assisted him. Tiresias unhitched the mare, giving her a final pat as she was led away. Give her a nice rest. She's traveled far, he called after the lad. Once they unloaded the wagon and rolled it into the holding area, he turned and sniffed, taking in the whole courtyard. It smelled exactly the same and based on the sensations emanating from the kitchens, he guessed it was just past the midday meal. He didn't feel like eating though, and the anxiety of meeting someone. He still had to get the tomes up. That was his excuse and he latched onto it. However, he couldn't lift the trunk alone. Just then, he heard heavy footprints were coming toward him. He turned to see Hodder approaching him. He paused in front of Tiresias, looking him up and down. Hodder. Tiresias nodded. Yab. I'm back. He smiled grimly. How've you been, Hodder? Hodder. Me too. He turned to the trunk. I'm guessing you can probably lift this whole thing by yourself. But could you please just grab one end and let me carry the other? Hodder looked to the trunk and went to the other side, sliding his huge hand through one of the handles. Tiresias grabbed the other one. Thanks, Hodder, he grunted, bending his knees. Remember, use your legs. In the end, Hodder still carried more of the weight, but Tiresias walked ahead and guided the trunk through the halls and up the stairs. He encountered some familiar faces, like Machen, the serving girl, who stared after him mute. Theon Greyjoy did the same, but ran off quickly toward the Great Hall, presumably to tell Robb and maybe Jon as well. The midday meal meant no one was in the library tower. He and Hodder set the trunk down before his table. It was covered in backed-up work. Translations, donations, and hundreds of scrolls of parchments that he would have to see to. Mercifully, they were divided neatly into piles. He supposed he had Maester Luwin to thank for that. But today was not the day to deal with them. He turned to Hodder, the big man simply waiting for him to speak. There was the first time he had seen Hodder in the library. A tinge of regret went through him. He never went out of his way to speak to Hodder. To know him truly. There was just so much to do. Still, he felt guilty and stuck out his hand. Thank you, Hodder, he said. That was very heavy and I couldn't have gotten it up here by myself. Thank you. Hodder reached out and softly placed his hand on Tiresias' shoulder. He looked into his eyes and nodded. Hodder. Tiresias patted his hand. Thanks, Hodder. I'm glad to be home too. With that, Hodder turned and exited the library. Tiresias made room on the table and deposited the 11 old tongue tomes. He would catalog them tomorrow. As for now, he was tired. He looked to the empty trunk and chuckled. Free trunk. Thanks, Tywin. He carried the trunk down to his quarters, much lighter without the tomes, lifting it so his face was hidden. Childish, sure, but he had no mute stares lodged at him this time. Plus, his feet knew the way. Soon he was at his door. Marveling at the fact that he hadn't lost his key during his entire trek, he unlocked his room and shut the door behind him. Dropping the trunk, he threw his rucksack on the ground, unbuckled his belt with the sheath and collapsed onto the bed. It smelled so good. Like it was when he returned from Gulltown years ago, someone had come in and dusted. A weariness took hold of him. He couldn't get up, but he managed to kick his boots off. It was ridiculous. He had sat on a wagon for over 2 months, warily relaxed at Casterly Rock beforehand. He shouldn't be this tired and there was so much work to do. Just a few minutes, I only need a few minutes. He adjusted his pillow underneath and closed his eyes. A brisk knocking bolted him blindly from the bed. He swayed as he sat up, his hand darting to his side before remembering that he had removed his sheath and that he was in Winterfell. Blinking as he relaxed, he focused again on the door. Probably don't need a dagger against someone who would knock. The visitor rapped on the door again. Tiresias wiped dried drool from his mouth. Hello. Lord Stark opened the door, but remained at the entrance. Tiresias nodded. Lord Stark, afternoon. Or, he turned back to the window and saw the orange sunset coloring the sky. Evening, I guess. You've returned. Tiresias swallowed. His mouth was too dry. Much later than I anticipated. I'm sorry about that. Sorry as well that I didn't come and see you right away, my lord. I only came here to deposit my things, but I was more tired than I thought. Silence reigned for a good bit as Tiresias tried to read the warden's face. He seemed to be collecting a whole range of emotions. There was relief, sure. But a grimness as well. Disbelief, a slight anger, exasperation. And questions. Questions that seemed to fighting their way out of him. Lord Stark started simple. Your injuries. Are they all healed? I was well looked after. And your arm? Tiresias flexed the digits, rotating the wrist. Healed. I feel no pain, but it's not as strong as it once was. I'll need to train it back up. Ned continued to look at him impassively. Tiresias sighed. Lord Stark, what I did, We'll speak on that tomorrow, Ned cut across, though not ungently. I want you in my solar after midday. Understood. Tiresias nodded. Lord Stark sighed. Have you eaten? He shook his head. I was going to go down to the kitchen in a couple of hours. Grab something. Come with me, said Lord Stark. You'll sit with me tonight. And my family. It was the gentlest of commands, but it was still a command. Lord Stark stood aside in the doorway and waited for him. He remained seated on the bed, gazing at his host. Ned returned his gaze with patience and a certain understanding. You won't make it any easier if you hide away here, sneaking about the castle, he said. Best walk with me and get it over with it. Tiresias took an inhale, releasing it through his nose. After strapping his boots on, he stood and joined Ned Stark in the hallway. His fingers brushed his pocket as they walked. His gift was still there. The corridors in Winterfell were mostly deserted, as it was time for supper. However, as they approached the Great Hall, he heard the rumble of conversation from a long ways off. He took one more fortifying breath as they entered. Which was good as Ned Stark didn't allow him to pause beforehand. He entered as Lord of Winterfell without hesitation and Tiresias could only follow. At first, it was fine. Lord Stark was not a lord that demanded strict pomp and circumstance. The conversations that Tiresias heard approaching the Great Hall continued freely as they made their way to the high table. Only the nearby diners paused and greeted Ned Stark with "M-Lord." That lasted for about 30 seconds. By then, it was abundantly clear whom Ned Stark was walking with and the Great Hall fell silent. The only sounds were the hearths blazing and the thuds of their boots walking up. Tiresias kept his eyes on the back of Ned Stark. Perhaps the cowardly way to go, but he just didn't feel cavalier enough to nod blithely in greetings to the silent stares that followed him down the hall. However, that option was soon gone. Sure enough, they reached the high table and Ned Stark gestured for him to sit next to him. He did so, pulling his chair in and hearing the wood scrape along the floor. It echoed and he almost smiled. He remembered what an echo in this hall sounded like. When he raised his head and looked across the table, it took a considerable effort not to look shocked. The children of House Stark were all staring at him and they looked more than ever like their show counterparts. Which he supposed made sense. They were only a few years away from the show's start and he had been away for 10 months. That's enough time for a child to grow considerably. A genuine smile came to his face. There were times he thought he would never see them again. Hello everyone. He made his way around the table. Kara, Sansa, Robb, Theon, Bran, Arya, Jon. Sorry for being late. Ned just sat down and Tiresias turned to the lady on his other side. Lady Stark, it's good to see you. You look well. Catelyn nodded, more poised than anyone else, but she still seemed to be holding back her own questions. Thank you, Tiresias. Welcome back to Winterfell. Thank you, Lady Stark. It's good to be back. Somehow, he found the strict formality of her greeting oddly comforting. He glanced to the hall, still hushed and staring at him. He looked to Lord Stark, a silent plea in his eyes. Ned saw it. He didn't call out or address the hall. He merely picked up the pitcher and gestured for his cup. Tiresias dully handed it to him. The sounds of ale flowing into his cup filled the silent high table. After handing back his full cup, Ned filled his own. He raised his cup and Tiresias met it with a clink. He drank deeply, savoring the northern ale he'd become so accustomed to over the years. The wine at Casterly Rock couldn't compare. Come on now. That's a harsh judgment. An unfair one, too. Still, I've missed this. Ned lowered his cup and turned to Robb. Robb, did Maester Luwin give you the fur trade accounts? From Deepwood Motte, Bear Island, and Torrens Square. Robb managed to turn his questioning gaze from Tiresias and faced his father. It took a couple of seconds though. Father. I haven't had a chance to read them through yet. Well, you don't have to memorize them. I just want you to be able to surmise them and to have some familiarity of their contents before I go over them with you in a few days. By refusing to play up the return of Tiresias, Ned essentially told all others to continue on as such. It took a few seconds, but Tiresias, glancing out, saw Barth turn to his plate again and continue to eat. A couple more men followed him, the murmurs of conversation began anew and soon, the hall was back to its dinner. Tiresias still felt the stares, but he breathed for the first time since entering this place. Of course, that was the rest of the great hall. He was still besieged by very curious diners at his table. Ones who wouldn't be distracted by Ned's attempt at subterfuge. Robb's training as future Lord of Winterfell wasn't nearly exciting enough. He set his ale down, meeting the eyes of Arya who was sitting right opposite him. Her meat pie was quite forgotten. How have you been, milady? He asked, hoping she'd forgive him for the title. It wasn't worth it in front of Catelyn. Did you really slay a giant? Arya asked loudly, not even addressing the milady. Arya Stark, exclaimed Catelyn. Her eyes were very bright, but she kept her voice low enough to be confined to the table. I told you beforehand, all of you, that was not an appropriate conversation for dinner. Tiresias, I'm so sorry. It's all right, Lady Stark, it's all right, he spoke as soothingly as possible, trying to calm the situation. He didn't wish to be responsible for a child's beratement. He nodded to Catelyn, trying to keep a reassuring smile on his face. Not too wide of a smile, Tiresias. That's the key. I'm sure that I'll have to get used to those questions. I won't give explicit details, but I'm happy to explain it to her. Just so she doesn't have to rely on outlandish rumors for the story. Only if you approve, of course. Catelyn looked to Ned, who nodded, before returning her gaze to Tiresias. She sighed. Very well, she said. Only as much as you are comfortable saying. Tiresias turned back to Arya, her eyes still wide. I duelled a man in the Westerlands, Arya, in Deepden, a castle fort on the Gold Road, home of House Lyddon. Do you know where it is? Arya nodded her head. Robb showed me on a map. I see, Tiresias said. He felt Catelyn shoot Robb a pointed look, Robb trying not to wither under it. Anyway, it was a trial by combat and I volunteered as a champion. The man I duelled was very tall. He wasn't a giant. They reside north of the wall. But he was the tallest man I've ever seen. Taller than Hodder. Tiresias took an unnecessary beat to consider it. Taller than Hodder. You killed him, then? Sir Gregor Clegane. He looked to Arya's left. Jon Snow asked the question politely enough. Though he could sense the underlying questions underneath. What? Why? How the fuck? Probably saving those for the training yard. Out of the ear of Lady and Lord Stark. Making sure there was no boast in his tone before he answered, he nodded and spoke softly. I did. If he was sitting in front of Theon, he would have been asked for the gory details. He could feel the young Greyjoy practically bursting to on the other side of the table. Thankfully John didn't. The boy's dark eyes fell to his arm. You were hurt. I was. It's why I didn't return with Jory and Gendry before. I had to recover before I could travel. How are your injuries, Tiresias? Catelyn interrupted. The concern was genuine, but it came with an underlying message. This subject was now closed. As far as I know, my lady, I'm completely healed, he responded. I was tended to by a talented maester and he was able to save my arm. I'm very happy to hear that, she said. The seven were kind to you that day. They certainly were, Tiresias murmured. Maegin placed a plate first in front of Ned Stark and then in front of him. He said thanks, whilst staring out across the Great Hall, looking for another serving girl. Mal wasn't in the Great Hall. Not that he could see. She was out at the moment. Or perhaps she wasn't serving anymore, with more responsibilities under Mistress Bane. He wished he had asked Gord in King's Landing. His sweeping eyes met a few others who were staring at him. If he had time, he gave a nod, but they usually snapped back to their plates. It didn't seem to be fear. At the same time, it made him uncomfortable. However, his heart lightened as he looked at the far back corner of the hall. Gendry was seated amongst a few other apprentices from the smithy. He could smell the ironworks on their clothes from the high table. Tiresias sighed in relief. Not that he doubted Jory's resolve. Vix told him at the gate, but it was another thing to see the boy himself, safe in Winterfell. Gendry glanced up from his bowl to see his gaze and froze. Tiresias smiled and gave a small wave. The boy nodded back, smiling. Though perhaps that was a mistake. The other boys surrounding Gendry saw whom he was nodding at. The conversation at their table began anew, all questions directed at the young blacksmith. It didn't surprise Tiresias. There was plenty of time to think at Casterly Rock, and one of his summations was that he was placing Jory and Gendry in awkward positions when they arrived at Winterfell, the only two witnesses to his actions at Deep Den. They were bound to be pestered. Though I'll probably take some of the heat off them. Now that I'm back. The thought didn't cheer him. He resigned himself to a few explanations of what happened. To be cold, to take no joy in the violence, to be adamantly minimal with the details. He tried that with Arya just now and it was fine. However, not every inquisitor would have Lady Stark behind them to restrain their curiosity. Many would not be satisfied by his minimal approach. The children weren't. He could see that in their eyes, as he brought his attention back to the table. Everyone, with the exception of Cara Stark, was bursting to learn more. He'd have to be careful. Only a select few should hear his full accounting. Lord Stark was one. And Mal, if she ever showed. He glanced around the hall again and still saw no sign of her. He began to suspect that her absence was quite deliberate. However, the evening was still young. There would be time after. Breaking open his steak and ale pie, he turned to the children, switching to the old tongue. Who here knows how many books I bring north? To Winterfell. All the children gave their guesses. And the dinner continued. After a short apology to Lord and Lady Stark, with their permission, he questioned the children in the old tongue, learning what they had been up to during his 10-month absence. Robb, Theon, and Jon went hunting with Sir Roderick and some other guards. They ended up camping for 3 days by a waterfall. Tiresias felt his eyes drift to Jon, though Robb spoke. Be willing to bet that's the same spot you ended your first dragon ride, Jon. Bran had begun to climb and showed his hands where his little palms had begun to callous. Though he spoke in the old tongue, he underestimated how much his mother could intuit. Or even just see. Leaving Bran to be gently scolded by Catelyn, he turned to Sansa, who was beginning to sew roses into her patterns. Reaching into his pocket, Tiresias produced the well-worn armband with the Stark insignia. He had only meant to show that he still kept it and appreciated it deeply. She snatched it from his fingers and promised to fix the stitches, asking as well to stitch a winter rose into the band as well. To which, Tiresias gave his blessing. They continued talking for a while, in between bites. Strangely, even though he was sitting closest to them, Arya and Jon were the quietest. After their initial questions, they stayed relatively silent. The restraint that Tiresias sensed in Jon Snow was only more obvious in Arya. How they gripped their utensils, the furtive glances. The only difference were the looks of warning and reassurance that Jon shot Arya whenever she looked to speak up again. Tiresias didn't have the heart to engage them in the old tongue. Not for mere practice. After the first few questions, he focused on finishing his meal. 20 minutes after entering the Great Hall, he drained the rest of his ale and stood. Are you all right, Tiresias? Asked Catelyn. Have you eaten enough? My lady, thank you. He nodded briskly. I figured I should take care of a few things tonight. Tomorrow I begin to catch up with all the piled up work in the library. He turned to the rest of the table. I'll see you all tomorrow there. Lord Stark, after midday tomorrow in your solar, Ned nodded. Rest well, Tiresias. It's good to have you back. Tiresias couldn't help a small smile. Thank you, my lord. Good to be back. Good night. He inclined his head, before turning to exit the hall. As he proceeded to the side door, he heard a fresh wave of renewed muttering behind him. Thanks to his ear, he still heard it as he proceeded down the hall. That will calm down, man. It has to. Don't let it bother you. However, the mutterings didn't cease until he exited the great keep, stepping into the cool summer evening. He sniffed the chilled air appreciatively. There were no summer wines like these in Casterly Rock. About to shut the door on the faded mutterings, he heard something coming down the hall. A pair of boot steps, stepping lightly and quickly, coming his direction. He stepped away from the door, leaving it open. He craned his neck to stargaze, as he waited for the young man. Even after 10 months away, he knew the lad's step. He heard Jon Snow creak the door open and step out. Bringing his head down, he met the boy's eyes. Well, not really a boy anymore. He smiled as Jon came forward. He brought his hand up for a shake. Jon strode past his hand and fiercely embraced him. Tiresias returned it, patting the lad's back gently as he released him. It's good to see you, Jon. He clapped Jon's shoulder. I'm sorry it took me so long to return. "'S all right," said Jon. His eyes were wider than Arya's. How did you?" Tiresias raised his eyebrows. "Don't tell me you, Rob and Theon haven't badgered poor Jory for that story, Well, no, I mean, we did, but," Jon seemed to be fighting for words. He said you didn't have any armor, Clegane broke your arm and you were forced to Casterly Rock and..." His voice trailed off and he just stared up at him, back to the one question. "How?" "I was very lucky, Jon. And very foolish." He squeezed Jon's shoulder. "I'll tell you about it one day. If you insist. But not tonight, there are things I need to see to." He no longer had to kneel to meet Jon's eyes. But he did bend down a little. "But know this, if Clegane and I fought 100 duels, he probably would have won 99 of them. It was a close match and I barely survived. It wasn't glorious. It was just what I felt I needed to do. Which didn't make it any less foolish. Do you understand?" Jon blinked. "I think so." Cursing his mediocre explanation, Tiresias straightened. "Well, in any case, I need to go and see to the other things. I have quite a bit of work to catch up on. So it'll probably be another fortnight before I can get away in the evening to spar with you. Is that all right?" "A spar?" Jon stated. "You still want to spar with me? After you beat the mountain?" I missed it all these months." Tiresias smiled, before lowering his voice. "You and Arya been keeping up?" "We have." Jon rolled his sleeve to reveal a bruise on his forearm. "She gave me this." Tiresias whistled. "Lovely little gift." He nodded back to the door. "You best get back." "Night, Jon." Jon nodded, striding to the great keep. He paused at the door though and looked back. "Go," said Tiresias, allowing himself a small laugh. "I'll still be here in the morning. I swear." A small smile escaped the lad, before he disappeared. Tiresias listened until his boots faded away before turning and walking around the keep. He didn't know if Mal was still serving in the kitchens, but he was sure that Majen or Gin would know where she was. Whether or not she would see him. He halted. Once again, his pondering was interrupted by approaching footsteps. Coming around the great keep, from the main entrance. He counted 3 sets of footsteps, one too big, one too little and one that was just right. Well, perhaps these 3 bears aren't seeking you and your inflated sense of grandeur, mate. However, he doubted that. He stepped into the light of a brazier and waited. 10 seconds later, the group rounded the corner and halted at the sight of him. "Great shit," exclaimed Gord. "You really are back." Tiresias smiled. "Hello, Gord. Jory. Gendry." The big man laughed and rushed forward. Tiresias tried to prepare himself but he couldn't help the little groan that escaped him as Gord picked him up in a bear hug. He heard Jory and Gendry approach as well. Finally Gord put him down and gave his shoulder a punch. "Not too lightly. I oughta fucking strangle you for what you did, mate. What the fuck were you thinking? Gods, man, you have any idea what we thought when we heard the news? Bet you called horseshit." After Tiresias rubbed his shoulder, he stuck his hand out to Jory, who shook it vigorously. "Least till this man arrived. Good to see you, Jory. You as well, Tiresias." He turned to Gendry, squeezing the boy's shoulder. "Gendry, not too cold for you up here, right?" Gendry shook his head. "Not yet. Forge is hot. Still have your jacket. Keep it. Other lads treatin' you fine." They laugh at me accent, I laugh at theirs. Good for you. Tiresias, said Jory, glancing at Gord before continuing. Those items, I got them to Lord Stark and I put the other in your room. Tiresias exhaled, glad to have that weight off his mind. Good. Thank you, Jory. I never doubted you. Gord snorted. That's fucking mysterious. The big man raised his hands as they looked to them. Well, I'm not one to judge. I delivered something for you too, remember? I do, muttered Tiresias. She get the threads then? I put 'em right in her hands. She liked them. Gord shrugged. I think, she was, well, she was down when she saw you weren't riding with us. The threads, perked her a little, but then stories came from the south, you and the mountain. Any levity left Gord as he shuffled his feet. Best you speak to her yourself, mate. I know. Tiresias sighed. I was looking for her now. She in the kitchens. Gord shook his head. Nah. She don't serve no more. Hadn't for months. Works full on for Mistress Bane. Probably in the servant quarters now. All right, murmured Tiresias, his heart beginning to race. He turned to Jory, scratching the back of his head. Have you been bombarded since you arrived back with folks wanting to know what happened in Deep Den? Jory shrugged. Nah, people aren't that curious. There was a silence. Even without the growing grins from Gendry and Gord. Tiresias scoffed. Oh, piss off. You piss off. Jory broke and laughed. Tiresias. I've been asked many times what happened. From everyone. And so has Gendry. The grin on his face shrunk in a light grimace. I figured that. What be you been saying? I spoke to Lord Stark first, Jory said. Told him all I could. Others, I mostly just said what was horseshit and what wasn't. He turned to Gendry who shrugged. I didn't even see the duel, Gendry said. Keep telling them that, but they keep asking. It's not all bad though. Mycon makes them shut up if we're in the forge. They don't know I honed the blades that cut the mountain down. I haven't said. That helps. Good, muttered Tiresias. Good. Tiresias, said Jory. I told Mal, when I delivered your message, I told her what happened. Not as much as I told Lord Stark, but, more than the others. A soft wind came from the west. Tiresias felt it kiss his face. Nobody said anything for a little while. I have somewhere I need to be, he said. You do, said Jory. Good luck. Thanks, Tiresias mumbled, turning away. The servant quarters were in the northern part of the castle. Tiresias, called Gord. He turned back to his tall friend, who seemed hesitant. She has been using the threads. The ones you got her. The western air continued to sing. Tiresias waited for Gord to elaborate. What was she making? Who was it for? But Gord merely shrugged. It's what Gin says anyway. She rooms with Magen now. Gin. No, you dolt. Mal rooms with Magen now. Gin lives with me, her husband. Tiresias swallowed. Right. See you lot. He proceeded to the north of the castle, passing the great hall and crossing the welcoming courtyard, past the stables. The barest remnants of a summer snow remained, packed away in the corners. Before long, he came to the servants' quarters. The men lived on the ground floor and the women on the second floor. He stalled before the door. It wasn't forbidden to enter. However, it just didn't seem right. He didn't want to speak to her at her doorway. Where she had nowhere to escape, should she want to. Resolving himself, he found a short barrel and sat. He looked to the stars and waited. Not for long though. Before a half hour passed, serving girls were returning from the great hall. A few stared at him as they passed, entering their quarters, but he was only searching for one. Magen froze when she saw him. He stood and walked over to her, stopping at a respectful distance. Hello, Magen. She nodded automatically. Tiresias. Is she in? There was no need to jerk his head back to the quarters or say her name. Magen knew whom he was referring to. She was when I left to serve tonight, she said quietly. Sharpening the sewing needles, think she's still at it. Could you tell her I'm here, please? Asked Tiresias, saying the words he wanted to say for the past 4 months. He spoke more quietly than Magen. Tell her I want to speak to her, if she would hear me. Did Magyen hesitate before she nodded? A part of him thought she did. Nevertheless, she walked past him, pausing at the door. Wait here, she said, before disappearing. Tiresias was left alone with the western wind, gazing up at the stars. Less than a year ago, doing the exact same thing, waiting for her outside. This time though, he kept his ears alert. Determined to hear her steps again. to turn and see her brown eyes as she came out of the door. For the first time in 10 months. She didn't come immediately. He stared at the stars, trying to make the time go faster. It didn't. His heart pulsing quickly since he left the great hall slowed and punched gently in his ears. The minutes refused to go by quickly. But they did go by. And finally Tiresias heard the soft clatter of her shoes against the stone. He turned back to the door and caught her coming out, her brown eyes shining in the moonlight, her hair tied back, a shawl wrapped around her shoulders. She walked forward, stopping a fair distance from him. He closed the gap, stepping forward. As he came closer, she tucked her head. Tiresias halted. He heard her trying to control her breath. He cleared his throat. Hello, Mal. Mal didn't raise her head. She didn't say anything. Tiresias looked behind him. Others were beginning to come down from their evening duties. He felt curious eyes centered on him. On her. He turned back to Mal. Do you want to talk somewhere more private? Without saying a word, she turned and walked, heading east. Tiresias followed her. They walked along the walls, past the kennels. The dogs only gave them a weary glance before falling back asleep. It was only when they came to the underpass of a covered bridge, next to the tool sheds, that Mal halted and turned to him. Her eyes were still down though. Tiresias stepped to her. Mal, I'm back. And I'm very late. I know that. Jory said your arm was broken. He nodded. It was. Mal kept her eyes down. Is it healed now? It is. She lifted her head and Tiresias saw the anger in her eyes. He saw the slap coming, but he didn't defend himself. His cheek stung as he brought it back and faced her again. Mal began to hit him and not softly either. She struck his shoulders and his chest. He took it silently, not raising his arms. Finally she stopped and backed away. Tears were at her eyes, but she didn't cry out. Tiresias rubbed the spots she struck. Maybe you should have fought the mountain instead of me. Don't you fucking jape. Not now, she said, wiping her eyes. He sighed. You're right. I'm sorry. Sorry, she repeated, staring at him. You're sorry. She stepped up to him. A few months to half a year. That's what you promised. It's been 10 months. I know. I know you know. That makes it worse. She wiped her eyes again. You went down to King's Landing. You chose to do that, knowing I was waiting. You went west, knowing I was waiting. And you fought the mountain, knowing that I was waiting. I did, Tiresias muttered quietly. She stared at him. When you volunteered to fight, did you think you'd win? I didn't think it likely, no. He didn't hesitate to say so. Something in the air told him this was no time for bullshit. Maybe it was just the look in Mal's eyes. All the pain, worry, hurt and rage she'd felt over the past few months was shining though. It took a significant effort to not wither from her stare. You volunteered to die, she said. She reached out and shoved him again. For some stranger you didn't even know. He took the shove. I did my best not to. You nearly did. Jory told me. He broke your arm, he had you by the throat, he. She wiped her eyes again furiously. You didn't even wear armor. For the first time, she turned away, breathing trying to calm herself. Tiresias resisted the urge to go to her. She didn't want him to. Not now. He didn't need to sense her face heating from anger to know that. After she collected herself, she turned back to him. Why did you even go to the Westerlands anyway? Why'd you even go to the capital? Business for Lord Stark, he remarked shortly. A small unamused laugh escaped her. Is that the complicated work you spoke of? It is. She breathed and exhaled, trying to calm herself. Did Lord Stark keep you away from Winterfell? More than the half year? Did he give you one complicated bit of work after another? Tiresias shook his head. No, I acted on his behalf, but I was the one who decided to act. Mal scoffed lightly. Do you also decide what you wanted when you were away? You had 4 extra months to think on it. Did it even cross your mind? Did I? You did, he murmured. Many times. Tiresias reached into his pocket and pulled out the gift he commissioned in Haraway. He held out the tiny bundle of cloth. Mal eyed him as she took it. She unraveled the cloth to reveal a silver thimble. Pocketing the cloth, she placed the thimble on her thumb, turning it over lightly. It's very nice, she said, before looking back to him. What you do mean by it? I would like to be with you, Tiresias stated softly. The words came out of him more easily than he expected. I would, but Mal. He looked around and sighed. The complicated work, I told you last time we talked that I was more than a librarian. Though, I'm sure everyone knows that by now. So, what are you? Asked Mal, though she didn't seem particularly interested in the answer. Someone who's trying to prevent disaster from coming onto Westeros. He sighed. I foresaw a future for this country, this land, and I came to Lord Stark to offer my services. Whatever I could do. For 5 years, that's meant slowly preparing the North for what's coming. What did you mean? How'd you see this future? I dreamt it. Mal tried to scoff, but it died when she gazed back to him. There was no humor in his eyes. Soon there was none in hers. So, what's coming? She asked softly. I can't say for now. You'll find out soon. Everyone will. The tool shed creaked in the wind. The point is, I tried to move slow. To be unnoticed. To be no one of importance. He shrugged. Maybe that's why I was so determined to be blind to your feelings. He flexed his fingers down at his waist. But this time around, things got out of my control. I acted as well as I could, but I was also impulsive. I've made enemies, Mal. And not just down south. In the north as well. Mal looked out to check that they were alone before she spoke. The bandits? Riding back from the Dread Fort. They weren't bandits, Mal, he muttered quietly. He saw in her eyes that he didn't have to mention Lord Bolton out loud. And with all that's happened, a part of me, a very rational part of me believes that, I'm not suited for a woman and the comforts of a home. The people that I've antagonized, they wouldn't hesitate to hurt you to get to me. You know that. You've eyes and ears. But it's not just that, I've done things, Mal. Things that, make me think I don't deserve to be with anyone, to have anyone's comfort. And with what I've done. He swallowed before continuing. I can't wash it out, Mal. I can't wash out the bad, but I can't wash out the good either. So I figure I have no choice, but do more good. Isolating myself, wallowing in that misery, it is what it is, but I figure I'd rather try and do good with someone. Try and. He sighed. I'm rambling, aren't I? You are, she said. She wrapped her shawl tighter around her shoulders. You'd put me in danger, then. Tiresias nodded. I'd be in danger too. This journey I took, slaying giants, sneaking about, it won't be the last. My priority is the safety of Westeros. It includes you, but it's not just you. I'll be gone. Many times. With one task after another. It could be very dangerous, and though I'd try, I couldn't guarantee that I would come back. From where? He shrugged. Wherever I need to go. She kept her brown eyes on him. Down south again. One day. Probably. To the wall. Beyond it if I need to. Another gust of wind buffeted them from the west. Essos. I truly hope not. But I would. He thought of Sir Davos and the wife he was forever absent from. Sir Davos was a good man. As good as a man could be in this place and time. He still left her in the Stormlands. Risked his life for kings and causes he had no ties to. Did his wife seethe in anger over her husband's exploits? I did think of you, he said quietly. I truly did. Even when I ventured farther from Winterfell and took up arms against that monster, I did think of you. I barely came out of it, but it was easier when I had the north as a beacon. The wines, the library, you. You and your brown eyes. He couldn't voice that last part. He could only look further into them. There was a strength there that extended to the rest of her. She didn't even seem bothered by the chilled wind. It won't be easy. Being with me. I can't imagine that appeals to you. I'm certain that you thought being wife to a mere librarian meant more stable ground to stand on. That won't be the case with me. You got a very rude lesson on that during these past 10 months. I'm sorry for that. But that's a very possible future for us. Should you still want to be with me? His head dropped as he said those words. Swallowing, he worked up the nerve to ask the question and met her gaze. Would you be with me then? Knowing that. Silence ensued between them, but Mal didn't drop her eyes and continued to look at him. Despite everything, he found it easy to meet them. He had missed those brown eyes. Without another word, she turned and walked off. Tiresias was about to sigh when he heard her stop. She turned back. What was the worst thing you did? The thing that made you think you shouldn't be with anyone. True fear billowed up inside of him. He saw fear in her as well, but she had a steely resolve. Stronger than him at any rate. Do you need to hear that answer? She glanced to the ground, before coming up to him. Was it rape? No. Murder. He swallowed. The wind quieted and he heard his heart pounding in the silence. He expected Rosie's face to flash before him, but he only saw Mal, her gaze unblinking. Was it necessary? She asked softly. I thought it was. When I did it. But now, I don't know, Mal. I don't know. Mal didn't respond to that, only regarding him. He couldn't read her. Her face remained impassive. Finally she turned and walked away in the night. Her feet didn't hit the ground with anger or disgust. In fact, she strode calmly, not looking back, and this time, Tiresias was the one who watched her leave without an answer. Ah well, it's the least you deserve. Notes. So Tiresias is finally back in Winterfell. Like I said last time, I'm going to publish one more chapter before I go into a writing hiatus. Unfortunately, due to circumstances beyond my control, CH36 will probably won't be published next Tuesday, October 6th. I'll work on this all the weekend, but I have other obligations, and so I'll set the publishing date for Tuesday, October 13th. If any earlier, it will be a pleasant surprise. But don't get your hopes up. Thank you so much for the comments and the kudos. See you on a Tuesday in the near future. Chapter 36. There was a noted tension when Tiresias proceeded to Lord Stark's solar the next day. The first time they spoke, his walk here was closely watched. A guard of 4 escorting him from the courtyard. As the years passed and he became a part of the castle, the guards relaxed at the door, exchanging nods with him as he passed. Today, that guarded look was back. It wasn't adversarial. It wasn't even the same look he received from his Lannister escort to the Rock. It was simply, more suspicious, more probing. In their eyes, Tiresias was merely the librarian who left a little less than a year ago, and he returned looking much the same. The stories claimed he killed a monster, but he still looked the same. Thankfully Tiresias didn't have to be alone with those looks. He was announced as soon as he approached. Lord Stark gave his permission and Tiresias entered his solar. Having just returned from the midday meal himself, Ned wasn't in the middle of any work. The Lord of Winterfell simply sat, waiting for him. He gestured for Tiresias to sit, which he did, gratefully so. There was no fire in the hearth to break the silence. He heard clinks outside from the forge though, and a slight wind caressed the castle. But no waves. Gods, I miss the sea already. He brought his mind back to Winterfell. Ned reached into his desk and pulled out a sealed letter, holding it up for Tiresias to see. It was his letter, the one he wrote before the duel in Deep Den. He regarded it, frowning slightly. It was so slim. He swore he had written more than that. Do I need to read this? Now that you've returned? Tiresias shook his head. Without any hesitation, Ned put the letter to a lit candle. A moment of silence followed as they watched Tiresias' prophetic warnings burn. Lord Stark placed the flaming parchment on a metal plate and there it curled into ash. He turned back to Ned, but the Lord of Winterfell was already looking to him. What you set out to achieve, Ned began. I assumed from your message from White Harbor that you succeeded. Is that true? Tiresias nodded. Ramsay's dead. I buried him myself. Deep in the lonely hills. Were there any witnesses? His pulse shot up, but he remained calm. He swallowed and shook his head. No, I saw to that. Ned reached into his desk and pulled out a letter. He handed it to Tiresias. His eyes fell to the dried wax, pink, in the form of a flayed man. I wrote to Lord Bolton after I received your note, Lord Stark said as Tiresias unfolded the letter. That was his response. Tiresias scanned the letter quickly, a polite and concerned inquiry about the librarian's health and whereabouts, a measured outrage at bandits in his territory and a promise to deal with said bandits quickly and effectively. There was also an appreciation for Lord Stark's concern over Ramsay. The search was still on, as of the writing of the letter. So, were there any bandits? Tiresias gave back the letter. No. Lord Bolton suspects me. Don't know how it got started, but he does. He leaned back in the chair and briefly recounted his bout with Bolton's hunters, the attempt at sabotage, the swim down the White Knife. After I killed the dogs, I decided to go east. Come back to Winterfell another way. That's how I ended up in White Harbor. How'd you know the man who approached you belonged to Lord Bolton? I saw him in my vision. Tiresias shrugged. Even without that, his scent was familiar. Smelled like the Dread Fort. And he was far too friendly to me. He exhaled. In any case, if whatever I did in the Dread Fort aroused Lord Bolton's suspicions, then me escaping his hunters and killing his hounds probably confirmed them. He's very sure that I had something to do with Ramsay's disappearance, and I don't know if he thinks that you're involved as well. A line appeared in Ned's forehead. Tiresias bowed his head, a weight settling into his stomach. I'm sorry. He didn't have to say why. A brief silence fell before Ned spoke. Is there any evidence that you killed Ramsay? Tiresias raised his head. No. Did any of his hunters identify themselves as Bolton's men? No. Lord Stark regarded Bolton's letter before filing it away. He wrote and confirmed that it was bandits who pursued you. He's following your story. He can't condemn House Stark openly or rebel, so we'll handle anything else he tries. Sabotage, extortion. Spies in Winterfell, suggested Tiresias. He swallowed. Just a thought. Don't know how many new servants you've employed here in the last 6 months or so. I'll speak to Vayan Poole. Make an inquiry and tell him to be careful with any future hires in the castle. And you stay sharp as well. I don't believe Lord Bolton would use anyone you'd possibly recognize, but all the same, keep an eye out. And my nose as well. The Dreadfort had a particular smell to it. And a feel that everyone seemed to carry. Even Maester Walken. So, said Lord Stark, leaning back. May I ask now, what possessed you to sail to King's Landing? Tiresias sighed. An oil merchant. Ned's eyebrows rose. An oil merchant. As he spoke of King's Landing, he kept to Gendry. He relayed his visit to the Street of Steel, to Pomot, his conversations with Varys, the stories he relayed with the spymaster. Lord Stark showed no surprise at the mention of Gendry's father. He supposed he read the note that went north with the rest of the Stark soldiers. When he reached their departure from King's Landing, Ned unlocked a smaller drawer in the desk. He took out a wrapped object and began to unfurl it gently. Tell me, Tiresias, he said as he held up the Valyrian steel dagger. Did you get this from the Street of Steel as well? Tiresias took a moment to gaze at it. He hadn't laid eyes on it in months. Not since the treasure room. It remained wrapped and hidden as he crept out of the Red Keep through the caves, stalking King's Landing in the early pre-dawn. Not even in the safety of the Purple Rose did he gaze upon his prize. Finally he shook his head. Nat, I stole that. I know that. Ned took a moment and sighed. You delivered to me a stolen treasure from the Crown. The Crown doesn't need Valyrian steel. The North does. Tiresias nodded towards the dagger. Trust me. In the right hands, that blade could make all the difference. And whose hands were you planning to arm with stolen steel? Tiresias' mouth was too dry to swallow. Working on that. He didn't know how many non-answers he could get away with today. Even a conservative amount was pushing it. Ned's forehead lined deeper, but he placed the dagger down with a sigh. This will be hidden, Lord Stark said, wrapping it back up and putting it away. I won't tell you where. If the day comes when you need this, for yourself or anyone else, you'll have to convince me. There was no room for disagreement there. Tiresias nodded. Fair enough. He sighed. And Gendry? Have you told him yet? Who he is? Said Lord Stark. I told him soon after he arrived. He didn't ask me though. I was the one who summoned the lad. Sat him down there. How'd he take it? Quietly. When I offered anything beyond a blacksmith apprenticeship and position, martial training, reading and writing lessons, he didn't respond. Told me he'd think on it, and I haven't spoken to him since. Tiresias nodded. The lad seemed more comfortable in the forge than a Lord's Solar or a king's castle. At least for now, we'll see if that changes. I'll speak to him myself later. He glanced at Ned. What was Lady Stark's reaction? To another bastard residing in Winterfell. Ned's nostrils flared slightly. He answered calmly enough though. Nothing. Just another apprentice for Mycon. I haven't spoken to her about him. But there's no need as of now. While he considers his future. Besides, she doesn't scorn a bastard in the forge. If we only staffed servants from legitimate marriages, this castle couldn't run. I bet, Tiresias muttered. He wondered if Mal's parents were wed. She never said. Focus, man. That's out of your hands now. He snapped back to Ned, but the Lord of Winterfell was gazing silently at him. From the look in his eyes, he knew that they had come to it at last. Ned took a breath. What happened with Clegane? Tiresias knew he didn't mean the play-by-play of the duel. Jory had filled him in on that. I rode ahead of Clegane into the Westerlands. Jory and Gendry insisted on joining me. I had hoped to keep some distance between our parties. Be seen further down the Gold Road, so that when I doubled back and killed him, somehow, it would have been a mysterious assailant who fell Sir Gregor and I would have been miles away, according to witnesses. Now, that obviously didn't happen. I'm sure Jory told you what happened with the innkeeper and Lord Lyddon, the duel, and the Lannisters. I received your letter from Casterly Rock, said Ned, his eyes drifting again to his pile of letters. Is there anything you couldn't put to Quill? Tiresias briefly considered the new details of his backstory he told Tywin over dinner, but he shook his head. Not particularly. I was questioned, sure. But other than that, it was a relaxing month and a half. I was wined and dined. And then I transported 11 tomes of the Old Tongue back from their library, which is why I went there in the first place. Ned raised his eyebrows. Pardon. It's the story that Lord Tywin demanded for his hospitality and my safe departure. I was not compelled to Casterly Rock against my will. I graciously accepted the Lannister escort and rode there to see to their library. To seek donations. He scratched his ear. Considering the value of those tomes, I think I got a steal. Anyway, that's the official story. The only one Tywin wants to hear. Ned looked ready to object but thought better of it. He had to stay on course. Why did the mountain have to die? Tiresias stared at him. Aside from his general atrocities. If you killed every Westerosi who has committed atrocities, you'd be busy the rest of your days, said Ned, containing his frustration as well as he could. Jory had strict instructions to escort you back to Winterfell. His instructions were my command to you. You were to come north under guard. I saw an opportunity. For what? Asked Ned. I don't believe we're halfway prepared for the White Walkers. You're still needed here. And you nearly got killed, fighting a man who has no bearing in Winterfell, at the Wall or anywhere else in the north. I won. And I'm grateful for that. But it still brings consequences. The South was content to forget us. Forget the North while we worked and prepared for what's coming. But you've brought their attention here to Winterfell. To my home. To my family. When you challenged Clegane. When you acted in my name in King's Landing. Ned paused and breathed. His voice remained low, but his eyes glanced to the door. The guards were still outside. I've received letters from Jonaryn, asking me to account for your actions. Stannis Baratheon wrote me as well, inquiring me about the dragon glass trade, after years of contentment. And it's not just the South. My bannerman wrote me too, asking about you. You won't be able to hide away in the library shelves and my protection, I don't know what it's worth anymore. Killing the mountain, that's something you can't walk back. Tiresias braced himself, making sure there was no animosity in his tone. You killed Sir Arthur Dayne, he said. One-on-one. So they say. And that man was more a legend than Clegane will ever be. You've managed to return here. Maintain some normalcy. As far as a warden could maintain it. Howland Reed was the only witness to that, Ned responded. He scoffed lightly. And you somehow. You slow Clegane in front of lords, soldiers, a septon, there's no mystery to your victory. He leaned forward. And you said it yourself, Tiresias. I am a warden. There are few who can challenge me. I can return from a war and the whispers that follow me, they'll remain just that, whispers. But you, even with me behind you, there are many who would question your actions, try to test you. Could you train in private anymore? I'm sure the soldiers will want to test you. What about my bannerman? You can't hide away during the feasts anymore. Your absence will noticed. Ned leaned back and sighed. I don't know how much I can shield you from that. I hadn't prepared for my librarian to return home a famous warrior. He stopped and rubbed his brow, before dropping his hand. Tiresias, I'm relieved that you won. And I'm not saying that the mountain didn't deserve to die. From how Jory described it, it was a noble act. But you chose to end Clegane in the most public manner possible. On a whim. And while doing so, you involved one of my most loyal men in a southern dispute along with a royal bastard you swore that we'd protect. You sacrificed your secrecy. So tell me, what was this opportunity you saw? How did it trump everything else? Tiresias glanced to his right arm. A memory of the break shot through and he suppressed a shudder. I don't know what kind of role the mountain would have played in this new world of ours, he stated softly. But I believe the same thing would have happened. Too many people would lose their lives trying to kill that monster. He sighed. I think I also did it for the same reason I dealt with Ramsay. Ramsay can no longer be Roos's mad dog. And now Gregor can no longer be Tywin's mad dog. I don't despise all Lannisters, but when it comes to Tywin, he was a strong adversary, against everyone. So I'll take every opportunity I have to whittle his power down. Clegane's death will not deter Tywin, Ned stated evenly. He still has his armies, his gold and Casterly Rock. Tiresias shrugged. He does, but we shouldn't underestimate the power of a mascot. His armies may be substantial, but soldiers from opposing sides will find it easier to charge men their own size. As for the gold and Casterly Rock, he continued. Well, those aren't as secure as he would have others believe. Luckily Lord Stark wasn't interested in Tywin's holdings today. He saw Ned set aside that non-answer for another day. Tiresias nodded to the letters. What did Lord Stannis say? About the dragon glass. Ned handed him the letter from the iron-willed Baratheon. He asked for a sample of what we've been trading to our hill tribes. Tiresias peered at the neat scribble. What did you send him? An arrowhead. Light enough so the raven could fly with it. Going through the letter, Tiresias didn't see anything nefarious. It was straight and to the point. Lord Stannis inquired about him, his victory over Clegane, and then continued on to the dragon glass without so much a connecting sentiment. Stannis ended the letter, stating that he was leaving for Dragonstone to see to his wife and daughter. And other matters, including the next shipment of dragon glass. Tiresias looked up to Ned, who anticipated his question. The shipments continued according to schedule. We still send a light shipment to the wall. As for us, in the crypts, I estimate we now have 80,000 arrowheads, 30,000 dagger blades, 60,000 spearheads and 5,000 axe heads. We need more. Tiresias placed the letter back, his fingers shaking slightly. If he decides not to continue this trade, for whatever reason, we'll handle it, Ned finished for him. There was no plan, just a simple affirmation to deal with it, should it arise. The Lord of Winterfell stood and walked to the pitchers. Ale. Tiresias shook his head. I'm not thirsty. After pouring himself a horn, Ned walked to the table, where the maps always laid open. Understanding the silent request, Tiresias stood and joined him. The harvests are the only thing that haven't been disrupted, Ned said. Our original stores are now full. They'll last us 5 years. Perhaps 6 if we're careful. The broken stores now sit at 2/3 full capacity. And the imports from Reach begin in 6 months. Within 2 years, we should be full there as well. Then we'll start topping off the stores in every northern hold we can. That's good news, Tiresias muttered. His fingers traced the wall, coming to a rest at Castle Black. 5 years of food, you're not taking into account over 100,000 free folk coming south of the wall, are you? Ned's mouth lined as he shook his head. No. Tiresias leaned over the table. Well, it'll certainly make a dent. I don't suppose we can ask Maester Lewin for that calculation just yet. Benyon will meeting directly with Mans in a month. He stared at Ned. Does the Night's Watch know that? Only a few. The Lord Commander and a few other chosen officers. Ned took a draft. We'll wait until he comes back to move on to the Wildings. He'll visit Winterfell after the parley. After he lowered his horn, he turned to Tiresias. Anything else to report? Tiresias shook his head. No, my lord. I should get back to the library. I'll be working until late this evening to catch up on all I missed. And for many evenings after that. You were gone for 10 months. Ned walked to his desk and sat. But you certainly didn't come back empty-handed. Tiresias smiled grimly. No, my lord. Tomes, a king's bastard, stolen steel, eyes from the south. Eyes from all of Westeros, Tiresias. And his smile was gone. He waited, but he didn't sense any accusation or animosity behind Ned's words. The warden just seemed tired and worried. Finally Lord Stark sighed and nodded. Tiresias sensed the dismissal, but he couldn't bring himself to leave. He stood rooted to the floor. What is it? Asked Lord Stark. There's actually one more thing, Tiresias muttered. He swallowed before continuing. On the way back, going through the neck, I got a message from Lord Reed. What did Howland say? His son, Hojan, he's a green seer as well. He and his father, they seem to believe that our timeline has been shortened. What does that mean? It means that my actions have pushed things forward. Whether it's the White Walkers, the Free Folk and the Night's Watch, the war in the south. Again, he omitted Daenerys Targaryen and her dragons. The dragons aren't born yet. There's no red comet in the sky. It will happen sooner than I anticipated. My vision, all that I've foreseen, it'll soon be useless. And then we'll be on our own. Lord Stark looked to his desk, taking it in. Tiresias stood still, waiting. The wind was gone. He could no longer heard it singing against the castle walls. Fortifying himself with a breath, Ned raised his head, meeting his eyes. Well, make use of it while you can. He was fortunate in a way. Catching up on 10 months of busy work gave him an excellent excuse not to move frivolously around the castle. He stayed in the library from breakfast to bedtime. He burned more candles in the first week than he usually did in a month. It did take his mind off things. At many points, he forgot about not just Deep Den, but the lonely hills as well. He was merely the castle librarian again. However, the work didn't completely insulate him. He still had to eat. It was easy for breakfast and the midway meal. If he arrived a little earlier, he could take his food up. However, during supper, he ate in the great hall with everyone else. Barth was reliably silent and so Tiresias gravitated toward him most evenings for a dinner partner. However, the brewer seemed close to inquiring about his exploits. His pauses in between bites were more substantial. And murmurs followed him still. Every evening, a couple of houseguards or soldiers would join him and Barth, inquiring about his story. Tiresias kept to the facts and spoke succinctly. A few soldiers got the hint and shut up about it. Most others didn't. Gord came to his rescue one evening. As Tiresias trudged toward dinner, he heard the big man coming up behind him. A large arm wrapped around his shoulder and steered him away from the great hall. Hello, Gord, asked Tiresias, not peeved at this development. Where are we going? My home, said Gord, eyes ahead. Gin made too much stew for 3, so you'll be joining me, her and me mum for supper. A relieved sigh escaped Tiresias before he could help it. Thank you, he said softly. Gord clapped his shoulder. Forget it. We never had you over before. 20 minutes later, Tiresias was handed a bowl of venison stew and a chunk of seed bread, with only 3 pairs of friendly eyes for company, instead of hundreds of curious ones. He sat next to Gord's mother, who sat nearest to the fire. She and Gin tried to get him to sit there but he refused. Gord backed him up, citing his comfort with the cold. Gin was amiable as she ever was. She greeted him warmly upon his return. She had questions too, like everyone else in Winterfell. But she concealed them well. Conversation at their table flowed smoothly enough. And it was only when their bowls were empty that Gin, leaning against Gord, addressed the lurking subject at hand. You talked to Mal, didn't you? Asked Gin softly. The fire crackled. Tiresias swallowed and nodded. First night I returned. She was, he exhaled through his nose. She was quite angry with me. Keeping locked away in the library gave him limited glimpses of her. Whenever he did see her, he heard no whispers from her and met no stares. She ignored him as he walked by and focused on her work. A part of him felt her glancing to him once he passed. But it was probably his imagination. She kept her brown eyes away from him. Said Gin, nodding. She shrugged. We were angry with you too, you know. Worried's more like, dear, said Gord. We can be worried and angry all at the same time. Gin sighed. Tiresias, when you didn't come back with Gord and the next thing we heard was, well, it was that. The mountain, it was unbelievable and Mal, it wasn't something she was prepared for. She's strong, but she needs to prepare for it. And having naught but rumors trickle in from the south, until Jory came home, we didn't know for sure what had happened. Were you hurt? Were you tied and dragged west by the Lannisters? Did you volunteer to marry the poor girl to save her reputation? We didn't know. We doubted much of it, but we didn't know and it worried us. It worried her. It was nothing she expected from you. Tiresias rested his hand on his cup, staring into it. No one spoke for a bit. Have I botched it? He asked quietly. I meant to be back. I truly did, but I couldn't keep my word. He raised his eyes and looked at Gin and Gord. What did you think? What was her answer? The night you returned. Tiresias turned to his side. The question came from Gord's mother. Tara, he told himself. She has a name. It's Tara. She didn't answer. We talked, she yelled at me, but when it calmed and I said what I needed to say, she didn't say yes or no. Just walked off. Tara turned to Gord and Gin. That time when you lot knew nothing and it was confusing and frightening, if she didn't want to fight for him, she would have thrown him away. Right when he walked through them gates. Would have said no. She turned back to him. She hadn't said it. Tara shrugged. Hadn't said I, either. I haven't seen her much. Saw her at the wedding with you. You two dance well together. And you have the same look about you. What did you mean? Asked Tiresias softly. Tara looked at him directly. You think things through. Mostly. Seems like that's what she's doing now. Muddling through all she learned about you. But she hadn't said no. She hadn't said no. With that, Tara raised her cup and drank. Tiresias lowered his eyes again, his fingers idling about his own cup. Gin cleared her throat and patted Gord's arm. Love, why don't you go and take Tiresias to the tavern? Have a bit of a nightcap. Gord squeezed her gently. Only a bit. She smiled, scratching his beard. Only a bit. All right, then. So lady commands. Gord stood and stretched. And then, mate. To a tempered evening out. Tiresias almost excused himself, but stood to join him. The library would wait for a night and he really wanted a drink. Thanking Gin for the lovely dinner, he followed Gord out into Wintertown. The tavern didn't provide nearly as many curious eyes as there were in Winterfell. Tiresias did feel a few stray to him as they entered. But it wasn't overwhelming. Gord and Tiresias took an end of a table and soon they were clinking full mugs. So, Tiresias said, wiping his mouth. When can we start sparring again? Gord raised his eyebrows. You still want to do that? I do. What? Just because I killed one tall bastard doesn't mean I won't go after another. That's funny. Gord lowered his tankard, looking somewhat serious. What? It'll be different, you know, Gord muttered. He leaned forward. I know you, mate, somewhat. Well, I do know you hate crowds, onlookers, our bouts. If we do them again, it won't be like before. You're gonna draw a crowd. House guards, soldiers, servants, the Stark children, they'll want to see how you killed the mountain. Tiresias breathed through his nose. Gord voiced something he'd been fearing ever since he rode from Casterly Rock. His training, it wasn't a spectacle. Not something to be admired. It was just something he needed to do. You still need to do it. They're coming and they're coming quick. Whatever happens, you must be stronger. Is that necessity less important than your discomfort with an audience? He looked to Gord and shrugged. So be it. Gord raised his eyebrows. Really? I won't call attention to it if you won't, but I do need to train. He scoffed. Need to prepare for every shitheel who wants to test me. See if I really killed the mountain. His nostrils caught an unwelcomed and familiar scent staggering toward them. Gord saw him too, his eyes drifting over his shoulder. Speaking of which, he muttered. A hand clapped Tiresias on the back. Tiresias, cheered Tad loudly as he sat down next to him. Hello Tad, said Gord amiably enough. His smile didn't extend to his eyes. Hey there, Gord. Tad placed his arm around his shoulder, laughing. Tiresias tried not to wince at his breath. I gotta say, he slurred. I knew it. I knew ya weren't some fucking pansy cocksucker just mincin' about. Yeah, sneaky shit, yet. Tad, Gord said gently, still wearing a smile. Be a good lad. Piss off, all right. Tad blinked, staring at him, before laughing. Oh come on, now, he shook Tiresias' shoulder. He knows I'm japin'. We've done this, right? Fucking just. Tad, Gord lost his smile. Don't tell me to piss off. Tad pointed a finger. Don't. It's all right, right? Tiresias, ya top cunt, tell us it's all right. Tad, Tiresias said softly. I told you before to never to touch me again. I haven't changed my mind on that. So take your hand off me. And piss off. He took a draft, waiting. But Tad didn't remove his hand. Ya know, Tad mumbled, bringing his face closer than ever. When ya fought him, the mountain, I eared, ya cried at the end, like a fucking wench. A bitch. Tiresias shook his head slightly at Gord, who looked ready to grab Tad. He breathed, trying not to smell his drunken neighbor. Not immune to pain, Tad, he said, plastering on a small smile. Don't suppose I'm much of a man. Nah, Tad muttered. Ya not, right? Cause I eared other things too, ya know. Before ya left. He took a draft before continuing. Horse talk, ya know. They see things, he grinned. All sorts of things. Big things, small things, thick things, knobby things, ya know what I mean. Not really, Tad. You're a bit too subtle for me, said Tiresias, his eyes straight ahead. Nother whore, not that fat one ya liked. Nother. Walked in. Saw ya thing, mate and, some of it's gone. Tad devolved into laughter, clasping his shoulder for support. Tiresias just focused on his breathing. He heard Gord clench his jaw. The lone laughter continued for a solid 10 seconds, before Tad refocused. What? Ya didn't hear me? Said it's gone. Funny joke, said Tiresias. He didn't think it possible for two words to sound so sardonic. Well, see, I don't think it's a joke, mate. Tad's fingers dug into his shoulder. Ya cry like a bitch. Ya missing ya cock. Ya a woman. And a woman, didn't kill the mountain. Just a story. Ya surrounded by stories up in that tower, it's all ya know. He took another draft, ale trickling into his beard. Does Mal know, that ya a bitch? Tad, growled Gord. If she does, what do ya two do, then? When ya alone? Tad continued, coming even closer. Ya, what? Lick her cunt while she lick yours. Tiresias brought his left arm up quickly, pushing off Tad's grip. Reaching over, he grabbed Tad's hair and slammed his head down to the table, standing up over him. Tad wriggled and tried to get free, but his right hand was pinned behind him. Red flashed in his eyes. He twisted Tad's head, grinding his face into the table. Enraged moans escaped the man. What is this? Enough. He turned to see Sir Roderick coming toward them. Realizing he'd forgotten to breathe, he inhaled as the Master of Arms came to a halt before them. Tiresias, release him. Immediately. Tiresias did so, not stepping away as Tad pressed himself up from the table. The man glanced at Sir Roderick, before gazing to the floor. Sir Roderick looked to the three of them. What's the meaning of this? Tiresias didn't trust himself to speak. He didn't want to. He just breathed. The red he saw pulsed slower and slower. Tad raised his head and shrugged. Just a discussion, got out of hand. Sir Roderick looked to Tiresias. Is that true? He couldn't answer. He didn't want to confirm this shithheap's excuse, but he also didn't want to justify his urge to pound Tad into pulp. No, I don't want that. I can't feed that. No, Gord spoke. All turned to him as he cleared his throat. He was trying to calm himself too. Tiresias and I were drinking by ourselves when Tad came and sat himself down. He ignored our request to leave. He insulted Tiresias and a good friend of his. Good friend, is that what she is now, Gord? That's when he put Tad to the table, Sir Roderick. Tad turned to glare at Gord, but Gord didn't even flinch. Tiresias heard his pulse. It was slowing to a steady beat. Sir Roderick turned to Tad. You're too drunk to hear me now. But you'll be dealing with your punishment on the morrow during the drills, mark my words. This isn't your first drunken bout, Tad. There weren't tolerated and this won't be any different. I'll make sure you understand that. One way or another. And you, he said, turning to Tiresias. You're no soldier and it's not in your best interest to start brawling with them. Spars in the training yard are one thing. But not this. If you have a problem with a soldier of Winterfell, you bring it to Jory or me. Understand? Tiresias swallowed a protest and nodded. He just wanted this to be done. All right, said Sir Roderick, stepping between them. The two of you. Shake hands and go your separate ways. Now. Tad scoffed, but under the glare from Sir Roderick, he slowly stuck his hand out. Sir Roderick turned to him. Shake, Tiresias. Tiresias stepped forward, hand out. As Tad went to grasp it, he reached up and embraced Tad fiercely, holding him tight. The man didn't struggle. He seemed shocked. He allowed Tiresias to grab his head, turning his ear to him. You, Tiresias said in a hoarse whisper, speaking into his ear. You, have, nothing. He spoke slowly, enunciating every word, making sure Tad's inebriated brain held onto them. You, are, nothing. With that, he let go immediately. Tad stared at him confused, before Sir Roderick grabbed his shoulder. All right, leave. Now, he said. Tiresias' eyes were on the floor, but he heard Tad's talk away. When he raised his head, Sir Roderick was still there, meeting his gaze pensively. He couldn't help a light scoff. Not a soldier, I? Not even after felling the mountain. A quick dagger doesn't make a man a soldier, Sir Roderick answered evenly. A soldier follows. You're too much of a lone wolf. He turned to the serving maid, who was hovering about nervously. Lass, bring me a horn, I. She nodded and scurried off. He turned back to Tiresias. Doesn't mean you're no fighter, though. A smart, brave, and able warrior. He shrugged. So says my nephew. Gave him quite the spectacle, didn't you? Wasn't my intention, Tiresias said quietly. To make a spectacle. Sir Roderick smiled grimly. The serving maid returned with his horn. Whatever your intention, you acted well. Foolishly, but well. And you did a great deed, righting the kingdoms of that abomination. He raised his drink, nodding to Tiresias' mug. Join me for a toast? You as well, Gord. Tiresias heard Gord pick up his mug. He absent-mindedly fetched his own and raised it, meeting the knight's eyes. To Tiresias, stated Sir Roderick. The librarian who downed the mountain. Tiresias. He blinked. It wasn't just Gord who answered the toast. Others, who had witnessed the scuffle, had their eyes and ears on Sir Roderick as he made the toast. A dozen other voices from the nearby tables echoed his name. Remembering that he had to drink, he tipped his tankard up and finished his ale. He placed it upside down on the table, as did Sir Roderick. The old knight nodded as he pivoted. Have a good evening, men, he said before walking away. He stood dazed, barely registering Gord as he came behind and slung his arm over his shoulder. Won't be the last toast you hear, mate. I promise you that. Don't remind me, said Tiresias dully. Gord sighed before clapping his shoulder. We should leave, I think that counts as a bit of a nightcap. A lethargy almost consumed him as he walked with Gord back through Wintertown. It wasn't the toast though that slowed him. It was the scuffle that kept going through his head. The energy was still there. It had to get out or it would curdle. He couldn't just go to bed tonight. He had put it off long enough. They walked past Gord's hut and his friend left him to wander back to the castle. There were no good nights exchanged. It wasn't that sort of evening. The guard let him through with barely a glance. A marked improvement. In fact, at this moment, everyone in the castle was indoors and it made for a peaceful, cold summer evening. With no murmurs to follow him to the back of the stables. The construction on the broken stores was completed long ago. It should be available. And it was. His little gym that he constructed years ago. A little dusty but it stood still and ready, not being disturbed. He wondered whether it was just because the space was still unused. Or had they been saving it for me? It didn't matter though. Despite his current modest inebriation, he was still able to exercise. He had to start again somewhere. He stripped off his shirt and began to stretch, paying close attention to his right arm. No sense in breaking you again, just when I got you back. You were grand when you rubbed Tad's face in the table. He cursed the thought immediately. Don't do that. Don't indulge in that shit. Focus on your body. Focus on the White Walkers and any others you'll face. Tad is nothing, remember? Don't lose yourself in nothing. After he stretched, he centered himself, breathing calmly. He gazed up. The frame he gripped for pull ups was there still, the woods worn smooth from his grip. Bending his knees, he leapt and grabbed it, holding himself steady in the air. He allowed a few seconds to simply hang, feeling the familiar stretch down his back. Finally he breathed and pulled himself up. 1, 2, 3. Gord spoke truly. They met as dinner began, hoping that the training yard would be empty of soldiers, with the day's exercises complete. Most of the castle inhabitants were inside, but quite a few weren't. No fewer than 4 soldiers lingered about the courtyard, forgetting their dinner. Ignoring the onlookers, they wandered over to the far corner of the yard. They stretched and sparred, trying to keep to themselves. Gord did a better job than he did. His blocks came late and his swings were erratic. His feet felt like stone. Finally, Gord lowered his sword, stopping the spar. He came up and placed his hand on Tiresias' shoulder. You fought for your life and won with southern eyes watching you, mate, he muttered. Now what? You can't bloody spar under the gaze of these fuckers. Tiresias snorted. Gord clapped him on the shoulder and stepped back. Come in, then. Dance, ye skinny fuck. They sparred more easily after that, with renewed focus. Still, Tiresias marked every newcomer to their audience. And when he and Gord finally lowered their swords, the few soldiers that lingered had swelled to a dozen. The next spar began with a dozen spectators. The third 15 and the fourth 23. It seemed to cap there. Gord and he never shouted their intentions or advertised, but their absence in the Great Hall probably was a good indicator to all concerned, that their mysterious librarian was exercising. Maybe that was why the Stark children never showed. They weren't excused to watch Tiresias play with a sword. For that, he was grateful. His interactions with the Stark children were limited to the library, where he occasionally caught one of them looking back during their lessons. Though that only lasted for 2 days, before his presence became normal again. However, during the 4th bout when he lost track of time, he lowered his spear to Sethian, Rob, and John along the sides as well. All slightly out of breath, they had run to catch a spar on the tail end of dinner. Gord gave him a look and Tiresias shrugged. They went for 2 additional bouts that evening, ignoring the young eyes watching them. At this rate, a month passed since his return. By returning to sparring sooner than he intended, he extended the expected end date of his excess workload from the intended fortnight, but he was glad for it. The crowds dissipated soon enough and at the month's end, Gord and him sparred more or less in peace. With him exercising on his own every other night, he felt his body begin to return to him. He started to spar with John and Arya again as well. Joining them in the Godswood once a week, out of Lady Catelyn and Septa Mordane's sight. The Septa greeted Tiresias politely. However, both of them understood they would be happier if they avoided each other. At any rate, at least Arya and John were glad to have him back. However, Arya looked quite disappointed after their first bout. Tiresias lowered his practice sword. What? You're taking it easy on me, said Arya, her grey eyes accusing him. You beat the mountain. I know you can move quicker. He knelt before her. Arya, you're not going to improve if I just beat the shit out of you. I could just move as swiftly as possible, but you won't learn anything that way. You have to progress. Move up to quicker opponents. Arya didn't back down. I don't care if you beat the shit out of me. If I fight you, I'll get quicker. I know I will. Tiresias glanced at John, who was trying not to laugh. He sighed. I'll make you a deal, Arya. You come here next time with pads. 1 bout at the end, I'll use my speed. He raised his practice sword. But I won't be using this, but something light and hollow. We'll build your agility, but I'll not risk you getting hurt. Deal. Arya considered it and nodded. Tiresias stood, moving back. All right, then. Why don't you two fight for a bit? Give me a breather. Settling on the roots of the weirwood, he observed the spar for a bit. John was fighting a bit harder than he usually did. He supposed that he took Arya's request to heart as well. However, the girl didn't seem to mind. Even in the encroaching darkness, her smile was prominent as she moved to avoid her brother's sword. Cousin's sword. John is her cousin. Tiresias took a draught from his waterskin, amused at his mistake. It's not a mistake though. For all intents and purposes, for how much they love each, they are brother and sister. Her mind won't be changed by the truth. You saw it yourself. When was the time for the truth, though? Tiresias didn't know. He wouldn't tell John without first warning Ned. They'd probably do it together at some point. Or he would do it himself. You're not family, mate. Tiresias gazed up at the weirwood face. The sounds of the spar seemed to fade as he stared into his weeping eyes. How about it, Raven? Don't know how you're adjusting to all this, but you seemed to have some say when John learned last time. Do you have a preference now? Not, but the wind answered him. Tiresias snorted lightly and turned back to the spar. If you could say so without making me sick again, I'd appreciate it. His ongoing attempts to catch up with his work caused him many late evenings when he wasn't training. He often walked back to his room in total darkness, his eyes more than able to see at night without a candle. Even without his eyes, he knew the castle well enough by now. He could walk back to his room with his eyes closed. He did it once. A warm feeling blossomed in him when he did. He hadn't forgotten this place, even after a 10 months absence. Tonight, he allowed himself to see as he walked, massaging his hand. It had been many months since he had written so much in such a short time. He certainly didn't feel like doing more at the end of the day. He hadn't added to his collection of songs since he returned to Winterfell. However, with over a month past since his return, there was one itch that refused to go away tonight. Lighting a candle, he ignored his bed and sat at his desk. He set the candle down and pulled out a clean short roll of parchment. Rolling up his sleeve, he dipped his quill in the inkwell and began to write. Lord Tyrion. I've arrived safe and whole at Winterfell. I hope your journey to King's Landing was just as unadventurous and that you're enjoying your new home in the Red Keep. I didn't have much of a chance to explore the library there, so I hope you will take what advantage I couldn't. I'm glad to be home again, in my own library. Well, the library I'm curating at any rate. It's easy to lose myself in the shelves and forget that I have a different reputation now. Stares and whispers followed me throughout the Westerlands like a stench, tracking me all the way to Winterfell. Though I suppose I'm fortunate that's all that followed me. It bothers me though, and in between my work, I sometimes dream how to rid myself of this stench, this notoriety I gained at Deep Den. To merely be a librarian again. In order to supplant that notoriety for another, I would probably have to gather every tome in the world, build a library as big as Harrenhal and never raise my dagger again. That will not happen. Not because that scheme is impossible. Even if it wasn't, I know that however big that library grows, the mountain's shadow will always overtake it. I believe it's a simple matter of values in this world. From I've witnessed, it seems that people don't value stories as much as killers. It saddens me. I never wanted a reputation in this country. Or anywhere. But if I were to have gained any fame, I had hoped it would be for my work here in the Winterfell. It would have been a victory for the still and considered people of this world, who too often get sidelined by the commotion of those who are loud, violent, and reactionary. I'm running out of room, so I'll save more for the next Raven. I promise not to be so dour next time. Good health to you and your family. Especially your beloved sister and first nephew. Cheers, Tiresias. He paused for a moment, before lowering his quill again. Postscript: I hope you fare well too, Varys. He wondered if that the spymaster would actually read Tyrion's personal correspondence. At any rate, he'd probably be interested in any correspondence coming from the librarian he sold Gendry to. Who only a month later killed the mountain. Massaging his hand again, he stood and blew out the candle. He'll let the ink dry and read it again in the morning. When his mind was clear from sleep. He didn't mind putting to words his annoyance at his new reputation as a warrior. He didn't care if that got out. But still, perhaps future letters should be more light-hearted. And there will be more. As much as he wanted to focus on the north, he needed to build contacts in the south. Tyrion wasn't powerful at court now, but one day, who knew? If the south erupted into war again, Tywin could recognize his son's talents and grant him power. If that happens, it would be good to have his ear. Tyrion responds well to a little emotional honesty. It's a little risky, but it could pay off. Plus, Tiresias thought as he got into bed, I like having a pen pal. He ended up sending the raven the next day with no alterations before breakfast. It was unnecessary, but he stood at the window, watching the raven fly south until it disappeared. Which took longer than he intended. When he finally came down for breakfast, it was at the tail end. Gin walked by, carrying a tray. Morning, Gin. She started a bit, seeing him, but recovered with a brisk smile. Morning, Tiresias. How'd you fare? Well enough. He stared at her. Her eyes were a little too wide, her voice pitched slightly higher. You all right? I'm fine, she said, still smiling. You're sparring with Gord tonight, That's the plan. Well, he'll be busy until an hour past dinner. That all right? He nodded. All right. Great, she said. Great, he's looking forward to it. You'll be there. Tiresias muttered. He tried to place the look on her face. Was she excited? What for? Gin, what's going on? Nothing, she said lightly. G'day, Tiresias. She strolled off quickly, shielding her face from his bewildered stare. Arriving late for breakfast meant burnt bacon and little butter for the bread. Tiresias didn't mind. He wolfed down his food, trying to clear his mind, trying not to be curious. He had to focus. If he buckled down, he could finish the last of the inquiries from the western coast before supper and be caught up with all his work. Good morning, Tiresias. He turned with bread in his mouth to see Sansa Stark before him. Her hands were behind her. Septa Mordain stood next to her, a civil smile to go with Sansa's genuine one. Swallowing as quickly and politely as he could, he nodded. Good morning, Lady Sansa. How are you today? I am well. Thank you for asking. Knowing not to do so would be potentially unwise, Tiresias nodded to her caretaker as well. Septa. Good morning. She gave a polite nod back. Good morning, Tiresias. Lady Sansa has something she wishes to give you. Oh. He turned back to Sansa, who brought her hand forward. Folded neatly was the armband she took back the night he returned. The stitches were mended beautifully, the dire wolf head as strong as it was when he set out to the lonely hills. And encompassing the dire wolf were 6 blue winter roses of various sizes. Tiresias wiped his hands free of bacon grease before he took the cloth. His fingers traced the roses gently. 6 roses, he murmured, before looking up to Sansa. He switched to the old tongue. 1 blue rose for each Stark child. Sansa nodded. What did you say, Tiresias? Asked Septa Mordain, still polite, but frowning. Tiresias turned to her. Forgive me, Septa. I said, 6 blue roses. 1 for each of the Stark children. He looked at Sansa, grinning. And 1 for me. Septa Mordain bent over, peering at the armband. Sansa shot him a sly smile. Finally the Septa straightened and cleared her throat. I see, she said. That's very thoughtful of you, Lady Sansa. Tiresias stood, placing the armband in his pocket and grabbing the rest of his bacon. It is indeed. Thank you, my lady. I'll wear it proudly when I next ride from Winterfell. See you later in the library. Septa. He exited quickly, before any mockery overtook his smile. It was easier to be polite with the Septa. And in all fairness, Septa Mordain seemed determined to be polite as well. Well, bigots can be polite. In fact, they often are. Trudging up the stairs and along the corridor to the library tower, Tiresias sighed before chewing the rest of his bacon. His eyes drifted to the window as he swallowed and what he saw caused him to immediately halt. He stepped to the glass to make sure he was seeing correctly. Bran was stepping along the battlements. It wasn't the nimble surety that he displayed when King Robert arrived, but there was a fearlessness there. Whether it was his age or natural skill, he seemed at ease with a sharp drop next to him. A growing group of houseguards were beginning to follow him from the ground. Tiresias sighed and continued. It was fair to assume that Bran would be late this morning and scolded by Catelyn this evening. You won't fall from the broken tower this time, so will it be elsewhere? Will the dreams come then? Or will they come before? If we're truly on a shortened timeline here. The only person that would come to him, should Bran begin to dream of the three-eyed raven, was Lord Stark. With no word from the man, Tiresias assumed that the boy dreamt normal dreams and no whispers in his sleep propelled him beyond the wall. The rest of the day passed quickly. Tiresias kept to the library and before dinner, he filed away an inquiry from Flint's finger, finishing the last backed-up item from his absence. Tomorrow he could have a relatively normal day as the Winterfell librarian. Only took me over a month. But it was done. He breathed easier as he blew out the candles and exited the library. He'd have an hour to kill before meeting Gord. No, after dinner. Gin said so. Rather strangely too. After a fruitless minute contemplating Jin's behavior, he put it out of his mind. It wasn't his business. Probably wasn't even about him. Or his spar. She had no part of those in the past. She had her own life, her own worries. Believe it or not, mate, not everything revolves around you. Tiresias snorted and turned for the main gates. Bran inspired him this morning. He glanced at his hands, flexing them. He hadn't climbed in a while. It would to do to exercise that little gift. He wished there was snow though, to cushion any falls. There would be no scaling to the top this early evening. Just mere bouldering. That's all right. Builds muscle as well. Besides, you don't want Bran's fate, do you? He walked along the walls, trying to find a spot. Won't share his fate though, feel safe saying I won't be opening a third eye in my lifetime. Taking a few minutes to stretch, he reached up and began to climb. He took care though. Whether it was luck or preordained, he was already gifted by some entity when he woke up in Westeros. The chances of the three-eyed raven passing along his gifts to him as well if he were crippled were slim to none. Tiresias stared at Gord. He had been feigning nonchalance the whole evening, but as they wound down their exercise and began their final spar, the cracks began to show. It wasn't even the exercise that wore him down. He could hear the man's shortened breath, racing heartbeat, his eyes straying to the castle whenever he thought Tiresias wasn't looking. He was like Gin this morning. Tiresias noticed it right from the start, peering at him. "You all right?" he asked multiple times. And Gord would nod every time. I, he said, his eyes always flickering toward the keep. Then he would shake his head and tighten his grip on his sword. Another. They did continue, but for whatever reason, Gord's head just wasn't in the training yard. Tiresias tried to stop, however whenever he suggested adjourning the exercise, Gord rejected it. "I'm fine, mate. I'm fine. Just a few more, The few more spars had turned into several and it was another hour before Gord relented, finally calling it quits for the night. They put their swords away. Gord was quiet, his usual jovial teasing absent. Tiresias ignored it, putting it down to an off evening. "Good night, Gord," he said, striding away. "Mate," Gord called behind him. He turned back to see Gord, shuffling his right foot, not quite meeting his eyes. You going to the springs?" He nodded. I always bathe after we spar." "You should, Gord flexed his fingers. Tiresias heard his heart racing. "You should go to your room." "What? Go to your room? Forget the springs for tonight and just, go there. To your room." Tiresias stared at Gord. "Why?" There was no answer, though Gord finally raised his eyes to meet his. A small laugh escaped him. He couldn't help it. "Gord, what's going on?" "I don't know, mate." He cleared his throat. "It's only what I was told to tell you." "Who told you?" Gord grabbed his furs, draping them over his shoulders. He walked over to Tiresias, stopping before him. "You trust me, mate?" Tiresias nodded. Well, all right, then." He patted him on the shoulder. "Till next time." With that, Gord proceeded to the west gate, toward Wintertown, walking a bit more quickly than usual. Tiresias stared after him even when he disappeared. "The hell you on about?" He turned his gaze toward the castle, wondering what could possibly be in his room that would negate a wash after exercise. His mind went to ridiculous places, imagining dangers and traps springing on him once he opened his door. The thought inspired a low chuckle from him. He trusted Gord. Whatever was waiting in his room wouldn't endanger him. But the caution didn't disappear. He didn't like mysteries. Not in this world. With an brisk exhale, he left the training yard. Whatever it was, he could deal with it promptly and then head to the springs. Wash off the remnants of his spar. He stalked slowly through the castle to his room. It was unnecessary, but he couldn't help it. He wished Gord was a bit more forthcoming, hadn't picked this evening to play coy. Finally he stood in front of his door. Steeling himself, he reached for the knob. He froze and sniffed, his ears sharpening. The hearth was lit. He could smell the fire. He could also hear the blaze and someone moving about inside. He tried to identify the scent, but it was masked by the door and the smoke. Whoever it was, they weren't sneaking about, but moving freely. Not worried about being caught. Taking a breath, he opened the door and entered. A woman crouched before the hearth, framed by the blaze. She didn't jump or turn around when he entered, but continued to feed the flames. Tiresias didn't need her to turn around though. He recognized her from behind. After a few more seconds, she stood up and turned. She had lit the other candles in the room, which illuminated her face, the little flames reflected in her brown eyes. Tiresias remained by the door, his hand frozen on the knob. "Mal," he said softly. She didn't say anything, but her eyes went to the door. Understanding immediately, he closed it. It seemed to creak more than usual. He faced the door for a second more, bracing himself before turning back. His pulse was beginning to race. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to help you," she answered, as quietly as him. "Help me what?" Her eyes went down and he followed them. There was a low washing tub in front of the fire. He hadn't noticed it. Pitchers stood next to the fire. Steam arose from a few of them. Tiresias looked back up. Her eyes were already back on him. He tried to speak, but he didn't know what to say. His mind was numb. But he could still hear. Despite her composed face, Mal's heart was beating quickly too. And her smell, it was different now. Like it was when they spoke outside of the kitchens near a year ago. When she spoke though, her voice was still calm and quiet. "Lock the door." The soft command entered his head slowly and so he hesitated before reaching into his pocket and pulling out the key. He turned back to the door, finding comfort there, staring at it. She was too much. He tried to calm himself, the breathing exercise from Clark's mother. No, mate, no, you don't want his mother anywhere near this. He locked the door. A beat later, he went to the bedside table and placed the key on top. It seemed heavy as he set it down. His fingers shook. Tiresias turned back to Mal. She regarded him, hiding her quickened breath and racing heart with more success than him. Without taking her eyes off him, she reached down to her wrists and unbuttoned the cuffs. She rolled the sleeves up, tucking them in firmly, before folding her hands in front of her. Tiresias tried to think. Had he ever seen her forearms before? Whenever she served, whenever she stitched and sewed, had he ever seen them? Undress. This command was quieter than the first. He heard her fortifying breath beforehand, but her brown eyes showed no embarrassment and her low voice was certain. The wind was quiet tonight. It didn't billow against the castle. There was no respite, nothing to cover the crackle of the fire, his racing heart. He sat down on the bed and began to unbuckle his boots. He turned his eyes on the straps, but he still felt her gaze upon him. Once he pulled the boots off, he stood, eyes on the wall as he removed his belt. He laid it on the bed gently behind him. When the shirt came off, he did the same, folding it out of sheer habit before placing it down. He unbuttoned his trousers, trying not to hesitate, trying not to hurry. He stared determinedly at the wall through all of this. As his fingers clasped the drawstring in his brace, he breathed and turned back to Mal, still regarding him silently. His undergarment did nothing to conceal his erection. Her expression didn't change though. She didn't even look down. Her eyes still met his. Exhaling through his nose, he pulled the drawstring loose and lowered his brace, stepping out of them. He folded them on the bed and faced her. It was an effort to keep his hands to his sides. Mal's eyes washed over him along with the heat from the flames. It was only a quick glance though and she met his eyes again. He heard her swallow before speaking. Get in. Tiresias focused his gaze on the tub before stepping forward. Feeling was not distributed evenly throughout his body. His feet felt numb, but his fingers trembled slightly. He hadn't trembled like this in years. The round tub was only a foot tall. Once he stepped over, Mal turned and picked up a pitcher by the fire. Steam rose from the opening. He squatted in the center and closed his eyes. In his darkness, he heard Mal step behind him and warm water draped across his back and shoulders, on top of his head, wetting his hair. The tension seeped from him. Exhaling, he wiped the water from his face and opened his eyes. Mal placed the pitcher back, next to the fire. When she turned back, he saw a block of soap in her hands. She came to the tub, crouching down by his side and dipped the soap in the tub. Once it was wetted, she took out a cloth and wetted that too, rubbing the soap and the cloth together. Tiresias gazed at her as she worked. She kept her eyes down though, on her hands. However, when he looked away, gazing to the fire, he swore her eyes flickered up at him. And he could still hear her own heart racing, despite her calm, despite her quiet. It made for a lovely song against the crackle of the flames, the water dripping from his body. When the cloth was sufficiently soaked, she positioned herself behind him. He sat and crossed his legs. He placed his hands on the rim of the tub, gripping it. If he didn't, he couldn't say how long he could resist not touching her. His fingers began to tremble again, against the wood as she began to wash his back. Her hands were strong, with fingers durable from needlework. They worked their way across him, one holding his shoulder while the other scrubbed. She wasn't harsh though. She didn't work quickly. His breath fell into a steady rhythm as she got the top middle of his back he could never easily reach, around the shoulder blades and onto his neck and shoulders. As she reached for his right shoulder, she stood and bent over him. Tiresias felt her breath on his neck and closed his eyes, savoring it. But she stood up soon after and the graze of the cloth was gone. Tiresias heard her walk back to the fire and pick up another pitcher. Warm water hit his back and shoulders again as the suds slid from his skin. He loosened his grip on the tub and exhaled. His arms felt heavy all of a sudden. He opened his eyes to see Mal standing before him, pitcher at her feet, soaked cloth in hand. The request in her eyes clear enough, Tiresias stood. Slowly though, as to not send water over the tub's edge and onto the floor. Her eyes followed his as he rose above her. She barely came up to his shoulders. Barely a beat passed before her eyes fell to his chest. He didn't need to ask what she was looking at. Even with the hair on his chest, it was quite prominent. She reached out and traced the scar that Clegane gave him, the only permanent marker from their duel. Luckily. Her fingers grazed it slowly, from his right pectoral to his left abdomen. She lingered at the end of it, before meeting his eyes again. He tried to read hers. The steeled look was back. It was muted and calm, but it was back. Then again, he didn't quite trust himself to see and think clearly. He was standing nude in front of her, fully erect. His breath was still a little short. Without breaking eye contact, she raised her cloth and began to scrub his chest. She worked her way around his torso, lifting his arm to get his sides, then tending to the arms. Once that was done, she stepped behind, scrubbing the lower back she didn't get while he was sitting. Without hesitation, she continued on to his buttocks. Tiresias tried and failed to breathe calmly. She didn't hurry in that area, but she didn't linger either, crouching down and getting his legs, scrubbing his calves and the back of his thighs. When she was done, Tiresias placed one foot up, balancing on the rim. Mal came to the front, eyes down on his leg as she washed it and then the other one. They both did their best to ignore his groin, his obvious arousal, her cloth coming close, but never touching. Her eyes only on what she scrubbed. Collected. Relaxed. But he still heard her heart racing. The song of her blood. Almost as fast as his. Finally she straightened and he placed his foot back into the tub. She placed the cloth in a loose sack and fetched another pitcher. The water wasn't steaming, but it was still warm as it rinsed the suds from his body. She poured it slowly, from all around him. Deftly too. Only a couple dozen drops escaped the boundary of the round tub. With the pitcher empty, she placed it gently on the floor next to the other empty one. She grabbed the last full pitcher and came to the tub. She crouched down in front of him. Tiresias stared, but she did not look up. She merely set down the pitcher and picked up the soap, wetting it in the tub. Then she scrubbed her hands, whipping up a lather. "On your knees," she said, eyes still on her hands. He didn't mishear her. He knew that. And having not questioned any of her commands, he was not inclined to start now. Exhaling, he lowered himself, submerging his knees below the low level of water collected in the tub. He knelt there, knowing to wait. Mal was still lathering her hands. But she stopped shortly and looked to him. Her face was still calm, but her brown eyes gleamed and she swallowed slightly before speaking. "Move yourself to the edge." Shuffling gently from the center, he brought himself just before the rounded rim of the tub. Mal still met his eyes and he didn't stray from her gaze. He did, however, grip the edge of the tub as he did before. And for the same reason. He had a very good idea, and hope, of what she'd do next. Sure enough, she lowered her eyes and brought her lathered hands to his groin. He couldn't help a small gasp. She didn't seem to mind. Her hands moved through his hair, along his shaft and cupped his scrotum. It wasn't a massage, but it was a thorough, gentle scrub. Tiresias lowered his head, his breathing deep, but quickening. After a few seconds, she glanced back up at him, her brown eyes boring into him. That almost ended him. He couldn't look at her. He dropped his eyes, averting his gaze, but looking down meant gazing down at her hands. Her wonderful hands and how they worked. He closed his eyes and panted softly. There was no hiding it from Mal, not that he wanted to. He didn't care if she saw his chest rise and fall, his fingers tremble, his cock twitch. One of her hands left him and he opened his eyes. She reached for the last pitcher. Cupping his scrotum and raising it up, she slowly poured water, rinsing the suds. The water wasn't warm and it helped Tiresias slow down his breathing. With everything rinsed, Mal dropped his privates and poured water over her own hands, flicking them free of water over the tub. Tiresias remained on his knees and continued to breathe, closing his eyes again. His hands still gripped the rim. "Do you shave when you wash?" He opened his eyes. She was standing before him, wiping her hands with a cloth. Swallowing, he nodded. "Sometimes." "Where's your razor?" He nodded dully off to the corner. "Drawer. Top left." His ears followed Mal as she walked to the drawer and extracted the razor. His eyes remained on the blaze in the hearth. It was beginning to diminish, the shadows growing deeper around him. Sighing, he relinquished his grip on the rim and sat back down in the tub. He ran his hands over his face, feeling the harsh beginnings of a beard. Mal returned with the razor and crouched before him as before. She had also brought the shaving soap he had. Wetting it in the tub, she lathered her hands as before. Though this time, she worked much more quickly. Tiresias settled in, bringing his face forward. With her hands lathered, Mal began to rub the soap in, along his neck, in circles on the cheeks and gently above the lip. "You ever done this before?" Tiresias asked, doing his best not to move his mouth. Mal muttered. She rinsed her hands. "My family were pig farmers. 'Fore they passed. Shaved my first dead hog when I was 6. Just a wee lass," he murmured. Mal raised the razor, turning the blade out. She said. "Grew up quick though. Can I borrow your belt?" He nodded and she fetched his belt from the bed, running the razor back and forth across it. With the edge prepared, she crouched down again and raised the blade to his cheek. Tiresias didn't know if skill with a needle correlated to skill with a razor. But it seemed to be the case with Mal. She brought the blade down thoroughly and the deep scratch of the razor sent a tingle through the rest of him. His right cheek was quickly smooth and she started on the left. When'd you shave last? She asked, her eyes unblinking on the blade. He shrugged. Carefully. Yestermorn. Between every stroke, she lowered the blade into the water, cleaning it. Quite the shadow you've grown in a day. She grabbed his chin gently, turning him to the firelight and raising his head. Why don't you grow it out? Never needed it for the cold, he said, eyes on the ceiling. Besides, a beard shields you from everything else. I like to feel things. The wind, the scratch of a razor, the water when I swim. He lowered his eyes to her. She was almost done with his neck. Woman's kiss. The blade paused, but only slightly before she continued. Once the neck was done, she lowered his chin. With the blade clean, she started around his mouth, beginning below his lips. Her brown eyes were open before him. He could stare into them, as they focused on the razor. She was still shaving when she spoke. You'd put me in danger, her voice was softer than the flames. If we were together. Tiresias sighed. I believe so. And you still want to be with me. That's why it's your choice. My enemies, they're not yours. Mal finished with his chin and dipped the blade below the water. The blade stayed there though, her eyes downcast. These enemies of yours, they know you're pledged to House Stark? That you work for them. She spoke quietly. As though the walls could hear them. I, answered Tiresias. They do. The fire crackled behind her. I also work for House Stark. Training to dress them. Shield them from the winters. Make them beautiful. She snorted lightly. Do my best anyway. Mal then sighed, her shoulders rising and falling, as she exhaled through her nose. So I guess, in a way, I'm already pledged to House Stark too. Since you're pledged to House Stark, your enemies are theirs, and their enemies are mine as well, with or without you as my man. She raised her eyes. They were full of steel. His fingers were still gentle as they steadied his chin. Mal focused unblinkingly as she tended to the beginnings of his mustache. As for the time away, I'm still peeved at you for that. Need more than a thimble and threads to make up for that, but in the years ahead, if I know that you're traveling far, staying away long, I could handle it, I suppose. You could. She shrugged. Always figured I'd marry a soldier 'fore I met you. The razor paused. Perhaps Otis, she said lightly. Otis. A shadow of a grin ran across her face. Well, he's gentle enough. Not too tall. Turns red when he says hello. He brought me yellow snapdragons when I stopped serving. Sounds darling, Tiresias murmured. He's a soldier still. The little joviality there dropped. He'll leave as all soldiers do. Go and put himself in danger. Leave me to wonder if he's coming back. Turning his chin slightly, she got the corners of his mouth. It could be the same with many other men. I could marry a sailor, a hunter, a miner, they'd all give me the worries a woman expects in life. She met his eyes briefly. And it won't be any different with you, So you say. No, probably not. Her fingers ran over his upper lip. You killed the mountain. You're a good fighter. That wasn't a question. And so he remained silent as she wiped the blade clean and closed it. She took a clean cloth and dipped it in the pitcher. Wringing it, she brought it to his face, wiping him clean. When you're away, doing whatever Lord Stark commands of you, I trust you to survive, and to come back. And if any of our enemies come to see to me or anyone else, I trust you to protect them. To protect me. And if I'm away when they come? Tiresias asked, almost whispering. That was his fear, which kept him from her the most. He was helpless away from Winterfell, beyond the wall, in the south, he couldn't protect her then. Mal dropped the damp cloth in the linen sack. She remained crouched though and stroked his face, checking her work. Her fingers glided over his skin and stopped, cupping his cheek. If that should happen, she said quietly. I trust you to kill whoever harmed me. Her face was level with his and her brown eyes bored deep into his. There was a little fear there, but the steel was back, gleaming with strength. Her last statement wasn't a question. But still, he felt compelled to nod. Tiresias felt her exhale as she moved forward. He closed his eyes and felt her lips press against his cheek. The kiss lingered and her mouth opened, her tongue swirling delicately on his skin. She moved down to his neck and did the same, tasting him. A faint moan escaped him. He turned his head to kiss her hand, still cupping his cheek. And then she stood. Not too quickly. And he was left sitting in the tub, with a racing heart and quickened breath. Mal took a breath herself and began to unroll her sleeves, buttoning her cuffs. Tiresias began to laugh lightly. You shouldn't kiss my neck like that if you don't want me to come after you. She smiled and tossed him a drying cloth. I'll keep that in mind when we're Wednesday. Tiresias stood and began to pat himself down. You want to get married soon? Mal shrugged. Wouldn't mind a few months of an actual courtship. Gifts from afar are nice, but... For the first time that evening, she smiled with a hint of embarrassment. I'm sure you'll think of something. Tiresias stepped out, drying his feet. Think I'm the poetic type. She checked that her hair was in place before she picked up her bag. I've heard you sing. Remember? With that, she went to the door. Her calm exit was disrupted when she forgot that the door was locked. She lowered her head, her hand still on the knob. He could see her embarrassed grin from the side. Here, said Tiresias, coming over. He grabbed the key from the bed and reached around her. She didn't move, but he still heard her pulse quicken. Mal opened the door slowly, checking that the corridor was deserted before stepping out. She turned back to Tiresias, still damp and wrapped in a cloth at the door. A little quiet laughter escaped her before she calmed. Good night, she said with a slight smile. Good night, he said quietly. His mouth was quite dry. With that, she turned and strode away, her shoes echoing down the corridor. Tiresias didn't linger in the doorway to watch her disappear. He shut the door and locked it again. Soon there'd be a night when she didn't leave. And a night when she wouldn't leave you like this. Tiresias looked down and laughed. That damn kiss on his neck had stirred him again. He was tempted to finish it off. But as he played with himself, he soon dropped it, not feeling like it. He wanted to see her eyes, see them cloud over in ecstasy as he lost himself in them. Anything else, just seemed inadequate. You be careful, mate. Happy wife, happy life, it'd be great, but you still have work to do. He certainly did, and he couldn't really do that with Mal on his mind above and an erect cock below. Sitting on the bed, he started the breathing exercises. Now was the time to bring Clark's mother into this. Inhale on 1, 2, 3, 4 and hold on 1, 2, 3, 4, and release on 1, 2, 3, 4. After 10 minutes, he was calmed. And exhausted. The fire was almost gone and sleep would come soon. But it wasn't here yet. There was still work to do. And candles were still lit. He grabbed 2 of them and made his way to the desk. There, he opened a tome on the Dornish noble houses he grabbed from the library a few nights ago. He wasn't sure how much he would retain in the morning. But he needed to work. And so he read into the night. When he laid down to sleep later, Dornish houses passed through his mind, some remaining in the crevices, others escaping him. He turned over and, in the darkness, he saw a pair of brown eyes. He could still smell her in the room. His breath fluttered and he closed his eyes. Soon, mate. Soon. Notes. All right, readers. I made the early publishing date. Here's a behemoth of a chapter, and with that, it's time for a hiatus as I write another 100k words of the Prophet from Maine. I have a way to keep you informed of my progress without false chapter notifications, but I do need a break from this. So it won't be on the story summary for another few weeks. Chapter 37. The snow whirled around him gently, blinding him, but he continued to trek. His boots were silent as they fell upon the path. He had come out of a castle. No, a forest. But when he looked back, nothing was there but the falling snow, and so he kept moving into the oblivion. He wasn't cold though. He was never cold. Eternity passed in a few seconds and he came to the end of his path. He recognized the wall, a barricade of blue and white. Soon he was directly before it. He reached out, putting his hand toward the ice. It was impossible, but his palm chilled. There was no end to it. Craning his neck, he couldn't see the top. The snow was too thick and it continued to fall. Caw. Caw. The raven's cry pierced the silence, faint but beckoning. He tore his eyes from the white void and began to follow the wall. His hand brushed his side. His dagger was gone. It was there in the mountain's helm. He approached the giant corpse, armored and slumped against the ice. With an effort that nearly tore him away, he withdrew the dragon glass dagger and walked on. The raven didn't call again, but still he walked along the wall. Another eternity came and went. He passed the mountain's corpse again and again and again, but he didn't panic. He was bound to run into it frequently. A fire grew in the distance. The white void around him darkened as he approached, and it was night when he reached the fire. The flames crackled in the silence and a rope creaked. He looked up. Over the fire, the whore from Gulltown hung from a jutting iron beam from the wall. Her skin was whiter than the snow falling next to her. The dress rustled softly in the wind. The dark red hair glowed deep from the fire. It still framed the yellowed skull. He looked back to the fire. It had risen to his eyeline. No, he had sat down. Cross-legged, arms folded. Here, he would wait. For how long? He didn't know. It didn't seem to matter. Eternities were commonplace in the everlasting winter. Caw caw. Caw. Away from the wall, to the north, he looked. But it was dark now. And he couldn't trek there. Not yet, he had to see to this fire. The rope creaked and the iron bar sang a low note. He looked back to the hanging whore. The yellowed skull had eyes now. Clear, full of relief and a deathly emptiness. Rosie's eyes, but he had shut them. Rosie shed a tear and it ran down the rotting bone, flames flickered before him. He looked down to see himself engulfed by the fire. It clothed him, but it didn't burn him. Didn't even warm him. But it lit his way. Tearing away from the wall and the hanging woman, he trekked north. Burning as he disappeared into the dark snowy night. He saw himself as he did so. Out of the eyes of the yellowed skulls, he saw a flame that walked toward the raven's cry. He tried to blink. But he had no eyelids. Tiresias opened his eyes in the darkness. It took a couple of blinks before he recognized his surroundings. The grey light of the pre-dawn draped his room. He sighed and sank deeper into his pillow. It wasn't the first time that Rosie appeared in his dreams. It had been a while for the Gulltown woman. Being on fire though, that was a new one. He forced himself to remember Howland Reed's warning. Don't lose yourself to dreams, man. You're not even a green seer. And your knowledge of the future that was will lead you to certain images. A yawn interrupted that train of sleepy thought. For that, he was grateful. Right now, he stood a somewhat decent chance of falling back asleep for an hour or two before he had to get up. However, luck wasn't with him this pre-dawn. After 20 or so minutes, he gave up and forced himself onto his feet. Then immediately to the floor for the morning stretches. As he reached for his foot, his eyes went to the hearth. His mind to the dream again as he became a flame. Fire bathing his whole body. Tiresias snorted. Forget it, you jerk. You've pushed your luck enough already. Just be grateful for the busy day. So he left the dream behind. After he finished stretching, he fetched a bow from the corner. It was purchased only a fortnight ago, newly forged from you and in dire need of breaking in. In addition to frequenting the archery range, he had taken to oiling it every morning and evening. Bookmarks to begin and end his days. As the smell of the oil filled his nostrils, he rubbed and bent the bow carefully. It would be quite lethal soon. In the meantime, he had plenty of other work to do. His mind went to the library, the training, an inch forward more toward the White Walkers, and a possible romantic, and private, outing this evening. Stares still followed him in Winterfell. They had lessened in the past 2 months since he had returned, but were still present. He felt them upon his back. Hell, he saw them plainly in front of him. The inhabitants of the castle and town weren't shy. Entering the smithy, he felt those stares as expected. They were accompanied by the sounds of hammers pausing, resting on the anvils. He strode forward, past all the apprentices to Mycon. The master blacksmith was bent over the billows, seeing to a split. Hello, Mycon. Tiresias called over the noise. Oi yourself. Mycon called back. He straightened up and his eyes fell behind the librarian. What? You lads all done? The hammers fell again, hurried. Tiresias tried not to smirk. Mycon turned to him. What'd ya need? He tapped the dagger on his side. Hadn't been sharpened in a while. Can I borrow Gendry? Mycon nodded to the weapon. What killed him, eh? The mountain. Tiresias suppressed a sigh. Mycon, you forged the blade which downed the mountain. He couldn't be sure that his voice didn't sound exasperated there. A ghost of a smile passed over the blacksmith's face though. Sure weren't the future I saw for that blade when I fixed it for yet. Wasn't the future I saw, either, responded Tiresias, scratching his neck. Can you spare Gendry? He sharpened it last time. Any apprentice with 6 months under him could have done the job, but Mycon seemed to understand the sentiment. He turned to the back. Gendry, he called. Around the corner with a polished rag, Gendry came. His eyes met Tiresias when he saw him. He nodded as the lad approached. Gendry gave a very brief nod in return before turning to Mycon. The master blacksmith grimaced as he returned to his knees before the bellow. Take his knife. Man needs an edge again. Said Gendry, before turning to Tiresias again. The librarian had already unsheathed his dagger. The lad took it gently. Here, he said, before walking off. Tiresias followed, feeling again the stares of the other apprentices. But the anvils still rung. Gendry turned a corner in the smithy, picking out a whetstone from the walled shelf. No use using the wheel for this, he said, plopping the whetstone into a bucket of water. This'll do quick. All right. No hurry from me. Tiresias turned up an empty crate and sat against the wall, crossing his legs. He turned to the lad. How've you been, Gendry? He shrugged. Good, I guess. It's cold, but it's good. How's Mycon? He's good. Not as talented as Topomot. Gendry glanced to the corner before shaking his head. Tiresias couldn't help a smirk. He's teaching me good though, Gendry claimed, seeing the smirk. The lad tapped the dagger. He's does good work. Gendry, you keep saying nothing else but good and you're going to drive me mad, Tiresias said lightly. The threat was received as it was intended. Gendry snorted. You're the reader here. You know the fancy words. He reached in the bucket for the whetstone, shaking it before setting it on a cloth on the table. I just know the metals. He brought the dagger to the coarse stone and dragged it. Would you like to learn how to read? Asked Tiresias. The scraping blade stopped as Gendry looked at him. What? Would you like to learn how to read, Gendry? Learn the fancy words. What for? Tiresias opened his ears up to the surrounding smithy. There was no one near them. Even if there were any eavesdroppers, they wouldn't be able to muster enough concentration to pierce through the hammering. He returned to the lad. Lord Stark told you who your father was, I. Gendry glanced around before nodding. He turned back to the whetstone and continued to sharpen the blade. A silence fell and Tiresias began to wonder if this was a mistake. He put aside his offer for the moment. How's that sitting with you? He asked as gently as he could. Gendry peered down the blade. Don't know, he murmured. Don't make much of a difference, does it? Tiresias shrugged. Made me fetch you away from the capital. Away from the queen and her reach. And her own bastard son. That stopped the sharpening. Gendry looked him dead in the eye. How'd you know? That I was his? I never knew. Even though he expected this question, Tiresias hadn't come up with a satisfying answer. Possible retorts flew through his head, but all seemed inadequate or insulting on some level. Unlike Lord Stark, he had no reason to recognize the Baratheon traits in some random boy off the street of Steel. Gendry stood waiting for several beats while he contemplated. Finally, he cleared his throat. Someone pointed you out to me, he said. We realized the danger there in King's Landing and decided to bring you north. He shrugged. I'm sorry if that's not a full answer, but it's all I'm prepared to say for now. To his relief, the lad didn't seem offended. He returned to the dagger, running it along the whetstone. Does the king know of me? Gendry asked, his eyes down. Tiresias exhaled through his nose. I think you already know the answer to that question. But if it makes you feel any better, he hardly knows his true-born children either. He willed himself not to smile grimly at the remark. Robert Baratheon knows no true-born children. Turning the blade, Gendry got the other side. I dreamt of me mum the first night here, he murmured. First time in a while. Don't remember much of her. She died when I was little. She was a tavern wench. Tiresias remained silent. She had blonde hair, Gendry said, his voice still quiet. And she sang. Can't remember how she sounded, but I know she sang to me. Guess most mums do. My mother read to me, Tiresias offered. She didn't have much to sing about. Gendry turned the whetstone over. Well, mine didn't either. I keep thinking her older than she probably was. You know what I mean? Sept, she probably weren't much older than me, not more than 18, 20. The blade remained poised on the whetstone while Gendry composed himself. Tiresias became very interested in the floor until he heard the dagger sharpening again. Is your mum dead too? Asked Gendry. Tiresias nodded. But I had a longer time with her than you did with yours. I'm sorry, Gendry, that we couldn't get to you sooner. Gendry shrugged. It was all right for the most part. Master Mott was good to me. He glanced to the librarian. Who'd be teaching me to read? You. Tiresias shrugged. Probably. I don't have much experience teaching, but Maester Luwin is busy with his other duties. Besides, you're a bastard blacksmith. There's some decorum we need to follow. Gendry looked to the other end of the shop. Will you be teaching the other blacksmiths how to read? I hadn't considered it. Finished with the dagger, Gendry gave it a careful wipe down. I'm already an outsider here, he said. From the south, witness to the big duel. Why do you think I haven't told anyone I'm a king's bastard? How do you think it'll look if I start getting private lessons from you? You'll probably eat some shit, Tiresias replied frankly. You might face some jealousy and resentment from the others. Is that all that's keeping you back from learning how to read? Gendry shot him a look, frustration clear in his eyes. Tiresias sighed. Look, you don't have to answer right away, he said. Think on it, but please make a choice. Lord Stark hasn't heard from you since he's told you the truth. We're willing to help you, whether it's through literacy or soldiering. But you have to make the choice to let us help. The dagger was done. He stood and took the weapon from Gendry. They regarded each other for a beat, before he looked over the blade. You do good work, Gendry, he said, sheathing the dagger. If you wish to remain a blacksmith, that's an honorable way to live. But you could be a literate smith who can wield the steel he crafts. It's not impossible and you certainly deserve to learn. Despite what the king, the highborn or your fellow apprentices may say. Gendry's eyes had lowered to the ground by this point. So, think on it. But only a little more, The boy nodded. Tiresias raised his eyebrows. You could look me in the eyes when you agree to something, can't you? Through only a slight effort, Gendry met his gaze. I'll think on it. He clapped the boy's shoulder. Good. I'll let you get back to the others. Thanks for the touch-up. Touch-up? Resisting the urge to grimace, Tiresias waved it away. Never mind. Thankfully he heard another distraction coming his way. She was trying to sneak around to the shelf of whetstones from the other side of the wall. She paused now, trying to stay still, but Tiresias still smelled her. He turned to the shelf. Hello, little underfoot. Can we help you with something? Gendry followed his gaze. They only waited a short beat before hearing a frustrated groan. Arya came around the corner, glaring at Tiresias. He returned her glare with a smile. That was good. You're getting quieter. Not quiet enough, she said, though her glare was fading fast. How'd you know? I held my breath and everything. Tiresias shrugged. You stink. She frowned. I don't stink. You do. So do I. So does Sansa and Jon and your father and everyone else. Everybody has a stink. He nodded toward Gendry. So does he. Have you two met? Gendry, Arya Stark. Arya, Gendry. The young blacksmith looked content to disappear. However he held his ground and nodded politely to Arya. Lady. Do not call me Lady. Arya exclaimed. She then looked to Tiresias. What are you laughing at? Tiresias had brought his hand to his mouth, covering his growing grin. Nothing. Nothing, he said blithely. Taking a deep breath, he looked to her. Do you need something, Arya? Her flash of indignation passed, she nodded up to the shelf. My arrowheads are getting dull. I need to borrow one of those. You've been shooting arrows for years. Don't you have a whetstone by now? Jon always sharpened them for me. I want to do it myself now. Tiresias raised his eyebrows. Do you know how? She shrugged. I watched him do it a few times. All right then. Which stone here is the best one for arrowheads? Arya's silence was her answer. He turned to Gendry, who had been standing stock still since his address to the little lady. Gendry, why don't you show her which stone to use and how to use it? The lad looked from Arya to him with a growing apprehension. Tiresias, he lowered his voice. She's the warden's daughter. I'm well aware of that, Tiresias responded lightly. I'm sure that Lord Stark would appreciate someone showing his daughter how to safely sharpen her arrowheads. He shrugged. Or better yet, just not say anything on the matter. To that, Gendry sighed and turned back to Arya. You don't have an arrowhead on you, do you? Arya shook her head. All right, then. Wait here. I'll be back. Gendry walked past her to fetch one. Arya turned her head, following him. Gendry, Tiresias called. The lad stopped and turned. I'll hear from you later, Whatever you decide. Gendry nodded and exited. Arya turned back to him. What was that about? Something between Gendry and myself. He smirked. Though I'm sure if you came sneaking around earlier, you might have overheard something. No one else hears me. Arya exclaimed. How do you? He dropped his smirk immediately. It was never a good idea to belittle a child's frustration. Arya wanted a clear answer and he thought fast, trying to think of a suitable one. Finally he shrugged. The gods blessed me with keen senses, Arya. I've spent years in the wilderness in Essos. I learned to use them. I know practice is never the fun answer, but that's essentially what happened. And a dose of the supernatural to help it along. Arya peered at him, her frustration gone. Can I learn to use them too? Can you teach me? Tiresias contained a grimace. It's not something I know how to teach. Perhaps when you're older, you may go to other instructors in these matters. You're certainly too young to go to Bravus. Besides, without tragedy, will you be spurred to the faceless men? Continuing to peer at him, Arya narrowed her eyes. What other instructors? I tell you when you're older, Tiresias stated, allowing a little sternness into his tone. Then he slipped a little teasing. Today, why don't you let the handsome young blacksmith teach you how to sharpen your arrows? The teasing found its mark. Arya scrunched her face. He's not handsome. Fine, he's very cute. Shut up. Laughing lightly, Tiresias took his leave, walking past her. I'll see you tomorrow in the library, Arya. Don't cut yourself today. Tiresias exited the smithy, just as Gendry returned with the arrowhead. As he headed back to the Great Keep, his conversation with the lad supplanted the light teasing of Arya. His smile dropped as he walked through the courtyard. A part of him tried to resist imagining that conversation as a precursor for speaking to Jon Snow about his parentage. He was grateful for some practice, for lack of a better word, but that would be a whole other animal. The two boys were similar in some respects, besides the hidden royal lineages. Both carried chips on the shoulder. Feelings of inadequacy. Hard workers each of them. But to dwell on the similarities wouldn't help much. Jon Snow's realization of his parentage, well, he didn't know. All he did know was he would have to handle it differently from how he handled Gendry's. Lost in his head as he contemplated the boy's eventual revelation, Tiresias didn't even notice a horse cantering behind him into the courtyard. Or the excited yells from the keep. Uncle Benyon! Uncle Benyon! Shaking himself from the thought, he saw the said subject of his musings, Jon Snow plus Robb as they raced past him from the great keep to greet their uncle. He turned to see Benyon quickly dismounting from his horse. He caught them in fierce hugs and ruffled their hair. Arya came bolting from the smithy, having heard her brothers, wrapping her arms around Benyon's hip. Tiresias ran his gaze over him. His face carried a few more scars. His hair was going grey faster than Ned's. Once he released his nephews and niece, he saw the hilt of the dragon glass dagger on his belt. He still had it. Though he wasn't pretending not to look, he still felt caught when Benyon, whilst glancing around the courtyard, met his eye. They regarded each for a brief second, before Tiresias nodded. Benyon didn't return the nod, but he saw the message clear enough in his eyes. We'll speak later. Which suited Tiresias just fine. He turned and left Benyon to the attention of Robb, Jon, and Arya as they escorted him into the keep. He didn't see Benyon again until that evening. Per usual, Lord Stark barely made a fuss over his younger brother's visit. He simply sat him at his side and he was questioned incessantly by the children. If Tiresias concentrated, he could hear the inquiries from here. However, he allowed the Starks their privacy and kept his ears to himself, happy to keep dinner a muted affair for him and Barth. Thankfully no houseguard or soldier approached him this evening and asked for a full recounting of the mountain's demise. The stairs were there though. But they could be easily ignored. He didn't ignore all of them though. From his point in the hall, he could see the adjoining hallway. A welcome scent reached him and he raised his eyes to catch Mal's gaze as she entered down the hall. A small sly smile worked its way onto her face, but she didn't join his table. This was a courtship that would be best underplayed. They didn't say so but they both knew it to be true. Looks were exchanged in passing. Brief touches were savored. Outings were requested primly and conducted properly. Once alone, they could talk, touch or be silent together. Some evenings, she would come to his room. She would bring her work, sitting in front of the fire, embroidering or stitching. Her silver thimble gleamed in the firelight. And if he focused, he could hear the needle hitting the fine metal on her thumb. That was a distraction though. A good one, but a distraction still. He focused on his desk, where he would read, write, and plan. They labored together against the sounds of the crackling fire and the billows of the wind hitting the castle. It didn't go further than that. Though they weren't prudes, it was less than a month into the relationship. However, more than once he felt her eyes on him. When he turned and met them, he caught her thinking about him and the first night she came to his room. He didn't have to ask. He could simply tell. She didn't hide it. Oft-times, she would meet his gaze evenly, smile knowingly, then return to her work. They had their first true kiss a week prior. Not in the room though. It was outside, just before dinner. It was a rare cloudless sunset and the sky was pink against the crisp, cold weather. It wasn't overly romantic. He was walking to the stores, looking for some ropes to replace the one in his gym. The sounds of the forge and stables echoed in the background as Tiresias saw Mal approaching with a bundle in her arms from the stores. Cloths for the next day's work. Tiresias, she greeted shortly as she came near, eyes still ahead of her. He looked down the way and back quickly. No one else was in the small entryway. Mal. She stopped and faced him. He swallowed a bit. I'd like to kiss you now. Can I? As talented as Mal was with a needle, she was even more skilled with shielding her surprise. Nevertheless, Tiresias heard her heart rate shoot up as she regarded him. All right, she said, holding her cloth still, her brown eyes boring into him. He stepped forward and kissed her, holding her face gently with one hand. It was brief and her mouth opened on the last second before he pulled away. They stood quiet for a beat, before Tiresias nodded. See you tonight. Mal shrugged. Perhaps. She nodded. Librarian. Seamstress. With that, she walked away. It took Tiresias a couple of minutes to remember what he came for. That night and every night after, they ended their evenings with a kiss when she departed. Both wanted to go further. But they wanted to wait more. A part of them knew it was absurd. She'd seen him undressed. They wished to marry, It wouldn't have mattered. But that was not what he wanted, nor did she. They didn't discuss it. They just knew it. How they greeted. How they left. How they sat in silence. And so, in the great hall, they exchanged their looks, the silent promise kept, and she proceeded to her own spot across the hall. Tiresias returned to his table and the ever-silent Barth, whose eyes were firmly on his plate. He took a bite, chewing slowly. It was a full minute before he asked. How long have you known? Barth looked at him and shrugged. Couple years ago. Tiresias snorted lightly. Took my time, didn't I? Ya can't hurry a heart. Or a brew. Their usual comfortable silence was replaced with a bewildered one as Tiresias regarded the brewer. Finally he shook his head. I can't decide if that's wise sentiment or not. Barth took a draught. Thought ya knew better than to make small talk. That brief exchange saw more words than in the past month combined. And so they kept to their meals. Tiresias soaked the last of his broth with his bread when he heard approaching footsteps. He turned around to see Halls approaching him. Hello, Halls. The portly manservant stopped before him. Hello, Tiresias. Lord Stark requests your presence in his solar after supper. He glanced up at the high table to see Ned watching him. Right next to him, Benyon Stark was looking his way as well. Not needing to ask the purpose of such a summon, Tiresias agreed to come to the solar, facing Barth again as Halls walked off. He didn't want to risk repeatedly glancing back at the high table. Though that habit that died many years ago, in his first few months at Winterfell. Thankfully, he was done with his meal. After draining the last of his ale, he stood and walked out of the hall. He walked a little slower than usual, expecting a familiar step to fall beside him. Sure enough, Mal came up, her face forward. Librarian. Seems stress. He didn't bother to look around. There was nobody else in the corridor. You shouldn't come tonight. I have to speak with Lord Stark. Not sure how long I'll be. Fair enough. I've an arm pattern to plan. Reaching out, she took his hand. Tomorrow, then. He squeezed it back before letting go. Barring any tragedy. That got a light smirk out of her before she turned off, heading back to her quarters. Tiresias continued to walk, trying to breathe away a growing tightness in his chest. Focus, man. You'll have plenty of time for that. Tonight is for the wall. That evening, the guards were absent as Tiresias approached the solar. A tinge of apprehension pulsed through him as he slowed his step. But as he came to the door, he heard Benyon speaking, smelled Lord Stark's scent. He supposed the absence of the guards was an excuse to give the warden and his brother some privacy. As well as not put any eyes on me joining this meeting. As long as Halls remains discreet. He knocked. Come in, called Lord Stark. He creaked open the door to find the warden and his brother by the fire, mugs in hand. Tiresias closed the door and walked over, nodding to the pair. Lord Stark. Evening, Benyon. Benyon nodded back. It wasn't the first time they had met since Benyon had smuggled Tiresias past the wall. The youngest Stark brother had visited Winterfell at least once a year. But they never spoke. Any news from the Watch or beyond the wall was told to Ned, who then passed it on. Usually they merely exchanged a nod and a handshake if proximity called for it. There was no reason for anything else. He had never been called to a private discussion between the Stark brothers before. And so he stood quietly, waiting to hear of the special occasion. The warden stood, gesturing to Tiresias. Grab yourself a chair. Ale. Tiresias shook his head. Thank you, but no. I take some water if you don't mind. He grabbed a light chair from the side and settled in as he was handed a full cup. Sitting back in his chair, Lord Stark turned to Benyon. You want to tell him what you told me? His brother nodded. He said, before looking to Tiresias. He regarded the librarian a little differently than the last time he visited Winterfell. He could see the buried question in his eyes. He recognized it. Grown used to it in the past few months. However, Benyon suppressed his curiosity and launched into matters of true importance. The situation at Castle Black is growing more and more tense. My talks with the wildlings, the free folk, the Lord Commander's been good to keep them quiet, keep them to the officers, make it clear it's no surrender, just parley, but rumors have trickled down. Some of them false. Some of them true. Tiresias sipped his water. More to do something than out of actual thirst. And what's true? He asked quietly. The ranges have been cut down. Limited to the haunted forest. Benyon scratched his beard and shot Tiresias a pointed look. Craster's death eliminated our outpost. We can't range from there no more. Tiresias couldn't tell if Benyon was happy about that or not. He didn't have time to decide before the ranger continued. Corin Halfhand essentially lives in the forest now. He returned from the Frostfang 6 months ago, with the same message I received from my wildling contact. Mance Raider was coming. He met Mance Rayder? Tiresias asked. Benyon shook his head. No, he murmured. When the time came, we rode out to meet him. The Lord Commander, I and Corin, along with a few trusted men. But he wasn't there. My contact met me there instead, a wildling chieftain named Dimdalba. Mance sent him as an emissary. Tiresias forced himself to take a sip of water. I suppose you know my next question, he said. Benyon sighed. Mance had to ride out for the Valley of Then. He won't be back for a year at most. So, 10 months from now. Was it the White Walkers? Tiresias asked. Dimdalba didn't say, but probably. Benyon stretched his legs. In any case, he gave me another message. The free folk are going to begin traveling south, en masse. Lord Stark stared at Benyon. Are they coming to the wall? His brother shook his head. Not yet. Lord Commander told them no wildling encampments within 30 miles of the wall. No sense coming near Castle Black, spooking the Night's Watch. Dimdalba seemed amiable to that, agreed to pass on the message. We rode home shortly after. How many men were with this Dimdalba? Lord Stark asked. More than what showed themselves, Benyon said, lifting his mug. The fire crackled as Benyon drained his ale against the silence. When he lowered his tankard, Tiresias caught the weariness in his eyes. It reminded him of his face when he rescued John, sacrificed himself. He looked so tired. A fortnight hadn't passed since our return when the rumors of wildling camps came to our ears from the ground up. We expected them, but these rumors ran rampant, saying we're surrendering our territory, that they'll camp out right outside the gate. Alicer's been badgering the Lord Commander to lead a force out and destroy any fledgling camps before they take root and grow. Fortunately, the Lord Commander's been able to quell such ideas. The haunted forest is too vast and we too few. Benyon looked to Tiresias. How many wildlings did you say there were? He shrugged. Over 100,000. If they're all still alive. Benyon turned to Ned. Not as few as I thought, but the answer's the same. We're better off staying at the wall and letting the cold take them. That's the official position. Is Sir Alicer Thorne taking that well? Tiresias asked. Does Sir Alicer take anything well? A ghost of a grin came over Benyon's face as he asked. The rumors of the wildling encroachment are spurring high emotions. The Lord Commander, he's somewhat protected. Nobody thinks he'll let them through. But me, I've gotten my share of dirty looks, being called wildling lover. As first ranger, I've been asked how we could parley, what those filthy fucking barbarians could possibly offer us. An anxiety pinched Tiresias throughout. The Night's Watch had no qualms taking the life of an errant black brother, seen to be too friendly with wildlings. Soon, Tiresias muttered. Castle Black may be as dangerous to you as the haunted forest. Maybe more so. Maybe, Benyon dismissed. But for now, it's fine. No one has accused me openly as collaborating with the enemy, and even though the rumors grow with a speed I detest, another story follows it. The White Walkers and their ilk. Tiresias leaned forward. How many believe it? Benyon shot him a sardonic look. Well, we haven't exactly taken a poll, have we? It's not just me though. The tension's rising at the wall, a few may believe in the White Walkers, but most are just in disagreement over how to handle the wildlings. At the sight of Tiresias raising his eyebrows, Benyon amended his thought. Well, more than a disagreement, I know, as I said, tensions are rising. Mance Rayder must know what he's stirring by sending all the wildlings down south, Lord Stark offered, hands folded as he pondered. If he's ordered them to do so and he neglected the initial meeting, an opportunity to smooth over this migration, then the situation beyond the wall must really be dire. Benyon put down his tankard and leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Dimdalba passed on another message from Mance Rayder, he said, looking to his brother. Mance requested, that when he comes down again in 10 months or sooner, that in addition to the Lord Commander, you also be there. Lord Stark took the news well, sighing quietly only once before nodding. Makes sense. If they're going to pass through, they'll want a guarantee that they won't be slaughtered when they enter the north. Benyon nodded before turning to Tiresias. He's also asked for Tiresias of Winterfell. That was something that the Warden of the North didn't expect. Ned looked between Tiresias and his brother. What? Tiresias felt his surprise slipping away, but he didn't have to answer. Benyon did that for him. Mance has asked for your presence as well, he said, continuing to look at him. He wants to meet the foreigner who gifted them the first dragon glass, who knew of his plans to unify the free folk, who knew their numbers, and who killed Craster. Dropping his eyes to his cup, Tiresias saw the water barely trembling in his grip. He took another sip before asking. Did Dimdalba mention that last bit in front of the Lord Commander? Benyon sighed through his nose. Unfortunately, yes. He gave a humorless laugh. Say this about the free folk. Honest as the night is long. No time for festering horseshit in all that cold. Leaning back into his chair, Benyon dropped any humor. The Lord Commander didn't mention you as we rode back, but all the same, I wouldn't go to Castle Black again. Not without my warden brother. When we arrive there in 10 months, Tiresias muttered. It seemed only yesterday that he snuck past the wall and killed Craster, met Karsai, but it had been years. However long, it still feels too soon. Exactly, said Benyon. He turned to Ned. So you'll come then? Lord Stark nodded. I'll come. Good. Benyon nodded himself, trying to think. I'll make sure we're only a short ride north of the wall next time. We won't risk your safety. A small smile escaped the warden. We'll be beyond the wall, Benyon. I know. Benyon waved his hand. You damn well know what I mean. Brother. I do. Lord Stark turned to Tiresias. And you? Tiresias met the warden's eyes, swallowing the question. He knew what he was being asked. I suppose I'll be there as well, barring any tragedy. What tragedy? Hopefully none at all. Tiresias drained his water, turning to Benyon. Is there anything else? Benyon shook his head. Then may I be excused, Lord Stark? I'm very tired. The warden nodded and Tiresias stood, still feeling Benyon's eyes on him, his question. He was halfway to the door when he decided to voice it. Tiresias. He turned to Benyon, as open as he possibly could be. Did you really kill Gregor Clegane? His eyes strayed to the warden. Ned shot him a tired mix of a grimace and amusement. He returned to the first ranger. Strangely enough. He nodded to Lord Stark. You can badger him for the details. He heard it all from the only other witness. Ned's eyes remained amused, but Tiresias saw a little betrayal in his eyes as he turned and exited the solar. The castle was still bustling as he returned to his room. It wasn't that late. He was glad for it. Plenty of time to read, to oil the new bow. He had 10 months to break it in before setting out for the wall again. Chapter 38. With the workload that had built up in his absence all settled, it fell to Tiresias to translate the tomes that he had brought back from Casterly Rock. Back in the Westerlands, he read them blithely, believing he would never see them again. When he learned from Tywin that they would be gifted, he had to resist delving deeper into him. He understood the old tongue well enough, but there was a difference between a hasty translation and a true interpretation of the runes. For the latter, he would need his notes in an environment where he wasn't under the eye of a dangerous lord. He found both in Winterfell. And so, after his daily duties as the librarian were complete, he would spend the remaining hour or two, going through the ancient pages, bringing them to life. It was difficult work while the lessons continued. He didn't even attempt it on the days when Luwin instructed them in Valyrian. Their little agreement continued to this day, where Tiresias sat quietly in the back and followed along as best he could. Learning the old tongue was easy compared to Valyrian and he found himself struggling to retain the lessons. Still he sat attentive, scribbling his notes with Luwin looking over them briefly at the end. Neither man sought to disrupt the ritual. And so this morning, Tiresias didn't even open the old tongue tome he was currently working through. Instead he focused on his duties and prepared a blank parchment for the final hour. Moments later, Maester Luwin entered the library, ambling up to him, chains echoing. Tiresias nodded. Morning, Maester. Good morning, Tiresias. How fare the tomes from Casterly Rock? About halfway through the first. He sighed. It covers nothing particularly new, but it may reveal something else in time. It may. Luwin nodded before pulling a sealed scroll from his robe. You have a letter. The raven came from King's Landing. Tiresias took the letter, peering at the wax seal. A red Lannister lion. A friend you made in Casterly Rock, Tiresias. Tyrion Lannister, I suspect, he murmured. Don't believe I'll be hearing from Lord Tywin anytime soon. Least I hope not. Master Luwin nodded in agreement, before turning to the door. They could both hear the children coming. Excuse me, Tiresias. He wandered to the front as the children came through, straight from breakfast. Bran still had a little butter on his face. Theon was chewing on something. All of them greeted Maester Luwin, turning back to nod at him. Tiresias returned their nods politely, before regarding the scroll in his hands. He resisted the urge to open it. He had work to do. And Valyrian to pound into his head. His pen pal could hold for a morning. Feeling very dutiful, Tiresias placed the scroll down and began his work, continuing on to his discreet instruction in Valyrian at the final hour. It was difficult though. His eyes drifted from Maester Luwin to the red wax lion on his letter. His concentration suffered and he suspected that he missed a few new words from the Bravisee dialect. A slightly embarrassing moment for him. It didn't matter much. This slight feeling was muted when the lesson ended and the Stark youth exited the library for the midday meal. Lewin raised his eyebrows more than usual as he checked his work. Still he did fine. Nothing he couldn't correct on his own time. Once the maester exited and Tiresias cleared up the tables, he took the scroll and broke the seal. Unrolling the letter under the candlelight, he read. To Tiresias Mountain Goat. It gladdens me to hear that you arrived safe and whole at Winterfell. As you probably may surmise, my journey to the capital was unadventurous as per your well wishes. And although the snickers and whispers are fresh here as I wander through the red corridors, the glare of my father is joyfully absent. I sleep rather soundly in my humble castle abode. I have explored the library in the Red Keep, however not to the degree that I wished. I should thank you, my friend. Your time at Casterly Rock is common knowledge here in the castle. And having been your host for a month and a half, I am besieged by endless inquiries of the mysterious librarian of Winterfell, Tiresias, the slayer of Sir Gregor Clegane. It's rather fascinating how they differ. Tommen and Marcella are mesmerized by the tale, as is the king. The thought of his father-in-law's monster knight falling to a bookworm still makes him howl with laughter. Much to the displeasure of my sweet sister. It has made family dinners much more entertaining. Interestingly, Joffrey is rather quiet on the subject, though I know he's listening closely when the conversation turns to you. Jaime pretends not to care, but he's inquired on you as well. Best be cautious if you ever encounter him. Sir Gregor was one of the few fighters in the Seven Kingdoms my brother thought capable of besting him. You might have taken his place, though I doubt he'll ride north to challenge you. Aside from my family, I've had others inquire about you, Lord Arryn, Sir Barristan, both of the younger Baratheons, before Lord Stannis left for Dragonstone. And many others, both high and low alike. But rest assured, my friend, that I've been most discreet. I've said you like books, good food, and you were a polite guest. It helps that I didn't bear witness to your duel. Though I admit, even if I did, I couldn't top some of the retellings I've heard in the brothels, the taverns, and the barracks in this city. Every fortnight, we have at least one soul writing in from the west, who swears they've heard it straight from deep den. Each retelling strays further and further from the details Lord Lyddon sent my father. But it does make for a good story. I suggest, my friend, should you come to King's Landing again, you best adopt a false name until you are in the relative safety of the Red Keep. Stares and whispers may have followed you to Winterfell, but more will be drawn to you before too long. I hope you are in good health and I await your response. Sincerely. Tyrion Lannister. Postscript, though I understand your concerns, please reduce the self-pity in your future letters. It's unbecoming. A strange feeling rose in Tiresias. It was familiar, but it had been some years since he felt it. As much as he savored his past anonymity and wished he could have ended the mountain somewhat less publicly, it had earned him a pen pal. He had forgotten the simple joy of receiving a letter. Even if it was addressed to Tiresias Mountain Goat, although honestly, I'd rather a funny nickname than a sincere one. Mountain's Bane sounds like a name for a blowhard. Still, whether he would make good on his threat to call Tyrion the Imp, he would decide another time. He scanned the letter again. All the reactions from the Red Keep's inhabitants seemed in line. Although Joffrey's muteness did give him pause. He didn't like being on the periphery of that little sadist. What was he planning? If anything? Ultimately he couldn't know that now. Besides, if the Lannisters wouldn't touch him in Casterly Rock, it didn't stand to reason that they would try something in Winterfell. Tiresias just made a mental note to stay low when the royal family visited. It also didn't escape him that Tyrion made no mention of his greeting to Varys. His remark to the spymaster was placed a good space below his postscript to Tyrion. It was a fair bet that Varys simply removed it. He wasn't offended or frightened by the invasion of privacy. On the contrary, it made him smile. It felt good to have a suspicion validated. His letters to the Red Keep would just have to be appropriate for both the Spider and the Halfman. That noted, he placed the letter in his satchel, to be stored later and opened to his bookmark in the Old Tongue tome. He could finish the page before breaking for the midday meal. Gord was gripping him from behind. Tiresias wormed and struggled. He had been trying to break this hold for the last minute with no success. You're wasting your strength, mate, Gord grunted as he held his shoulders. As I can do this. He swung Tiresias around merrily. Or this. Another twist and his feet were for scrambling for a hold. His energy was sapping quickly. He couldn't keep this up much longer. You won't get loose, Gord spat, his own energy fading as well. His grip was still strong though, and Tiresias could hear the grin in his voice. How can I, possibly, get loose? Tiresias muttered in between pants. You're twice as heavy. Said Gord. I'm stronger. Were this a real fight, I'd snapped your neck by now, but beforehand, you could have broken this, were you not fucking about? Tiresias swallowed some spit before reapplying his grip. Don't focus on your arms, Gord grunted. Focus on your feet. Get a firm stand. Ground's stronger than us all. Stealing his torso, Tiresias planted his feet, digging his boots in the earth, Their clothes and skin were stained with dirt. The rainfall from yesterday made the training yard a mudfield, which was ideal for close combat practice. A soft ground made for a soft fall. It was almost worth it to be in the training yard when it was crowded before supper. Gord didn't have time later this evening, and so he suggested learning how to break holds. No spars. No easy way to entertain. Now, Gord said. I'm all focused on your torso, leaving your hips loose. You're flexible, I. Put your right leg behind mine and pull me down. It was a generous offering. In a real fight, he would have been dead by now. However, he took the practice as it came. It ended quickly for Gord. He had strength and leverage enough to pull the big man to the ground and break the hold. Both collapsed into the mud, trying to catch their breath. Sitting up, Tiresias wiped muck from his face. He started laughing when he saw the back of Gord's shirt. Jin's gonna kill you, bringing home that mess. Gord returned his laugh. Shouldn't be too bad. I try and clean my own mess. Helped me mum with the wash growing up. Good thing. She doesn't need another kid around. His friend grinned. The joy in Gord's voice wasn't solely to him tossing Tiresias around in the mud. The big man told him good news 2 nights prior. With such excitement, his voice echoed in the training yard. Gin was with child, with little more than a half year before it arrived. The following morning, Tiresias definitely noticed something different about Jin's scent when he congratulated her at breakfast. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but whatever the difference, it meant a pregnancy. Once he detected it, he couldn't believe he didn't notice it beforehand. It was a singular scent. And familiar too. He remembered Lady Stark smelling differently when she was pregnant with Kara. He also recalled a few other times in Winterfell and Wintertown, when he passed other women with the scent. He wondered if he could smell traces of it on Gord and quickly shut down the idea of testing that theory. The big man stood and rubbed his arms. Nah, she don't. Gods, bout ready to freeze though. Are you not? He stopped asking the question and just waved it away, walking to the brazier. I know. Yeah, never cold. Tiresias made to join him. He was halfway to the brazier when he heard his name. Oi, Tiresias. He turned to see Otis coming toward him, followed by a group of soldiers. He spied glints from coins being passed between a few men, but most were focused on the blonde young warrior approaching him. Tiresias nodded to Gord, who continued onto the brazier. He nodded as Otis halted before him. Otis. The man fortified himself. How about a spar? Despite Lord Stark's warnings of those wishing to test his strength, this was the first challenge he'd received from a soldier of Winterfell. He wondered if Jory Castle had anything to do with that. Whether the future captain held that much sway over his men. Perhaps it was just due to him practicing at night with Gord. This was his first time in the training yard with the soldiers. The request was asked politely enough, and Otis was usually an amiable man. However, as Tiresias regarded the house guard, he saw a defiance in his eyes. It was more than just wanting to test his strength against the one who felled the mountain. He wanted to prove himself. A second later, Tiresias caught why. It was a test to keep his eyes on Otis, for through the chilled and muddy air of the courtyard, with the numerous sweating men occupying it, he caught a very familiar scent from the east. Mal was walking alongside with a group of servants, finishing their work before supper. She didn't pause, but he did feel her eyes toward them. So Otis saw her, that really spurned him to break the ice and challenge me? Jealousy could truly motivate a man in many ways. Tiresias racked his brain to think of an excuse to deny his request. He was tired from the grappling exercise. He had work to do. But he also needed to fight against various people. He wouldn't be guaranteed a fully rested physique before every fight. The tests against his mettle had to continue somewhere. A few seconds passed after Otis' request before he nodded. All right. Training swords. Otis pointed to an open space, as muddy as the rest. Meet you there. As he went to fetch a training sword, Gord eyed him from the brazier. Wouldn't be a bad plan to get some leathers. Otis is a talented swordsman. I'm sure he is, Tiresias muttered. He withdrew his favorite one, making sure of the grip before walking back. He didn't have a clever remark about the leathers. Over the course of the early evening, he forewent his speed. Now even in his tired state, he was eager to be agile again. The training yard quieted down. At least in the section where Otis waited. A crowd parted to let him through to the circle. Otis was standing ready. Tiresias leaned the sword against himself and stretched his arms, rolling his shoulders. How many hits? First to 5, Otis answered immediately. Tiresias nodded and picked up his sword. He crept forward as the spectators began to call out encouragements. Most were for Otis. Though he did catch a few for him. He couldn't tell if he preferred this jostling to the silence in Deep Den. Otis didn't allow him enough time to decide. The guard moved forward and swung his sword, not much for tension. Tiresias blocked it and threw him off. A nice jolt ran through his arm. So there is some strength hiding behind the shyness, maybe I'm more tired than I thought. Realizing that, he saw no benefit to dragging this on. Upon throwing the swing back, he pivoted forward and elbowed Otis in the side. Fresh off his practice with Gord, he pushed the winded guard over his leg and forced him onto his back. He tapped the chest with his sword and backed away. 1. He earned a little applause for that, but he didn't revel in it. No need to injure Otis' pride more than necessary. The guard stood and regripped his sword, nodding. Come on, then, he said. The next 3 hits came quickly. The saving instinct that Tiresias found so foreign when he arrived in this country was now synonymous with his mind and body. He saw Otis' path, through his sword, his feet, and his eyes. And though he kept his own face focused as to not insult the man, he could have relaxed some as the swings came. Otis has some strength, but he is no Gregor Clegane. He is no mountain. Otis rubbed his left thigh, where the 4th hit had landed. The applause for Tiresias had grown. He ignored it as he waited for the final bout, for Otis to ready himself. You could grant him a hit. Leave him with a little pride. After Otis stopped gritting his teeth, he breathed before rushing forward. What would wound his pride more? Him not landing a single hit or me granting him a pity point? He made his decision as Otis swung the sword, a sweeping slice at his midsection. A block would have sufficed. He had strength enough, but Otis was rushing forward with such inertia. Only Jory would have recognized the evasion as he leaned back, dropping nearly to the ground as the sword passed over him. Using the end of the practice sword, he pushed himself up to meet the blonde guard. A look passed between them and Tiresias saw the realization in his eyes. He grabbed Otis' arm and pulled him past to the ground, over his extended foot. The guard hit the ground face first and Tiresias quickly tapped the back of his leathers, told himself not to gloat. Give the man some dignity. 5, he muttered. The light applause intermingled with the passing of coins to settle wages. Tiresias ignored all of that and pulled Otis up. The guard accepted his hand, which was a good sign. At first, there was a good chance that Otis didn't realize it was him. The man's face was covered in mud. However, Otis focused on him after and when Tiresias put out a hand, he didn't hesitate in shaking it. Good spar, Tiresias said. Otis scoffed, but a light smile wormed on his face. Good for you, you mean? No, I don't. Well, Otis dropped his hand, nodding minutely. I'm glad it was you that faced the mountain, you. You and Mal, if Tiresias read his eyes correctly. However, Otis smiled and the sentiment was gone. Good spar, he said before walking off, wiping the mud from his face. Tiresias stood rooted for a few more seconds before making his way across the yard. He felt a few pats on his back as he exited the circle. But still he felt even more eyes on him. It wasn't exactly a grand exhibition on how he beat the mountain, but it was more fighting from a man who shouldn't have been capable of such a deed in the first place. Coming back to the brazier, Tiresias fetched his waterskin and drained it. He lowered it to see Gord focused intently on the fire, hands outstretched. How fares our blonde Otis? He asked. Tiresias shrugged. Muddy, but all right. You could have watched. Gord shook his head. No point. I knew you'd win. He turned to the librarian. That opens the dam for them, you know. I know. He raised his hands up as well. He didn't need the heat, but it still smoothed his skin something nice. Though, must say, I didn't expect Quiet Otis to be the first. Gord scoffed softly, rubbing his hands free of the dried mud. Though, after knowing you all these years, should know better than to underestimate a quiet man. Tiresias' mind flashed to Roose Bolton instantly. He scanned the edges of the courtyard for any eyes of a servant that lingered too long. But the only eyes that fell on him were a few appraising looks from soldiers not occupied with their drills. He returned to the flames. That's good advice for any man. He chuckled humorlessly. Even a quiet one such as myself. The forest was a good refuge for a quiet man. Even alongside a group of men. For the first time since he returned from the south, he accompanied a group of soldiers and hunters as they prowled through the Wolf's Wood. Gord was absent this time around, but no one questioned his presence. He had earned his keep with the Winterfell hunters years before he came a famous name. It was a successful hunt, if a little isolating. Though he was amiable with everyone, Gord's absence meant he had no shield for awkward questions. Ultimately, he stayed mute the first night, his ears on the darkness beyond their fire. He listened for anything that crept toward them, be it animal or a Bolton hunter. But nothing came in outside the jostling of the Winterfell retinue, only silence reigned in the Wolf's Wood. Tiresias, partaking in the silence, only wished he could share it with Mal and her brown eyes boring into him. At the end of the hunt, he and the other men stored the bloody skins of 24 rabbits, 4 does and a stag onto their wagon, with dried venison for days. They ate the rabbit meat. As they rolled out of the Wolf's Wood and saw the castle in the distance, Tiresias sensed the suppressed questions coming to a boil. Not that his companions hadn't questioned him the first day they rode out. But with his curt responses and under their responsibilities of a group hunt, their inquiries tapered out. Now, as Winterfell drew closer and closer, he heard a younger hunter, Hunley, clear his throat. "Tiresias," he asked. He met Hunley's eyes. "Do you really kill the mountain with a knife?" the huntsman asked. "Didn't use a sword." Tiresias brought his eyes back to the road, to Winterfell in the distance. He couldn't reach the castle soon enough. "It was a dagger," he muttered blithely. His horse gave an agitated snort. He stroked the neck, soothing her. He had selected the same spotted mare that lugged him through the Westerlands. She was an easy mount and friendly, having seemingly forgiven him for latching her to a wagon for 2 months. He felt Hunley's eyes drop to his side. "That one, right? That's the blade what killed him." Resisting the urge to face Hunley or cover the dagger sheath on his hip, Tiresias looked straight ahead. Can I see it?" Hunley asked. Tiresias exhaled through his nose. "No." The short rejection shut up Hunley and the rest of the hunters as they neared Wintertown. Tiresias didn't regret his curtness, but it may have caused him a spot on the next hunting trip. "You're in the game now, mate. As a warrior, no less. Part of that game involves indulgence for curious ears, eager to hear of violent exploits." The smells of Wintertown began to reach his nostrils, along with the sounds. That struck him as odd. He usually smelled the town before he heard it. "Forget the game. It's one hunt, and if Hunley or any other man is disappointed with my silence, so be it. I'd rather read and work in my room." As they rode into Wintertown, such thoughts were pushed out of his mind. The inhabitants scurried around them. Shops were still open and working, though it was now dark. He spied Reuben and his daughter pouring fresh wax into their molds. Large piles of candlesticks laid in the back. "The hell's going on here?" one of the hunters asked from the rear. "Don't know," his friend answered, next to him. "Something happened while we were away." Tiresias continued to glance around, covertly sniffing the air. There was a hurry here, but no fear. It was the same in Winterfell. They entered the castle to find a far busier courtyard than the one they left days ago. Tiresias, along with the other riders, left the wagon to be unloaded and cantered over to the stables, where they quickly dismounted and left the horses to the stable hands. Giving his spotted mare a final pat, Tiresias turned to the courtyard, trying to find the source of all this activity. "Tiresias!" Theon's voice shot across the yard. He turned to see the young Greyjoy jogging up to him. "Theon, what's going on?" he asked as the lad stopped in front of him. "Lord Stark wishes to see you." He stared at Theon. "Now?" Greyjoy nodded. He said as soon as you came back." Struggling to keep his face neutral and focused on Theon, Tiresias couldn't help but pick up strands of chatter and banter around the courtyard. The words visitors and south filtered through his ears. He would learn more from Ned than he would eavesdropping on the scrambling servants. So he ceased his reaching ears and nodded to the messenger. "Thank you, Theon." He hitched his rucksack up. "Where can I find Lord Stark?" "I'll take you to him." Theon turned and walked to the great keep, Tiresias falling in beside him. The great hall was aburst with activity. One half was being scrubbed down and the other half was hosting a crowded and hurried supper. Tiresias stepped around the scullery maids, following Theon as they proceeded to the high table. Lord Stark was talking to Maester Luwin, deeply immersed in their conversation. They didn't notice Theon and Tiresias stopping in front of them until the young Greyjoy announced himself. "My lord," he said, hands folded behind his back. Lord Stark and Luwin looked up. "Tiresias, as requested." Tiresias nodded. "Lord Stark, Maester Luwin." Lord Stark nodded back. "Thank you, Theon. Go to Vayen Pool. Offer your services." Upon Theon's departure, Lord Stark turned to the Maester. "You can handle the rest this evening. Any more questions? I'll be free in my solar in an hour." Luwin nodded to them both and made for the hall's exit, toward the stores, a jotter under his arm. Tiresias returned his gaze to the warden, who stood from his chair. "Follow me." They exited the great hall, passing numerous servants carrying furs. In the direction of the guest quarters, Tiresias assumed. He assumed as well as to where he and Lord Stark were heading. The way to the warden's solar was the opposite exit, and there was only one other place Lord Stark would speak to him in private. The clamor and noise ceased as they entered the God's Wood. Tiresias felt the familiar tingle run through him as he followed Lord Stark to the weirwood tree. Though it was night, a torch was not necessary. The stars shone brightly enough. The light bounced off the weirwood as they approached. It appeared wider than Tiresias remembered it. Just under the blanket of red leaves above him, Lord Stark stopped and pivoted. Tiresias halted as well, his eyes drifting down to the warden's hand. His fingers were curled around a letter. He brought his hand up, offering the letter to Tiresias. I received this yesterday, he said. Swallowing questions that would probably be answered by reading the scroll, Tiresias took the letter, unfurling it under the starlight. To Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North. This afternoon, a small fleet of 3 strange ships appeared in White Harbour. Upon seeing the banner of House Martell as they drew to dock, my steward quickly informed me of the Dornish arrival. I reached the dock in time to meet a man who introduced himself as Prince Oberyn Martell. I inquired on his arrival and his reason thereof. He simply said he wished to visit Winterfell and offered no accompanying information, asides from an assurance that he came in peace. After which, he declined my offer to host and feast him, immediately leaving White Harbour as soon as his ships were unloaded. He comes riding to Winterfell with 200 men-at-arms, 40 stewards, 2 children, I assume his bastards and his paramour. I hope this raven reaches you in time to prepare for them, my lord. I was completely unaware of their arrival until they appeared in my harbour. I beg your forgiveness for my oversight and for bearing this news so inconveniently. Sincerely, Wyman Manderley, Lord of White Harbour. It couldn't have taken Tiresias more than a minute to read the letter. It felt longer though. He raised his eyes to the warden, whose face seemed very grim. Tiresias sighed, looking to the stars. Shit. Ned snorted. That was my reaction too. When Maester Luwin brought that to me. Looking back at the letter, Tiresias found the date. 2 days ago, he murmured, his fingers tracing it. It's a fortnight travel to White Harbour. It's a fair wager that they're travelling quickly, so, 10 days, maybe. It's a fair guess, Lord Stark answered evenly. I've sent scouts out. They'll let me know. He didn't really need to say that. That wasn't what was on their minds. Tiresias voiced it. How are we going to navigate this? It was Lord Stark's turn to sigh. We play host. I'm the Warden of the North. You're the Librarian of Winterfell. No need to complicate things. Sure, Tiresias murmured. He handed the letter back. I've done enough of that already. Lord Stark almost smiled before frowning again. He eyed Tiresias plainly. He's not coming to see me. I know. While he's here, I could order a guard in the library to stand watch. Tiresias shook his head. No, no, I know he's coming to see to me. I won't pretend otherwise, but I'll carry on as usual. Those translations won't do themselves. Lord Stark nodded and walked past him, heading for the exit. He heard the warden pause. I don't suppose he ever came up here? In your vision? He turned and met Lord Stark's eyes. There was a strength there. Winterfell was his and he wouldn't crumble before a viper. Still, he was tired. No, said Tiresias. No, he did not. Came no farther north than King's Landing. Years from now, Clegane killed him. That bit of information came out of him only slightly on accident. He didn't regret saying it and it was probably best he confessed it now in the Godwood and not blurted it out in front of Oberyn when he arrived. Still, best not make a habit out of it. Lord Stark didn't seem surprised. He nodded in farewell and strode from the clearing. He had to prepare for a prince. Tiresias wasn't surprised when he arrived back in his room to find a small fire burning in his hearth. Mal looked up from a grey dress sleeve. You're back. He muttered, wandering over to her. She met his lips briefly before returning to her needle. Tiresias followed her eyes. That dress is a little small for you. Little areas, Mal said, her needle swift but calm. I'm told to mend it and only return it to her the day before our visitors arrive. Tiresias did recognize Arya's scent on the dress, but there were moments when knowledge gained from his enhanced smell could seem inappropriately gained. He scratched the back of Mal's neck gently and went to his desk. He sat and pulled the old tongue tome out. Opening to his marked page, he made to continue with the translation. He still had a couple of hours in him before sleep settled in. The work didn't come. He didn't even open his inkwell, simply staring at the one page for 5 solid minutes. Finally he shut the tome. He heard Mal stop as well behind him. You know who's coming, he murmured. It wasn't a question, but she still answered. I do, said Mal evenly. She took a breath before returning to the sleeve. Do you know why he's coming? Asides to see you. Tiresias shook his head. No. He's fairly unpredictable. Obviously. He got up and came to the hearth, staring at the flames. I don't know what his visit means. Not entirely. What it'll look like to others, in the north, in the south. The hot-blooded brother of the late Princess Elia Martell travelling to Winterfell, the castle of one who led the rebellion that killed his sister. The castle that employs the man who killed his sister, Mal said quietly, her eyes still on her needle. When will he be here? Hard to say, Tiresias said, shrugging. 10 days, we'll know for sure once Lord Stark's scouts spot his entourage. He'll probably be quicker. Can't imagine he'll see much to distract him on his way from White Harbor. Still has to travel with hundreds of Dornishmen. He heard the smile in her voice. Mag Yen told me the kitchen chinwags before I came here tonight. The women in this castle are a wee nervous, but still intrigued by all the strange foreign men coming their way. He looked to her, eyebrows raised. Are you intrigued? She shrugged, keeping her smile. I suppose, but not much. I've already got a strange, foreign man for myself. Tiresias laughed, but it faded away quickly. The silence that was left in its wake was quite pregnant. Mal heard that silence and met his eyes, her smile fading when she saw his face. Tiresias, she said. Are you in danger? When he gets here, will you be? He considered the question. The answer, the honest one, was on his tongue. But it didn't come out. Only another question did. Would you marry me? Before then. She didn't even blink. That doesn't quite fill me with confidence, you asking that now. I know it's ill-timed. A snort escaped her. That's one way to put it. But I want us to be wed. Before he arrives, before Winterfell plays host to the Dornish, I'd like to call you wife. Her eyes seemed torn between longing and caution, with a hint of amusement at the sheer ridiculousness of the situation. Tiresias swallowed and sat down before the fire. He gazed into the flames and sighed. I don't imagine this was the courtship you had in mind when you were scrubbing me down in here, he said. No, not quite. It was her turn for a sigh. Tiresias, it's only been 2 months. I know. The fire crackled, but he heard her heartbeat underneath it. Despite her calm, it was excited. Tiresias, look at me. He turned to see her, the fire reflected in her brown eyes. Her skin glowed softly. What's going to happen when he arrives? Why must we be wed before then? Help me, he thought. Help me know. Help me explain. Tiresias had no idea to whom he directed the plea. The old gods? The Seven? The Lord of the Light? He would have accepted any help in trying to rationalize this. But it wasn't rational. Only a feeling. And that's what he kept to. Before I leave Winterfell again, I want to be married to you, he said. I don't know why, but when Prince Oberyn arrives, he's probably going to set off things that I never foresaw. Maybe not that much, but I doubt it. I want, if he compels me from this place, not permanently, but still, I want to be yours before. And it should be quiet. I'm not ashamed by us, Mal. I don't wish to hide it, but, I want to marry you before he arrives. And I don't wish to draw attention to it. Mal regarded him impassively. But Tiresias knew those brown eyes well by now. He didn't see anger in her eyes. Only the same steel. It gleamed bright now. She returned to her needle. I never really wanted a large wedding. Jin's was lovely and I do like to dance. But we can dance other times, when there's no viper at your heels. Tiresias scooted closer. Is that a yes, then? I suppose it is, Mal said casually. Though if you want little attention to us, it'd be best that I room with Magen still, until the Dornish depart. A smile fought its way onto her face. Must say, she almost laughed. Not the romantic proposal I expected from you. Lousy singer that you are. Tiresias came to her and stayed her hands gently. He cupped her face, feeling her heart rate quicken as she met his eyes. He leaned in and kissed her, slowly, savoring her. After a slightly unrespectable amount of time, he pulled back, hands still on her face. Thank you, he said. She smiled, but a sadness entered her eyes. The steel was still there, but tempered. You didn't answer my question, she said softly. Will you be in danger? Tiresias hesitated before nodding. I believe so. It was the truth, as he considered it. As delightful as he found Oberyn to watch, he doubted very much his motives behind this sudden visit were completely above board. The excuses and curt answers that shielded him from the inhabitants of Winterfell would not work on the brash younger Martell. He needed to read the man himself when he came. Ascertain the danger. See how much poison the Red Viper brought with him to the north. Chapter 39. Jon ate sparingly. Supper tonight was a light, informal affair, as there was to be a welcoming feast tomorrow when Prince Oberyn arrived. He thanked the gods that this unexpected visit had preoccupied Lady Stark for the past week. She was absent this evening, overseeing the final accommodations. As was his father. So he, Robb, Theon and Arya ate together, down from the high table among many hurried servants, trying to stay out of their way. It inspired little change in their banter. Most of the conversations they'd held over the past week concerned the approaching Dornishmen. Not much else was on their minds. Theon ran a hand over his face, glancing to Robb. I can't believe your mother is making us shave tomorrow. Robb sipped his water. You can't believe you were asked to get rid of that light moss above your lip. He's angry cause it took him 2 months to grow that, Arya piped up, dipping her bread in gravy. Shut up, Theon scowled, as John and Rob fell into snickers. The Ironborn looked to him. What, you're all right with it? John shrugged. I don't mind, he muttered. Truthfully, he was just glad that Lady Stark didn't insist that he trim his hair. The locks were finally coming in as he wanted them. Why are you whinging so much anyway? Asked Rob. We always clean up when we receive highborn visitors. It's not what you said when the Manderleys came to visit, said Arya, her eyes twinkling. You begged Mother to let you keep your whiskers then. Shut up, you, growled Rob, though he couldn't help a smile as Theon and John turned the laughter on him. It lasted for a bit until Theon remembered his complaint. But it's not your betrothed that's coming. She's not my betrothed yet, Rob muttered quickly. He glanced around before coming back to Theon. Could we not blather that before it's officially announced? It's the Dornish, not the bloody royal family. The Martells are royalty, Theon, John said quietly. He met the Ironborn's eyes easily. It's Prince Oberyn. Not Lord Oberyn, remember. Theon shrugged. Won't matter much here. He'll be a long way from home, Which is why we'll make nice and shave without complaint, said Rob decisively. My mother's stressed enough already, preparing for a royal welcome in a week. He lowered his voice. And considering our history with the Martells, Father is counting on all of us to make a good impression. Not give them any reason to take grievance. Theon murmured, his eyes going off to the corner of the Great Hall. Sept we all know it's not us Prince Oberyn's coming to see, is it? John, Arya and Rob followed his eyes to the corner, where Tiresias sat, eating his own light supper. Their librarian seemed even more quiet ever since news had reached Winterfell of the approaching Dornish party. Their father had no need to explain it to them. After stories of the Mountain's death reached Winterfell, John and the other children heard other tales that followed Clegane, including the murder of Princess Elia Martell and her 2 children. Not that he hadn't been aware of the sack of King's Landing before. But he never known the actual man who had butchered Aegon and Rhaenys Targaryen, the half-giant mad dog of the Lannisters, the mountain that rides. Their librarian killed him. Tiresias was taller than he was certainly, but he was no giant. Just a librarian and he killed him. Tiresias told him it was luck, but from what he and the others saw in the training yard, it was more than that. He had known for years that the man could handle himself, but this was completely different. Nothing he had seen from Tiresias, the practice spars, the old memory of him beating the Glover Knight, had prepared him for the news that came from the south. Once news of the approaching Dornishmen reached Winterfell, it took the castle very little time to spread the suspected reason for his visit. Lady Stark tried to keep it from them. At least the most sensational details, but it reached their ears nevertheless. He had heard of Prince Oberyn before, vaguely. Maester Luwin mentioned the younger brother of Prince Doran Martell when they had learned the ruling families of each of the 7 kingdoms. But they learned quite a bit more from the whispers before their Lord Father finally summoned Rob, Theon, John, Sansa, Arya and Bran to his solar and explained the delicate situation that would be present in the castle shortly. He didn't expect Prince Oberyn to start trouble, but he did tell them to be wary. That the Dornish may try to get an answer out of them. About their resident librarian. Or anything else. And if they should be made uncomfortable for any reason, to remain silent and come to him. He would deal with Prince Oberyn himself. You think he'll challenge him? Asked Theon, snapping John out of his musing. Rob stared at him. Why? For killing the man who killed his sister. Well, if he beats Tiresias, then he can be sure that he could have beaten the mountain. Theon shrugged at Rob's stare. Next best thing, now that he can't avenge her. Father would never allow Prince Oberyn to kill a man under his protection. I'm not saying kill. I'm only saying beat. It'd be a spar, not a duel. Theon glanced at Tiresias again, before meeting their eyes. Oh come on now. You're not saying you don't want to see that. We've seen him fight before, John muttered. Training in the courtyard doesn't count, Theon countered. For God's sake, the bloody blacksmith boy saw him fight and we haven't. Gendry didn't see him fight, Arya broke in. They all stared at her. Tiresias sent him out before the duel, she continued. Didn't want him to see. He helped set the arm though. How'd you know this? Rob asked, light concern coming into his voice. Arya shrugged. I asked him. He told me. There's not going to be a duel, John cut in, seeing Rob had more questions for Arya about the blacksmith apprentice. Father wouldn't allow it, and I don't think that's what Prince Oberyn is traveling here for anyway. Not for blood. What do you mean? Theon asked. John chewed his bread slowly. I think Prince Oberyn just wants what we all want. Arya looked to him. What's that? He swallowed. To learn just how in the 7 Hells a librarian defeated the mountain. Making sure that Bran and Arya didn't break their necks racing down from the battlements to the courtyard almost took his mind off the approaching entourage. They had stood there for an hour until they could see the mass of orange breaking over the meadows. It was moving quickly. By the time Jon escorted Bran and Arya to the courtyard, the rest of the family was assembled. He pushed the two towards the rest of the Starks and took his place at the back. It wasn't worth it today. When Arya greeted their father, he knelt down, speaking to her. She pointed to him. Father turned, but Jon avoided his eye, glancing to the rest of the courtyard. It was more organized and cleaner than it had been the whole year prior. The entire household wasn't in attendance and the work continued around them. Stable hands and pages stood ready to receive the Dornish. Father and Lady Catelyn stood in front, with their children to their side. Sir Roderick, Vayen Poole and Maester Luwin were stationed behind them. Theon Greyjoy was among them, exchanging whispers with Robb. The young Greyjoy was more excited for the oncoming arrivals than anyone else. His own heart rate was accelerating as the sounds of the arriving entourage echoed from Wintertown. There was some excitement to be sure, but he was also anxious. He truly didn't believe it would come down to blood, but all the same, it was something he couldn't explain properly. He looked around again. It was no surprise, but Tiresias was absent from the courtyard. The man evidently decided to stay in the library for this reception. In all fairness, it wasn't required for the entire household to be here. Oberyn was a prince, but father had instructed them that they weren't to bow. He was not the king of Westeros. He didn't require a full welcome from Winterfell. Nevertheless, the absence of their librarian, he knew he wasn't the only one who made note of it. Shouts from the gate reached their ears. The Dornish are coming. Prince Oberyn approaches. The guards at the gate hurried to the side. Jon took a breath and held it, fortifying himself as the first Dornish soldiers entered the courtyard. The cold wind that grazed his freshly shaven cheeks seemed to bite more. Hold on 1, 2, 3, 4 and release on 1, 2, 3, 4. At least the wind was familiar to him. The faces of the soldiers entering the courtyard, they were stoic and fierce, but Jon could tell they were uncomfortable. Their furs looked new and untested. And some of them were completely inadequate. Thin and decorative, instead of a solid shield against the cold. They lined up in the courtyard, in front of the Winterfell guard, creating space for the arriving carriage. As it rolled to a stop before him, a man emerged from behind riding alone, his destrier handsome and his clothing rich. Upon passing the gate, the man lowered his hood and revealed a tanned face with black hair and a goatee. Jon had a good guess that this was Prince Oberyn, the man causing the servants' hectic nights preparing for his arrival. Father confirmed this. At the sight of the prince, he stepped forward and placed himself in front of Lady Stark and the others. He waited patiently as Prince Oberyn brought his horse to a halt. Waving away the page who hurried to his side with a step stool, he swung his leg over and dismounted, jumping lightly to the ground. Robb turned back with a glance, which Jon met with a shrug. The man had good grace. Prince Oberyn handed the reins to the page, his eyes traveling over the stones of the castle. He stood easy, taking it in. And ignoring father, who stood before him, waiting patiently. He was one of the few who did. Jon noted Sir Roderick in front of him, clenching his fists tightly as the silence grew and grew. Finally, Prince Oberyn turned to father, a smile on his face. Jon didn't trust his smile. The Dornishman strode forth and inclined his head. Lord Stark, good afternoon. Father returned the nod, extending his hand. Good afternoon, Prince Oberyn. Welcome to Winterfell. Oberyn took his hand, shaking it slowly. He laughed lightly. Welcome to Winterfell, 3 words I never thought I'd hear strung together. Your arrival is a surprise to us as well, Prince Oberyn, father replied, his voice even. I only wish we had more time to prepare for you and your people. Nonsense. The prince still shook his father's hand. I've slept in worse places. My party number's only 250. As long as Winterfell is as warm as they say, we shall be comfortable. At that, Prince Oberyn finally released his father's hand. Besides, he added. We brought our own wine. We've also set aside barrels to be enjoyed by you and your household long after we depart. That's very generous of you, Prince Oberyn. Father gestured to Lady Catelyn. Allow me to introduce my wife, Lady Catelyn. And our children. Father introduced them all to the prince, from Robb down to Cara. He shook Robb and Bran's hand and kissed Sansa's offered one. He nodded to Arya, who gave a stubborn curtsy. Jon held in a laugh at that. Prince Oberyn came back to father. These are all your children then, yes, he asked. And just like that, his contained laughter died. He saw the tension in Lady Catelyn's neck. It was as though she was glaring at him from the back. Father hid his discomfort far better, but Jon still saw it. These are all of our children, Prince Oberyn, he stated quietly. That was his lord's voice. It stopped the inquiry, but it didn't stop the prince's smile from growing wider. Well, I didn't bring all of my children, Lord Stark. He turned to the carriage, to the lady and the youths who exited. Only 2. The woman kept a brave face as she approached, though she couldn't help shivering. She was wrapped under a thick fur of an animal John didn't recognize. 2 young women accompanied her, about as old as Theon. Their eyes weren't nearly as jovial as their father's. My paramour, Oberyn stated, taking the woman into his arms. Elaria, meet Lord and Lady Stark, our generous hosts. Lord and Lady Stark, meet Elaria. And my 2 eldest daughters, Obara Sand and Nymeria Sand. The tension John felt directed at him by Lady Catelyn was diverted to the front again as Elaria held out her hand to his lord father, smiling against the cold. Father took her hand and kissed it briefly. Lady Elaria, welcome to Winterfell. Thank you, Lord Stark, but I am no lady. I am a bastard. As are the young ones here. John felt the urge to laugh again, wishing he could see Lady Stark's face. He suppressed it, focusing on the ground below. Nevertheless, you are my guests, he heard his father say. And as such, I offer you bread and salt and extend to you and your party guest rights. He raised his head to seek in the serving maid come forward with a tray. Oberyn took the bread and chewed it quickly, offering the torn pieces to the others. Lady Stark recovered enough to speak. You all must be very tired and cold. May I introduce Vayen Poole? The steward of Winterfell. The balding man stepped forward with a bow. He'll show you to your quarters and have your luggage brought up. Elaria Sand smiled at Lady Stark, grasping her hands. That would be most welcome. Thank you, my lady. Lady Stark jerked her head in a nod and instructed Helen to see to the horses. The courtyard began to move quickly, with servants carrying trunks, unloading barrels from the wagons and directing 200 Dornishmen to their quarters. John saw the 2 daughters of Oberyn approach Robb and began to speak to him. Theon joined their conversation soon. Arya ran off with Bran to the Great Keep. As though rooted to the spot, John didn't move. He observed Prince Oberyn lean in close to father, muttering to him. Father stood still, listening. Finally the Lord of Winterfell turned to the Great Keep and nodded. Oberyn followed his gaze, the same smile on his face as he turned and strode forth. Prince Oberyn, his father called after him. I'll have the maester show you the way if you're inclined. The prince waved off the offer. I've made my way around the world, Lord Stark. I'm certain I can find a tower. With that, Prince Oberyn disappeared into the Great Keep, a sea of stairs following him. John was one of them, until Robb came and tapped him on the shoulder. Come on. Mother wants us to help bring the luggage in. All right, John muttered, still staring at the Great Keep. He turned and joined the others, quite certain he knew where the prince was headed. Tiresias placed the tomes back along the western wall. He had just finished removing the materials, section by section, dusting the bare shelves and placing them back, dusting off the tomes as he did so. This shelf made for the last one. It was a tedious task which he stretched over the past week. It was a good excuse to not be in the courtyard to greet the Martells. He heard them plainly enough. Hard to miss hundreds of horses cantering into the castle. So far, it seemed fine. No screams from the courtyard, no one running through the corridors. A peaceful arrival of 200 Dornish soldiers and one of the most volatile men in the 7 kingdoms. Relax, mate. If Oberyn could hold his temper in the Red Keep, under the hospitality of the Lannisters, then he can certainly keep the peace here. Once he shook out the dust cloth, he picked up the broom and began to sweep. The movement calmed him, his heart rate settling. Breathe in on 1, 2, 3, and hold. The library door creaked as it opened and he froze. All but his fingers, which trembled as he gripped the broom. Out of apprehension or excitement, he couldn't tell. Probably a bit of both. Far off in the corner, he heard a pair of footsteps falling confidently upon the stone floor. This wasn't the spacious library in Casterly Rock. In this smaller room, the intruder's perfumed scent was prominent. He didn't recognize it from anyone in Winterfell. Shaking out his trembling hands, Tiresias regripped his broom and continued to sweep. He had a good guess for the identity of his visitor. Sure enough, the scent came around the corner and he looked up to see the red viper poised at the end of the row. Wasted no time, did you? He halted his sweeping and nodded. Prince Oberyn. Oberyn narrowed his eyes. No need to introduce myself, I see. Tiresias shrugged. I've been in Winterfell a long time. Tend to know visitors when I see them. And not many wear Dornish colors. The prince barely smiled. You don't snort and rumble like the others here. That voice, you're the foreign librarian. Tiresias, no. At your service. May I help you find something? Oberyn didn't respond. His small smile didn't reach his narrowed eyes as he took in Tiresias. He did his best to meet the viper's eye. It didn't seem like the best idea not to acknowledge the real reason this man had trekked all the way from Dorne. Just as he deciding on a way to end the silence, Oberyn did it himself. He stepped forward, his eyes dropping to the broom, then back to him. My word, he murmured. You're truly a librarian, aren't you? Tiresias shrugged. It's what I'm paid for, Prince Oberyn. That earned him a small smirk as Oberyn turned to the shelves. He caressed his hand along the tomes. I've heard of your work here. Only a little though. Faint whispers. He pulled out a tome gently, observing it. Tiresias didn't relax. He could tell the prince's focus still lingered on him. Oberyn opened the tome. Old tongue, H.M. He turned back to Tiresias, gesturing to the shelves. You've collected quite a few of these, haven't you? Tiresias resisted the urge to shrug again. I do what I can. Though I can only imagine how small this place seems. And incomplete, compared to the collections you've seen. The Citadel, the archives in Essos. No, no, said Oberyn, placing the tome back. It's charming. Quite charming. One of the only charming places in this frozen wasteland. If you're cold, he offered, gesturing to the hearth. I can light the fire for you while you read. This is quite a different climate from the one you know in Dorne, Prince Oberyn. I'm not here to read, Tiresias. A few seconds passed before Tiresias realized he was holding his breath. He released it as casually as he could. Well then, he said. In that case, if you're only here to stare, I'll continue to sweep if you don't mind. He dropped his eyes to his broom, careful not to be too aggressive with his movements. Coming to where the prince was standing, he met his eyes again. Pardon me, he said. There was only a second of hesitation before Oberyn moved out of his way, keeping his eyes on him all the while. Tiresias nodded as he swept past. Thank you. How did you kill Gregor Clegane? Tiresias kept sweeping, feeling the red viper's eyes burning into his back. I put a dagger up in his eye. It entered his brain. He brought the dust pile to the main one he had been collecting from all sections of the library. Setting the broom against the table, Tiresias fetched the dustbin, pausing as he met the prince's eyes again. Oberyn was still peering at him, his expression impassive. You've traveled quite a ways just to hear that, Prince Oberyn. You could have just written. Oberyn smirked. And deprive myself of northern hospitality. He came forward. I know better than to come between a man and his work. Pausing, he leaned in, his face only a foot away from Tiresias. We will speak later, under more enjoyable circumstances. I'll see you at the feast tonight, yes. Didn't have any other plans. Good, Oberyn muttered, before smiling. My daughters are very interested in meeting you. Until tonight, Tiresias. He patted the librarian on the shoulder before exiting. Tiresias forced himself to move before Oberyn left the room, not wanting to be seen stilled by the red viper. He swept the dust into the bin as the door shut gently. Standing up, he sniffed. Oberyn's perfume still lingered in the air. He had good taste. The Great Hall never seemed so crowded. Tiresias had avoided it when Lord Stark hosted the Lords of the North after the Greyjoy Rebellion, determined not to be seen. That was not an option tonight. For the first time, he had to squeeze through to get a seat. Through Northerners, Dornishmen, servants, and trays of food going by. He eyed the food with some trepidation. How much was going to be wasted tonight, during the prince's whole visit, that would be so valuable the following winter? Ultimately though, it couldn't be helped. Besides, he trusted Lord Stark to keep a cap on excessive waste. Indeed, when he sat down and actually tucked in, he felt that the food wasn't nearly as opulent as it could have been. Certainly not the level of culinary gluttony he saw and smelled in the capital. He wondered if Oberyn noticed. If any of the Dornishmen would be offended. Sparing a look toward the high table, he didn't see any offended looks from the visiting prince. Oberyn sat next to Ned, but his attentions were on Bran and Arya, who seemed to be questioning him incessantly about whatever came to their minds. A genuine smile, albeit one full of mischief, colored his face and he didn't seem to touch a bite. Ned kept an eye on the conversation, but seemed content to let his children occupy his guests' attention. He was probably relieved. Tiresias didn't imagine that the Red Viper and the Quiet Wolf shared enough similarities to make easy conversation. Lady Stark, on the other hand, seemed quite withdrawn and tense. Ellaria sat on her side and he could only imagine the battle waging in Catelyn's head. Gracious host versus a devout woman of the Seven. The former appeared to be winning at the moment, as she maintained a polite tone, however icy. Ellaria, like her lover, was content to ignore her frigid host and focus on the children. She and Sansa conversed, and though the girl was quite shy, she opened up as the feast continued. Tiresias was surprised this was tolerated, but he supposed it helped that Ellaria was still chilled by the north and was dressed quite modestly. She did not wear any of the sheer silks so popular in the capital. It wasn't enough for some people. He glanced to the side and saw Septa Mordain sitting with Maester Luwin. The Septa kept her eyes on her meal, her mouth thin in between bites. A strict barrier existed for her and she would not be affected by the lax morality these Dornish brought to Winterfell. Don't be too judgmental, mate. Tiresias had to remind himself. After all, that's a woman who tried to buy Sansa time to escape in King's Landing, at the cost of her own life. Have you ever shown that courage? Nodding to her a brief apology she was completely unaware of, Tiresias returned his gaze to the table. Obara and Nymeria were at the corner with Robb and Theon. Unlike Robb, the young Greyjoy didn't hide his annoyance. The two sand snakes questioned the boys and based on body language alone, the topic was combat. Tiresias suspected to find Theon Greyjoy flat on his back in the training yard in the near future. Laughing lightly at the thought, Tiresias turned back to his meal. What is it? Asked Jon, sitting next to him. He waited until he swallowed before answering. Some habits never died. A certain Ironborn is setting himself up to be ass first in the mud tomorrow. Jon Snow was his dinner companion tonight. Barth was busy handling the barrels for the feast. He hoped it wasn't a wasted effort, but it seemed likely. Oberyn was not a man who took to northern ale. He opened a barrel of Dornish red for the feast tonight. Nothing but the best for a prince. Though he may have had a point. Tiresias caught a whiff as he walked past a servant bearing a jug. It smelled heavenly. As for now, he was content with the ale. He lifted his horn as Jon focused on the high table. A surly look came into his eyes. Tiresias set down his horn. You know that your brother. I know. My brother loves me. My father too, Jon responded, his voice testy. He met the librarian's eyes. Tiresias kept his gaze steady. Finally Jon dipped his head, back to his meal. Sorry, he muttered. He sliced off a bite of honeyed chicken. Just figured one more bastard wouldn't matter tonight. Don't know about that, Tiresias muttered, glancing to the high table then back to Jon. Lady Stark looks about ready to scream. Jon glanced at him, mouth full. Without saying another word, they began to chortle. After a few seconds, Jon managed to swallow. She won't, he said, glancing again at the high table. She's too high for that. Oh, I don't know, Tiresias said, shrugging. I think we all need to scream sometimes. Highborn and low alike. Well, that's the best part, isn't it? Being down here. Jon set his knife and fork down. I can be angry. I can leave when I please to do so. I'd have to stay if I sat up there. Robb and Sansa are allowed only 1 cup of wine tonight. Whereas I... He reached for the pitcher. How many have you had tonight, Jon? Tiresias asked lightly. Only 2. Jon grabbed his cup. Plan on a few more. Tiresias placed a staying hand on the pitcher as Jon was about to pour. The lad fixed him with a betrayed look. Why don't you have some water for now? You're not my father, Jon muttered. No. I'm just an adult, tending to an angry young man. Tiresias pulled the pitcher out of Jon's hand and grabbed a water jug. Jon, trust me, he said gently, as he filled Jon's cup. It's not good to get drunk like this. Not when you're angry. Not when we have visitors. Not during the largest feast in a year. You know this. It's hard to release anger when one is young. Especially something as intoxicating as righteous anger. But Tiresias maintained eye contact with the lad and began to breathe. Jon spent enough time with him to recognize what he was doing and he saw the lad's anger give way to the exercise. They inhaled, held, and released slowly, forgetting the feast for a moment. As they came back to, the sounds of the hall returned. The chattering, the scrapping of utensils along the plates and something that wasn't there a moment before. The Dornish musicians came forward and began to play. It certainly calmed him. It seemed to calm Jon too. The boy took a sip of water and returned to his meal. They ate for a moment, before Jon spoke again. I'm sorry, he muttered, eyes on his plate. Tiresias shook his head. It's all right, he said. Truthfully, I thought you might be up there tonight as well. Jon smiled. And leave you alone. Oh what? You think I couldn't find company if it weren't for you? The lad shrugged. Well, Barth is busy, and you and your wife pretend you don't know each other. Tiresias continued to eat calmly, as his heart rate skipped a couple beats. He swallowed before meeting Jon's eyes. To his credit, Jon spoke the last part softly, just for his ears. Is that supposed to be a secret? Jon asked, lowering his voice even more. Considering it for a few seconds, Tiresias raised his horn and sipped. I suppose not, but it's not something we wish to be proclaimed throughout the halls. Why not? He exhaled through his nose. More people are interested in me than I would like at the moment. I'd prefer that interest not pass on to her. Jon nodded solemnly. I won't tell. Cheers, Jon, muttered Tiresias. A whiff of perfume came his way. He recognized it from the library from earlier. Another strain of perfume joined it. Together they tickled his nostrils. Speaking of those interested in me. Resisting the urge to turn and meet the prince's eyes, challenging him, he kept his focus on his meal until he heard the red viper speak. The chatter around them quieted as Oberyn approached. Enjoying the feast, Tiresias. Tiresias set his fork down, swallowing as he turned to see Oberyn standing over him, Elaria at his side. He nodded as he stood. Prince Oberyn, he said. Aren't you? Oberyn smirked, glancing back at the high table. Well, the company almost makes up for the food. Lord Stark is quite courteous. His wife, however. Tiresias followed his gaze. Lady Stark was speaking to Bran and Arya, but Lord Stark was looking his way. His eyes were calm. He certainly wasn't going to give Oberyn anything to go off of. However, Tiresias could still see the worry in them and a warning. Which Tiresias took quite seriously. Oberyn turned back to the librarian, still smiling, his arm wrapped around Elaria. I believed my family should meet the more exciting inhabitants of this castle. Tiresias, meet Elaria, my paramour. Elaria, meet Tiresias, the warrior librarian of Winterfell. Swallowing the refutation of such a title, Tiresias stuck his hand out. Hello, Elaria. Pleased to meet you. There was laughter in Elaria's eye as she took his hand and shook it. Her hand was as light as a wafer. And I am pleased to meet you, Tiresias. Warrior librarian of Winterfell. Allowing himself a small smile, Tiresias relinquished his hand. Just Tiresias will do. If you insist. Her eyes traveled to Jon. And who is this handsome boy? Tiresias' smile turned genuine as the lad squirmed and blushed. However, Jon mustered his courage and looked her in the eye. Jon Snow. Pleased to meet you, my lady. His face turned redder as Elaria laughed. I am no lady, Jon Snow. I am a sand. A bastard, like you. Elaria will do just fine. Jon grew still as he tried to process a polite response. Trying to give the lad an out, Tiresias leaned in. Come on, Jon, he muttered. It's all right. You've been calling me by my first name ever since I came to this castle. Granted, I'm not as beautiful as her, but we're both only human. The bench creaked next to him and he turned to see Oberyn sitting, back to the table, Elaria on his lap. And when was that? How long have you been in Winterfell? Tiresias shrugged as he sat back down. Almost 6 years. Really? That long? Oberyn murmured, his eyebrows furrowing. You'd think I would have heard of you in that time. Such a talented fighter. Grabbing his horn, Tiresias drank before responding. I don't see why you would. Fighters gain glory through wars and tourneys. I haven't fought in either. And why is that? You certainly would earn more in campaigns than in a castle library. Though I'm sure Lord Stark has been very generous over the years. He has been. Tiresias set his horn down and clapped Jon on the shoulders. The Starks make it very easy to call this castle home. Besides, I prefer the library to a battlefield. I'm content to leave my martial leanings in the training yard. Until recently, Elaria purred. She leaned over Oberyn and plucked an apple from the tray in the center. I had never seen this ogre, this mountain. But my love tells me he was quite the monster. Tall, strong as if carved from stone. Her teasing took a pause as she bit into the fruit. She swallowed about half before speaking through a mouthful of apple. You picked quite the opponent for your first trial by combat. There was sincerity to it, but Tiresias saw the trap beneath the demure tone and kept his tone light, non-committal. That was unfortunate. He turned away from the prince and took another sip of ale, his eyes sweeping the room. The chatter in their immediate vicinity now had completely halted. Soldiers, both of Winterfell and Dorne, watched their conversation closely. Prince Oberyn was quite aware of this, but he didn't look around to know so. Perhaps he was just used to people stopping to hear his words. He leaned into Tiresias, his voice now a murmur. But is that true? Quite sensational, to be sure. But was that truly your first trial by combat, my friend? Am I your friend, Prince Oberyn? The words came out of him before he could stop them. He felt Jon tense up beside him, but he continued to breathe. Turning to Oberyn, he expected hardened eyes, but the prince was simply regarding him, peering lightly. Without breaking eye contact, he held out his goblet and turned it over, spilling a half-full cup of Dornish red onto the floor. Tiresias' eyes flitted to the discarded wine. That's a month's wages for gin you just spilled. He came back to Oberyn, who had placed his goblet back on the table and picked up the pitcher of ale. Your horn, he said, holding the pitcher ready. It wasn't a request. Not in the mood to play games, Tiresias moved his horn forward and allowed the red viper to fill it to the brim. He brought it back, foam spilling over the side. Oberyn filled his own goblet and Tiresias sniffed. He couldn't help but notice how the ale was tinged with Dornish red. It made for an interesting scent. Still holding the pitcher aloft, Oberyn glanced past him to John. Boy, is your cup empty? John started, but he nodded and the prince gestured for his cup. The murmurs began again as Oberyn poured. A Dornish prince playing cupbearer to a northern bastard? Tiresias resisted the urge to glance at the high table. He could only imagine the look on Catelyn's face if she saw that. He hoped John wouldn't catch any blame from it. Coming back to his own table, Oberyn just filled Elaria's goblet, finishing off the pitcher. He set it down and grabbed his goblet, raising it high. Understanding him completely, Tiresias picked up his horn. Oberyn's eyes traveled to John, who quickly raised his. When we place our cups on the table, warrior librarian, he said, coming back to Tiresias. They will be empty and we'll be friends, no? Tiresias nodded. As you wish, your grace. Prost. The word escaped from him before he knew it, but it didn't matter. He tipped the horn back and drank, allowing the ale to fall swiftly down his throat. He thought he drank the quickest, but as he swallowed his last gulp, he heard the prince slam his goblet down on the table. It was another second before he did the same. Elaria followed suit and a couple more seconds passed before John lowered his, coughing a bit on the last mouthful of ale. Oberyn took another second to collect himself, his tongue out as he retched. Only slightly. Bleg, he stated before shrugging. It burns, but dulls as well. I suppose it's what the Northmen need for surviving the snows here. What do you think, my love? Elaria returned to her smile, with only a little difficulty. I've swallowed worse. She kissed him. As they made out, Tiresias turned to John, who looked like he was going to be sick. That was a lot of ale in a short amount of time. You all right? He asked lowly. The lad nodded and Tiresias sighed. Just breathe. It'll pass. So, Tiresias, Oberyn said. He turned back to the prince. Now that we're friends, was that your first trial by combat? He said shortly. But it wasn't your trial, was it? Oberyn ran his fingers around his goblet's rim slowly. Not truly? The mountain, he attacked a miller, yes. This time, the Red Viper didn't bother lowering his voice. And once again, the audience was there. Tiresias felt their eyes upon him as he looked to the prince. He exhaled silently through his nose before answering. It was an innkeeper, he said quietly. Clegane and his band killed his son. Attacked his daughter. I see, Oberyn matched his tone. He sighed himself. Poor girl. Poor boy. He sounded sincere. Tiresias detected no falsities in the man. The heart rate was calm and his hands were relaxed. Still, said the prince. You were there. You fought. You avenged them. Hardly, Tiresias responded lightly. I fought to save the innkeeper's life the following day. The girl was still raped. Her brother still dead. Reaching for the water jug, he kept his eyes focused on his horn as he filled it. How long were you in Essos, Prince Oberyn? The Red Viper smiled. If you're trying to change the subject, you're going about it rather bluntly. You must have more finesse than that, Tiresias. I'm not making love to you, Prince Oberyn. The words escaped him before he knew it. It was a small miracle they came out as calmly as they did. He placed the water down and picked up his full horn, turning to the prince. I don't have to finesse you, he said with a covering sip. John tensed up behind him, along with a few other soldiers both northern and Dornish alike. Oberyn, however, didn't look offended. A smile grew on his face, as on Elaria's, as they both started to laugh. The laughter spread to the other occupants of the table. Too true, Oberyn stated, turning to his paramour. Too true, what do you think, my love? Such a pity, she said, not bothering to keep her voice down. A very handsome man. Such lovely eyes. The laughter only grew. Tiresias felt a drunken hand slapping his back. He took it silently, trying to retain some dignity. Yes, I quite agree, said Oberyn, turning back to Tiresias. He didn't bother to speak softly either and the Northmen's laughter turned rather stilted as they stared at this foreign prince, not quite sure what they had just heard. Tiresias fought a small grin. Bisexual's a word I don't believe any man in this hall has ever heard before. Oh Oberyn, the fun you could have had in my old world. He didn't feel sorry for the man though. And his amusement at the Northerner's bewilderment gave way to his annoyance. He had enough attention on him already before the Red Viper arrived at Winterfell. It took all his self-control not to stand up and leave the Great Hall. It must have been easy to read. Oberyn's eyes flitted down his body, pausing at his waist. Tiresias suppressed a groan. Why the fuck did I bring this with me? Is that the dagger you used to end the mountain's life? Oberyn asked, gazing softly at the sheathed weapon. Tiresias looked down at his horn and cursed silently. It was too soon for another covering sip. He turned back to the prince, meeting his gaze without a word. It didn't matter though. Oberyn saw the answer in his eyes. May I see it? It's steel like any other, he replied, trying to find gentleness when he felt none. It's just a dagger. If you'd lost what I lost, Tiresias, the prince said, his voice turned quiet. You would not say such a thing. Now, let me see it. With his hatred for staring contests as strong as ever, Tiresias turned his gaze to the prince's hip. Only if you allow me to hold yours, he said, unable to keep the challenge from his voice. Prince Oberyn's smirk remained on his face, his eyes still locked on Tiresias as he reached for his dagger. It was not the quick draw he demonstrated in the brothel in King's Landing, but it was still pulled deftly from his hip. He held the dagger lightly, his eyebrows raised expectantly. Gord told him to never look away from a man with a knife out. Not that he needed telling on that, it was common sense. In any case, he kept his eyes on the prince as he reached down and unsheathed his own dagger. He placed it on the table, keeping his hand on it. Now it was his turn to raise his eyebrows expectantly. Fortunately, Oberyn could intuit well enough. The Red Viper placed his dagger next to his and withdrew his hand. Tiresias picked up the Dornish dagger, leaving his own to the prince. Tiresias may have taken his collateral quickly, but Oberyn was in no hurry. He stared at the dagger for a second or two before reaching out and gripping it by the handle. Elaria was still in his lap, but she kept silent as her lover brought the dagger close, turning it over and running his finger along the blade slowly and gently. Who forged this? He asked, his eyes still on the steel. Whose mark is this? Mycon, Winterfell's blacksmith, Tiresias said shortly. He makes good steel. Strong. Reliable. Ugly, Oberyn added softly. The annoyance returned and he had to swallow a retort, just in time for Oberyn to amend his judgment. Though I suppose it only fits, he murmured. An ugly, strong weapon to end an ugly, strong man. You see, my love, he said, lifting the weapon to Elaria. This blade entered the eye of Gregor Clegane. Our friend here pointed it upwards, driving it into his maddened mind. She ran her hands along the steel, her forefinger coming to a halt at the end. Lifting it from the steel, Elaria held her finger aloft. A small drop of blood appeared on her fingertip. Quite sharp, she remarked, looking to Tiresias. No poison on your steel, Tiresias. No. She smirked. Good, she said before sucking her finger free of blood. A fresh wave of murmurs was coming their way. Tiresias looked down the road to see Nymeria and Obara Sand approaching them. He turned and lifted his horn. He was due for another covering sip. His horn was on the table again by the time the Sands had reached them. Oberyn turned and greeted them. Girls, he exclaimed as they came to a halt. Are you enjoying the hospitality of Winterfell as we are? How are you two enjoying the hospitality of Winterfell? Nymeria asked sardonically. Obara didn't even respond, her eyes already on Tiresias. He gave a polite nod which she didn't return. Not such a surprising response. Oberyn shrugged. It has its charms. One of which is the librarian we heard so much about. Nymeria turned to him. Tiresias met her stare quietly. This is Tiresias? Nymeria asked, her disbelieving gaze going back to her father. Indeed, he responded briskly. Ah. Where are my manners? Tiresias, meet my two eldest daughters, my Sands. Nymeria and Obara, the quiet one. With politeness as his shield, Tiresias nodded to each. Nymeria. Obara. Good evening. I hope you enjoy your stay at Winterfell. Why are you holding our father's dagger? Obara asked, her eyes on the table where Tiresias' hand rested on Oberyn's weapon. Obara, Oberyn warned with a low voice. Tiresias and I exchanged daggers for the moment. I was so curious to see the blade that fell the mountain. Look. He held up the dagger. Obara turned her eyes towards it. It did enter his eye, yes? Up into his brain? Oberyn asked, lifting his eyes from the steel to him. Tiresias declined to respond, keeping a relaxed grip on the Red Viper's dagger handle. He didn't play with the steel though. He couldn't detect any poison on the blade, but he didn't wish to take the chance. One minuscule cut could end him in a most painful fashion. However, Oberyn didn't let a silent participant kill the subject. He turned to his daughters. It's what the man said when we met this afternoon. The mountain wore the thickest and heaviest armor in the 7 kingdoms. The only opening. He brought the dagger to his face, resting it just below his right eye. The surrounding northerners tensed, but the Dornish were quite relaxed. Elaria even rested her head against Oberyn's as he brought the blade up. Here, the prince said, twisting the dagger slowly. It was here our friend, Tiresias, found his mark. Popping the blade from his face quickly, he brought the dagger down. Tiresias exhaled, not realizing that he had been holding his breath. He drank again, willing himself to do so slowly. A dagger in his eye. Went into his brain. He felt the prince's eyes on him as he drank. I've heard many times the story of how a librarian fell the mad dog Clegane, the mountain. Here I meet the actual librarian, the hero of the story, and your retelling is the shortest I'd ever heard. Tiresias set his horn down. More than half his water was gone. He turned to the Red Viper and shrugged. Stories tend to become more embellished with time and distance, and the amount of times the story gets passed on. I traveled quite a long way, Tiresias, Oberyn said quietly. To cut down the time and distance that story traveled, to hear it free of embellishment. His smile was still there, but in his eyes burned a low ember. The hairs on Tiresias' neck stood up and he adjusted his grip on Oberyn's dagger as casually as he could. I told you all you needed to know, Prince Oberyn, he responded calmly. I told you how Gregor Clegane died. So you simply walked over to him? Reached up and placed a dagger politely in his eye. Perhaps I did. Perhaps you did, but there are many details missing. Oberyn raised his eyebrows as he gestured with the dagger. Did you pace around him? Did you jump about? You must have had some other weapon other than this. He had a spear, some northern soldier volunteered. The Red Viper snapped his head to him. I'm speaking to your librarian. Not you, boy, he exclaimed. Drink your northern piss and shut the fuck up. The northern soldier's face reddened and he looked ready to yell back. Luckily, Otis was behind him and pulled him away, before some lowly northern grunt insulted a prince of Dorne, a guest of Winterfell. The Dornish glared at the soldier as he was led off. Oberyn's glare turned quickly into laughter as he turned back to Tiresias. I already heard that you fought with a spear, he said, taking a bite of the apple that Elaria offered. Good choice. I've chosen the same. That's no surprise. Have you eaten in this hall since your return? Oberyn asked. Tiresias looked for the hidden question, but couldn't find it. He said cautiously. Well, then, you must have had many idiots like that one come up to you, begging you to speak and sing of your duel in the Westerlands. He spat on the stone floor before continuing. What's one more recitation of your victory? Oberyn turned to the spectators. What of it, he called. Would you all, as I would, like to hear again how Tiresias, the Winterfell librarian, fell the mountain who rides? Cheers and murmurs of assent surround him. And it wasn't just the Dornish riding along with their favorite prince. Several Northmen joined the chorus, though they more murmured their interest than cheered it. Tiresias felt very warm. He wanted to get up and leave. But his body turned numb. It could only be silent and still against this tide. There was only pressure on his throat. Something pressing where a giant hand had once been. He tried to breathe and only a little air came through. He doesn't recite. He blinked and turned to his right. Jon looked as pale as he felt, but the lad was looking past him, straight at the Red Viper. The pressure waned and he breathed through his nose. With his eyes on Jon, he didn't see Oberyn's response. He only heard the slight pause before he spoke again. He doesn't recite. Oberyn repeated slowly. Jon swallowed, but he continued. Tiresias doesn't go on about his victory over the mountain. Not to the soldiers. Not to me or anyone eager to hear of bloodshed. He doesn't brag. Tiresias swallowed and turned back to the Red Viper. Oberyn peered at Jon. He hoped the boy returned the stare well. For a solid 10 seconds, the only sounds were that of the great hall, of music, chatter, and drink. It all seemed from a great distance though. He eyed his dagger, which Oberyn still held. The prince grasped it with a lightness that did not extend to his eyes. Remember, mate. You hate staring contests. It's not for your entertainment, Prince Oberyn, he stated. As diplomatically as he could. The Red Viper didn't drop his stare. Is that so? Tiresias said. That's so. The embers dropped from the prince's eyes as he shrugged. Behind him, Tiresias saw Lord Stark approaching their spot. Well then, Oberyn said, cheerful again. I shall have to learn the truth another way. He wondered if the prince sensed the warden approaching as well. He came to a halt before them. Prince Oberyn, he stated, nodding to the Red Viper. He was calm, but Tiresias could see the storm behind him. The quiet wolf in full. I trust you are comfortable. Quite comfortable, Lord Stark. Oberyn gazed up at Lord Stark with absolutely no discomposure, his easy smile ever present. My family and I were becoming acquainted with the other inhabitants of Winterfell. Your men, your librarian, your bastard. Tiresias lifted his horn again, not trusting himself to make eye contact with Lord Stark over the last comment. In another life, the Red Viper would have found himself a step-nephew in Jon Snow. Although based on Oberyn's volatility, he probably would not have cared to play uncle to a boy mothered by Prince Rhaegar's second wife. Nevertheless, the connection was still there. He sensed Lord Stark saw it plainly as well. And as he had done for several years, he gave no hint to it. I would speak with you further, Prince Oberyn, before you retire for the evening, he stated calmly. That's very kind of you, Lord Stark, but you underestimate me. Oberyn held out his empty cup and a Dornish page appeared to fill it. He brought the red wine to his lips. I don't plan to retire for several hours yet. All right, I'll speak frankly then. Before my wife and I retire for the evening, I would speak to you in my solar. Now. Oberyn didn't lose his smirk, but his eyes darkened as they focused on the warden. Lord Stark stood firm and patient, waiting for his guest to obey. Tiresias watched them with a calmness he did not feel. Come on, Oberyn, just go, it's not worth it. The Red Viper came to the same conclusion shortly. The staring contest ended after a few seconds as Oberyn shrugged and lifted his goblet, draining a full cup of fresh Dornish red before extracting himself from the bench, pinching Elaria as he stood. How could one refuse such an invitation? He kissed Elaria, whispering to her. Make sure the girls are settled. Wait for me. Tiresias nodded farewell to Nymeria and Obara as Elaria led them away, back to the high table. They did not return his nods. As was expected. From their unsmiling faces, he turned to Oberyn's smirk, which was fixed on him. Away from Lord Stark, waiting to escort him. I shall have to hear the story another time, Tiresias, he said, not bothering to lower his tone. The man had to have witnesses after all. So you think, Tiresias responded blithely. He placed Oberyn's dagger back on the table. I'd like my dagger back now. Oberyn only gave it another twirl before setting it down on the table as well. He took back his own dagger and sheathed it nonchalantly. Such a swashbuckler you are, Oberyn. I do think so, Tiresias, the prince said. I do. You really should learn to just tell the stories as people demand them. As I demand. You can only disappoint an audience so many times. Tiresias sheathed his dagger. Any audience so thirsty for blood deserves to be disappointed. He bowed slightly. Good night, Prince Oberyn. Once again, the Red Viper didn't lose his smirk. It stayed there etched as Oberyn considered Tiresias and his words for a brief second. Finally, with the natural grace aided by drink and charm, the prince turned on his heel, joining Lord Stark as they made their way back to the high table. Tiresias saw quite a few occupants there, eyeing them with some trepidation. Perhaps in the future, it wouldn't be so important to you to land the final word now, would it? Fucking idiot. This isn't some fetus at the Twins, squeezing a few extra silvers out of a traveler. This is a prince. A dangerous one at that. He felt the adrenaline rushing through him and he needed to leave. Turning, he started for the exit, pausing to pat John on the shoulder. Thanks for the defending words, John, he said, stooping low to mutter. Don't drink too much more, John muttered back. Good night. Tiresias exited the Great Hall, feeling an abundant amount of eyes on his back as he did. It was the addition of the Dornish soldiers along with any Winterfell guards who saw him chatting with Oberyn. 2 corridors away from the Great Hall, when no one was around, he leaned against the stone wall and sighed, shuddering as the adrenaline worked itself out of his body. Is that all he's here for? To hear my version about what happened in Deep Den? Would he really come all the way here? Just for that? Apparently so. Being a rich royal had some perks after all. If Oberyn wished to travel to what he considered a desolate country to speak to some librarian, he could damn well afford the privilege. So why not just tell him? Why are you so hesitant? And what the hell happened back there? He rubbed his throat where the pressure mounted. After a moment, his breath returned to normal. His pulse echoing in his head, he considered the questions. Him being here is an opportunity I won't waste. An opportunity for what, I'm not sure yet, but if he only wants one thing, I'd be a fool to give it to him for free. Was that the whole truth? No. I genuinely don't like speaking about it. I can't connect to a man who takes pleasure in winning that way. To relish the dagger entering your opponent. Their blood running over your hands. He hoped that was the whole truth. After a heavy sigh, he walked back to his quarters. For years now, he was used to entering a darkened room, having no need for the warmth of a fire. Tonight, as with many nights in the past month, he opened the door to a medium blaze in the hearth. It lighted Mal as she sat in a chair with her needle. She stayed silent until he closed the door, locking it. No one saw you come in, he asked quietly. She shook her head, her eyes back on her thread. That's the good part about not serving anymore. Much easier to disappear from a feast as a seamstress. Over the past fortnight, whenever she came to his room, she brought her clothes and other belongings, item by item. Until the dresser became gradually more full. The trunk he brought from Casterly Rock became her trunk for linens. She even sewed pockets in the top and along the sides for needles, threads, measuring ropes and other sewing tools. To the general inhabitants of the castle, she still roomed with Magen. To those more savvy, a new husband and wife resided in Winterfell. The ceremony was brief and all for 5 people. During the Hour of the Wolf, Lord Stark, who was asked only in the preceding afternoon, presided over probably the quickest wedding ever performed in the God's Wood. Gord and Gin were their witnesses. Mal and he both wore a winter rose. And it was done. They entered the God's Wood, exiting it as man and wife, blessed by the old gods. Unnoticed by all. Mal and he signed a marriage record, upon which Lord Stark stamped his seal and gave to them without ceremony. They snuck back to Tiresias' quarters, now theirs. Gin and Gord placed a small bottle of a winter spirit there for them, along with cheese, bread, meat, and dried fruit. There were no such treats tonight. Though he did pour himself some water from the pitcher. He glanced to her lap as he brought it down. "What are you working on?" Mal held up the worn fabric, a dull blue. "It's Jin's. Figured I'd fix this for her so it doesn't just hang haphazard when her belly swells." She brought the dress back down, putting her needle back to work. "How was the feast?" "Delicious as usual." He sighed as he sat before the fire. "And the Dornish?" He drank the water, pondering as he watched the flames. "They were fine. Prince Oberyn and I spoke for a while. He came over to where I was sitting," he added, sensing her follow-up question. "What was he like?" Tiresias shrugged. "He's certainly a character. Tall, intense, likes sex and violence. Judging by the look in his eye, he either wants to kill me or kiss me." Mal's needle stopped. Turning to her, they stared at each other in silence before she lowered her head and continued to sew. "Well," she said, her voice quite sensible. "If he does either, he'll have to answer to me." Tiresias chuckled, looking back to the fire. He rubbed his throat. "I'd pay good coin to see that. Is something wrong with your throat?" He turned back to Mal, her needle paused once again, brown eyes on him. Lowering his hand, he shook his head. "No. No, I'm fine." Chapter 40. No one from the Dornish entourage gave any indication when they planned to leave. It wasn't demanded of them, and if Prince Oberyn spoke to Lord Stark privately to say so, that wasn't shared with the castle librarian. They weren't boorish guests, thankfully. To the relief of Catelyn Stark, they kept any Dornish impropriety to a minimum in the castle. Though that was perhaps due more to the climate than anything else. It's hard to be rowdy with one's teeth chattering. However, Mal told him that she heard from Gin, that she heard from Gord, that he heard from an unnamed guard that the brothel was raking in record coin. Tiresias wasn't surprised. Outside of the castle, that was the only warm place for miles that the Dornish would frequent. They did not care for northern ale and left the tavern to the Wintertown locals. A side benefit of the Dornish aversion to the cold, even to the light summer chill, was that it tempered any jealousies felt by the northern soldiers. The appearance of 200 foreign warriors was quite the stir, adding some excitement to the life of the average Winterfell maid. Not that anyone put it out in the open like that. However, when Tiresias walked through the corridors and courtyards, carrying his books, he heard more scowls, giggles, and excited chatter than he ever before heard in the castle. He avoided the training yard during the day, halting any progress he made towards being comfortable with a group of spectators. One evening, Gord informed him that the Dornish requested permission to train there and Lord Stark granted it. To hear Gord speak of it, it sounded more or less amiable. The Dornish kept to themselves and the Northmen to their side. Though a few taunts flew back and forth, Jory and Sir Roderick dispelled any notion of ruckus in the yard, punishing jeering northerners with back-breaking drills. The Dornish commander returned the favor and kept his men disciplined. He was the most reserved man under Prince Oberyn's command, and he suffered no fools. He quickly became Sir Roderick's favorite guest. As for the prince himself, Oberyn never exercised in the training yard. His daughters did. Nymeria and Obara Sand appeared during Sir Roderick's tutelage for the children and ward of House Stark, challenging them to a spar. Robb and Jon were quickly forbidden to do so, but Theon, citing his position as ward, took them up on the offer, a true smile on his face. That smile lasted until Obara struck his side with the blunt end of her spear. The young Greyjoy sobered quickly and got a few licks in, but the duel was done. As predicted, Theon ended up with his ass in the dirt. Jon told him the story at dinner afterwards in the Great Hall. Tiresias turned to the table where Theon sat. He still seemed quite peeved by the afternoon's events. "After she won," he muttered, "bastard," while he was still in the mud, Jon said quietly. Tiresias turned back to him. Sir Roderick got up him immediately by the cuff of his neck and ordered him to apologize, but Obara didn't seem offended. Neither did Nymeria. She just said, "I may be a bastard and a girl, but you're the boy who lost to a bastard girl." Then they left. There was a slight shame to how he spoke. Tiresias gave him a moment before speaking himself. "Just because they're not hurt by his words doesn't mean you're weak if you are." "He hasn't called me that in," Jon thought for a bit. "A year. Just about. It's just, I don't like hearing it. No matter what the Dornish say, I don't like it." Tiresias let Jon have that opinion. Bastards carried a weight in this world that he would never understand. He knew the prejudice but not the rest of it. "Are you a bastard?" Jon asked suddenly. That jolted him slightly. He blinked at the lad. "Am I a bastard?" he asked, unable to keep a laugh from his tone. John swallowed and continued. You never said and I was just wondering." Tiresias pondered the question for a bit before settling on a nice lie. "My mother was just my mother. My father was just my father. And they were together from the time I knew them until they died." He shrugged. "Not sure if they were ever married. Definitely not under the seven or the old gods over here. Didn't have a family name to pass on. I'm just Tiresias. So, probably. In the eyes of most Westerosi. Those that care about that sort of thing." John nodded and returned to his food. Tiresias took a beat before following up. "Does that make you feel better?" The lad shrugged. Sighing, Tiresias tore off a section of bread before standing. "I need to get going. See you later, John nodded noncommittally. Tiresias leaned down. "Hey," he said, lowering his voice. John snapped up, the surprised look on his face causing the librarian to grin. "What's bastard for?" "The word? What's it for?" The lad remembered. He saw it in John's eyes but he still stared him down until he voiced it. "A stupid word for stupid people when they got nothing left," John muttered. His grin widened, Tiresias clapped John's shoulder and stood. "Exactly. Now have a bright fucking day." He turned to exit the Great Hall, but not before seeing the frown on John's face lessen slightly. Tiresias suspected that Oberyn had travelled here on a whim. But he was not privy to the grand plans of Dornish royals, to the Martell's wants. He looked to the prince whenever he saw him in the Great Hall, in the battlements, the yard. He wanted to glean something of value from him, to ask him his plans. He had a good guess that when Daenerys Targaryen came west with her dragons. If she comes west. If she has her dragons. Remember, that future isn't set. Even with you allowing Yora to flee Westeros. If she came west with her dragons, Dornish banners would probably accompany her. After all, what would stop them from seeking vengeance against the Lannisters? Tiresias remembered a young blonde girl, with a far better deposition than her mother. Betrothing Myrcella Baratheon to Tristana Martell was a bold move from Tyrion. It essentially placed the Martell family in a bitter spot. If Myrcella and Tristana had managed to be wed, she would have linked them directly to the Lannisters. I'm sure Oberyn was furious when she was shipped down in the second season. He may not have harmed little girls but her welcome would have been tense. At the same time, Doran couldn't have refused the match without incurring suspicion from King's Landing. Dorne was far away but if they were to move against the Lannisters, they would had to have harmed Myrcella or at least held her hostage. And that would have been an enormous violation of guest right. Oberyn and Doran had some honor after all. Neither one was Valder Frey. Or a grieving Elaria Sand. But Oberyn did threaten Myrcella's safety once, at the Purple Wedding. He reminded Cersei that her daughter was back in Dorne, in the hands of those loyal to him. Was he bluffing? Tiresias didn't believe so. The prince made that threat in front of Tywin Lannister and that was not a man one threatened lightly. Tywin was willing to placate Dorne enough to give Oberyn a seat on the small council, to sentence his unloved son to his judgment. Another commonality with his unloved son, both he and Tyrion knew the importance of bringing Dorne into the fold. They weren't ones to be snubbed or disrespected. So what made him so reluctant to speak to Oberyn? It wasn't just the worrisome future of House Martell. Oberyn was charming but he was also a member of a house prepared to align with an invading force. To instigate a conflict so his revenge could be had. That was part of it. Once Tiresias reminded himself he was only a librarian and not a warden, not the actual one to make alliances, he suspected that the prince wouldn't respect him if he simply told the story openly, freely. And Oberyn seemed to be in no hurry as well. He felt those dark eyes watching him. Trying to pierce him. But ever since the welcoming feast, Oberyn didn't ask about his duel against the mountain. Tiresias avoided the training yard in case he was there, even though Oberyn still never seemed to train there. At least that was what Gord told him. He walked there a few times. But he seemed more interested in the castle during the day and the brothel during the night. He entered the library a few times during the children's lessons. Maester Luwin greeted him amiably and calmly, the older man impervious to any jabs and insinuations directed toward Winterfell. However, most of the time, Oberyn wasn't there to mock. He seemed to enjoy the interest the children took in him and even one morning took over a lesson in Lysian trade. Maester Luwin let him have the floor to speak of his own experience, which Tiresias suspected was highly sanitized, and to answer any questions that the children had. It was an enjoyable lesson. Even Tiresias listened more closely as he kept his eye on his work. However, he didn't need to look up to know that Oberyn's gaze fell on him more than once. As he spoke of Lys and the other free cities, he felt that the prince was gauging him for a reaction. To see if this SSC librarian caught him in any lies. He cursed himself silently for not reading up more on Essos beforehand. There was nothing to be done about it now though and so he merely focused on his work as Oberyn spoke to the children. His gaze still lowered as the children departed for the midday meal. But Oberyn stayed. His perfume remained in the room. Tiresias lowered his quill and massaged his hand as he looked up. The prince was gazing at him, a grin spreading on his face. He matched the grin half-heartedly. That was quite a lecture, Prince Oberyn. Oberyn shrugged. I enjoy recounting my adventures to the young ears of Winterfell. They're much more hungry for my stories than Lord Eddard and his Tully wife. He walked past the tables where the Stark children and Theon had sat. Coming to his table, he grabbed a nearby chair and spun it around. I do hope I hadn't made you homesick, my friend, he said, sitting down. He tilted the chair back and placed his feet up on the desk. In fact, I feel rather foolish. Tiresias highly doubted that, but he said nothing. Here I am, vomiting all my adventures from Essos. And you're here. A true SSC. Have you not already spoken to the children of Lys and Volantis and all the other wonderful places that I've blathered about? There was something about Oberyn's tone that unsettled him. He trusted it was apparent on his own face. No matter how neutral he wanted to appear. The prince's peer was too piercing. Still, there was only what he could prove. The rest didn't matter. Essos is not a place full of fond memories for me, Prince Oberyn, he found himself saying. My family and I led a poor life on the outskirts of those wonderful places, beneath those more civilized. I didn't experience half of what you did across the narrow sea. You could speak to it better than me in most regards, believe me. Approaching footsteps reached his ears and he turned to the library door without thinking. He cursed himself as Oberyn looked over his shoulder and back to him with a confused expression, having heard nothing. Someone's coming. Tiresias lowered his eyes and grabbed his quill. This visitor was not coming here for him. Her perfumed scent was now prevalent, even from the corridor. Thought I heard someone, he muttered. Probably no one. As if on cue, the footsteps came right to the library door. Elaria entered, striding straight for the two of them. He nodded politely, before dipping his quill and proceeding from where he left off. My love, Elaria said, coming behind Oberyn, bending down to kiss him. My love, have you been here all morning? Almost, he murmured. Though he was focused on her at the moment, Tiresias heard the suspicious tone in his voice. The Stark children were quite keen on our adventures in Lys. Elaria grinned. Did you tell them everything we did in Lys? The lesson did not last that long, Oberyn responded, turning back to him. Besides, if I had, our lovely hostess would not have been too pleased. That's awfully considerate of you, Prince Oberyn, Tiresias muttered. You're not from Lys, are you, Tiresias? Elaria asked. Tiresias dipped his quill again, willing himself not to break his rhythm. No, I'm not, he said quietly over the scratching of his quill. I told you, love. A loud creak echoed in the library as Oberyn took his feet off the table and settled the chair back to the stone floor. He's not a man from Lys, the prince murmured, pulling Elaria onto his lap, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Not with a tongue like that. A great desire rose in Tiresias to make light of that comment, of his tongue. Any immature, body comment to throw Oberyn off the scent. He ransacked his brain. Trying to find something, anything before the prince asked the anticipated question. Where are you from in Essos, Tiresias? Oberyn inquired lightly. He was too late. The question was asked friendly enough though. So ignoring the suspicious tone, Tiresias answered as he continued to write. Everywhere, Prince Oberyn, he said, hoping to match the prince's lightness. And nowhere as well. I wasn't aware of such places, Oberyn stated, his voice heavily sardonic. Tiresias sighed. Forgive me, my prince. What I mean to say. Moving on from the sophomoric riddle quickly, he rehashed the story he told for Tywin Lannister. The nomadic people, hunting for furs, singing for coppers, the possible slave mother, the years alone in the wilderness, Loreth, Pentos, and the Crannogs. Prince Oberyn may not have asked for his life story. But he received it silently, listening carefully. Both he and Elaria did. Tiresias didn't look to their faces, kept his head down and continued to write. It wasn't just being shy though. His mouth stayed narrow for the story. It wouldn't do if Oberyn glimpsed his teeth at the moment. What child of a nomadic people had such aligned teeth? They weren't quite as straight as they were when he first woke up in Westeros. However, even after years without his retainer, his teeth were much nicer than anyone else he had come across. Mal liked to run her tongue across them when they kissed. Shelving the thought until a more appropriate time, Tiresias continued to write after he was done talking. Oberyn and Elaria shared the silence. The scratching of his quill filled the library. After a bit, he heard Oberyn get up, gently moving Elaria to his chair as he strode into the shelves. A tremble came from her as she sat alone. Are you cold, Elaria? He asked, eyes still on his work. Oh yes, Elaria said, curling her furs around her. I'm not used to a cold like this. I know it's only your summer, but still, it chills me. Tiresias lowered his quill and looked up, meeting her eyes as nonchalantly as he could. He tried not to see her as he last did. Gagged and chained in the black cells, her tear-ridden face illuminated by torchlight. He swallowed and nodded to the hearth. I could light a fire for you and Prince Oberyn. Should you wish to stay here? Elaria smiled appreciatively, unsuspecting of the horrors playing out in his head. That won't be necessary. I only came to fetch Oberyn. She turned and called out to the shelves. Love, are you coming? Soon, Elaria, soon, Oberyn called back. He emerged from the shelves, carrying an open tome with deft delicacy. Tiresias recognized it and carefully put his work away. He had a feeling what the prince would ask. Oberyn paused before him, still poring over the tome in his hand. His hand ran lightly over the page. He peered at Tiresias. I can't imagine you learned the old tongue in Essos. Tiresias shook his head, folding his hands. No, I learned it here in Winterfell. Do you know the old tongue? I do not, the prince murmured before holding the tome out. Won't you mind reading it out loud? I don't believe I'd ever heard the northern grunt before. As you wish, Tiresias responded as lightly as he could. He took the offered tome and placed it on the table, glancing up at Oberyn. It won't be a northerner grunting it. Oberyn shrugged. I won't understand either way. I just want to hear the grunts. Briefly, Tiresias wondered if it was advantageous to allow Oberyn to believe that he could insult the North and its people in front of him. In front of an SSC? Probably. The more people felt comfortable around him, the better. Besides, despite his ambivalence over the future of House Martell, he had pushed Oberyn's attitude at the welcoming feast. It would serve him well to balance it out. If only a little. So, pushing aside the jab at his adopted home, he cleared his throat and began to read. A telling of Jon Stark, King of the North, and the building of the Wolf's Den, where he imprisoned the sea warriors on the eastern shore. The words came easily to him and he read the first page shortly enough. He halted afterward and looked up. Oberyn met his gaze evenly, but said nothing. The direction was clear enough. Tiresias suppressed a sigh and continued to read, running his finger lightly along the runes. He read a full 3 pages before standing. Without asking, he closed the tome gently at the end and picked it up. May I now return this, Prince Oberyn? The Red Viper didn't say otherwise. Taking that for an affirmative, he walked around the desk, crossing the prince to the shelves. He heard him follow. A bit more than grunts, wouldn't you say? He swore he heard Oberyn shrug. Perhaps, but not much more. The prince stood at the end of the aisle as Tiresias placed the tome back. It must have been hard to learn that language. As a nomadic SSC. As a busy servant of House Stark. Tiresias exited the aisle. I like languages. Besides, my evenings are mostly free and I've had time to learn. I'm not quite as busy as you. Do you not have a woman, Tiresias? Elaria asked from her chair. Her furs were still wrapped tight, but she seemed to have forgotten the cold. Have you ever? He reached his desk and capped his inkwell. At some points. But for a man in my position, an income is more important than a companion. Must you sacrifice one for the other? Sometimes, Tiresias answered evenly, before shrugging. Romance can be quite lovely, but I enjoy reading just as much. A good book makes for a stimulating evening. And the yard? Asked Oberyn, coming behind Elaria, placing his hands on her shoulders. Do you find the training yard stimulating as well? Tiresias nodded, as casually as he could. On occasion. Oberyn smirked. You know, for one who killed such a man as Clegane, I had expected to see you in the training yard at least once during my stay. My daughters too. My men as well. But a week has come and gone, and you have yet to grace us with your presence. Looking down at his desk, Tiresias cursed how organized it was. There was nothing to tidy. Nothing to take away the silence. Then he cursed himself again for looking down for no reason. He met the prince's eye. Lord Stark has been generous enough over my employ here to allow me to use the training yard, though I am no soldier. They have first priority and so I generally exercise when they have finished for the day and the yard is empty. With the addition of so many soldiers from your contingent, I thought it proper to avoid the yard entirely until your departure. There's only so much room. You are our guests. And my duty is here. That's quite considerate, Oberyn said softly. He came from out from behind Elaria, stepping in front of him. But I'm sure we could find room for you. In the training yard. Or our bed, if you prefer. Tiresias let the silence sit after that one. The grin from the Oberyn was teasing, but he sensed sincerity in the offer. He looked at Elaria. She had a matching smile. Your idea. She laughed. No, but I approve. In this cold, our bed can't be warm enough. He turned back to Oberyn. Is this your way of thanking me for killing the mountain? I wouldn't say that. The prince looked him down and up. But it would be a reprieve from the silent stimulating nights of reading. Away from the northern grunting. Not all the grunting, I suppose. Oberyn laughed. Yes, yes, I suppose so. His voice dropped on that and Tiresias saw it time to put a stop to this. He stepped away from the prince, collecting a tome and parchment from the desk. I'm sure there are many who dream of being with a prince. With a woman as beautiful as you. He nodded to Elaria, before looking back to Oberyn. But I'm afraid I'll have to decline your offer. With more calm than he felt, he opened his satchel and placed the materials inside. It was more subconscious than it looked. Years of bringing material back to his room to study late into the night. To our room now. He banished the correction immediately, not wishing the thought to be read on his body by Oberyn or Elaria. They remained quiet as he packed. But when he looked up, he didn't see any ire at his rejection. Actually they only looked more intrigued by him. And that worried him more. Are you not attracted to beautiful women, Tiresias? To beautiful men? Elaria asked, her eyes laughing. I could admire beauty, he said evenly. Doesn't mean I have to have it for myself. He nodded and made to exit, cursing himself for the statement. It was perfectly fine but in no way, would it satisfy the pair before him. Indeed, Oberyn laughed and halted him as he made to pass, his hand on his shoulder. Tiresias met his eye and waited. Finally the prince spoke. Quite softly. You won't train with us. You won't sleep with us. You won't say how you beat the mountain. He looked him up and down. You frustrate me, my friend. You really do. That's not my concern, Tiresias stated. Now please remove your hand. You may be a prince. But I'm not yours to play with. Oberyn didn't seem offended. His smirk returned, but he released his shoulder. Tiresias nodded to Elaria. G'day, Elaria. Prince Oberyn. He left before they called him back. That encounter went places he wished to avoid. It wouldn't be the last time. Prince Oberyn wanted answers and he wasn't sure how much longer he could avoid giving them. His hand grazed his throat as he returned to his quarters. At least the pressure didn't come then. He retained some control. The next day, Tiresias went to speak with Lord Stark. He was not visited by the prince again that day, but an itch in his mind refused to go away. Though he did not know the risk, he felt that he should still mitigate it somehow. The renewed suspicion from the houseguards had lessened with the excitement of the Dornish arrival. Upon his request, the soldier, Trevor, immediately announced him and he entered the warden's solar. Lord Stark lowered his quill and rubbed his brows. Tiresias, he greeted, gesturing to the chair before his desk. The librarian took the chair silently, waiting for Lord Stark to gather himself. A surprise visit from Dornish royals compounded his work. Playing host and continuing his normal duties as warden, while also covertly preparing for a supernatural enemy that they only knew about. At least, he was still getting sleep. Exhaustion made a man eager for it. Finally, Lord Stark collected himself and peered at Tiresias. To what do I owe this visit? Tiresias reached into his pocket and withdrew a folded scrap of parchment, offering it to the warden. He took it and read it. He was halfway through when he looked up for an explanation. My life story, Tiresias said. This is the background on me. It's what I told Tywin Lannister when I was brought to Casterly Rock. I didn't relay it to you when I returned because the Westerlands are quite the distance from here. I didn't think it important. We had other matters to discuss. He sighed, leaning back into his chair. But Oberyn Martell is here and he had the same questions. So I gave him the same answers. May as well be consistent. I figured you should know what I told him to avoid any surprises or traps. Lord Stark returned his focus to the parchment. Tiresias hoped it was legible. He had written late last night. A velvet merchant from Lorith, Lord Stark muttered. Dead parents, dead younger sister. Dead younger sister was mentioned in passing, Tiresias amended, recalling the night in Lannisport, on the brothel rooftop. I thought I should include it, just to be safe. What else was said in passing? He tried to recollect the conversations, the quips, the late-night chats. He was relatively confident with what he had written down. But there was always the possibility that he had forgotten something. Slave mother. Ned's remark brought him back to the solar. He nodded at the warden's look. Possible slave. She never told me. He didn't elaborate and Lord Stark read through the rest. When he was done, he lowered the parchment and looked to Tiresias. Is any of this true? Tiresias shook his head. Not really. One or two details, maybe. My family, my mother, father, younger sister, don't know if they're dead, but they might as well be. I'll certainly never see them again. He swallowed a lump in his throat, different from the pressure he felt during the welcoming feast. He didn't expect to get emotional when he entered the solar. It had been years since he had pictured Clark's family. After a few seconds, he continued. But the rest is horseshit. It's why I made it impossible to prove. Not entirely, Lord Stark remarked quietly. There's the velvet merchant in Lorith. The long-dead, fake velvet merchant. For whom you worked as a bookkeeper, the warden noted, checking the parchment. That means there should be records in Lorith of this merchant. When someone arrives in that city looking for them, their absence will be noted. I didn't give a name, Tiresias said, trying not to sound worried. Besides, who will go all the way to Lorith to investigate my claim, to hunt after a phantom merchant? Tywin Lannister has the means to investigate, Lord Stark warned. And Prince Oberyn made the effort to travel all the way here. Why not farther? Tiresias couldn't answer that. When telling his story to Tywin, he banked on the idea that he wasn't worthy of an investigation. Or even of being remembered. That he could get out of the Westerlands before his story was discovered to be false. That even if the old lion bothered to look into his alleged past, no one would be expected to remember a bookkeeper for a dead nameless merchant. Or a dockhand in Pentos. Or a vagabond wandering the steppes in between the free cities. He still had faith in that argument. Still, a healthy sliver of worry ran through it now. That worry was shared by the warden. He could tell. However, Lord Stark sighed and placed the parchment down on the desk. I'll read this a few more times before I burn it. He peered at Tiresias. I assume that was your intent. Tiresias gazed over to the table, where the huge map of the north laid. It was besieged by documents and ledgers. There was some order to it. He knew that. But it was hard to tell by just looking at it. He turned back to Ned. How's our effort coming? Under the eyes of our Dornish friends. As well as it can, Lord Stark said. Our Dornish friends aren't interfering with our ravens. My correspondence to Castle Black is my own and our plans for the wildings continue to develop, as gently as they can. Tiresias exhaled through his nose. That migraine was coming soon. And however much they caressed it, the northern lords will not take the news well. Unfortunately they couldn't do much more until they met Mance and spoke openly with the king beyond the wall. As for the dragon glass, Lord Stark sighed. I supposed it's fortunate Oberyn and his men prefer the brothels and the yard to the forge. But eventually their steel will need tempering if they stay and I can't refuse them services. Not for guests. I'm sure the sight of apprentices molding dragon glass will catch a few curious eyes. And I don't know how well our story of the Hill tribe trade will hold under them. The Dornish know less about the northern hill tribes than Stannis Baratheon, said Tiresias. But if you're worried you can always suspend the forging of the dragon glass. Keep the raw material out of sight until they leave. He could tell by the look Lord Stark gave him that he heard the question underneath. I don't know when they'll depart, he answered softly. The first night I spoke to Prince Oberyn, I asked him his intentions in coming here. Please tell me it's not all about me, Tiresias said, half joking. He openly said so, the warden continued past his quip. A whim. A quick sale. Without the sanction of his brother, Prince Doran. He was curious to see the slayer of Sir Gregor Clegane. The slayer, a weight pressed on his skull and he suppressed the urge to groan. It didn't seem dignified in front of the warden. Lord Stark leaned back in his chair. He spoke of seeing the north with his own eyes. A forgotten kingdom in the halls of Sun's Pair. Of his brother, Prince Doran, working for future prosperity. Even before the rebellion, communication and trade between the North and Dorne were minimal. Afterwards, it's been silence. Well, you two are quite the distance from each other. Trade's quite impractical. He glanced to the door before lowering his voice. And with what occurred with Lyanna and Rhaegar, whatever version of the story people hear, Elia Martell is a spurned woman. The fire crackled softly. Lord Stark sat quietly and didn't disagree, so Tiresias had to ask. Did Prince Oberyn mention Lyanna at all? He did, Ned responded lightly. However I believe his anger is reserved for Rhaegar, Tywin Lannister, and Robert. You spoke against Tywin when he brought in the bodies of Aegon and Rhaenys. Asked him to be punished. You pushed back against Robert Baratheon. I'm sure Prince Oberyn knows that. I believe that's the only reason he tolerates being a guest of mine. The warden stood and went to the map. But I still remain friends with Robert. And my protests all those years ago, they didn't amount to much. He reached down and picked up a marker for the seasonal harvest down in Barrowden. A crop blight made a quarter of their yield useless. It was still a significant return and it could be corrected in the future. But under the light of the coming winter sun, that quarter lost was felt. And the Dornish royals were still being entertained. Winterfell could afford their company. But with each night that 250 extra mouths stayed in the castle as honored guests, the more their stores would need to catch up. The sooner they left, the better. Tiresias cleared his throat. So Prince Oberyn's efforts at diplomacy are insincere. He wanted to see the person who killed his sister's murderer, Lord Stark stated plainly. He set the marker down. I don't know his brother's view. But Prince Oberyn was practically laughing when I questioned him on it the first night. I'm sure Prince Doran was less than thrilled when he heard of his brother traveling to Winterfell. Especially on a whim. Tiresias gave a humorless laugh. He truly traveled here just to see me. So it appears, Lord Stark replied evenly. He did ask me about you. Whether you're a former sellsword. A man of arms under my employ. I'm a man of letters. I told him that. He laughed, but as he turned away that night, he said he was quite curious, to see how a man of letters downed the mountain. He already asked me that. I'd given him an answer, Tiresias responded. A bit more defensively than he wanted. Forgive me, he muttered. I supposed it wasn't enough. Otherwise, he'd be gone. He just noticed that the warden had yet to return to the table. His face was downcast, his chest still. Preparing to unveil unpleasant news. Lord Stark, what is it? He leaned against the table. Prince Oberyn approached Sir Roderick with a proposal. What sort of proposal? A tournament. A small one. The warden's face was stone. A series of spars. The Dornish soldiers he brought along are feeling quite restless. Tiresias tapped his knee. What do you think? I've no objection to it. Soldiers need to fight. Our own fighters are not too comfortable with outside blades being worn so comfortably in Winterfell. I would rather they work through their aggression. Not let it boil over into bad blood. The fire crackled in the hearth. So why do you sound undecided? Tiresias asked. Lord Stark met his eyes. Because he wants to fight you. Tiresias chewed the inside of his cheek for a few seconds, before he took a steadying breath. How did Sir Roderick respond to that? He didn't know about it. When he approached me to pass on the prince's proposal, Prince Oberyn accompanied him. There were reassurances. No fights to the death. Contained to the training yard. One-on-one only. And no grand prize. Only gambling on each individual contest. He picked up his goblet, sipping his water. It was only after I'd given my blessings, as the prince strolled away. He turned and said that he hoped it wouldn't just be Winterfell soldiers in the yard. He asked if you'd stay hidden, in the protection of the library. Sir Roderick wanted to have choice words with him about that, but I stopped him. Prince Oberyn left soon after. Lord Stark placed the goblet back down. Tiresias pondered his hands while he waited for the warden to continue. You are under my employ and not as a soldier, Lord Stark stated, his voice low and certain. And you have my protection. Prince Oberyn may be a guest, but there are some things that he cannot force in this castle. If you do not wish to fight, you may abstain and no dishonor will fall on you or me. Particularly since Prince Oberyn didn't even challenge you directly. When are these spars? Day after tomorrow. Tiresias clapped his leg. Well, I'm sure I can make myself very busy until then. You'll not fight? He shook his head. I need that exhibition like I need a hole in the head. No need to make a mountain of it though. Cringing inwardly at his choice of word, he stood. Though I suppose my absence at the training yard that day will say enough. It'll say more than that, Lord Stark said, before sighing. Our guest may complain, but you're not obligated to accept his challenge. I'll remind him of that, should he contest your decision. Thank you. Chapter 41. Tiresias didn't hear from Oberyn. Not for the entire day. Not one Dornishman even approached him. In fact, they didn't even look at him. Tiresias didn't need his heightened sensitivity to detect their disgust with him. They thought him a coward. So be it, he thought, more annoyed than he expected to be. I killed the mountain. I don't need to prove anything to you. Such thoughts gave him pause. He didn't like the ember of pride that glowed in his chest when he remembered that bloody victory. The victory that nearly cost him his arm. His fragile life in the grips of that monster. And he didn't like the pleasure he felt at this defiance against proving himself. Or in contrast, the sliver of shame that soured his heart when he saw their looks of disgust. Such feelings are the thoughts of a prideful, young boy. And sure enough, he got a decent idea of what the youth thought of this. Robb, Jon, and Theon joined him at his table that evening for dinner. And there was only one topic of conversation they returned to. But you're going to fight him, aren't you? Theon asked, his voice tinged with excitement. Tiresias took a measured sip of his ale. The spars are between the soldiers only. Whatever I've done, I'm no soldier. Never have been. But everyone expects you to fight. Is that a sight you wish to see, Theon? You're damn right, it is. He nudged Robb in the shoulder. Can you imagine the look on the faces of those fucking Sands when Tiresias puts their father in the dirt? Theon, enough, Robb said. Allowing Robb his authority, Tiresias swallowed his own rebuke, sort of. So you'd trade my safety for your own entertainment, Theon, he asked lightly. Safety? What are you talking about? It'll be blunted blades. Can a man not be injured by a blunt object? Why are you hesitating? Theon asked, confusion entering his eyes. You took on the mountain in a fight to the death. Why are you afraid of fighting Prince Oberyn? It's not a matter of fear, Theon Greyjoy. He looked straight into the boy's eyes. I fought for a man's life. I don't fight to indulge the bloodlust of spectators. Especially those too young to know what calling for a fight actually means. He tried to keep rebuke out of his response, but it was futile. Theon looked chastened, but not in a way that showed he understood. Tiresias tried to return to his food, but his appetite was diminishing. He placed his spoon down, trying to think. After checking to see that no Dornish soldier was within earshot, he asked the question. Do you all know what happened to Princess Elia Martell? Prince Oberyn's sister. Even Theon turned serious at the mention of the late princess. Jon lowered his spoon as well, his chewing slowed considerably. Robb, ever the future lord, spoke up, albeit solemnly. She was butchered. Along with her children, Rhaenys and Aegon. When the Lannisters sacked King's Landing. Tiresias continued to hold eye contact with him until Robb felt compelled to elaborate. In a lowered tone. The mountain killed them. And raped the princess. Killed her after. Were the details necessary? Tiresias didn't know, but it vanquished any levity that was present earlier. Theon was quite silent now. Even Jon, who also seemed curious to see the match, was staring down. Prince Oberyn's want for vengeance is quite justified, Tiresias said quietly. As far as it can be, but it's not a want that can be easily satisfied. And not permanently. I may have involved myself forever in his quest for vengeance when I killed Clegane. But if I indulge him and spar with him, it won't be enough. Not for long. That kind of appetite can never be fulfilled. The faces of all three of them turned into a blur. He tried to continue but he was tongue-tied. Sighing through his nose, he picked up his spoon, placing stew into his mouth, without really registering it. Was he satisfied with that explanation? If you're asking that question, probably not, mate. No appetite is ever quelled permanently, Robb said. He looked up to see the young lord staring him down. It's just satisfied so we can move on. The Dornish won't move on without Prince Oberyn. And he won't move on until he gets something to quell his appetite. Even it's only temporary. Tiresias couldn't deny that. He won't. Lord Stark stood by his decision not to fight. Robb wouldn't go against that. But his eyes spoke the truth that he couldn't voice. That his decision not to fight might have long-reaching consequences for Winterfell. Ones that they couldn't afford with the dangers approaching, though Robb wasn't aware of them yet. Well, using that reasoning, Lord Robb, my decision to fight might have long-reaching consequences as well. He sucked a bit of bone and spat it out. If only he were a decent prophet, he could decide which consequences he would rather endure. He and the ones he cared for. The scratching of his quill on the parchment seemed to echo more loudly today. It seemed to overtake even the lecture from Maester Luwin in his mind. He sensed eyes from the young ones this day. They all knew what was occurring this afternoon. He heard every one of them, with the exception of Cara, turn around in their chair and glance at him. Even Maester Luwin's eyes flitted over him a few times. He kept this eyes down, trying to focus on his work. However, even between the lessons and the quill in his hand, he couldn't help his ear from drifting to the window. There he swore he could hear the sounds of those in the yard preparing for the amateur tourney. Tiresias tried to dismiss it, but it was in vain. The faint echoes of an awaiting challenge plagued him, and before the expectant dispositions of the Stark youth and ward, the morning passed very slowly. But it eventually did pass. The lecture ended and the young ones departed for the midday meal. For the training yard afterwards went unsaid. At least for Robb, Theon, and Jon. They wished him farewell and he returned it curtly, eyes still down. He would not be moved. After they left, he heard the clink of Luwin's chains as he walked over. Tiresias handed over a parchment of measurements. Only 4 of the tomes I brought over are in need of rebinding. When you give that to the tanner, he should be able to cut the leather I need. Maester Luwin nodded. I'll let him know. He pocketed the measurements, his beady knowing gaze still on him. Tiresias put down his quill. Are you attending the spars? The maester nodded. I don't expect soldiers from either side to emerge uninjured from this. Even a normal day of training requires a few moments of my time. At Tiresias' glance, Maester Luwin sighed. However, this is not a normal day. And I'm afraid that such a contest between the 2 most stubborn kingdoms in Westeros will provoke deep enthusiasm from both sides. Enthusiasm, Tiresias muttered, rolling the word over his tongue. It tasted foreign to him. He certainly wasn't enthusiastic for this day. In fact, he was anxious for it to be over. That's what he thought at least. He woke up this morning with a strange ache in the pit of his stomach. It didn't hurt. But it reminded him of when Clark was a boy, waiting for an injection. An anticipation of something unpleasant but inevitable. Glancing up, he saw Maester Lewin was still peering at him. As if the old man could sense his coming question. Tiresias swallowed. Maester, he began. What will happen if I don't answer the prince's challenge? I have Lord Stark's support. We're in Winterfell. I'm only the librarian. Am I doing anything wrong? Lewin shrugged. Nothing should happen. That's the course of such events. You have no business in that training yard, Tiresias. And Prince Oberyn has no right to force you to fight. That would be the end of it. If those present agreed to the formalities. There was no relief in the maester's words. They were spoke with such decorum. A shadow of a smile shadowed his face as he continued. You also had no business in Deep Den when you duelled Sir Gregor. It wasn't a condemnation, but Tiresias lowered his eyes all the same. The message was clear enough. When he emerged from the background in the Westerlands, he forfeited all claims to normalcy in this world. Still. Prince Oberyn has no business lowering himself to fight me. No, he doesn't, Lewin remarked lightly. He walked over to his own table and rolled up a map of the Stormlands. But as we so often see, formalities carry only as much as weight as we allow them, he called back to Tiresias. Temperaments color our actions far more than we'd like them to. And Prince Oberyn is a very temperamental man. Tiresias didn't have a response to that. Maester Lewin cleaned up his desk and departed the library, wishing him a farewell as his clinks faded into the corridor. He sat in the silence, trying to savor it. But without the lecture and the presence of the Stark youth, the sounds from the training yard became more prominent. He didn't imagine them earlier, and even as echoes, he could sense the excitement behind them. As the midday hour came to an end, he had abandoned the idea of eating. It didn't irk him. He had skipped meals before, and the idea of sharing space with anyone right now soured his appetite. As the afternoon began, the cheers began anew, flaring up every few minutes. The spars had begun. Still his stomach rumbled. As the afternoon wore on, he tried to ignore it, remembering the days when he had skipped meals and survived just fine. Still it was uncomfortable, and as the third hour of the afternoon began, he found himself wondering if he could sneak down and grab some dried beef while all the ruckus was happening. As he wondered this, the library door opened and his nose caught a familiar scent. He turned to see Mal crossing the room with a tray. She approached his table wordlessly and set the tray down. Tiresias glanced at the food. Did Mistress Bane send you back to work in the kitchens? She snorted lightly and sat. It's my meal as well. Since you're hiding out for today, I figured I'd have it with you. That remark blew directly onto the ember of pride that was lodged squarely in his chest. A great desire to defend himself rose up inside. And quickly died when he reminded himself who had said it. Mal picked up a pitcher and poured out water into cups while he broke up the bread. How goes the tourney? She rolled her eyes. Not much of one. Just some fools swinging blunted steel at each other. 1-on-1. Bunch of coins. Bunch of men getting filthy in the muck. The laundry that the girls will be stuck with. That part annoyed her more than anything else, but she breathed and moved on. And it doesn't seem to be dying down. One Northman enters when another Northman falls. Another Dornishman enters when one of them falls. The crowd should dwindle soon if that keeps up. He looked up and met her brown eyes. She was looking directly at him. No, they won't. Prince Oberyn still hasn't fought. The bread seemed stuck in his mouth. He fought it loose with his tongue and swallowed. Mal tore off a piece. He merely sits and cheers, but he keeps looking up and away at this tower. She didn't say anything more on the subject. Which was fine by Tiresias. The rest of their lunch passed quickly, with him glancing to the window. Maybe it wasn't just the echoes of the cheers that had distracted him so in the last few hours. Maybe the stare of Prince Oberyn was wearing him down. Penetrating right through the stone walls from the grounds of the training yard. Soon after the tray was empty, Mal stood to leave. He thanked her for bringing lunch, to which she shrugged. No great trick to carrying a tray. She turned to the library exit, paused after only a few steps before turning back. Tiresias met her brown eyes. The steel tempered her worry as she spoke. Whatever you do, do it carefully. All right. He nodded, but stayed quiet. She didn't like it when he offered empty assurances. Another hour passed when Mal left and he had nothing significant to show for it. It irked him. His stomach was full and he could concentrate now, at least he attempted to. The parchment before him, he couldn't put his quill to it. His hand hovered above the inkwell, his ink dripping steadily as he tried to focus. He resisted the urge to curse himself. After all, who could concentrate when one is ignoring a blatant challenge from a Dornishman? Tiresias tried a few more times to get back on track, but the work simply would not be done. Finally he shut the inkwell and laid down his quill. Sitting back, he gazed upon the shelves, his eyes browsing a possible distraction. That meal was substantial enough to get him past dinner. He could light a candle and read for hours. Continued to ignore the echoes from the training yard. He had no idea how long he sat there staring blankly into the shelves when a pair of light boots entered the library. Turning, he saw Jon Snow by the door. He looked rather contrite. A few seconds passed before he realized he neglected to greet the lad. Or he him. It just didn't seem necessary. The look in the boy's eyes told him what he needed to know. His glance from him to the window, then back to him. Several cheers echoed from the training yard. Over the afternoon, they had not diminished in volume. Tiresias bowed his head and sighed, staring at his hands. They were slightly stained. His skills with a quill were far ahead of what they were when he first arrived in Winterfell. Yet he couldn't prevent all ink from spilling onto his fingers. Better ink than blood, he mused. Although his skills with a blade were also miles ahead of what they once were. He blinked to find himself standing, the scrape of his chair against the stone floor echoing in the library. Pushing the chair in, he walked calmly to the door, where Jon still waited politely. There was no surprise on his face. No excitement either. Which relieved him somewhat. Delighting in violence was juvenile. Is participating in it that much better? Pointed assassinations. That's one thing. Training spars are another. But a duel for a royal's curiosity? What the fuck are you doing? What will this gain? How will this help? Questions he probably should have answered weeks ago flooded him as he walked down the tower, Jon at his side. He didn't know how he wanted to play Dorne. He honestly didn't expect to deal with them until much later. Were they in league with Illyrio Mopatis? How were they seeking revenge against Tywin Lannister? Would they still support Daenerys Targaryen when she came to power in the east? He didn't know, but he did know that Robb was right. Prince Oberyn wouldn't leave until he had the answers he craved. Whether or not those answers came from an explicit recounting or a demonstration, that was his choice now. And to his knowledge, he never felt that pressure on his throat while training. When he was fighting. It was in the quiet moments when he felt the mountain's hand back on his throat. Not that it was an easy choice. Indulging Oberyn Martell in a spar, a spectacle for himself and his people, it wasn't wise in most areas. But blatantly ignoring the Red Viper, a Prince of Dorne, because he simply didn't feel like fighting, that was another risk entirely. However he justified it, he tried to suppress it from his mind. He made his choice and now he had to concentrate. Unlike Deep Den, he wasn't entering a duel with a whole day of stretching and preparation behind him. Well, this isn't a battle to the death, I hope. Still, Deep Den was also the end of a long road with months in the wilderness, time in the capital and continuous travel with little to no reprieve. And no training. He was certainly on more stable ground here. And it would be good practice in another way. As he realized before, with his duel with Otis, not every opponent would wait until he was comfortably ready to duel. He threw his arms across his chest as he walked, trying to get the blood loose. They had reached the first floor of the castle. Who sent you to get me? Robb, Jon responded. Prince Oberyn has been there for hours. Ever since it started. Hasn't fought yet. But each man of his keeps coming forth. It just keeps going. What about your father? Jon shook his head. Father oversaw a few matches in the morning and left. Might be there now, but he won't summon you. Did Prince Oberyn ask him to? They exchanged some looks. Prince Oberyn keeps smiling and looking to the tower. But father told us, he said he wouldn't force you. And Robb. They came to the western courtyard. Echoes from the training yard were louder than ever. Tiresias felt eyes snap to them as they made for it. Jon shrugged. He thinks it's the only way they'll stop. He may be right, unfortunately, Tiresias muttered. He clapped Jon on the shoulder. You should go ahead of me. No sense getting into trouble with your father. Nodding, Jon made to walk before turning back. Do you need anything? Tiresias exhaled, continuing to make for the yard. Fetch a pole staff for me, will you? Actually, why don't you grab two? He heard the boy's footsteps disappear into the crowd as he approached the yard. It seemed a large throng was crowded around the entire area, with the center free. Thankfully a match was in progress and his presence attracted little attention as he squeezed through to the middle of the spectators. It appeared that he arrived at an opportune time. He didn't recognize the current Dornishman fighting by name, but he knew the name of his northern opponent well enough. Tad was putting up a good front. The man survived the Greyjoy rebellion for a reason and he attacked the Dornishman vigorously, causing the man to retreat in a circle. Helps that he's sober, I suppose. The mere fact that he was winning spurred cheers from the Northerners and jeers from the Dornish, but all in all it seemed amiable. His eyes scanned the crowd and found Oberyn easily. He sat on a crate, his daughters by his side. Obara sported a cut on her cheek and Nymeria had a bandaged hand. Elaria sat behind Oberyn, curled against his back, in the heaviest fur he'd seen yet. The prince had a keen ear. He remembered that from his conversation with Varys, but he didn't know about any other senses. Whether because of a message relayed or some other reason, Oberyn stopped watching the match and turned his eyes to the crowd, scanning it. It took only a few seconds for him to lock eyes with Tiresias. They regarded each other across the cheering soldiers. A smile came onto the prince's face and he turned back to the match. Tiresias did the same without the smile, coming to the front and dropping to the ground, trying to get in some stretches before it was too late. Having never before been grateful to Tad, he found himself thanking the Git as he refused to lose the match quickly. The Dornishman was beginning to assert his victory and it was only a matter of time, but that meant little to Tad. He was too stubborn. So Tiresias found himself stretching to his content. Squatting down, he heard a familiar set of steps, heavily thumping against the earth. They cut through the cheering crowd, headed towards him. Tiresias. He looked up to see Gord standing over him. Hello Gord. He came back up to his feet and stretched his shoulders. Tad would lose in the next few moves. You being here, his big friend asked. Does it mean what I think it does? I believe so, Tiresias sighed as his joints popped. Relief coursed through him as he stood, shifting his weight from one foot to the other, stretching his ankles. He turned to Gord. Have you fought yet? Gord nodded. These Dornish are slippery little bastards. Managed to win against two. Earned me a reprieve. Well done, Tiresias muttered, returning his eyes to the center. Only a little longer. The Dornishman was drawing back, but he saw the man preparing for the counter. Tad would hurtle right into his lure. Not needing to see any more, he scanned the crowd. Robb and Theon stood with Sir Roderick, who was watching with the strictest look upon his face. His nephew stood with him. Jory observed the fight strictly as well, but he seemed more relaxed about the whole affair. Above them, a shadow caught his eye. He looked to the covered balcony, where Arya stood behind a column, poorly shielded from the ground, but she didn't seem to care. All of the adolescents watched the final moments of this match with such attention. All except one. Away from them, he came to Jon Snow, who was walking along the front rows of the soldiers, quickly as to not disrupt their view. Headed towards him with two pole staffs. A loud cheer erupted from the other side, as well as groans from around them. He rolled his shoulders as he looked back to the center where Tad laid in the dirt, breathing hard with a blunted spear at his throat. To Tad's credit, the Dornishman panted as well. And quickly raised his spear as Tad spat out his surrender. He didn't offer a hand up though. Maybe he sensed Tad's nature. In any case, the Northman got to his feet on his own terms, grabbed his training sword and limped off the field. The applause from the Dornish simmered down, with Prince Oberyn being the last to stop, and when he did, his eyes were back on the librarian. Jon came to his side with the pole staffs. As he drew near, other eyes followed the boy, coming to him. Soon, the ring of spectators was quiet. Tiresias inhaled and released. Relax, it's not your life on the line this time, I hope. Eyeing the open pitch before him, he knelt and began to unbuckle his boots. No steel had been dropped and left on the ground during all this fun today, he asked Gord. Not that I can recall. Fair enough. Tiresias stepped out of his boots, feeling the bare earth beneath his feet. Pressing them neatly together, he stood up and unbuckled his belt, sliding the sheath off. He handed it to Gord, who received the dagger wordlessly, before returning the belt to his waist. It was quite something to change for a spar in front of hundreds of soldiers. With only murmurs filling the air. He heard little of coins though. No wagers taken. Not yet. He briefly met the eye of the Dornish spearman who downed Tad, before bending down and rolling up his trousers. The man seemed to have caught his breath and was regarding him calmly. He still stood in the center. Tying off the legs, he stood and, without further ceremony, removed his shirt. It was a cool, late summer afternoon. The sun would set soon, but the evening chill was beginning to settle in. It grazed his skin gently and he welcomed it, willing himself to breathe slowly. It eased his racing heart. Reaching for the sky with one last stretch, he brought his arms down and gestured for the pole staffs. Jon handed them over without a word. Thank you, Jon. He willed himself to sound unworried. Now, go on back to your brother and Sir Roderick. Jon nodded and jogged off. Tiresias followed the lad briefly before looking past him to below the balcony, where the other youth of House Stark waited, the expressions on their faces varying between anticipation and apprehension. He ignored that and met the eyes of Sir Roderick. The knight's mouth had thinned considerably, but he nodded curtly. And so I have the blessings of the Winterfell Master of Arms. Fucking lovely. Tiresias walked forward with a soft focus, the crowd becoming a haze. As he came to the center and halted, he met the eyes of the Dornishman who had remained in the ring. He held the pole staff slightly and pointed to the ground. Flexing his toes, he felt the cool dirt curl up between them. It soothed him. But his heart still raced. It beat quickly as the Dornishman nodded and turned side face, bringing his spear to a starting position. You're not my opponent, Tiresias said. Please leave the ring. The Dornishman blinked. What did you just say to me? He breathed, determined to keep his voice soft. I said you're not my opponent. Please leave the ring. None of the other spectators could have heard him. All that they saw was a Dornishman's anger rising as he tried to process what he just heard. His voice returned quickly. I am here. With this. He brandished the spear and stuck it forward. Tiresias didn't wince. There was no danger in that thrust. The Dornishman's grip on the handle was too tight. Not that didn't stop the crowd from jumping slightly. A few protests from the northern side melded with jeers from the Dornish side. The man brought his spear back. I am your opponent, he hissed under the murmurs surrounding them. Tiresias shook his head. I came down to answer a challenge. You're not the one who challenged me. So please leave. Silly door. Oberyn called from the side. Tearing his eyes from the irate spearman, Tiresias looked to the Red Viper, who had already removed one boot and was unbuckling the other. He put his bare feet on the ground and stood up, untying his fur cloak. This one is mine, Silidor. He never lost his smile. Leave the ring. The Dornish spearman named Silidor instantly lowered his weapon and bowed, before exiting into the crowd, where the sounds of coins passing hands now played softly along the wind. Wagers against the Red Viper. Wagers against the warrior librarian. Tiresias didn't focus on the whispers. Didn't hear the odds. He wasn't tempted to. Not in the slightest. His eyes stayed on Oberyn. The man deposited his fur cloak into the arms of a waiting steward. As he unbuckled his own belt, he met Tiresias' eyes and smirked. Wrapping the belt around his own dagger, he raised the belt to the sky before giving it to the steward, placing it on top of the cloak. The cold bothered the prince. Not that he gave that away, but Tiresias could tell. His arms tensed. The smirk and nonchalant gaze became only more fixed. At a minuscule level. You'll lose that smirk soon, Oberyn. Tiresias blinked freely. This contest wouldn't be won with dry eyes. But not due to me. With this cold and the anger you keep simmering below you, and not a mountain in sight to direct it towards. Oberyn removed his shirt and he saw the Viper's breath hitch slightly. But his composure was unshaken and the smirk stayed. I suppose I'm the next best thing. You'll see if you could have beaten him. That's what I have to give you. The steward received the prince's silk with a blank acceptance. Nymeria came to her father and they spoke. Tiresias gave them their privacy and his eyes wandered to Obara, who fixed him with her best glare. He gave her a nod. It wasn't returned. Resisting to the urge to chuckle, he looked back to Oberyn, who patted Nymeria lightly on the cheek. A weapons master came to his side, offering his spear. The Viper declined and turned, walking out. His feet hit the earth in an easy stride. Tiresias exhaled. He'll be fast. Much faster than Clegane. If the bare feet don't slow him down. Their dueling area would be more contained than the hall and deep den. Their Lord Lytton made room for a half-giant and his longsword. Not the case here. Tiresias blinked and Oberyn was at his spot, his eyes waiting, his arms relaxed at his side. He breathed easily in the cold. At least for now. Tiresias lifted a pole staff and threw it to the prince. Softly though. No need for machismo at this point. Oberyn caught it easily and instantly went into twirling it, twisting and spinning the staff until it was just a blur in his hands. Applause and cheers grew from the Dornish side, climaxing into yells when their prince ended his demonstration with the staff atop his shoulders. He faced his men, the smile wide on his face. While Oberyn saluted his men, Tiresias knelt and rubbed dirt on his palms, leaning his staff against his shoulder. No sense in waiting until he was slick with sweat. As he stood, he found Oberyn facing him again. The smirk was still there, but the nonchalance in his eyes was gone. There were the eyes of a man who had traveled far for a reason. The eyes of a man who had something precious stolen from him. Has anyone ever died being battered by a pole staff? Tiresias wondered vaguely. He supposed it was quite possible. Before he could help it, his mouth twitched into a small smile and he was too late to wipe it from his face. The Red Viper saw it. You are as they say you were, when you were in the Westerlands, dueling Clegane, he called out. Naked. No sword. Will you take some of the dirt and smear it on your face as well? Make again the scene from Deep Den truly? Isn't that how you fight? This is no fight to the death, Prince Oberyn, Tiresias said. His voice was soft, but he knew the Viper heard him. It didn't matter that the spectators didn't. I hope you didn't enter this ring thinking it was. That made Oberyn laugh, but only slightly. Passing over the question, he began to walk in a circle, spinning his staff as he did so. Tiresias started to circle as well, stepping sideways, keeping the Red Viper at a safe distance, his staff now up. The prince paused his spinning, pointing his staff to Tiresias' chest. He gave you that beautiful scar, no? The mountain? A half-inch deeper and you would have been dead. You had no shield. Tiresias didn't respond. Just continued to circle. I would have done the same, you know, Oberyn remarked. No shield. Light armor. Just a spear against that creature. Quite useful against tall shitpiles and their reach, no. There were two kinds of fighters in the world. Those who liked to talk and those who refrained from doing so. Tiresias wasn't a good enough talker or fighter to do both at once. He stayed mum as he circled the Red Viper, his eyes catching the prince's feet planting. Nothing to say? Oberyn asked. The smirk never left his face as he stopped circling and made for the center. That's fine. Let your staff speak instead. Jon made it back to Robb and Theon just in time to turn and see Tiresias walk out to the center of the ring. You found him in the library then? Theon asked, his eyes glancing to him before going out to the fighters. That's where he works, isn't it? Jon responded. Robb moved to give him his old spot back. Shouts reached them from the ring. The Dornish spearman brandished his weapon at Tiresias, who stood quite still, the two pole staffs lowered at his waist. The angry protests from the Dornishman could be understood from the distance. Is he refusing to fight the spearman? Robb asked, by his ear. Is he just going straight for Prince Oberyn? Looks so, Jon said, turning his eye to the Dornish side, where the prince lounged. Prince Oberyn seemed to be of the same mind, kneeling down to remove his boot. He didn't look to the center where the spearman's protest grew louder. He wasn't worried. He saw how the spearman moved earlier. Tiresias was faster. The prince though, he didn't know. Prince Oberyn only wandered through the training yard once before as he observed his daughters. His laughter sailed through the air as Obara pitched Theon to the dirt. But he didn't fight. He would soon though. Prince Oberyn called for his man's withdrawal from the ring and it was quickly obeyed. After removing his other boot, cloak, shirt and dagger, the Red Viper walked forward. If he was bothered by the freezing mud, he didn't show it. Sir Roderick scoffed. I swear, by the gods, those idiots will lose their toes if they're not quick about this. All for a bloody spar. Jon shared a glance with Robb before looking back out. Tiresias' comfort with the cold was not a new topic of discussion among them. Difficult as it was to think and comb his memory now with the impending spar, he found no memory where he was training with Tiresias when the man wore anything over his shirt. Even in the bitterest cold he could remember, even at the beginning of training before the blood ran hot, the SSE simply took to the cold. Even Arya noticed it when she was 6. Asked him if their librarian was part ice. He joked he was part wolf. It wasn't even that cold today. But evening was coming soon and not even the strongest Northman went without a shirt in the summer dark. But Prince Oberyn seemed comfortable enough as he came face to face with Tiresias. He caught his pole staff easily and stepped lightly, twirling his pole staff faster and faster, sending his men into a cheering frenzy. Beneath that, he heard Sir Roderick scoff. Damn show-off, he muttered. He's still fast, uncle, Jory said, his voice lowered as well, as if the cheering Dornish soldiers could hear them. No armor to hold him down either. And based on his step. Sir Roderick interjected, before turning to them. Based on his step, what? Robb? Theon? Jon. He'll lead with his left, Robb answered immediately. He also likes to move around. The prince stopped his twirling, facing his cheering men. As he gestured to them, Jon turned back to Tiresias, who was kneeling and rubbing his hands with dirt. Tiresias likes to move around as well, he said quietly, though he knew the rest heard him. Their librarian was the quickest warrior in Winterfell. He was curious, and scared, to see if the arrival of this Dornish prince changed that. As Tiresias stood, Prince Oberyn spoke, half to him and half to the crowd. The wind obfuscated his words and from here, they could only hear his confidence. His swagger. As for Tiresias, his responses were soft and didn't reach their ears at all. Theon cursed, ignoring a sharp look from Sir Roderick as he turned to them. Can you lot actually hear what he's saying? Robb shook his head. No, said Jon, his eyes on the ring. But he had a good idea. All the spars with the librarian, ever since he was a boy, led him to know what kind of a warrior he was. A reluctant one. Like my father. He was impressed by the prince already. Not only by his handling of the pole staff, but Prince Oberyn didn't seem bothered by the cold so far as he began to circle Tiresias. The librarian mirrored his steps, though far less casually than the prince. He kept his distance. It didn't last long. The prince seemed to grow weary of his opponent's silence and made for the center, tilting his staff up. Jon exhaled, forgetting that he was holding his breath. Prince Oberyn advanced casually, but something wasn't right. Just now wasn't the first time Sir Roderick told them to look to a man's feet to predict his movements. Especially during a pause in the fight. Jon's eyes wandered to the Red Viper's gate. He was kind enough to have removed his boots for a better view. His eyes weren't as good as Tiresias, but he saw the tension build as he proceeded to the center. Robb predicted it correctly. He sprung from his left foot. Cheers erupted from the sides as Prince Oberyn swung his staff, raising it quickly as he rushed in his final steps to the center. Jon blinked. The staff turned into a blur when the red viper struck, but Tiresias blocked it, letting the prince have a little give before pushing it away. That didn't deter the Dornish prince. In place, he brought the staff around and struck repeatedly. Tiresias met the next 2 blows, moving his staff quickly and precisely to block. Not allowing himself to become entangled or his arms crossed, he met the 4th blow and pushed it off, circling rapidly and creating distance against the viper. Sir Roderick. With a great effort, Jon tore away from the cheers and looked behind him. Through a parting of enthused northerners, father came up to them, standing next to Sir Roderick. The knight, along with Jory, gave a short bow, looking away from the duel with as much difficulty. Lord Stark, Sir Roderick responded shortly. His lord father turned to the ring. Jon thought he saw anger in his eyes and hoped Robb wouldn't be punished for suggesting that Tiresias be implored to show up. He hoped he wouldn't face punishment for bringing him down. His feet felt quite heavy as he trudged to the library tower. However, father merely looked resigned as he gazed out onto the ring. How long have they been at it? All of their eyes snapped back to the duel with their lord's blessing. They heard the staffs coming together in another series of hits, but it was the same result. Tiresias was circling around Prince Oberyn, who seemed less amused. Just for a minute, my lord, Sir Roderick said. No hits landed as of yet. He swore he heard father blink. Why aren't they wearing practice armor, or boots? Sir Roderick hesitated before answering. I'm afraid I don't know, my lord. Tiresias doesn't mind the cold, Jon heard himself answering. He didn't turn back, but he felt the eyes flicker to him. The Dornish do. Prince Oberyn challenged him, but he entered on his own terms and the prince had to follow them, or else look weak. He came back to see Tiresias crouching as Prince Oberyn thrusted. His eyes recognized the lure before his mind registered it. Cheers renewed among the Northmen as Tiresias, after parrying the thrust, quickly brought his staff down to Prince Oberyn's wrist, striking it. If Jon blinked, he would have missed it. Tiresias didn't press as the prince staggered back, shaking his wrist. But he didn't cry out. And he didn't look angry. That smirk, which disappeared briefly as he was hit, came back bigger than before. He should have pressed, Jory muttered. He won't get that opportunity again. The crowd seemed to think the same. The cheers from the hit morphed into disappointed murmurs as Tiresias let Prince Oberyn regained his composure. Evidently, the prince himself felt similar. Come now, Tiresias, the prince called. I am no southern flower, and I cannot imagine you defeated the mountain with such kindness. Laughter came from the crowd. Tiresias didn't respond to it. His staff remained high and he turned with the red viper as he paced around him. Good stance, he said. Fair blocks, were you able to stop Clegane's sword in midair? Did it halt under your magnificent strength? What the hell is he doing? Robb hissed. Stop egging him on and just fight. No need for this. Tiresias will face such taunts for the rest of his life, father responded quietly. He'll learn to suffer them. The librarian stayed silent, not saying a word as he began to walk forward, his staff raised. The prince stopped pacing and went to meet him as the jeers from the Dornish grew louder and louder. Come on, Tiresias, Jory said. Come on, shut them the hell up, sorry, uncle. Bah, said Sir Roderick, dismissing the apology. I'd settle for quiet too about now. But the jeering only increased as Prince Oberyn brought his staff and swung. Jon watched Tiresias' own staff, waiting for its counter, instead he saw it fall to the mud. He blinked and brought his eyes back in time to see Tiresias lean back, evading the staff as it swung over him. What the fuck? Theon exclaimed. There was no time or desire from Lord Stark to admonish his ward about his profanity. The young Greyjoy and he weren't the only ones surprised. Prince Oberyn, clearly expecting to meet resistance, halted his swing before he swung off balance, jerking his body back to center. Just when Tiresias came up. He did that move against the mountain, Jory offered. First swing of the great sword swept right over him. Didn't drop the spear though. Honor demanded that a spar be paused when an opponent drops their weapon. However, Jon saw the look in Tiresias' eyes and he knew the prince did as well. His eyes just screamed for a challenge. So Prince Oberyn swung again. And thrusted. Swinging his staff repeatedly in the direction of Tiresias, who dodged each one of the Red Viper's strikes, leaving his own staff in the mud. He stepped back as the Dornish prince moved forward. They merely danced. And as they danced and Prince Oberyn swung faster and faster, the cheers from the Northmen increased. Theon, Robb, and Jory joined them and Jon even heard Arya from her hiding spot on the balcony, her yells of encouragement lost. But he didn't say a word. Sir Roderick and his lord father watched the spar in silence and he followed their lead. And Tiresias was too busy to speak as well. To answer the cheers. The librarian was beginning to get tired, though only a minute had passed. His breaths measured and practiced were turning into pants. He needed to get his staff back. He couldn't keep dodging for long. Prince Oberyn twirled and swung the pole staff to Tiresias' right side. Jon watched the man to see him roll forward, leaving the pole staff to swing over him, missing him. Jon couldn't remember any other time that Tiresias yelled in pain. An aching snarl emitted from the librarian, and Jon blinked to see that the librarian, instead of bending and rolling away from the staff, had braced his legs and turned to meet it. The pole staff struck his presented back, but it didn't bounce back. Tiresias had thrown his arms back as the staff came and trapped it. The prince still held the staff, staring at his opponent. Jon's eyes went to Tiresias' legs without thinking about it. Staring for a split second too long. He should have released it by now. But the Red Viper hesitated, exposing his front to a hard kick as Tiresias sprang his left leg up. Prince Oberyn doubled over to the outraged yells from the Dornish soldiers, releasing the pole staff at last. But it didn't matter. Tiresias dropped it as well, planting his left leg in the mud and crossing over with a right strike. There was no way to hear the connection over the yells of the soldiers. It did look painful though. For both parties. Prince Oberyn staggered away, holding his face. Tiresias didn't pursue him, breathing heavily, wincing as he held his right side and shook his hand out. They quickly looked to each other, but stayed put, trying to catch their breaths. Is there a penalty for a lowborn striking Dornish royalty? Sir Roderick muttered sideways to father. Worry crept into the old knight's voice as he surveyed the crowd. Those lot seemed to be calling for it. But as Sir Roderick spoke, Prince Oberyn took his hand away from his face. A small stream of blood trickled down the man's cheek, curving around a growing smile. As the Red Viper smiled, the outrage from the Dornish lessened and their cheers grew. Father spoke calmly. Prince Oberyn seems to have accepted the rules of sparring here. I don't imagine he'll hold any grudge against our librarian for landing a good hit. Besides, he continued to attack when Tiresias had no weapon. Indeed, there was no anger in the prince's smile as he fixed his sights on the librarian. He took several breaths, rubbing his chest. Father sighed. I just hope they end this quickly. Tiresias appeared to be of the same mind. He picked up Prince Oberyn's pole staff and walked over to where he had dropped his own. Walking with his back turned, he appeared relaxed while the prince stood and watched carefully, never losing his smile. Placing his foot under it, Tiresias kicked up and caught the pole staff in his free hand. Turning back, he again tossed the pole staff to his opponent. Prince Oberyn caught the staff easily, allowing himself one spin before settling. Are you not wanting to continue this spar with our fists, warrior librarian? Tiresias answered his question quietly, bringing the pole staff up in a defensive position and pivoting side face. However, this time he had changed sides, putting his right back away from the prince. Where he was struck. How hurt was he? No blood ran, but a bruise had yet to form. Prince Oberyn gave a short laugh. I don't blame you. Your hands are quick, just as you are, but your fists are feathers. Dornish soldiers joined in the laughter. The northerners yelled back, a mixture of jeers towards the foreigners and encouragement toward the librarian. Tiresias remained silent in the face of the jeering. He continued only to stare at Prince Oberyn as he began to circle again, nearing his opponent as he did. The Red Viper stayed put, pivoting slowly with the librarian. Jon looked to the prince's feet. They were beginning to turn blue. The cold was beginning to get to their royal guest. As Prince Oberyn turned with Tiresias, he presented them with a full view of it. His arms were beginning to shiver. His smirk was gone and his jaw was set. His breaths were brisk. Jon saw none of that in Tiresias. Sure, he was panting as well, but that was due to weariness rather than the cold. He still stepped easy in the freezing mud as he circled nearer and nearer. It was a quick strike from Tiresias that revitalized the fight. Oberyn blocked it and countered. This time, the librarian did not move back. Did not create distance. They stayed together, bringing their staffs high and low. The cracks between their weapons like a drumbeat. And they did not retreat. Now they're fighting stupidly, Sir Roderick remarked. He sounded disappointed. Fighting to end it. Won't be long now before. And no sooner did Sir Roderick utter those words did they hear a grimaced snarl from the ring. Jon whirled his eyes back to see the prince had struck Tiresias across the thigh, sending the librarian to his knee. Tiresias lifted his staff to block the following hit from the other side, and that was the last move he made. Prince Oberyn's hand left the staff. He balled his fist and stuck the librarian across the face. Tiresias fell to the ground, jerking his head up in time to see a pole staff pointed to his face. Groans and cheers echoed in the yard. Theon swore, and he was joined by Jory. Also by Arya, if he heard correctly. But the Red Viper stayed still, poised until Tiresias nodded and gave the yield they couldn't hear from that distance. The pole staff came immediately and the prince tossed it aside. Tiresias pushed himself up from the ground, holding his cheek as he sat up. There seemed to be no hard feelings. After a salute to his men, Prince Oberyn offered Tiresias a hand and pulled him up. Jon couldn't tell who offered first, but they shook hands briefly, still panting as they did so. Jon looked back to his father and he wasn't the only one. Sir Roderick met Lord Stark's eyes as well. After his father gave a nod, Sir Roderick stepped forward, his voice echoing across the yard. "All right, that's enough. You all had your fun. Now I want this yard put right, with all weaponry stored and every piece of equipment in its proper place for tomorrow." Jory walked into the foray, grabbing some volunteers nearby. "Come on, lads. Let's get the pommels back here." Jon stepped forward as well, heading toward Tiresias, making his way through a sea of grumbling northern soldiers. He heard Theon and Robb behind him as well. They reached the librarian as he was accepting his clothes back from Gord, the big soldier he was most friendly with. He was strapping his belt back on as they approached, a bruise already beginning to form on his cheek. They stopped before him. "Evening, gentlemen," he said, adjusting the sheath. He winced as he turned back around. "What was that?" Theon said with no preamble. "You beat the mountain. How could you lose to him?" Tiresias shrugged, looking toward to the prince, who had already wrapped himself back in his fur cloak. His smirk was back, but he was still freezing. The librarian turned back to them. He was quicker than the mountain. He took his shirt and boots from Gord, but he was in no hurry to put them on. Didn't hit as hard as him though, thank the gods. "Are you all right?" Jon asked. Guilt curdled in his stomach. "I'm sorry for getting you. I know you didn't want to fight. We just knew he wouldn't." "Jon, it's done," Tiresias said firmly, but not ungently. He then reached down gingerly for the pole staffs at his feet. Robb stepped forward and picked them up. "Thank you, Robb," Tiresias said, coming back up. He sighed. "I understand, Jon, and it's all right. And I'm all right. I am. I'm sore now and I'll be sore for a few days after, but I am all right." He chuckled. "Believe me, lads. Bruises are nothing to a broken arm." Robb nodded, hiding his own disappointment. "You fought well, Tiresias. It was close." He gestured toward the pole staffs. "We'll put these back for you." "I appreciate that," Tiresias said. He lifted his head to the sky and sighed slowly. No hurry to shield from the cold, he instead took it in. Jon eyed his feet. They still weren't blue and his breath didn't tremble. The librarian met their eyes. "I'm going to soak in the springs. I won't see you lot until tomorrow. Have a good evening." They said their pleasantries and walked off, back in the sea of grumbling disappointment from the northerners. Jon twisted around and looked to the Dornish side, where Prince Oberyn was exiting the yard with his daughters. The cold was still affecting him and he walked stiffly, though his face was still smirking and laughing with his soldiers. Jon couldn't help but stared back at Tiresias' retreating form as he walked back with Gord, still barefoot, still carrying his shirt. He limped slightly, but he breathed easy. He didn't shiver from the chill. Tiresias sighed in relief as he dipped his feet in the springs. They weren't frozen but they were still able to glean some comfort from the warm water as it enveloped them. He had already scrubbed himself outside the spring, soaping and rinsing his body gingerly where the prince had struck. His thigh, the right side of his back, his face. But nothing was broken. That was his standard now for grievous injuries. Maester Luwin had looked him over quickly and determined he would only be sore for a few days. So he let his feet soak for another 10 minutes before stepping out and drying himself off. He wished it was snowing outside. He wanted to collect some ice and press it wrapped to his face. Oberyn had a good right hook. Instead he tolerated a throbbing cheek as he trudged back up through the castle. The Dornish were all off on their own tonight and the Great Hall would have been safe for him to enter. Still, he didn't feel like eating and he walked right past the relatively quiet supper, straight on up to the warden's solar. There were no guards at the solar door when he approached. His mood quickly fell when he reached out and tried the handle, only to find it locked. He dropped his hand, laughing lightly to himself. Note to self, learn how to lockpick. With all your foolery, you'll most likely need to break in somewhere. Or out. He leaned gingerly against the wall on his left side and waited. Lord Stark would be coming along soon. There was usually a task to be completed after supper. Before he saw to Lady Catelyn and the children. Sure enough, his ears perked at the approaching boots, the familiar scent that came into focus as the warden rounded the corner. No guards accompanied him. And he did not seem surprised to see his librarian waiting by the solar door. Tiresias nodded as Lord Stark extracted his keys. They entered the solar without a word spoken. Once the door was shut, he lit candles, bringing his stern face under a warm glow. Stepping behind his desk, he gestured for Tiresias to sit, lowering himself into a chair as well. Lord Stark did not miss Tiresias wincing as he sat. "How are your injuries?" He shrugged. "Sore, but they'll be short-lived. I imagine the same holds true for Prince Oberyn." No permanent harm. No foul. No foul. No foul. Tiresias wasn't in the mood to tell Lord Stark to forget what he said. At least that was my impression. And your intention as well. About to shrug before realizing he only just shrugged some seconds ago, Tiresias shook his head slowly. I don't know, I certainly didn't wish to harm him. He is a prince and a rather volatile one too. When I said I would stand by your decision not to fight him, I meant it. I believe that. And appreciate it too. I truly do. Tiresias tapped the arms on his chair lightly. But he is royalty. And he did travel such a long way to satisfy a curiosity. To deny that, well, I tried to placate it as well as I could. Until today. A scoff escaped him. Who knows? Maybe I just wanted to see if I could beat him. It was a little reckless, but hardly the worst mistake I've made. So far, Lord Stark muttered. So far. Ned leaned forward, the candlelight growing in his eyes. You lost some standing as a warrior today. You know that, don't you? I do. Are you all right with that? A conversation came forth in Tiresias' memory. Some recollections were buried deep in his mind. Only revealing themselves after some time. You don't fight in tournaments, do you, my lord? Why is that? The answer was there in the warden's eyes. Still Tiresias voiced it. You don't wish another man to know what you can do. Should you fight him for real? You did fight today, Tiresias. In front of hundreds of men. Lord Stark's tone was quite suspicious. And you lost. Tiresias nodded. I did. So they saw. Lord Stark leaned back, the shadows coming back onto his face. With his suspicion validated, his eyes seemed quite grim. Tiresias listened to the candles burn for a few seconds. They were a quiet whisper of heat, conspiracy in their flame. Did you already know? He asked softly. Ned shook his head. I had my doubts, but I didn't see it. It was a good show. Didn't have to try too hard. Tiresias reminded himself not to touch his face. Prince Oberyn's a talented warrior. Did you see him after? No. Well, if you see him, if he isn't satisfied by today, I don't know what to do. To get him to leave, all right, that's a lie. I should say what I'm willing to do. The silence between them permeated. Tiresias eyed the papers on his desk and stood. I'll let you get back to your evening. Good night, Lord Stark. He turned to the door, just as Lord Stark spoke behind him. He won't be satisfied. He turned back to see the warden looking straight at him. A man with a thirst like that, he'll never be satisfied. Tiresias bowed his head. He wasn't surprised. It was exactly to what he said to Theon, Rob, and John only yesterday. Finally he looked back up. He won't, he said, placing his hand on the door. But hopefully he'll leave to satisfy that thirst elsewhere. With that, he nodded farewell and departed the solar, Lord Stark's knowing eyes on his back. He sensed the warden's doubt following him all the way back to his room. Chapter 42. Tiresias entered his quarters, carrying his satchel on his left side, away from the massive bruise he earned yesterday. It ran along his whole right back. The soak in the springs helped, but it still hurt quite a bit. And that was a hit you braced for. The memory of the mountain breaking his arm was still fresh. That injury put this bruise into perspective and Tiresias didn't hiss as he placed his satchel down on the desk. He moved slowly though, settling into the chair gingerly. He leaned back and sighed. The arrival of Oberyn Martell and his entourage dampened the whispers that followed him ever since he returned from the south. And despite the prince's incessant curiosity, it was almost worth it to have his visit distracting everyone. Now with his loss, he heard the whispers renewed. Though unasked of him, the questions were still clear. Wondering how he could have lost to Prince Oberyn, having beat Sir Gregor? Did he truly beat the mountain? Did he just get lucky? Tiresias could have answered in the affirmative to those last two questions. As for the first, Oberyn was fast. The mountain was not. Simple. It wasn't like he allowed himself to lose or anything. At least, that's what he told everyone. And himself to some extent. The last two hits that downed him, he saw them coming. Why didn't he evade them? The instinct in his body that brought his body out of harm's way, from fist or blade, didn't speak to him in the last moment of that spar. And he lost for it. Opening the drawers, he pulled out a match and ignited it, lighting the candles on his desk. But was that your instinct abandoning you? You losing your gift, or was that you deciding to let the prince win? He didn't lose anything. The smells and sounds of Winterfell still came to him easily. He could even tell approximately where the logs for his fire were felled in the wolf's wood. He just knew that Prince Oberyn needed to win that spar. For the heralds to spread. For his soldiers so he wouldn't lose face. And for himself for obvious reasons. Tiresias just hoped the Red Viper didn't notice anything. He closed his eyes. The giant bruise on his back made him crave a comfortable snooze. He went to bed early last night, barely registering Mal as she slipped beneath the sheets, curling in front of him. She knew not to touch his side, letting him curl sleepily around her. Her naked back smelled of smoke and rain. Positioning himself behind her, she moved on him. Slowly at first. Ever gently. But faster as the minutes dragged on. Until he was behind him, a sharp knocking cut through his illicit musings. He started and turned, staring at the door. It wasn't Mal. She would have just come in. It was their only time together. Besides the lunch yesterday, they haven't so much as looked at each other in the past few days. Odd behavior for a man and his wife. Another round of knocking put Mal out of his head. Whoever was outside his door was getting rather impatient. He got up from his desk and made to greet his visitor when his eyes fell on the dagger on his dresser. Tiresias' eyes darted between the door and the dagger, debating quickly. It was unlikely this visitor meant harm. But just in case. He picked up his dagger and stalked quietly to the door, a third round of knocking covering his footsteps. Hiding the dagger in his right hand behind the door frame, he opened the door with his left, careful not to be too slow about it. A pair of Dornish guards stood before him, fully armored with humorless eyes. He recognized Selidor, but not the other. This soldier was older, with very calm eyes. Tiresias nodded. Gentlemen. What can I do for you this evening? Prince Oberyn summons you for an audience, Selidor stately brusquely. We're to escort you. A brief staring contest followed. Tiresias weighed his options quickly, thanking the gods that he was alone when these two knocked. He cleared his throat. Very well. Let me put out my candles. He made to close the door, but found it blocked. Looking down, he saw the bottom half of a spear propping the door open. It belonged to the older guard with the calm eyes, which he met. Calmly as well, so he hoped. Bring your dagger along, the old guard said, before promptly removing his spear end. Declining to either nod or shake his head, Tiresias tried not to close the door too quickly. Once he blew out the candles, his room was plunged into darkness. Not to his eyes though. He still moved easily about, placing the dagger in its sheath, running the belt through it. Once armed, he stood in silence as long as he dared before picking up the key and moving to the door. No excuses for a delay came to him tonight. Opening the door, he saw the younger guards mounting impatience. His senior didn't seem perturbed at all. Giving them his back, he locked the door. They started walking as the key turned. He extracted it and set off after them, determined not to be hurried. Pocketing his key, Tiresias fell behind the two Dornishmen as they marched down the corridor. His eyes fell on Selidor. Were you the one who knocked on my door? The man glanced back. Yes. Why? Not even bothering to shrug, Tiresias brought his eyes forward again. No reason. Brash. Young. Definitely the more impatient of the two. Also pissed at me for denying him his spar. Once Selidor was focused on his front again, Tiresias looked to the elder Dornishman, the one with the calm eyes. He registered the even step, his light but firm grip on his weapon. This one's the better fighter for sure. He supposed good fighters were common enough in this castle. Especially at the moment. All the same, Tiresias logged the information away just in case. It wasn't terribly late and the rain fell lightly. As they walked through the castle, Tiresias felt many curious eyes on them. As they crossed the courtyard to the guest quarters, he glanced off and saw Arya's grey eyes on him, questions shining brightly in them. He nodded to her, tried to answer them, placate her as best he could without words, without fear. And it was true. He didn't fear for his life. Oberyn wouldn't try and harm him in Winterfell. Especially after winning the spar publicly. Would he? A little less confident, he turned his eyes forward again as he and the Dornish entered the quest quarters. They walked all the way to the single largest room Winterfell provided for its visitors. Tiresias had only seen it once. During the tour Lord Stark gave him when he first arrived at the castle. As they approached the door and Selidor knocked, he tried to summon his memory. To see if he would recognize the place. He barely did. The shape and furnishings were familiar enough, but it was cool and lifeless then, its size only embellishing such qualities. Tonight however, the door opened on laughter, music, and heat. His eyes swept the room, taking in the occupants. A musician with a harp sat alone in the corner. His eyes downward and focused as he filled the air with a soft song. 3 young women lounged about, soft and pale, in various stages of undress. Elaria laid entwined with one of them in the corner of a divan against the bed. They balanced their wine expertly as they drank. Plates of dates, cheese, plums, and dried apricots laid before them. A fire roared in the hearth. It crackled with the strings of the harp and sent warm light across a glistening torso with a purple bruise across it. Oberyn laid across the divan in front, his head resting in a naked redhead's lap, far paler than him. Tiresias recognized Ros the next instant. Another young woman sat on the rug, rubbing his feet. The prince perked as he entered and stood once he saw who had entered his den. His cheek was still discolored, but it didn't seem to faze him. Tiresias, he exclaimed. You accepted my invitation. Come in. He gestured to the guards. Leave us now. The two escorts bowed and exited, without another glance to Tiresias. The librarian eyed their backs as they left and shut the door behind them. Trying not to appear too tense, he settled his face before turning back and nodding to Ilaria and the others. Ladies. He then focused on the prince. Prince Oberyn, I must be confused. Those guards told me I was summoned. Not invited. Oberyn shrugged as he picked up a short robe from the floor. Who am I to summon anyone in this place? I simply said to my guards to find and bring the talented librarian so that he may join us. I meant it as an invite. They heard it as an summon. Tying the robe off, he spread his arms wide. Tiresias didn't miss the small wince as he did. But you're here, no. Taking his silence as an affirmative, Oberyn picked up a goblet and pitcher. So why don't you stay, he asked as he poured a burgundy wine. He held out the full cup. Come now. We already fought. Now we can be friendly. Sit down. Drink. He gestured to the divan where Ilaria sat. As Tiresias met her eyes, the woman smiled and pulled up her legs, making room for him. He didn't sit right away though, and his hesitation caused her to laugh. We leave our strikes in the yard, Tiresias. I promise not to hurt you. Not unless you want me to. Ilaria's eyes pierced him deeply and he noted their color, dark brown. Not for the first time, Tiresias was thankful for his age. Years before, such a face and teasing voice would have sent him stammering incoherently. Not that he wasn't affected at present. But now he was able to remain collected and sit down calmly. Once he was seated, Oberyn held out the wine cup for Tiresias to take. He hadn't lied about its quality. Even before he entered, Tiresias could smell the richness from the door. It was even more prominent as the goblet hovered before him. It cut through the fire, the food, even the sex. It didn't lower his guard though. He met the prince's eye. Why don't you have a sip of this first? Oberyn's eyebrows rose. You believe I mean to poison you? I believe you aren't called the Red Viper for nothing. In his periphery, he saw Ilaria sit up a little straighter. Her smile still in place, Tiresias heard her pulse increase slightly. She wasn't the only one. All three of the northern women seemed to be holding their breath. He didn't look to check, keeping his eyes on the silent prince, waiting. If he was expecting Oberyn to be offended, he was in for a surprise. The man started to laugh. A low, amused chuckle. Believe me, Tiresias. If I were to kill you, it would not be poison. I'd be too curious not to draw steel. No wooden sticks. We'd have a real fight. His eyes gleamed as he brought the cup close. However, as I am a guest, he tipped the goblet up and drank, smiling as he swallowed and offering the goblet again to Tiresias. Not totally placated, Tiresias nevertheless took the goblet and sat back. As he leaned against the bed, Ilaria's feet stretched out and rested upon his lap. He looked to her as a delighted smirk came over her face. Come now, she said. You're SSC, no? Surely you're less of a prude than your northern masters. She smiled as she turned to the woman she leaned against. Well, not these northerners. Have you only mingled with the stone-faced women that prowl these halls, Tiresias? With their veins of ice. Tiresias took a sip of wine, declining to answer. He already had a woman with brown eyes. Oberyn refilled his own cup and sat back down. Ros returned to his arms. Perhaps he has. Girl. Though he spoke to Ros, his eyes remained on Tiresias. Has this man ever entered your establishment? Your bed. Wouldn't be much of a whore if I said one way or the other, my prince, Ros murmured, tracing her fingers along his chest. Oberyn looked amused. Is a whore's honor so prized in the north? Not honor, said Ros, shrugging. Merely discretion. A concept I don't believe you are very familiar with, Prince Oberyn, Tiresias said quietly. The prince started laughing. No, but then why should I be discreet? Tiresias shrugged. No reason, I suppose. You could afford not to be. If a normal person lived as you, said what you've said, acted as you've acted, he would have been drawn and quartered before he reached manhood. Oberyn returned his shrug. Perhaps. But one should live the fullest life one can, no? If we have it, we should use it. I have 2 working legs. As you do. Should we not walk because of all the crippled people in the world who can't? That argument didn't sit entirely well with Tiresias, but he wasn't interested in debating it further. More to distract himself than anything else, he glanced to the corner, to the musician with his harp. The man's face was stone but his fingers strummed soulfully. It was a slow tune, like a gentle stream flowing over stones. Rather melancholic as he continued to listen. Do you enjoy music, Tiresias? Elaria asked, cutting through his daze. He turned to her, to the sight of her being softly necked. He averted his eyes and nodded uncommittedly. He said blithely. No more than most, I suppose. Oh, now I don't believe that, she murmured. Her feet twisted in his lap. You sing? No. Tiresias drank. Where'd you hear that? Just one of your many talents we heard of since we've arrived at this dreary place. Elaria shot a grin to Oberyn. He returned it, but something about his gaze bothered Tiresias. He didn't like the question. Wasn't aware that I had so many talents. He tried to smile. To play it off. He kept a staying hand on her feet. No, she asked, laughter lighting in her eyes. The hunters say you're a skillful tracker. The children say you're a good teacher. The castle maids say you're a romantic singer. A small laugh escaped him. Part of it felt genuine. Romantic, not a word I'd use to describe myself. Sing a song for us. Tiresias turned to the prince. Oberyn didn't even bother to frame his demand as a request, murmured though it was. He looked quite content, with Ros nuzzled against him naked, but his eyes shone clear. It was an effort to meet his eyes. To keep an even pulse. Why should I? He asked softly. Oberyn leaned forward slowly, sobriety leaking into his eyes. Tiresias readied himself for a low anger. However, when the prince spoke, his voice was still gentle. Because you're here. And we're friends. You're enjoying our comforts. Drinking our wine. He raised his goblet. And because I want you to. The prince's eyes went to his goblet, but Tiresias kept it lowered. We don't always get all we want. Not even princes. Oberyn's eyes flickered back to him. I do. Continuing to blink against Oberyn's stare, Tiresias found himself raising his goblet and taking a light sip. The prince drank as well and leaned back into Ros' arms. Tiresias looked into his goblet, thinking of a song to sing before he even consented to. Resisting the urge to clench his jaw, he took another cleansing sip of wine and cleared his throat. So I'm a performing monkey now, better than a dueling one I suppose. Oberyn waved to the musician and the harp strings immediately ceased. Tiresias sat up. He couldn't sing well while slouched back. Elaria took her feet off him. He only settled on the song seconds before he opened his mouth. Ducasid Kalen dias orm and uanias en adre. Ar lub en a coil glaze ur beagroim la. Sinan friegar o a thug si liam go si uanagus gotfleth. Ta en sail en a godled, s bogimus and suzin ban. He placed his focus on the candles between them, away from the gazes of Oberyn, Elaria, Ros, and the others. It didn't stop him from noting their confusion. They didn't protest though. Not to the strange words. So he continued. S mob hion tu liam by liam, asto iron mo croi. S mob hion tu liam by liam os com hair at. Mob hion tu liam, esker liam gach or lach de du croi. Semo milk knick knock liam de doming ake tu marmite nae. O du pius sa shiel im bois shale e drum here groi. S du pius sa shiel agus diamirio en carta le nae. O du pius seal agus diamirio en quig le no 3. Chun gerdina bien co leongo liongo dhom croi. S mob hion tu liam by liam, asto iron mo croi. S mob hion tu liam by liam os com hair at. Mob hion tu liam, esker liam gach or lach de du croi. Semo milk knick knock liam de doming ake tu marmite nae. In his earliest months at Winterfell, this was one of the first songs he put to parchment. That he committed to memory. He didn't speak Gaelic. It was only through a choral arrangement in which Clark participated that he was able to recall this. But it wasn't just the language aspect of it. There was something deeply melancholic about the song which he craved during his first few months here. When he was settled. When the utter absurdity of his situation was no longer enough to distract him. Sitting here in this absurd situation brought that feeling back easily enough. Even with Oberyn's gaze upon him, he leaned into the melancholy. As he stared in the candle's flame, he felt like he was alone again. And there was a comfort in that. There he finished the song. Satya nabh feared, cad du chaz I doth axio me. Fe clique bite dirga I bite fat o mo chair de bite gale. O du chuas istich mara re bite mo shiark agus diengra mo cli bite. S chawaran t se on bien a match ag kissid and chugan and me. S mob hion tu liam by liam, asto iron mo croi. S mob hion tu liam by liam os com hair at. Mob hion tu liam, esker liam gach or lach de du croi. Semo milk knick knock liam de doming ake tu marmite nae. His voice faded as softly as the candlelight and he blinked, breaking the melancholy. He glanced up to his drinking companions, who seemed rather plussed by his song. After a brief nod, he leaned back and lifted his goblet. In the middle of his drink, light applause broke out and he lowered his cup to find reactions ranging from bored politeness to deeply moved to quite intrigued. Oberyn was quite intrigued. Is that a song of the old tongue? Tiresias declined to answer him. It wasn't necessary. Plus, the prince's inability to place the song pleased him slightly. It was immature, but it did. No, murmured Oberyn, answering his own question. No, not the old tongue I heard from you, similar, yes, but not quite. You have quite the ear, Prince Oberyn, Tiresias said, hoping he was ever polite. I do, Oberyn murmured. His glance went to Elaria, who immediately spoke. My love, she said. Why not return the favor? An excellent idea. The prince sat straight up with a renewed energy that Tiresias deemed suspicious. Oberyn gestured to the corner where the harp player sat patiently, ever expressionless. Without a word, the man joined their circle, sat down and propped his instrument upon his knee. Are you going to be singing for us, Prince Oberyn? Tiresias asked, unable to keep some wariness from his voice. The feeling crept through his chest, constricting him. No, no. Oberyn laughed before stopping at once. No, I'm just the one who pays for the songs to be sung. He reached for the pitcher and refilled his cup. Tell me, my friend. Have you heard the song, The Mountains Fall? The feeling in Tiresias' chest traveled to his stomach and he prayed it would keep away from his throat. He kept a straight face though, declining to respond. It didn't matter. Oberyn saw the answer clear enough. I didn't think so, he said softly. I don't imagine songs travel very well in the snow. The north is so far away from the other kingdoms. Tiresias eyed the musician who sat ready to play. To sing his song, The Mountains Fall. If this song is about what I think it's about, Prince Oberyn, he said carefully. I'm really not in the mood to hear it. It will reach your ears at one time or another, Tiresias, the prince spoke well past him. You might as well as hear it first from a talented Dornish singer. No minstrel from any other kingdom in Westeros will sing it with such feeling. So close to placing his cup down and leaving, Tiresias found himself unable to stand, to relinquish his grip on his wine. It wasn't just being polite. It wasn't just trying to placate a powerful prince. As he lowered his eyes to the candle, the flames coming into a soft focus, he found it was curiosity which kept him seated. A reluctant curiosity, but it was strong enough. The sight of this flame got you through one song. It'll get you through another. The harp strings started up again. This was no gentle strum, but the beginning of an engrossing tale. Tiresias kept his eyes forward, his eyes still on the candle's flame. He heard the musician breathe and begin. Far off in the west, a peak stood tall. Where a mountain towered over all. A growl in the dark, with teeth bared white. The great dog, Clegane, born and bred to fight. Any and all who tried to climb this peak. Bitter winds howled and turned them weak. Their steel met hard stone, all met the same plight. They fell before Clegane, broke before his might. And none could make the mountain fall. And none could make the mountain fall. Before Clegane, no man stood tall. No one could make the mountain fall. No one could make the mountain fall. A dog is ever hungry, and no one did forbade Clegane to take his prize, a pretty young maid. His jackals howled. Her screams grew slurred. Till naught but a whimper by the gold road was heard. But out of the shadows, a foreign wolf appeared. A man, robed in letters, his eyes free of fear. He challenged Clegane, in the mountain fort, deep den. For a common maid's honor, he'd fight until the end. And none could make the mountain fall. And none could make the mountain fall. Before Clegane, no man stood tall. No one could make the mountain fall. No one could make the mountain fall. Through the second chorus, Tiresias glanced up to the prince across from him. Oberyn sat still, his eyes narrowed and unblinking. His fingers tapped slightly on Ros' thigh as he followed the plucks on the harp, on the story unfurling. Looking at the musician for the first time, he refocused and listened for the new verse. The great dog agreed, but he did not recall. That dens belonged to wolves, not just any dog could brawl. In a deep hall of flames, the two fighters clashed. Armed with dagger and spear, the wolf jumped and lashed. Outside of the hall, all the guards wondered when the man, like the others, would end his end. But when one limped from the den, the dog laid slain. For the wolf, the man of letters, killed Sir Clegane. And so he made the mountain fall. And so he made the mountain fall. O'er the great dog, he stood tall. The night he made the mountain fall. And so he made the mountain fall. And so he made the mountain fall. O'er Sir Gregor Clegane, Tiresias stood tall. The night he made the mountain fall. The night he made the mountain fall. The musician lowered his harp, his voice fading into the flames. Oberyn started to clap, Elaria and the other women joining him. Tiresias didn't move. He wanted to sink into the floor. The musician took a short bow and the applause died, except for Oberyn. He continued to clap his hands. Harder and harder as the others stopped. Until he was the only one. Tiresias glanced to Elaria. The woman seemed reserved for once. My love, she started to say. Oberyn stopped immediately. I'm all right. I'm all right, he murmured. He exhaled and waved the minstrel away, who retreated back to the corner, to resume his gentle strumming. Once the prince refilled his goblet, he sat back down on the divan. His eyes burned as he focused on Tiresias. Tiresias Mountain Fall, he said the name slowly, savoring it. Mountain Fall, that's what they're calling you. Did you know that? Have you heard that name come your way in Winterfell? Can't say I have, Tiresias responded dully. I prefer Tiresias. Nothing added to it. Nothing added, Oberyn sipped his wine. Well then, Tiresias, did you care for the song? Tiresias shook his head. To be honest, not really. No offense to you, he nodded to the musician. You sing very well, but I don't care to be sung about. I understand, Oberyn murmured, though he didn't look understanding. It seems that your victory over the mountain, your slaughter. He smirked. I can't imagine it was how my minstrel sang. I've seen battle. I've seen blood escape a man. It's never how it is in the songs. Always differences. What were the differences, Tiresias? To what you just heard. The question came too quickly. Tiresias shrugged, scrambling for an answer. I wasn't robed in letters. For a brief second, Oberyn stared at him before nodding, smirking softly. His head tucked into his chest as he settled. Tiresias waited for him. The prince reached for a date. You asked me, twice before, about my time aboard. You mean your exile? Oberyn laughed, his eyes peering deep into his. Yes, yes, my exile. How long until the wrath of House Euronwood subsides? Oh, that will not subside, said Oberyn, his smile growing. The thought of a powerful Dornish family wanting his head seemed to amuse him greatly. But my brother guaranteed my absence for 5 years. Tiresias reached for a dried apricot, chewing it slowly. That's a long time, he said through the fruit. Not to me, Oberyn said, almost wistfully. I was 16 and Dorne was beginning to suffocate me. Don't know many men who would feel suffocated in a palace. I am not like most men, Oberyn murmured. If a bird has wings but is not permitted to fly, it will die. I have riches and my wings could take me to the edge of the world. Funny you ended up in the citadel then, Tiresias remarked. Suffocating in Sunspear so you enter a towering pile of tomes and studies. Oberyn shrugged. I was not there for long. I learned what I wanted and I sailed soon after to Essos. A far more exciting place. How many links did you earn? The prince drank. 6. Think I traded them off. Maybe I sent them home to Doran. I'm not sure. You studied poison there, didn't you? At the citadel. The smile returned to Oberyn's face. You seem more interested in my poisons than I am, Mountain Fall. It's your moniker, Viper. The strumming of the harps continued under their mutual stares. Both men gazed steadily though Tiresias remembered to blink. Oberyn did not blink and in the candlelight, his eyes resembled pools of black. After an excruciating half-minute, the prince's smile turned into a light laughter. One of the whores attempted to accompany Oberyn with her own laughter. The girl swiftly shut up after a quick glare from Ros. Well done there, Ros. You certainly know how to read a room. The rest of them let Prince Oberyn have his soft laughter. Oh, you are amusing. That's right, Oberyn said, nodding into his cup. The Red Viper, though I earned that name before I studied poisons in the citadel. Give me your cup. Tiresias had tried to finish his wine covertly, but Oberyn had an unnatural sense for these things. He handed over his cup. Ros made to pour, but the prince waved her hand away and lifted the pitcher himself. Dornish red gleamed in the candlelight as it was poured into Tiresias' cup. I am curious, Mountain Fall, Oberyn said, his eyes on the falling wine. If I may see your dagger once more. He placed the pitcher down, but did not offer the cup back to him. He held it steady, staring the librarian down. Tiresias didn't reach for it. It hasn't changed since you held it at the welcoming feast. What do you hope to see this time? A beautiful woman, a beautiful man, they're not surprises to me, Tiresias. But I am still pleased to see them unveiled and naked before me. Oberyn's eyes drifted to his side where the dagger was sheathed. I merely wish to see something beautiful. I thought my steel was ugly, Tiresias said softly. An ugly weapon to end an ugly man, no. It gained its beauty through that deed, Tiresias, Oberyn murmured, matching his tone. Let me see it. The muted voice didn't match his heart rate, which pulsed quicker under the plucks of the harp. Is it just excitement, my prince? You're in no condition to try anything. Unless you're far more sober than you appear. Blinking to find he hadn't moved, Tiresias unsheathed the dagger. Flipping it about, he passed it hilt first to the prince. Oberyn relinquished his cup of wine absent-mindedly. His eyes stayed down, as he ran his fingers across the simple northern steel. Tiresias sipped his wine. Had I only one wish, my friend, Oberyn muttered. I'd wished that you had not cleaned this blade and let the mountain's blood stain this steel. I'd given you 1,000 daggers to replace the ruined blade. If only to see. Tiresias lowered his cup. Perhaps you would have had me not wash my hands either. They were coated with his blood as well. It was a derisive comment. But Oberyn didn't seem to reject the idea entirely. He nodded vaguely before flipping the dagger himself and offering it back. Tiresias reached out for it. His eyes saw it before his brain registered it. The instinct, so long ingrained into his consciousness, flashed and screamed to him. The twitch in Oberyn's shoulder, the breath of preparation as he reached for the dagger, the gleam in the prince's eye. His right hand shot forward, gripping Oberyn's wrist before the prince could grab his. His left hand went up and caught Oberyn's other hand, midway through bringing the knife down. There were screams in the room, but they seemed to be at a distance. He was up. In another second, the prince would be on his feet as well. He couldn't let that happen. As his left leg planted into the ground, his right foot found Oberyn's chest. Still holding the prince's hands, he swung him onto the floor. By some miracle, he missed the candles, but the red viper upended and messed up 2 plates of dates and dried apricots. He brought his knee down on Oberyn's chest immediately, hearing the forced exhalation. Blood pounded in his ears as he stared at the prince. Over the pulse he heard the screams being hushed. He blinked and glanced over to Elaria. She didn't seem alarmed over the altercation. Concern colored her eyes but not surprise. Tiresias met her gaze for a split second before realizing that the harpist had not paused his playing. The strings played over his counter-move. And his hands over the prince's wrist, they felt the pulse as it slowed. He looked down to see Oberyn's grin widen. The prince started laughing, his breath strained from his knee. Quicker than a viper's strike, he muttered in between gasps. Tiresias stepped off quickly, taking his dagger with him. Leaving enough space, he watched the prince get himself off the floor, dates and apricots falling off his back. A part of him wanted to bolt from the room after that nonsense. But it wasn't the part that drove him to react to the attack. A rather lackluster attack. And a planned one if the reactions of Elaria and the musician were anything to go by. Oberyn looked about him and picked up a cup, looking to Tiresias. It took an effort not to glare back at him. I made you spill your wine, he said, quite cheerfully. He placed a cloth on the ground, covering the mess. Come. I'll pour you another. I'm not thirsty, Tiresias spat. He shoved the dagger back in the sheath. I was invited here. What the fuck was that? Just a quick break between the luxuries, Oberyn quipped, losing none of his luster. Come now. We fought more viciously than that yesterday and still drank together. We can do it again. Curiosity was more powerful than his urge to preserve himself, it seemed. Tiresias stood stock still for 20 seconds for no reason. He knew he would sit again. Maybe he just needed to come to terms with it. When he did, another full cup of Dornish red graced his hand. He didn't raise it with Oberyn before sipping it. His eyes narrowed on the prince. He didn't look to Elaria. And she had the good sense not to rest her feet in his lap again. Why did you call me here, Prince Oberyn? He asked, without any humor. Because I wish for you to answer my questions, Tiresias. The red viper leaned forward, ROS forgotten to his side. How did you kill Gregor Clegane? How did you become the mountain fall? I believe I answered this question before, Prince Oberyn. Twice. Once in the library. Once in the yard. Don't tell me you forgot already. Yes, yes, the prince remarked blithely. A dagger in the eye. He leaned back, curling his arm around ROS again. But that was such a short answer. I hoped for a sufficient one in the yard, but you denied me that as well. Denied you what? Tiresias took a short drink. I gave you a spar. You won. Yes, that's what people saw. What my men, what my daughters saw. They saw me beat you down. He lowered his eyes to the candles between them. I didn't just spend my years in Essos in the archives and libraries, in apothecaries. He drank the wine. Nostalgia tempered his tone. I enlisted in the Second Sons. I fought with them and earned a small fortune. Earned enough to start my own sellsword company. And we were fierce. It took me to the Far East. To Slaver's Bay. Have you ever been to Yunkai, Tiresias? I've never traveled to the slave cities. It is dangerous, but I had a company behind me. It was only when I entered the fighting pits was I ever alone. And then I saw how desperate men fought. Always to the death. Never willing to surrender. Except sometimes, a man would enter, ready to die. Perhaps his master commanded him, on threat of his child's life. However so, there was a few who did. I could see it in their strikes. I could see it in their eyes. What's your point, Prince Oberyn? Tiresias interrupted, not as gently as he would have liked. He regretted taking another cup of wine. Oberyn raised his eyes from the candles, nostalgia gone. I have keen eyes, Tiresias Mountain Fall. My point is that I can see when a man throws a fight. You lost your agility rather suddenly in the yard yesterday. Any hesitation to answer was not acceptable now. The second Tiresias took to breathe and steady himself was a great risk. I couldn't go on dodging your staff indefinitely, Prince Oberyn. You caught me and I lost. You won. Congratulations. No, Oberyn shook his head. No, you lie. You lied in the library. You lied in the yard. You're not giving me the answers I seek. The answers only you can give. What other answer can I possibly give you? I told you what happened. I gave you a demonstration. You call that brawl in the mud a demonstration? Oberyn scoffed. No. No, I beat you far too easily. That bruise on your chest and face say different. Yes, I felt your power but it disappeared quickly. As for the rest, the prince snorted. If you fought like that in Deep Den, the mountain would have killed you quickly. You're quicker than him, Tiresias snapped. I couldn't dance around you the way I did him. You danced with him. Oberyn's tone shifted, becoming light again. See that I didn't know. Tiresias knew everyone else in the room was gazing warily at the two of them, with the exception of the harpist. Ros and the other two girls had slinked away. Elaria was sitting straight up. Oberyn leaned forward. You see Tiresias, I've heard, he murmured. I've heard many accounts of the vengeance that was robbed from me. From the heralds in our court, from our ears at the border, our eyes in Westeros, the ravens from the capital. He paused to spit before continuing. And in the taverns, the brothels, the shipyards, from Sunspear all the way to here, I've heard the mountains fall from many mouths but they weren't there. I wasn't there. Only you were. So tell me, how did you defeat him? Tell me every blow you struck, every drop you spilled, how it smelled as you fought on and on. What was on your mind when you volunteered? Whose face did you see when you placed a blade in the mountain's eye? Tell what happened before, the nights on the Gold Road. Go back further and tell me of the training you suffered that made your victory possible. Go back even further and explain that voice of yours. Where in Essos does your voice come forth? What happened that compelled you to this land? What gave you the right to kill the man that raped my sister and killed her children? Oberyn breathed, nodding to the wine Tiresias held in his hand. Tell me all. Drink as much as you wish, and tell me all. No. Tiresias didn't hesitate to say so and it left the room in silence. Oberyn became still as he regarded him, his eyes smoldering. He wished the man would breathe and not just him. The only one in this room not holding their breath was the minstrel in the corner, plucking his harp against the racing hearts of Elaria and the northern women. Ever the professional. Finally, Oberyn exhaled. It caused the hairs on his neck to stand up. But the man didn't seem to prepare to strike him again. His knees and shoulders weren't readying themselves. Instead when the prince spoke, it was quite soft, but no less tense. And why not? Because what you want, you'll never have. All the details I can give. All the blood you can spill. It can never be enough. You seem quite sure of that. I am. He took a quick sip. I can't know how you feel, Prince Oberyn. But I can truly say I don't have a desire to fixate on the past. To answer questions. To tell one story after another of how it came to be. Until it becomes so big, it ends me. I killed a man. It's done. I'm happy to return to the cold and my books. Tiresias placed his goblet of wine down and stood. He didn't turn to leave though. I'll answer one of the questions burning in your skull, Prince Oberyn, he said quietly, looking down at the Red Viper. If you ever fought Gregor Clegane, you would have died. Even if you managed to knock him off his feet, poison him and send him to a fate worse than death, he would have killed you. Because you wouldn't have been able to help yourself. You would have had to heard the confession. Heard who gave the actual order for your sister and her children to be slaughtered. You would have left him alive too long to hear it. The next part of the story, he hesitated to voice it. The image was a vivid one that he held on silently for years, not being able to say it aloud. One of thousands he supposed. But Oberyn sat waiting patiently and won out. Tiresias didn't bother raising his voice. He knew he was heard. The mountain would have reached out and pulled you in. Your entire head fitting in his hands. He would have pressed as he did your nephew's skull, gouging your eyes. Your brains, your blood, would have resembled the wine you spilled on the floor tonight. At that colorful description, Oberyn's eyes traced the red-stained blanket where the wine spilled during their tussle. Keeping the man in his periphery, Tiresias glanced to Ilaria. She didn't seem to appreciate that image. Her eyes soured as they met his. Going back to the prince, Oberyn returned his gaze. The harp song colored the fire crackling in the hearth. Finally, Oberyn nodded to the door. Get out. Tiresias didn't need telling twice. He strode towards the door, feeling the disgusted eyes on his back. He didn't care. This room was sweltering and he needed fresh air. Out in the corridor, Salidor and the other guard were still on duty. They eyed him as he passed. He didn't bother nodding to them. Increasing his stride, he didn't stop until he reached the battlements, removing his jacket. He sat down right below the merlins and leaned his head back against the stone, closing his eyes. While his immunity to the cold remained intact, he could still sense and be soothed by cooled objects. Though he supposed this stone was freezing to normal individuals. Even northerners. A pair of footsteps interrupted his musing. He opened his eyes to see a pair of houseguards pausing at the sight of him. A slight confusion colored their faces. After a few seconds, Tiresias broke the silence. Gentlemen, he nodded. He didn't know their names. The night watch belonged to the newest recruits. The youngest one nodded back. Oi, he said, clearing his throat before adding. What are you doing here? Tiresias decided for honesty. I have a headache and I'm letting the coldness of this stone penetrate my skull. With that, he leaned back and closed his eyes again. He sensed the youngest making to speak again, but his partner silenced him. They traipsed past him and it was only when they were gone that Tiresias opened his eyes. When was the last time you gazed up at the stars? When did you last seek the crone's lantern to give you a sense of balance? The last hunt, probably, before he came back to discover they would be hosting a Dornish prince. Tiresias stayed on the battlements well past the hour of the wolf. He saw stars shine and fade. The cold that would drive a man back to his hearth, his bed and his wife meant nothing to him. Chapter 43. As the lesson ended, Tiresias gave the children a nod as they traipsed out to the midday meal. He waited until the library door shut after them before placing his quill down and gently massaging his hand. A low sigh escaped him. He had gone to bed far too late, the confrontation with Oberyn still fresh in his mind. The cool down on the battlements didn't quite help. At least there was no hangover to be suffered. The prince failed in getting him drunk last night. But his mind was not far from clear. He walked to this library this morning with a slightly cautious step. For the first time, he didn't feel completely safe in Winterfell. Not that he felt in danger. Still he kept an eye out until he settled at his desk. Plus he was still recovering from the aftermath of the duel. The prince had a hard face. The punch he landed wasn't worth the breaks he had to take in between translating and writing queries. As for the bruise on his back, he would have to sleep on his left side for another few nights at least. His stomach rumbled and he ascertained his remaining workload. He could finish this page shortly. Leave the rest for this afternoon. He dripped his quill and wrote, working out the translation on parchment scraps before coming to a final decision on the matter. As he wrote the decided words, his ears perked up at the sound of approaching footsteps. Not willing to mess up his work, he kept his eyes down and finished the sentence before looking up to the library entrance, where the footsteps approached. Footsteps he recognized very well. Why was Lord Stark visiting him here? At this hour? With Dornish eyes in Winterfell? Lord Stark closed the door immediately after he entered. Tiresias saw a roll of parchment in his hand as he walked towards him. He stood and inclined his head. Lord Stark, he said as the warden halted before him. He nodded back, his eyes as serious as Tiresias had ever seen them. What's going on? Lord Stannis has suspended the shipments of dragon glass, Lord Stark stated brusquely. The silence was graced, per usual, by the crackle in the hearth as the fire sank into embers. Tiresias placed his hands upon the table, bowing his head. Shit, he hissed softly. Lord Stark exhaled through his nose before continuing to speak. He sent a letter along the shipment that arrived this morning. Which will be the last one upon further inquiry and explanation of such shipments from you. True silence settled around Tiresias. He looked up to Lord Stark, the hairs on his neck rising. He must have misheard him. What do you mean from me? His eyes went to the letter that Lord Stark had in his hand. Without asking, the warden brought up the parchment and handed it to the librarian. Tiresias took it, willing his hand not to tremble. He read the notice, blinking and realizing he barely took in the previous sentence. Remembering to breathe, he tried again. It was polite, formal, but still. Lord Stannis names you as the one who brought the dragon glass to my attention in the first place, Lord Stark said, speaking out the words that Tiresias read. The one who told me to reach out to Dragonstone for the trade all those years ago. As such, he invites you to come south and answer the further inquiries he has. Tiresias' mind was numb as he looked back up. The word impossible wanted to escape from his lips. But after being in Westeros for years and by the way he arrived in this world, as far as he was concerned, determining something impossible was irresponsible and lazy at best. Incredibly dangerous at worst. It didn't stop him from asking how, though. He read the letter again. Stannis was not accusatory, but fear crept into his veins as he saw his name written neatly on the parchment. It's not a summons. Lord Stark shook his head. No. You're under my protection as Warden of the North and you're far away. It's only an invitation. To discuss a private, non-essential trade between kingdoms. Tiresias nodded numbly. I'd like to sit down, if you don't mind. I'll join you. Lord Stark grabbed a chair and sat as Tiresias sank into his own. He placed the parchment on the table before him. The South, again so soon? I couldn't have been home for half a year yet. His mouth thinned as he looked back to the warden. How many dragon glass weapons do we have altogether, including what we could forge from the shipment that arrived today? 81,000 arrowheads, 33,000 dagger blades, 62,000 spearheads, 6,000 axe heads, Lord Stark responded immediately. He must have calculated the amount before coming to the library. In spite of everything, Tiresias fought a small grin as he locked eyes with the warden. Is that enough? Tiresias shrugged. It's a lot. I'm not asking you if it's a lot. I'm asking if it's enough. He wished for the abilities of the three-eyed raven. To see through the eyes of a bird and soar above the land of always winter. How big was the army of the dead now? Were the free folk coming down south fast enough? Were they falling and rising again with blue eyes? How many? Would the dragon glass they collected be enough? Blinking again to find himself in the library, Tiresias shook his head. I don't think so. It's more than what the North had last time, but I can't be sure. Lord Stark accepted the answer, though he didn't like it. That was easy to tell. You seem to be pulled from both sides of Westeros, he said. He reached over and took Stannis' letter back. You do remember that Mance Rayder wishes to see us both when he comes to the wall. I do, Tiresias muttered. That's months away though. More than half a year. If I can. The words failed him as soon as they left his mouth. Last time he left Winterfell, determined to be back within half a year, he couldn't keep that timetable. Still, I suppose Stannis Baratheon is much more pragmatic with his time than I am, probably sail down for a half-hour meeting and be dismissed soon after. He sincerely doubted the notion. The more pragmatic solution to this was a written explanation for the dragon glass. Sent by Raven. Yet, Stannis wanted him to travel down to Dragonstone, to meet him in person. Why? Have you met Lord Stannis before? Tiresias shook his head. Not in the flesh. An unamused scoff escaped the warden. Your vision. My vision. You didn't meet the man in King's Landing? Before you came to Winterfell? No, said Tiresias softly. And I assume you and Maester Luwin never mentioned me in your correspondence to Dragonstone? Never told him that I suggested the trade. We did not. Tiresias sighed. I didn't think so. He glanced to the library doors. No sounds from the corridors reached his ears and it was safe to say that they were alone. Still, he checked before coming back to the warden. Then how does he know? Lord Stark asked, his voice calm. Spies in the north. Tiresias shook his head absent-mindedly. Then how? His eyes dropping to the desk. He recalled his first viewing of Stannis Baratheon, revealed under the burning pyres of the Seven, holding aloft a flaming sword. I have some idea, Tiresias muttered. He leaned back and sighed. How then? I don't want to say just now. Not before I'm sure. Not before I sail to Dragonstone. The warden took a deep breath before speaking. Are you sure? Tiresias was unable to hold in a soft laugh. No, but we need more dragon glass. And there's nowhere else in the world where we can get. Not that I know of. We need the trade. So I need to go. And what will you say to Lord Stannis? To revive our dragon glass trade. It's not my first time speaking to an intimidating lord of Westeros. I managed to leave the Westerlands whole-bodied. Lord Stark gazed at him. Can Lord Tywin peer into the walls of Winterfell as Lord Stannis is seemingly able to? Read your name between the lines in my ravens. Humbled, Tiresias stared down at his hands, his intertwined fingers. Pride, it'll get you killed, man. Watch it. Lord Stannis knows things he shouldn't, he began, speaking softly. Thinking out loud. My name, my push for the dragon glass trade, but he doesn't know everything. However he gets his information, it's incomplete. He doesn't mention the Free Folk, the White Walkers, the Night King, the Army of the Dead. Anything east of Westeros either, 3 dragons bearing another Targaryen conqueror. Perhaps he does know, Lord Stark said, looking at the letter. Not everything could be in this letter. Once you're on his island, he could reveal the full breadth of his knowledge. Every detail of our plan. And you'd be trapped. If it were anyone else but Lord Stannis, Tiresias muttered. My lord, you met him a number of times. Is the man capable of such subterfuge? Lord Stark's mouth thinned as he considered it. A moment passed before he spoke. I would say no. Not from my experience. But you're the one who has seen the future. A future, he amended as Tiresias raised his eyebrows. One that is no longer completely reliable to look towards. Nevertheless, you saw it. You saw him. Is he capable? Tiresias took his turn for a moment of silent consideration. The warden watched him patiently. Lord Stannis is bad at lying. He suppressed a grim smile. He's worse at it than you. And he's a stickler for rules, laws, justice. Brittle iron. Brittle iron. Never mind. Forgive me. He leaned forward, placing his hands on the table. You and I, we haven't broken any rules. Made any illegal trades. The dragon glass was paid for. Paid to the agreed amount on every transaction. Sure, we hoarded most of it, forged them into weapons, and our trades were with the free folk, not the hill tribes. But the contract didn't stipulate our purpose for the dragon glass. Once payment was accepted and it entered Winterfell, Lord Stannis didn't have any say in what we did with it. He laughed softly, in spite of himself. Actually, we never even traded to the free folk. We sent the dragon glass to the Night's Watch. A renegade black brother passes it on north. Not us. Well said, Lord Stark replied evenly, a hint of a smile on his face. Would you care to repeat that in front of Lord Stannis? Because that defense will not start our trade back up. No, said Tiresias, shaking his head. Just saying that this summons, I don't see it as an accusation. He's not asking for my imprisonment. Only an explanation. And what explanation are you going to give him? Lord Stark leaned forward as well. If he's not fooled by the Hill tribe's story, if he knows that we have been less than forthcoming with our request, it will take something else than Sorka's word to convince him to let the mining continue. We'll need something more. Something more, Tiresias toiled the idea in his head, but only briefly. He had the idea in his head ever since he read the letter. It only just came to the surface of his mind, clear as day. We tell him the truth. Whatever Lord Stark was expecting, it wasn't that. The truth. The truth. As Lord Stark continued to peer at him, Tiresias amended his statement. Some version of the truth, my lord. Obviously not the whole truth. Not everything I said to you, but there has to be another way to present it. Something that Lord Stannis will accept. Maybe not believe entirely, but accept why we weren't so forthcoming previously. The warden leaned back into his chair, sighing. I assume you have an idea. Tiresias nodded. I do. Are you all right working through the midday meal? Surprise lit up in Stark's eyes. He supposed the man hadn't even considered food at the moment, but he nodded. What do you have in mind? Tiresias sat on the courtyard bench, waiting for the prince to return. Oberyn was out riding with his daughters. His soldiers who informed him of such didn't guarantee his timely return that evening. He thanked them nonetheless and proceeded to the courtyard, ignoring the sneering looks shot his way. The Dornish soldiers were considerably less wary of him ever since the spar with Oberyn. And so he had sat for over an hour. He received some looks and a few inquiries from the passers-by. Why he sat out in the cold for the prince's return as opposed to inside. He couldn't help but think back to the first time he came to Winterfell. This was the same spot where he waited for Lord Stark. Of course, things were different. He had a place in this castle now. He was welcome inside. It was probably superstition, but the last time he waited outside in this spot to speak to someone, it yielded good results. He knew it was silly, but a part of him wanted to chance that it will happen again. Not that he knew all this when he sat down in the first place. There was plenty of time to figure it out though. The afternoon was beginning to turn into evening. Tiresias lifted his head and sniffed. It had chilled. The rain yesterday would turn into a light snowfall soon. Tonight or perhaps the next day. He wondered how the Dornish would react to it. The sounds of approaching horses reached his ears, trotting quickly toward the western gate. He stood as the castle guards yelled for the courtyard occupants to clear. Tiresias relaxed his jaw and walked forward calmly as the prince came through. Here we go. Oh, fuck me. Oberyn saw him immediately, regarding him coolly as he guided his steed to the stables. When Obara and Nymeria, along with all the guards that had come to a standstill, Tiresias proceeded to the prince, stepping between the horses. If there were any harsh feelings about the previous evening, Oberyn didn't let it show. Not too much at least. The prince stroked his horse's neck as Tiresias came to a stop before him. Prince Oberyn. Tiresias Mountain Fall, Oberyn responded, before snorting. Forgive me, I forget you do not care for the name. Though I try and say it with some fondness, I assure you. It's all right. Tiresias took a deep breath. You may call me that if you wish. You may ask me why I have that name. I know why you have that name, Oberyn said shortly. You may ask me anything about that duel, he continued on, undeterred. How I won, why I volunteered, how much he suffered, how he screamed. Everything you would like to know, I'll answer as honestly and as fully as I can. He spoke softly, as so only the prince could hear. From his left, he heard Obara and Nymeria approach. He didn't look to them, but he knew they saw his father's face as he did, cool and calculating as he pondered the librarian. Father, what is it? Nymeria asked. Go to your mother, Oberyn answered quickly, his eyes still on Tiresias. I'll be along soon. Now. Tiresias felt the curious and warning stares from them as they departed. But they were still in the vicinity of the Dornish guards. Oberyn nodded off to the side and Tiresias followed him as they walked off for privacy. Everything I ask, you'll answer, he asked. To you only, Tiresias clarified. No public announcements. No musicians. Not even your family. Just you and me. Oberyn considered it. What changed your mind? I need something from you. Oh? And what would that be? When you leave Winterfell, I wish to leave with you. When you set sail from White Harbor, you'll head directly to Dragonstone and drop me off. Whatever Oberyn expected, it wasn't that. He actually started laughing. Tiresias waited patiently for him to stop before continuing. Lord Stark and I have business with Lord Stannis. I'm not asking you to meet the man. I just need to arrive at his island. And why do you want to stay with us the whole way? You could travel to White Harbor yourself. Pay cheap enough passage to Dragonstone. I need a guard down to White Harbor. The north isn't entirely safe for someone like me. That caught the prince's interest like nothing else before. Once he saw that Tiresias wasn't joking, his eyes narrowed. Why is the north not safe for the heroic librarian of Winterfell? Oberyn had the decency to lower his voice for that question. I have my own scruples, Prince Oberyn. That's all I say on it. I thought you promised full and honest answers. Those scruples have nothing to do with Gregor Clegane. Oberyn narrowed his dark eyes, peering to him. So why can't you simply request Lord Stark to provide you with a guard? They cheered quite loudly for you when you entered the ring. I'm sure they'd be glad to defend you. Tiresias exhaled through his nose. Because I have to seem that I'm not in danger. Pretend I feel safe. Prince Oberyn getting bored with Winterfell and leaving for more exciting adventures and you inviting me to tag along is a lot more believable with me traveling to White Harbor with 100 Winterfell soldiers for no reason. A freezing wind swept through the yard. Oberyn took a deep breath against it. And all this? All this and you'll finally speak to me of the mountain's death. That's right, Tiresias said immediately. The pressure tickled at his throat and he breathed deep, willing it away. Not now, please not now. Thankfully, it was brief. He swallowed as the pressure subsided and pressed on, well aware the prince noticed. When we're aboard your ship, the first night at sea, Dragonstone bound, I'll speak of it. We view the full truth, a grand fucking tale. A wagon of horseshit rolled past them out of the castle. He wrinkled his nose as did the prince, but Oberyn's eyes remained steadily on him and after a long silence, a true smile formed on his face. Seeing the agreement, Tiresias nodded. When can we leave? Tomorrow, if you can. He stared at the prince. Tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow, Oberyn shrugged. I wish to hear the story I traveled so far to hear. So, is tomorrow too soon? Gritting his teeth, Tiresias shook his head. I warned you, Prince Oberyn and I'll warn you again. You won't be satisfied. The truth often leaves people disappointed. You're a librarian. A man of letters, stories. Oberyn patted his shoulder. I'm sure you'll tell it well. With that, Oberyn walked off, headed for the warmth of the castle. Tiresias stayed out for a few more breaths of fresh chilled air, trying to plan his evening to the fullest effect. Whenever the south called, it seemed to draw him down in a hurry. His coming departure from Winterfell was overshadowed by the sudden burst of activity from the Dornish. Their stewards bustled about. The soldiers dropped their usual lethargy as they prepared to ride the next morning. Oberyn truly didn't waste any time. He probably gave orders to leave as soon as he entered the castle. The mood across Winterfell varied, but relief was present throughout. Even those who found the Dornish intriguing were eager to have their castle back. Tiresias felt the relief as he sought out Lord Stark. He wished he felt the same. Given that he had cleared the possibility of leaving Winterfell with the Dornish beforehand, the warden's only surprise was the swiftness of the event. Usually royals need a few days to depart. After confirming Tiresias' decision to leave, the warden gave his blessing and wished him luck on the road to Dragonstone. And back as well. Though he appreciated the luck, Tiresias felt a need to prepare himself for anything on the journey. He visited the smithy. Mycon barely looked at him before jerking his thumb to the back. Stepping between hurrying blacksmiths, he found Gendry sweeping the back. The lad paused, looking to him and then to his side, where his dagger rested. Tiresias nodded and unsheathed it. You guessed correctly. Gendry remained quiet as he took the blade and ran it over the whetstone. Tiresias waited off to the side. It wasn't until the second pass that Gendry spoke. I've decided. He looked to the boy. Decided what? Pausing his work, he turned to the librarian. I want to learn how to read and write. Fight too if I could. In all the madness of the Dornish coming to Winterfell, Tiresias had forgotten about his offer to Gendry. The boy may have taken his time, but he would still honor it. He nodded. All right then. Gendry stared at him. That's it. All right then. For now. Tiresias walked forward and leaned against the table, sighing. I can't instruct you while I'm away, Gendry. You picked a nice time to say yes. The boy looked down to the dagger, running it over the whetstone. But I'll honor my word, said Tiresias. When I come back, I'll teach you how to read and write. Where are you going? Suddenly realizing the coincidence, he couldn't help a humorless smile. Dragonstone. The connection wasn't lost on Gendry, who paused the knife. He eyed Tiresias for a second, before mirroring his humorless smile and returning to the whetstone. Off to see my uncle. He sighed. Though I wouldn't try and claim the relation. Man's got no soft spot for bastards. Or hardly anyone else in his family. Gendry didn't say another word until he was done. With the dagger's sharpness returned, he handed it back to Tiresias, looking him in the eye. Not planning on fighting another giant when you're away? Tiresias shook his head. Nah, he said before shrugging. Perhaps a witch. That got a snort out of Gendry, before he stuck his hand out. Tiresias shook it. I'll be as safe as I can, Gendry, he said. And when I come back, I'll give you the words. The haste of the Dornish meant they didn't have time to feast. So dinner was quite casual that evening. He didn't dine with the Starks, but Lord Stark must have told his family of his departure. Tiresias was halfway through his mash when Jon came over. Hello Jon, he said, through a mouthful of potato. Father says you're leaving with the Dornish. He looked to the lad. The concern in his voice colored his face as well. Tiresias swallowed before speaking. It was a hasty decision. But I have business in Dragonstone. And Prince Oberyn was headed that way and kind enough to offer me a sail. What business? Tiresias sipped his ale. That's between your father and Lord Stannis. In the meantime, I expect you to keep up with your swordsmanship and your studies. He glanced up to the head table before lowering his voice. You can tell Arya the same thing, Jon didn't smile, still forlorn. Tiresias sighed. What is it, Jon? I leave Winterfell all the time and I often have very little warning when I do. You know this. You know what the Highborn are like. You nearly died in the south, Jon muttered, before meeting his eye. Tiresias let the silence sit. I nearly died in the north as well, Jon. And beyond it. Winterfell is the only safe place for me now. And soon that won't be true. I nearly did, he admitted softly. But I didn't. He leaned forward. If it makes you feel any better, I don't plan to duel any Cleganes when I travel down here. Just a quick sail down to Dragonstone and back. I'll be riding home from White Harbor in no time. Clapping Jon on the shoulder, he finally got a reluctant smile from the lad. He finished his ale. So keep busy. I'll be back before you know it. Barring any tragedy? Jon asked, half smiling. Smirking, Tiresias nodded. Barring any tragedy. You just keep training. Give Robb and Theon a run for their money. Jon's eyebrows furrowed. A run for their what? Never mind. Just practice with them so I can have a proper challenge when I return. Which I guarantee will not be another 10 months. The lad shrugged. Robb, sure, Theon. Tiresias glanced to him. What about Theon? A blush colored Jon's face. He checked about before lowering his voice. Not too much time for us anymore, he's got a girl. Tiresias tore up a piece of bread. Been visiting the brothel more, Jon shook his head. Nah, she works in the castle. As much as Tiresias tried to alter events in Westeros, as to benefit those he cared for, trying to curb Theon's promiscuity was not on his list of priorities. He tried to get the young Greyjoy from taking advantage of the Winterfell serving girls. Indirectly, of course. But ultimately, he knew Theon would probably break a few hearts in the north. Especially as he got older. Is he being careful? About what? Tiresias raised his eyebrows. Not being a father so soon after his own balls just dropped. The blush deepened. I don't know. Didn't ask him. He took a piece of the bread for himself. More to have something to do than anything else. Only been going on for a fortnight or so. Sounds about right. I bet he would have moved on by the time I return from Dragonstone. I wonder if Lady Stark will have the girl sent away. Tiresias washed down the bread. Well, I'm sure Arya will always find time to spar in his stead. Speaking of whom? Arya had found her way down to them. She questioned him on his upcoming departure and was more annoyed than Jon when he refused to answer more about his doings on Dragonstone. Ultimately though, she wished him luck and told him to slay another giant. Laughing at the horror on Jon's face, he made no guarantees but promised to keep an eye out for them. After saying goodbye to the rest of the children, he made his way through Winterfell back to his quarters. All the while sidestepping hurried and stressed servants and stewards. Both Northern and Dornish. Thankfully, by the time he reached his quarters, the outside corridor was quiet. No fire was lit as he entered the room. Mal wasn't there yet. Knowing she'd want one, he raised a small flame. As he waited, he packed his rucksack. Having done it often enough, it was almost automatic. It was an easier departure than he was used to in most cases. He didn't have to concern himself for provisions or transport. However, in other regards, this was a difficult parting. It was more obvious when Mal entered the room quietly, carrying her evening's work. They looked at each other briefly before she crossed to her trunk and organized her effects. As she placed her thimble away, she broke the silence. Well, you said you wanted to be wed before you left Winterfell again. Her voice was quiet. Not hurt. Almost amused. You got your wish. I did too, I suppose. I didn't think it would be so soon, Tiresias muttered. You said you needed a warning to deal with it, this isn't the warning I had in mind. How long are you going to be away? He calculated it quickly. Ride to White Harbor, sail to Dragonstone, business there and back, 3 months, I'd say. Best be safe and add 2 months to that. Tiresias went to the hearth, reaching for the logs. All right, then. 5 months. Does your business involve any duels? No. Any other dangers? Tiresias hesitated, his eyes on the small fire. Finally he placed the log in gently. Maybe, he murmured as the fire came to a blaze. There are some dangerous people I'm going to see. I'll have guessed right, but... He sighed. I'm confident that I'll make it back to Winterfell. But you won't guarantee it. Tiresias turned and faced her. She came to him, her brown eyes full of steel. No. She nodded. Good. That means you'll be careful. The fire crackled as it consumed the new log. She came closer to him and he wrapped her in his arms, holding her. Her heart was quite easy. 3 months is a long time, she murmured into his chest. 5 months. I'm being optimistic. She looked up and pressed her mouth to his. They kissed before the fire. Her tongue running over his teeth. Finally, she opened her eyes and pulled away, leading him to the bed. I want to smell you on this bed when you're gone, she said, unstrapping her boots as she sat down, dropping her shawl. Feel your weight on me so I remember it when you come back. Tiresias pulled off his boots and settled on top of her. He sighed before pressing into her. They didn't talk any more that evening. Which was fine. They had their understanding. He would leave Winterfell the next morning knowing that. The ship creaked in the silence between them. Tiresias had no idea what time it was. They began their conversation after dinner. He came to the prince's cabin. Oberyn was alone. Elaria, Obara, and Nymeria were elsewhere. There was no harpist. The wine flowed slowly. Tiresias ebbed back and forward with the waves as he spoke. Now he was done. Throughout the evening, the prince frequently interrupted his story and peppered him with questions, outside of the night duel in Deep Den. About his training in the Winterfell, his hunts in the Wolf's Wood, his journey from King's Landing to the Westerlands. Sometimes the tangents lasted for several minutes, but he kept talking until Oberyn seemed satisfied before moving back to the main story. The pressure didn't come thankfully. His throat remained relaxed. In fact, he found it easier than he thought to recount the duel. All the details, every step. He didn't believe he would. The fight still left a bad taste in his mouth, but perhaps his brain just wouldn't let him forget. Maybe he would have had to justify it to himself one day, why he came out of that duel alive. Against Sir Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, the Great Dog. He still didn't like it, but he spoke. The answers escaped him in a dulled voice. He opened himself to the prince. That was their agreement. As the conversation wore on, the prince withdrew into himself. The questions didn't cease and his penchant for details didn't waver, but he sat more and more still as Tiresias droned on. And now that he was done, the prince sat on his bed, elbows on his knees, staring into a cup of wine that he hadn't drunk from for a while now. Tiresias leaned into the silence and waited. Leaning back and forth with the waves. Finally, Oberyn brought the wine up and drank. He sighed after. You killed him far too quickly. Maybe for you, Tiresias countered softly. I could have used one less broken arm over the following 2 months. Oberyn sat up and swung his legs around, laying back upon the bed. He stared up at the cabin ceiling. Tiresias breathed a little easier. He had been keeping an eye on the prince's movements the whole night. He seemed relaxed enough, but ever since that little stunt in Winterfell, he didn't trust Oberyn not to test his reflexes again. For now though, the prince seemed more interested in the rafters. Tiresias sipped his wine gingerly and sighed. I won that duel because I wasn't trying to make him suffer. I was just trying to win. Once he had me broken in by the throat, I only had a limited amount of time. So I took my opening. I almost wish you had been killed instead, Oberyn said softly. I'm sure you do, said Tiresias, matching his tone. Funny enough, he was not offended in the least. So I leave him for you? With a crippled knee and a marred foot? For you to viciously poison in the future. He deserved that death far more than the one you gave him. Tiresias shrugged. Don't know about that. The most fearsome knight in Westeros downed by a mere librarian? A twig of a man? His reputation's forever tarnished. He'll be a laughingstock in 2 generations. But you're not a mere librarian. Oberyn smiled. You're now a mysterious warrior, one of the best in Westeros. Not quite. You beat me. The prince smirked. Yes, in front of hundreds of witnesses, I beat you, but you threw that mere librarian disguise out in the Westerlands. There were eyes there too, and now you can't hide anymore. I am a librarian first, Prince Oberyn. Is it hiding if I simply don't care about fighting for sport? If I keep my martial training private? He willed his pulse to slow. To sell the lie. When he spoke tonight of his agenda for traveling to the Westerlands, he told an elaborated version of what he told Tywin Lannister. Before he left Winterfell, he had even built up a list of subjects he would have inquired for at the Citadel. Writing his elaborate story onto parchment, he committed it to memory before burning it. Mal watched him with knowing eyes as he tossed it into the hearth. It took him a second to forget Mal's brown eyes and come back to the ship. Prince Oberyn was looking at him, trying to see him. Tiresias met his gaze as patiently as he could. He still had a long voyage ahead of him. It was better to play along. You annoyed me greatly that night in Winterfell, Oberyn murmured. You annoyed me. Tiresias took a sip. Attacked me as well. The prince ignored that. You resisted telling me for so long. Risked my anger, and you told me anyway. All for an escort and a cheap voyage. Why? Because during the feast when you tried to goad me into telling it, I felt his phantom hands on my throat. Because I was so scared during that duel, it hurts to think about it. Because I saw Lena after she was raped when her eyes looked like dulled glass and I never want her suffering to be a story of glory for myself. He shrugged. Because I didn't want to speak of it. Because I didn't need anything from you before. A raven came and I needed a speedy sail. Guarded passage out of the north. So I told it. Silence reigned in the cabin. Oberyn held out his empty cup. Seeing the silent ask or command, Tiresias picked up the pitcher and poured. What are you seeking on Dragonstone, Tiresias? Oberyn asked quietly. His hand didn't twitch and he finished pouring evenly. Business that I've stirred up with my activities in the south, and tomes, Prince Oberyn. I'm still a librarian after all. A scoff escaped him as he leaned back. I know. Not a mere librarian anymore, unfortunately. But me being quick with a dagger doesn't change everything. Still have a duty to House Stark. There are tomes of the old tongue on Dragonstone. Oberyn asked, disbelievingly. The western freehold of Valyria? What's in these tomes? Tiresias shrugged. Don't know. Nobody on Dragonstone reads the old tongue. They couldn't tell me. Course if you want, you're more than welcome to come ashore with me to the castle. I'm sure Lord Stannis would be overjoyed to host you. Oberyn snorted as he sat up, settling again with his elbows propped on his knees. You travel all the way down to Dragonstone? 4 tomes? Of unknown content? You traveled all the way up to Winterfell to see me? To hear a disappointing story? Tiresias took another sip and dove in. To hear the loss of any opportunity to avenge your sister and her children. The light drained from the prince's eyes. Tiresias didn't tense though. He wasn't going to attack. He saw it in his knees. Besides he knew his last statement was a lie. Gregor Clegane wasn't the only one the Martells had their eyes set on. And sure enough, Oberyn didn't spring to the bait. The light returned to his eyes as he smirked. We'll see, he murmured before drinking. He lowered his cup with a sigh. We'll see. His eyes turned to the candle before them. Without blinking, without steeling himself, he brought his hand to the flame, running his fingers through the fire. Tiresias watched his eyes. They didn't flinch, but he still smelled a slight searing of flesh as Oberyn brought his fingers back. The prince felt it, but he only shook his fingers lightly. That's a neat trick. It's no trick, Oberyn muttered, his eyes still on the flame. Sure it is, he said, a story coming back to him, almost forgotten. A man finding a home in the desert. The trick is not minding that it hurts. That gained a smile from the prince as he turned to him. Do you mind? His eyes flickered between Oberon's gaze and the candle. I don't go seeking pain. You exposed yourself to the northern cold in the yard and I followed your example. Now follow mine. Is that an order, Prince Oberon? Something far worse. A dare. The following staring contest lasted a full half-minute. But in the end, Tiresias turned to the candle and brought his hand up. Don't just fling it through, Oberon ordered softly. He wasn't going to. He was far too curious. His finger barely touched the edge of the flame before he brought it back hissing. Placing his finger in his mouth, he sucked it as Prince Oberon looked on. Finally, he extracted his finger, curling up his fist. It appears I'm more built for the cold than the heat. I suppose so, the prince muttered before shrugging. I was going to offer you to come to Dorne. To even stay permanently. I'm sure Sunspear would have benefited from such a scholar as you, but you seem to belong in the north. With those pale, cold people. You would not be at home in Dorne, though I hope you still come and visit us one day. Tiresias stood. I'll consider it. Do you wish to know anything more, Prince Oberon? Or may I retire? Oberon let him stand for a few seconds, before waving him away. I'm sure I'll have more questions for you, but not tonight. Nodding quickly, Tiresias exited the cabin before Oberon changed his mind. He walked briskly to his cabin, propping himself through the corridor with both hands as the sea rocked the ship back and forth. Entering his cabin, he sat down on the bed, his heart racing. The whole evening was stressful, but the last bit with the candle. He opened his right hand and looked to his finger. It was unmarred. He came too close not to have felt any pain either. Any discomfort. He pulled away before it was too late. He didn't quite touch the flame, but he still should have felt something. Pushing the idea out of his mind, he pulled off his boots and laid on his bed. That experiment, should he ever try it, was far more dangerous than walking shirtless under an evening snow. It was for a more desperate time. And right now, he was not that desperate. Not yet. Chapter 44. His feet hit the beach, splashing in the surf as he lent a hand to turning the rowboat around. The Dornish guards were told to drop him off quickly and return. No favor would be sought from a Baratheon. Not in this lifetime. They didn't ask for his help turning the boat, but they didn't refuse. No one said a word as they rowed back to the Martell ship. Tiresias watched them depart, his feet still in the waves. When they were a respectable distance away, he walked up the beach and found a rock to sit on as he dried off and put his boots back on, which were strapped to his rucksack. His eyes downcast until absolutely necessary. Finally, when he buckled his boots, he hitched his rucksack onto his shoulder and took in the castle. In the heat of the summer, Dragonstone was not nearly as intimidating as he had seen it other times before. The sun gleamed off the black stone. Banners of yellow fluttered in the distance. No burning heart yet, still a stag. He adjusted his own banner, the Stark armband from Sansa, with its fresh stitches. He was a proper representative after all. His eyes traveled to the serpentine stairs connecting the castle to the beach. A band of guards was making its way down the way, led by an older gentleman. Tiresias cast a look about the empty beach as he stretched his arms. Don't think they're coming for anyone else here. However, they approached quite languidly and so he returned the favor. He made his way to the beginning of the stone stairs and waited. As the guards neared, the man in front came into clearer view. Tiresias stared before ducking his head and laughing lightly. I'd hoped I'd run into you. One friendly enough face on this island. He wiped the smile from his face, rendering it neutral before lifting it to greet the guards. They rounded the corner and halted at the top of the stairs. Tiresias nodded to the man in front, his hair not quite as grey as he remembered, but the pouch he wore was still around his neck. Hello there. My name is Tiresias. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the summons. Lord Stannis asked for me. He pointed to a dragon carved in the stone, unable to resist a small grin. Assume this is Dragonstone. It is, Sir Davos said, returning his grin. He came down the stairs and extended his left hand. Sir Davos Seaworth, at your service. Welcome, Tiresias. Tiresias shook the offered hand with his own left one. Davos glanced off the shore, to the departing rowboat. I presume that Prince Oberon won't be gracing us with his presence. Nah, Tiresias said. Just kind enough to give me a ride. It's too bad. I'm sure he and Lord Stannis would have gotten on marvelously. That got a snort out of the Onion Knight. I'm sure. Lord Stannis asked that I see you to the castle. There you may bathe and rest before supper with him and the Lady Baratheon. He will speak with you then. An evening supper settled between Stannis and Celis Baratheon. Could be worse. You could be settled between Marjorie and Cersei and Joffrey, Roose and Ramsay, well, not that one anymore, but still, dinners between the Westerosi nobles are hardly any fun. Least not the ones I've seen outside the north. Sounds delightful. Davos turned and walked up. Tiresias followed him through the guards, who parted and then followed behind them as they made their way up back to the castle. He desperately wanted to speak. The Onion Knight was one of the men he most wanted to meet in Westeros, and now that he was here, he couldn't think of anything to say. He didn't make the mistake of glancing at him sideways though. He kept his eyes firmly on the castle and on the serpentine steps that led to it. A chill ran through as he recognized the place. Jon and Tyrion walked up these steps. This is where Drogon swooped and screeched. His head turned to the north, to the empty clear sky. There was no dragon there. The only such beasts on this island now were carved in stone. Would I even be able to sense them before they're upon me? Will I smell them? Feel their heat? Hear their wings as they cut through the wind? Coming to, he saw Davos looking to the northern sky as well, then back to him. See something? He shook his head, bringing his gaze back to the castle. Not used to such skies like these in the north. Mostly it's just overcast with rain and snow. Here the wind doesn't chill you. He shrugged. Compared to Winterfell, Dragonstone is quite balmy. Davos said. It's a long summer. Though the sea winds keep the heat at bay. Keep the stink at bay too, I imagine? Compared to King's Landing. The former smuggler smiled. Thank the gods. Though, for those not used to it, the sea can stink. Tiresias shrugged. I like it. Raised up by the water, for a time. Wouldn't call myself a sailor though. Worked the docks in Loreth. Pentos. Sir Davos nodded. How long have you been working for Lord Stark? No tangent for that one, With the same smile and all. He resisted shrugging again. About 6 years. Longest I've lived anywhere. The castle gates creaked open in front of them, revealing the full front of Dragonstone Castle. He tried not to be awed by it. It was certainly busier than he had ever seen it before. Not abandoned after a failed attempt to claim the Iron Throne. Merchants, tradesmen, and laborers bustled around them. Fierce guards stood to attention. Strict as they would be under the command of Stannis Baratheon. A familiar feeling rose up inside of him. The sight reminded him of his first glimpse at Winterfell and the full force of the North before they were decimated in the conflict. The War of Five Kings really set this continent on a losing path. And that's only a few years from now. Even if it concerns fewer claims to the throne after Robert's death, it will still be a catastrophe. What are you doing to do about that? He didn't know how to answer that, and he couldn't be distracted right now. Stannis requested him specifically to explain the dragon glass. As to why, he could only suspect. But he hadn't seen her so far. As they made their way to the castle entrance, Tiresias registered quite a few whispers and stares coming his way. Being escorted by guard into a castle was a draw for some. But if there was anything he learned in this country, whispers and rumors could spread anywhere. Stannis summoned Tiresias, the man who slew the mountain, to Dragonstone. A ship sailing from the north, with Martell banners, a single man docking. It wasn't the hardest guess in the world who he was. Hoping for some distraction, he turned back to Sir Davos. And you, Sir? How long have you been under Lord Stannis' service? Since the rebellion. Just a smuggler then. Though he raised me up afterwards. Gave me a lordship. He glimpsed down to the man's hand. Paid a fair price for it. That's quite a jump in rank. The man gave an unamused smile. Lord Stannis is quite generous, Tiresias. A more just man you'll never meet. A more stubborn one, more like. The interior of the castle drew his eye. With the exception of the Red Keep, all the other castles he'd entered in Westeros were far older than this one. And this was the only castle raised by SSC hands. He took in the black stone which encompassed them as they passed through the corridors. Even up close, the castle didn't betray its age. Hundreds of years of sea wind and salt spray was the equivalent of a millennium on a land castle. The maintenance on the eastern face of Dragonstone must be a bear. The walk to his room wasn't nearly so long as in Casterly Rock. However, Sir Davos opened the door to a similar view. The open window to the north gave him a spectacular of Dragonstone's coast. It relieved him to find his room rather utilitarian. He didn't wish to indulge in any luxuries as he did in the Westerlands. But some things he would indulge. A small tub was already before a fire with several steaming pitchers of hot water surrounding it. He turned to Sir Davos, who remained outside. An escort will come and escort you to dinner in 2 hours' time. Until then, rest easy. Thank you, Tiresias heard himself mutter. The smuggler gave a brief nod before closing the door. He dropped his rucksack, resisting the temptation to fall onto the bed and sleep. The sea wind may have disguised it, but now he was back on land and there was no escaping the fact that he needed to bathe. Stripping down, he pulled out a clean shirt, having saved it for when he wasn't besieged by sea travel and salt. Mal had mended the sleeve before he left. He ran his fingers gently over the stitch, a thread of forest green. "If I'm to receive any more threads from you," she had said, "I'd rather you come home and give them to me yourself. Come back whole, I..." His fingers left the thread, dropping to his side. "I'll try, Mal. I'll do my best." Setting the shirt and other clean clothes on the bed, Tiresias stepped into the basin and reached for a pitcher. Once wetted, he picked up the soap and began to scrub. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't help a shade of a grin as he was led to the dining quarters. In his years of traveling, he had been the guest of a lord multiple times. Admittedly, mostly minor ones of the north, but still, being received, being dropped off at one's quarters, bathing, being led to the dining hall by a silent servant. The fact that this was all becoming standard fare, it just amused him quietly at points. He did his best not to be and dropped the small grin well before he entered the dining quarters for Dragonstone. A part of him was a little disappointed that he was not taken to the table of the Seven Kingdoms. But this was dinner, not a war council. He didn't want Stannis to make that step. Not quite yet. There was only one other figure in the room when he entered. Sir Davos turned from the hearth, giving him a courteous and guarded nod. "Tiresias, good evening. I hope you had a chance to rest in between now and when you arrived." He nodded back with as much courtesy. "I did. Thank you, Sir Davos. Will you be joining us this evening?" I was asked by my lord to attend dinner tonight." The old man didn't lose his courteous smile. "I do hope that you will not begrudge my presence." "On the contrary, I'll be honored," said Tiresias, smiling truly, ignoring the suspicion that crept into his brain. "And much relieved. I do respect Lord Stannis and am grateful to him for his hospitality." His look to Davos turned sideways. "But based on what I heard of him, I don't wish to eat alone with him." Davos was not a man to be offended by a light critique of Lord Stannis. But he didn't smile at the remark. Not that Tiresias intended it to be funny. "I'm sure," Davos stated with a most civil tone, "that Lord Stannis won't insist on supping with you for the rest of your stay. If that worries you." "Not in the least," Tiresias said, regretting what he said. "Besides, at least when I'm eating with Lord Stannis and making conversation, I know I won't be served horseshit." That got a true grin out of Sir Davos. A small one, but true nonetheless. He said. He speaks quite true. I'm glad you're prepared for it, though I'll try and rescue you if I can." Tiresias smiled politely. "Appreciated. You wouldn't happen to know what Lord Stannis has planned for me, Sir Davos kept his grin. "I wouldn't tell you even if I did, Tiresias." Not surprised, Tiresias wandered to the fire, gazing into the flames. "You're a good man, Sir Davos. Lord Stannis is lucky to have you." In his periphery, the Onion Knight looked slightly taken back, but he accepted the compliment, nodding. "I'm lucky to serve him. Lord Stannis is a good lord. A good man." Tiresias kept his eyes on the fire. To a point. Fanaticism will drive him well past that point. Is it too late for that? Swallowing that thought, he turned to the table. "Where shall I sit?" Davos directed him to his seat and took the one opposite. However, taking the Onion Knight's example, he merely stood behind the back and waited. There was no use playing power games with Stannis Baratheon. He didn't even touch his goblet, instead looking to the table. For the first time, he noted the number of chairs in the room. "I count 5 chairs, Sir Davos. Is Lady Shireen joining our table tonight?" Davos shook his head. "No, Tiresias. She is unwell and kept to her room tonight." The Onion Knight didn't betray any thoughts on the matter. At least not to anyone with normal eyes. Tiresias saw the tension in his forehead, the tightening of his jaw and the shade of melancholy in his eyes at the mention of the little Baratheon. His voice remained amiable though, and like most things in this world that he was not supposed to know about, Tiresias nodded and accepted the answer without further ado. "I'm sorry to hear that." He turned back to the 5th chair, right next to his. "Then who is dining with us?" Davos didn't answer. His eyes went down and Tiresias saw the shadows on his face lessen. He blinked. It wasn't an illusion. His eyes went to the hearth. The fire was modest only a moment before. Was it blazing more now, banning the shadows? Just as he was contemplating the flames, he heard footsteps from the corridor. A decisive stride leading them. Tiresias turned to the door. Davos followed his sight and straightened his posture. Together, they waited for the Lord of Dragonstone. A servant opened the door briskly and Stannis entered the dining room, with Celis right behind him. She looked just as warm as she did when Tiresias first saw her. Davos gave a light bow. Lord," he said, extending his right hand to him. "May I present Tiresias, the librarian from Winterfell." Stannis' eyes fell on him the moment he entered the room. Tiresias bowed lightly as well. "My lord," he said quietly, before turning to Celis. "My lady." No ice melted from either of their eyes as they regarded their new guest on Dragonstone. Tiresias swallowed a smart-ass grin at their humorless faces. This was funny from a distance, in a story. Here, now, there was no place for mockery. He continued. "Thank you for your invitation to Dragonstone and to dinner." "You are Tiresias?" Stannis asked unblinking. He stared at his host. It wasn't unusual for him to encounter doubts about his identity after the death of the mountain. But people either tried to hide their disbelief discreetly or they openly mocked him. Stannis never mocked, and he certainly didn't bother to hide his doubt. It was almost polite. Stannis certainly wasn't embarrassed by his own bluntness. Under the crackle of the flames, he heard the Lord's heart beating steady and calm. Stannis still didn't blink. "You're not as short as I've heard. How tall am I supposed to be? In that stupid song they sing?" He risked a slight shrug. "No, but I'm sure stacked to the mountain, everyone comes up rather short. Makes for a better story, I suppose." Stannis ignored the remark, walking to the head of table. Davos remained standing and Tiresias copied him as Celis walked to her chair. All three men waited until she sat and a servant pushed in her chair. As Tiresias scooted forward in his seat, he looked to his right. The fifth chair was still empty. "Our other guest will be late," Stannis said. "And has requested that we begin eating." He glanced to Lord Baratheron. The omission of the guest's name seemed deliberate. As did the omission of their gender. Stannis liked his facts out in the open. That he was withholding information now only made Tiresias more uncomfortable. Allowing himself a few deep breaths as the servant poured the wine, Tiresias looked to Sir Davos, away from the iron in Stannis' eyes. The Onion Knight, perhaps misinterpreting his glance, nodded and picked up his full goblet. "As always, to you, Lord Stannis." "To you, my lady," he said quickly before looking back to the foreigner. "And to the honored guest of Dragonstone, Tiresias Mountainfall." Here, Tiresias muttered before sipping the sour wine. He thanked the gods that Davos kept it short and didn't raise his voice. There was no room tonight to indulge such cheer. Still, he supposed those nights were rare in this place. Fresh bread arrived, along with 4 steaming bowls of fish soup. Tiresias tucked into it gladly, surprised he wasn't sick of seafood yet. Over the past fortnight of sailing, if he and his Dornish host wanted any fresh meat, they would have to catch it from overboard. It was their evening meal practically every night. However, after years of being in the middle of the north, seafood was a rarity. And so he indulged whenever he got a chance: White Harbor, King's Landing, Casterly Rock. And though the fish soup wasn't nearly as savory as anything he had eaten in the Westerlands, he still swallowed it without difficulty. Even Davos' use of his moniker didn't annoy him. Granted, the man's tone was earnest, without mockery, but traveling with Oberyn for a month helped deaden the impact of that nickname for him. But he still made note of it. And he wasn't the only one. After a few minutes of silent chewing, Celis looked to him. "Do you have a family name, Tiresias?" It was the polite, insidious version of the question that Jon asked him shortly ago. He met Celis' eyes. The light there made his skin crawl. Tiresias shook his head before swallowing. "No, my lady. Tiresias was the only name my parents ever gave me. Only name I've had until recently." "Are you a bastard then?" Perhaps it was height of her politeness that Celis wrinkled her nose ever so slightly at the thought. It was barely discernible, but no matter. The rest of the table heard her tone clear enough, though Sir Davos was the only one who looked a little offended, or uncomfortable rather, on his behalf. However, Tiresias merely shrugged. "My parents were married," he said calmly. "Under the eyes of their god, they were made one." He then shrugged, placing his spoon back in the soup. "However, it wasn't under the seven. Or the old gods up north. Or even the Lord of the Light." Swallowing a ladle of broth, he continued. "And with no family name or sigil to place on a banner, I doubt any highborn in Westeros would call me trueborn." "You're certainly under no obligation to do so, my lady." Tiresias smiled and nodded shortly, hoping that would close the subject. For once, his wish was granted. Stannis shot his wife a warning look and Celis looked down to her soup, her grip on the ladle ever slightly tightened. Desperate to fill the silence, Tiresias turned to the Onion Knight across from him. "I don't believe I'm the only one here with a moniker. I've heard you have one as well, Sir Davos." The former smuggler sipped his wine, nodding. Though I must say, it's not nearly as impressive as Mountainfall." Tiresias shrugged. "I like the name Onion Knight. It's certainly a creative flourish. How'd you come by such a name, if I may ask?" Sir Davos glanced to Lord Stannis and Tiresias followed his gaze. In the middle of chewing, Lord Stannis considered the subject, before returning to his meal, judging it appropriate. All without a word. He turned back to Davos, who cleared his throat. It was during the siege of Storm's End during the rebellion. Of course, Tiresias knew the story. It was an easy thing to remember. But even with Sir Davos' humble recounting of delivering relief to Storm's End, the whole discussion ate quite a bit of their time. When the Onion Knight finished on the topic of his severed fingers with an apologetic look to Selis Baratheon, Tiresias had finished his soup and was soaking black bread into the broth. Stannis had finished as well. He left the bread untouched, taking conservative sips of his wine. His wife ate slowly. With no pleasure. Tiresias washed down a piece of soaked black bread with water. He switched from the wine after the first cup. That was quite a heroic feat, Sir Davos. He dabbed his mouth with a napkin. And quite a stoic manner in which you paid your price. I nearly lost my arm in the Westerlands. I didn't handle it with nearly as much grace. Well, Davos shrugged. Quite a difference, between losing a whole arm versus your fingertips. And though Lord Stannis swung true and swiftly, I can promise you there was no grace about the occasion. I bet, Tiresias said lightly. He had no fondness for pain. And Davos' refusal to play up his own courage about it warmed even more to the man. Careful, mate. You might like the man but he's still loyal to Stannis. He's not your friend. He stood silent on the beach with the others, while Selis' brother was offered as a sacrifice. Burned at the stake. His nostrils twitched. He smelled ash. Glancing to the hearth, he stilled. Was the fire that big when he last looked to it? And that smell of ash, tinted with spice, it wasn't coming from the hearth, but from the corridor. Accompanied by soft, graceful footsteps. Resisting the urge to look behind him, he brought the water up to his lips, barely sipping. Trying to get his pulse under control. The rest of the table didn't seem to realize another was approaching yet. But they did realize he had stilled. Over the rim of his cup, Davos lowered his ladle. Is something the matter, Tiresias? He asked. Tiresias lowered his cup, shaking his head. Tired from the voyage, I suppose, he said easily. He glanced to Stannis, the man's gaze piercing him. I'm afraid I didn't rest as much as I. His excuse was shortened by the door opening behind him. The smell of ash and spice came fully now, as the graceful footsteps. Sir Davos rose, nodding to the newcomer. Lady, he stated shortly, polite as can be. Selis Baratheon rose as well, the first expression of warmth flickering across her face. He stood with Stannis, who followed his wife, his face still grim. Taking a breath, Tiresias turned to see their arrived guest. Melisandre halted before the table, positioning herself before the chair next to Tiresias. A servant pulled the chair out, but she didn't sit right away. She nodded to each of them. Lord Stannis. Lady Selis. Sir Davos. She turned and met Tiresias' eyes. Her small, knowing smile didn't change, but Tiresias saw the fire reflected in her eyes and swore it came from within. She nodded to him. Tiresias. I beg forgiveness from all of you for my late arrival. Not at all, my lady, Selis professed, her voice gentle. We would have waited for you, had you not insisted. I'm glad you started, Melisandre answered, her own voice just as gracious. Though she kept her eyes on Tiresias. But still, I ask your pardon. Tiresias nodded quickly. He didn't like how alluring her eyes were. Of course, my lady, he said. May I ask your name? I'm afraid I wasn't enlightened before your arrival. A hint of amusement flowed over her small smile, but it was gone instantly. The red woman, with peering eyes unblinking, raised her hand. My name is Melisandre. Of SI. Tiresias took her hand and kissed it. Not too quick as to be impolite. But he didn't hold on to it. A pleasure, Lady Melisandre. Melisandre nodded and sat down as a servant pushed in her chair. All the others around the table settled as well. Tiresias felt numb as he leaned back into his chair, eyes on his plate. More for something to do than actual hunger, he picked up the remaining bread and chewed it slowly. The fact that his suspicion about Melisandre was confirmed, that she was on Dragonstone, provided him with little relief. Though she was now conversing with Selis and giving the lady her gaze, he couldn't help but feel that she was still watching him. And it wasn't just her gaze or her scent. His skin tingled with the same sensation he felt whenever he entered the Godswood in Winterfell. Or even more so, when he was beyond the wall and encountered the raven by the stream. The black bread now pure pulp in his mouth, Tiresias gazed about the dining hall. Melisandre had yet to touch her food or raise her goblet, still giving Lady Selis her attention. Davos and Stannis continued to eat, though Tiresias could see the deepened lines in the smuggler's forehead. He didn't need his sight for that. Stannis, on the other hand, appeared relaxed, well, as relaxed as he would allow himself to become. He ate with a quiet efficiency. The presence of a witch in his dining room didn't seem to perturb him. On that thought, Tiresias inadvertently turned his gaze back to Melisandre, who finished her words with zealous and met his eye. She smiled and raised her wine to him. I'm sure I missed a toast or two before my arrival. Would you indulge me, Tiresias? He felt his hand grip his cup and lift it automatically. The others may have lifted their cups as well, but he didn't check. His focus remained on the red woman. Melisandre smiled. To you, Tiresias. And may I say, what a pleasure it is to meet a fellow SSC on this side of the narrow sea. Particularly one as talented as you are. Tiresias nodded and drank, grateful for the cover. His throat was particularly dry and his cup was empty when he set it down. Thank you, my lady, he said, reaching for the water pitcher. I hope you'd excuse a lazy compliment when I say the feeling's mutual. Oh. Melisandre held her ladle lightly in her bowl. I've heard of you, Tiresias. Your exploits in this country have reached this island. But you have heard of me as well? Of my talents? He placed the pitcher down, willing his hand not to shake. Well, I certainly didn't place your accent from anywhere in Westeros. Though I've never been to SI. And I have absolutely no desire to either. As for the talents, well, he shrugged, reminding himself not to sip again so soon. I've been to Volantis. Seen the Red Temple there. Heard the whispers that surrounded it. Of the Lord of Light. Of his servants and what they could do. He turned his attention to Stannis, nodding to him. With all I heard of Lord Stannis, I can't imagine he'd entertain a priest or priestess for long without reason. You must be quite talented, my lady. Melisandre smiled. And as warm as she was, that smile chilled him. You flatter me falsely, Tiresias Mountainfall. I have no talents. No gifts. I am only a vessel for the Lord of the Light. As are we all, my lady, Celis chimed on, her voice slightly breathless. The red woman turned to her and smiled. Indeed, Lady Baratheon. Facing forward, Tiresias caught the eye of Davos. The former smuggler gave him the slightest raise of his eyebrows before returning to his meal. He took his own covering sip of water. Desperate to bring the conversation away from the subject of religion, he turned to the head of the table. Lord Stannis, he stated. On the subject of the obsidian and Winterfell's desire to continue mining it, I'm prepared to answer your concerns and any further questions you may. We will speak on the subject tomorrow evening, Stannis cut across him. The Lord of Dragonstone looked up from his meal and faced him unblinking. It is not a conversation for this table. He didn't raise his voice, but everyone froze. Even Melisandre. Tiresias swore her heat seemed to lessen. Though she wore the same small smile in his periphery. As for him, it took all he had to maintain eye contact with Stannis. Even Tywin Lannister wasn't nearly as difficult to stare down. Then again, I was a little high on the milk of the poppy when I met the old lion. Tiresias nodded. Of course, my lord. I beg your pardon. Assuming enough time had passed for another sip of water, Tiresias lifted his goblet as the table came back to life. Melisandre started on her bowl of fish soup. The sight of her eating bewildered him more than he expected. Lowering his goblet, he turned back to Stannis. May I ask then, my lord, how long our business will last? I would like to send a raven to Winterfell in the morning, notifying Lord Stark of my arrival and my estimated departure. I can't imagine more than a day, Stannis replied brusquely. Though your departure will be determined by what ships arrive here and their future destinations. Tiresias had the same thought as he sailed here. That's very true, he admitted. Stannis sipped his wine. In 4 days' time, a ship belonging to a fur trader will arrive here. It's gone straight to White Harbor in the past. No reason to assume it will do otherwise this time. I'll speak to our harbor master and pay your way. That's quite generous, my lord. Thank you. Generosity has nothing to do with it. You're my guest. I'm expected to see you safely off the island. On these words, Tiresias found himself glancing to the right. To see if the red woman had any alternate plans. However, Melisandre didn't return his glance and continued to eat neatly. He looked back to Stannis. Well, I'm expected to thank a thoughtful host, so thank you. He cleared his throat. What time tomorrow evening should you and I discuss our business? Immediately after supper will suffice, Stannis responded with no hesitation. He probably scheduled that time before coming to the hall. If you take your meal in here, I'll have a man escort you to my solar. That's very practical, my lord, Tiresias stated, as evenly as he could. I'll be here. A small sliver of hope arose in him. Not that he was more optimistic about restarting the dragon glass trade. But Stannis stated that his business with him will be brief and his departure from Dragonstone imminent. He could be sailing home before he knew it. But even as the hope rose in him, he reluctantly tempered it. His way off this island, out of the clutches of Stannis Baratheon, was not guaranteed. Once he spoke with his lordship tomorrow evening, once he fed him the half-truth that Lord Stark and he agreed upon, his stay could certainly be extended. And all the while, the red woman still sat at his side, eating quietly as the rest of the table finished their meals. Tiresias enjoyed a comfortable silence now and again, but there was nothing comfortable about this. She could destroy you, mate. One word from her and you may be the first sacrifice on Dragonstone to the Lord of Light. Do you want to die burning? Ignoring the obvious answer to that question, Tiresias tried to relax. He had another question for this table. One which he was hesitant to ask, though he suspected the answer. Still, one didn't meet a brutally honest man every day. Tiresias cleared his throat, determined to speak casually. Excuse me, my lord, he said, addressing the head of the table. Forgive me if this subject relates too closely to the obsidian, but I'm simply too curious to wait until tomorrow. Why did you call me to speak on the now suspended trade? I was never mentioned in any of the correspondence between you and Lord Stark. Not to my knowledge. Stannis fixed him with his piercing gaze, but, for the first time, didn't answer him right away. Tiresias returned the gaze, waiting for the reply. But it was no surprise to him when the reply came from his right. I advised Lord Stannis to speak with you, Tiresias, Melisandre stated. The small smile still graced her lips as she dabbed them with a napkin. She then turned to him, lifting her goblet. After all, she said. You were the one to advise him to import it to Winterfell. Who informed him of the deposits in the caves along the beach? Now everyone at the table directed a piercing gaze at him. He even felt Davos' eyes fall on him, lightly suspicious. Determined not to be cowed, Tiresias ignored his pulse beginning to race. Did you see that in your flames, Lady Melisandre? He asked softly. Upon her silent stare, he shrugged. As I said, I've heard of the Lord's servants are capable of. Melisandre turned her gaze to the hearth, to the medium blaze within. The Lord of Light shows much. Her voice was softer than his. The heat emanating from her seemed to strengthen. But it varies from person to person. Everyone sees something different in the flames. She sipped her wine. I do hope, Tiresias Mountainfall, that you would spare some time during your brief visit to come and see me. On that, she turned back to him. He still saw the fire reflected in her eyes. If you wish to stare into the flames, he may show you things as well. Much more than you imagine. A generous offer, your ladyship, Celis stated. Tiresias almost jumped. For a brief few seconds, he forgot that others were in the room as well. You would do well to accept it, Tiresias. The things one sees, it's remarkable. Tiresias looked to the Lady Baratheon, who looked upon him with something akin to respect. The closest she had come to it all night. Davos seemed wary but unsurprised. His suspicion of the Red Woman was obvious, even he hadn't witnessed it before in the story. As for Stannis, the man's face was a stone wall and he didn't offer any opinion on the matter. Voluntary or not? Tiresias couldn't read it. So he returned to the Red Woman, to the fire burning in her eyes and smiled politely. Perhaps, my lady. Chapter 45. At some point during his excursions in the north, between the castles and the holdfasts, collecting tomes, scrolls, and other materials, trekking to the host's library first thing in the morning became less of an act. He was antsy if he didn't begin his day working. Dragonstone, though big, was nowhere near as massive as Casterly Rock. He was able to find the kitchen, grab some breakfast and climb up to the library tower just as the sun was coming up. It certainly was a less stressful meal than the welcoming dinner last night. Thankfully though, after Melisandre's offer, the meal ended quickly. Stannis, finished with his food, stood and wished him a very formal good night. Celis followed her husband out and Melisandre didn't say another word to him. Davos again came to his rescue and offered to escort him back to his room. He graciously accepted the offer, leaving the Red Woman alone to look to the flames. Walking throughout the castle, he realized just how warm it was in that dining hall last night. The stone was cooled by the sea and his journey to the library led him to an outside walkway where he savored the brisk squall. He paused on the passage, looking out at the water. He was low enough to feel the spray carried by the wind. It was a bit of a disappointment to arrive in the library. The room was quite musky but Tiresias resisted the temptation to open the windows. Though he was high up, this library wasn't at the elevation of the one in Casterly Rock. Here, the sea could still damage the tomes. Ignoring the pungency as best he could, he placed down his rucksack and began to scour. To pass time more than anything else. Unlike the rest of the holds and lords he had visited, Stannis and he had no prior arrangement to bring any tomes back to Winterfell. Gods, he'd be lucky if the Lord of Dragonstone started the obsidian trade again. But that conversation wasn't until tonight. And he had to fill his time. There's only so long one could rehearse a half-truth. He might as well be a librarian. His excuse took him to the back corner of the library where the lords stored the tomes they deemed useless. And just as it was in Casterly Rock, the tomes of Old Tongue were stacked there. However, there were only 2 spines and they were far less cared for than the ones in the Westerlands. Tiresias pulled out the nearest tome and with delicacy, cracked it open. He was halfway through the third page when he heard the library door open. A child's footsteps froze by the hearth and Tiresias heard their heart race. They probably saw his rucksack. "Is someone here?" the child asked, her familiar voice echoing through the shelves. Tiresias breathed, trying to settle his heart, to not give anything away. It was younger than he remembered, but that voice was definitely familiar. He called out. Closing the tome, he walked back to the center, deliberately allowing his feet to fall heavy on the stone floor. As he turned a corner, he saw a small girl, standing at the end of the aisle, staring at him. Even in the shadows, the grayscale scars were prominent. He halted a good distance away from her, inclining his head. "Good morning, my lady," he said, lifting the tome. "My name's Tiresias. I'm the librarian from Winterfell that arrived yesterday. May I ask what your name is?" Her eyes shined in recognition at his name, but she bit back her question and came to the center of the aisle. "My name is Shireen Baratheon, daughter of Stannis Baratheon," she said with a neat courtesy. "I'm pleased to meet you." "Pleased to meet you as well, Lady Shireen." It was an effort not to call her princess. All the times that Tiresias saw her, she was proclaimed Princess Shireen of the House Baratheon, from the reveal of her scars with her sad singing to the burning stake as she screamed. He swallowed the image away and held the tome higher. "I hope you'll forgive me, my lady. My business with your father isn't scheduled until this evening and I wish to peruse your library, to see if Dragonstone contained any tomes of the Old Tongue." "That's all right," Shireen replied quickly. "I have my lessons but Maester Crescent isn't here yet." She looked more scrutinizing at the tome he held in his hand. "The Old Tongue. Tiresias walked past her to the table, where sunlight streamed through the window. He set the tome down and opened it carefully. As he ran his fingers gently across the first page, he heard Shireen come to his side. She pulled up a chair and climbed on top, peering at the writing. "The language of the first men." Impressed, he looked at her with eyebrows raised. "That's right," he said, nodding. She gave a small grin, looking pleased with herself. He returned to the page. "It came with them when they invaded Westeros. 12,000 years ago. Maester Crescent says it's extinct. Nobody speaks it anymore." "Well, that's not entirely true," Tiresias murmured as he ran his fingers along the runes. "In the Seven Kingdoms, yes, it's practically gone. But a fair number of the free folk beyond the wall speak it. Some hill tribes in the north. The children of House Stark are becoming proficient at it. There aren't many remains of the runes left though. Lord Stark, Maester Luwin and myself, we've been trying to collect and preserve what we can." Finishing the first page, he turned to Shireen, smiling. "Not too many collections of the Old Tongue below the neck, I'm afraid. I'm surprised Dragonstone has 2 tomes of it. You wouldn't happen to know of any more lying around, would you?" Shireen shook her head. "No, I don't think so." She glanced to the open tome and then back to him, eyes wide. "Can you read the Old Tongue?" My lady. As well as a foreigner can." "Can you read some?" Out loud. She remembered herself and spoke again. More quietly. "Please? I've never heard the Old Tongue before." It required no second thought from Tiresias. He pushed the tome gently so that it rested between them. He pressed his finger to the beginning of the page. "I'll follow the runes as I speak them. Ready?" Shireen leaned over, eyes on the page and nodded. Tiresias cleared his throat. "On this isle, the wind sings and the mountain rumbles deep. The children here reside in caves and there, their treasures keep." He translated as he read. The little lady was an attentive listener. And student. She asked him to repeat words, tried them out for herself. She pointed to different runes and inquired their meaning. It took Tiresias 10 minutes to finish the first page, but he didn't mind. It actually delighted him. The Stark children were all skilled in the Old Tongue and spoke it somewhat fluently. But none of them showed the incentive that Shireen did. Well, perhaps Kara will when she becomes old enough. She likes to read more than Arya and Bran did at her age. If it was anything like this, he'd lose track of time. As he read, translated, and explained, he forgot why he was on Dragonstone. He didn't hear the wind as it railed against the castle. He didn't even notice the old maester until the man announced his presence. "Good morning, Lady Shireen," Crescent called lightly. "And Tiresias, good morning to you as well." Tiresias stood quickly. "Good morning, Maester." He looked between the Maester, Shireen, and the open tome that laid before them and nodded. "I suppose it's time I took my leave." He closed the tome and picked it up. "If I intruded on the lady's studies, I do apologize. The Old Tongue is a fascinating read. And the lady asked wonderful questions." "Not at all," Crescent said with a true smile. "The lady is a diligent student. We certainly have some time at the beginning for a special subject. It's not often a reader of the old tongue comes to this island. I'd wager not, Tiresias said. Nevertheless, I'll return the tome to its rightful place and allow you two to resume your lessons. After placing the tome back alongside the other one, he returned to the center of the library. Shireen was taking out her chalk and slate, while Master Crescent wiped his board clean. This library was far smaller than the one in Winterfell and there was no place to sit quietly out of the way. So Tiresias grabbed his rucksack and opened it. Might as well be now. No telling if I'll see her again. Lady Shireen, Maester Crescent, he said, bowing slightly to them both. I'll leave you both to your lessons. Before I leave, however, I was hoping to give something to the young lady. I have a gift for her from Lord Stark. And myself went unsaid. He was the only messenger. That was the image he had to stand behind here. And while the gift was his suggestion to Lord Stark, he remembered the origin of Shireen's grayscale. Gifts to the young girl were probably scrutinized closely. And while Stannis had his suspicions about the dragon glass trade, it was far easier to trust the Honorable Eddard Stark than the mysterious foreign librarian he employed. Indeed, Maester Crescent nodded with no hesitation. He stepped back, looking to Shireen. Of course, Tiresias. I'm sure the lady would be honored by Lord Stark's thoughtfulness. The librarian reached into his rucksack and extracted a small package wrapped in cloth. It's not an old tongue, he said. But it's a fun read all the same. He held it out to Shireen, who took it carefully. She pulled off the cloth to reveal a tome. He remained silent, letting her brush her fingers against the leathered spine, cracking it open to the first page. Her finger ran along the words as she read the title. Howls in the Northern Cold, she read, looking up to him. Is it a story of wolves? Tiresias nodded. One or two of them. It's a collection of stories, my lady. Some scary. Some sad. Of creatures and wonderments in the Northern Kingdom and beyond the wall. In the land of always winter. It's best read in the south. Under a warm sun. On an island where they can't reach the reader. He knelt to her level, meeting her wide eyes. Dragons aren't the only beasts in the world, Lady Shireen. I've only adopted the north as my home. I'm just a foreigner. But there are creatures up north that are just as old and mysterious as the winged beasts from the east. Looking up, he gave a calculated smile to Crescent. And they make for wonderful stories, don't they, Maester? The old man was probably going insane at the growing influence of the Red Woman over Stannis and Celis. At any mention of the supernatural, it was best to avoid that area and present the tome as just a collection of frightening stories. Once he talked with Stannis, the whole situation could change. However, for now the Maester nodded knowingly with a smile. Indeed, my lady. An exciting collection for leisurely reading. Though it should be saved for later. Now, we must resume your studies. Tiresias stood. Of course, I'll leave you both to it. Goodbye, Maester. Farewell, Lady Shireen. She curtsied to him again. Farewell, Tiresias. Thank you for the book. You're welcome. As he turned to leave though, he heard her call back. Will you read the old tongue again with me? Before you leave. He didn't need his intuition or even his knowledge of the show to hear the loneliness in her voice. Trickles of sadness for the young Baratheon flowed from him, but he didn't want to make promises he couldn't keep. He still had no idea what Dragonstone meant for him. So he turned and met Shireen's hopeful face, giving the best answer he could. If I can, I would be honored to, my lady, he said. But I'm afraid I don't know how much time I'll have. Your father and I have a lot to discuss while I'm here. However, if I have time, I'd love to. The disappointment in her eyes was tempered by his honesty. It was the best he could do. And it felt perfectly inadequate. She nodded though and turned to her slate. Tiresias exited the library as Crescent began his instruction. He shut down the feelings of inadequacy, as well as he could, as he walked back through the castle. He gave the lonesome girl what he could. He wasn't on Dragonstone to cure her solitude. There were much bigger things he had to deal with. Angry gusts buffeted him as he made his way across the beach. His meeting with Stannis was still hours away. And as he had already perused the castle's library as the librarian of Winterfell, he was out of legitimate excuses to waste his time. He could have gone to the training yard. His exercises have become scattershot in the last month as he traveled here. It's difficult to train on a boat. He could have used an hour or two in the castle to really stretch out. But he didn't want to pull any more eyes to him. Most of the soldiers here didn't know him by sight and he preferred it that way. Also, there were training yards everywhere else in Westeros, but hardly any other dragon glass deposits. And he wanted to see the cave before he met with Stannis. Before he performed the story that Lord Stark and he agreed upon. Turning to the sea, he squinted against the wind and sun. Ships were making their way to the docks and back out again. The merchants and traders came ashore and left with empty vessels. Plenty of them too. More than he saw in the show. before Stannis declared a claim on the Iron Throne. I could easily ride out with one of them. Earlier than when the fur trader arrives. Granted, their likely destination is King's Landing, not White Harbor. Still a ship to the north would be easy to come by in the capital, all this assuming that Lord Stannis allows me to leave. It was a situation that Tiresias was annoyed to be familiar with. Another tenuous guest at a suspicious lord's castle. The dread fort, Casterly Rock, and now Dragonstone. At least he had the option of running from the others. Dragonstone was an island. It did not escape his notice that he had no guards trailing him. And for good reason. They weren't needed. He turned back to the castle. The whole thing filled him with dread. An excellent structure by most standards, but the people who occupied it. Stannis would still make his claim once the news of Cersei and Jaime broke. There was no hope of the opposite. The most stubborn man in Westeros would not be pacified by anything else. The chain of inheritance was ironclad in his mind. His skills as a battle commander would be useful, but what good was a man who put his claim above all else? If the North was able to stay neutral in the upcoming war and Stannis was able to defeat Tywin, would he be so keen to assist the North in their fight against the army of the dead? Would he really see it as his duty? Assuming that he actually preferred Stannis to emerge victorious from that conflict? On a personal note, he wanted Davos and Shireen to survive. But then again, he wanted certain people on every side to survive. He wanted them spared. To not be dragged into the conflicts of the Seven Kingdoms. Wars didn't work like that though. He knew that even before watching the show. It was a mistake to think otherwise. To believe he could manipulate an entire continent to his will. Things have already gotten out of control. Once open war began, what he wanted would become much more difficult to implement. The beach was not a large one and soon he came upon the cave. At least he guessed it was the correct cave. It looked familiar. His assumptions were confirmed as soon he reached the entrance. A wagon with a burlap cover stood right inside, protected from the sea wind. Lifting the burlap, he saw picks, hammers, chisels, and buckets. Tiresias touched the end of a pick and rubbed his fingers together. Black particles fell from them. Dragon glass remnants. Brushing his hand against his leg, he turned to the cave's interior. Darkness looked back at him and though he had a good feeling that his eyes would see fine, he still wanted fire. With his flint and steel, he lit a torch resting in a sconce on the cave wall. Holding the torch high, he proceeded. One corner turned and the darkness surrounded him, all daylight gone. Another corner and the sounds of the sea ceased. Though the smell remained as he walked farther and farther into the cave. No miners were in this cave today, but Tiresias saw their handiwork. The torchlight passed over bare rock. Some patches were fresher than others. Did they start from the front and worked back? He was curious to know. They had been mining and shipping the dragon glass north for years. Not long enough. We don't have enough. Not yet. But perhaps there wasn't a sufficient amount of dragon glass in the cave to begin with. Not enough to beat back the army of the dead. A tidal wave of corpses descending on Winterfell. His throat tightened at the thought. As he walked farther along, no black obsidian gleamed in the torchlight. Just scarred rock from picks and hammer swings. It was an ugly sight. And it got only worse. Before too long he came upon the huge cavern. And though he knew what he was doing when he advised Lord Stark all those years ago to mine it, it still made his heart sink as he raised the torch and looked. No black dragon glass gleamed purple and dark blue back at him. No etchings from the children of the forest were there. Looking higher, he saw that they had even built scaffolding to reach the ceiling. Supports were there to ensure that the whole thing didn't collapse. Such a sight meant that dragon glass was in Winterfell and prepared to be used against the army of the dead. That's what he told himself. And he'd be glad for it when he returned home. When winter came. When whites would fall to the dragon glass. For now though, as he stood alone in the cave, he couldn't help but feel some shame for such a blight. History was destroyed here. Another opening told him the cavern went even deeper. Deciding to explore and escape the sadness of this scarred cavern, he turned to proceed. Something caught his eye as he walked past. Gleaming violet in the firelight. Tiresias turned back, holding his breath, hardly daring to believe it. He walked back, his footsteps a dull echo in the cavern. He saw the figures drawn before he raised the torch to them. Why the miners preserved this one piece, picked around it so it jutted out from the new wall of the cave, he didn't know. In all of the correspondence between Winterfell and Dragonstone, there was no mention of the cave drawings and whether to preserve any of them. All of the circular designs and patterns the children drew were gone. That dragon glass was converted to weapons up north. But the etching of the Night King and his 3 lieutenants standing to attention behind him, that stayed the miner's pick. Time seemed to disappear as Tiresias regarded the Night King. It was a crude drawing but it was him all right. The crown was a dead giveaway. You really are an old bastard, aren't you? The torchlight danced on the cave wall. Tiresias felt himself still as he continued to stare. Perhaps it was just the color gleaming from the dragon glass on which the Night King was sketched. But he swore those blue eyes were beginning to stare back at him. His ears twitched. Against the crackle of the torch, which echoed in the cavern, he heard footsteps approaching. He turned away from the Night King and walked to the center, staring towards the entrance, shrouded in darkness. The smell of the sea still permeated the cave and he couldn't identify the incoming party. Tiresias frowned. That was an advantage he'd gotten quite used to. He held the torch steady as they approached. The footsteps belonged to a single person, walking softly, nearing the cavern. Resisting the urge to call out, he waited. As the person rounded the last corner, he recognized the languid gate from last night. It certainly didn't belong to Stannis or Davos. Tiresias exhaled through his nose. The flame on his torch seemed to bolster and a greater light filled the cavern. Tiresias eyed it in his periphery before returning to the entrance. Another dramatic entrance for you, Melisandre emerged from the darkness, sauntering into the torchlight. She stepped straight up to his torch and paused, peering at him unblinking with a slight smile. The same look she wore last night during dinner. The fire danced dangerously close to her face, but she didn't seem to mind. Tiresias was the one who had to hold his arm steady, reminding himself that this was a fire priestess. She could bear the heat. And under the soft torchlight, he stood silent, regarding her. Tiresias saw her intrigue quite plainly. It wasn't hard for him to remain silent. He didn't want to speak. Didn't want to give her anything. He sensed the heat coming from her. It was too much. It wouldn't burn him. But it would be too much if she came any closer. However, before it became too much, her gaze turned to the side. To the walls of the cavern. She stepped past him. Steeling himself, he turned and followed her, holding the torch high. It was pure politeness. He knew she didn't need the light. Nevertheless, he followed behind, her scent of ash and spice prominent now that she was close. She came to the walls and reached her hand out, stroking the scarred surface. With her eyes on the stone, she began to speak. The remnants of your work, Tiresias Mountain Fall. I don't like that nickname, he replied evenly behind her. And I didn't mine a single inch of this cave. She walked along the wall, grazing her hand upon it. But you did advise Lord Stark to do so. Setting us all on the path that led to this. It would be a mistake to deny it. You avoided answering me last night when I asked. Tiresias tried to swallow his spit silently. To be more brave than he felt. Did you see that in the flames, my lady? Me advising Lord Stark. I did, Melisandre responded with complete sincerity. Your victory over Sir Gregor brought Lord Stannis I to you. On his behest, I searched for you, to see what the Lord of Light would show of the warrior librarian of Winterfell. The back of her hair glowed with the fire as he trailed her. She spoke softly, her voice free from the zeal of her fanatism. But it was there. Though he couldn't hear it, it was there. And so he kept his distance. I didn't believe I was important enough for the Lord of the Light to take notice. More than happy not to believe it. It wasn't false modesty, but a genuine want not to be noticed by such an entity. When he thought rationally, Tiresias didn't wish to even know what the Lord of the Light had planned or any interpretations on such. He had enough going on, trying to navigate what was coming for Westeros. He didn't have to add on the enigmatic wishes of any divinities. Still, he looked at Melisandre, watching for a reaction. Trying to see if she would divulge any more of what she saw in the flames. What she told Lord Stannis. If she only saw the dragon glass deep in the catacombs of Winterfell or something else. Her gait slowed and she paused. Tiresias stopped himself from sighing. As if answering his unasked question, she regarded the remaining dragon glass in the cavern. Where the Night King and his lieutenants stood, sketched against the obsidian. Tiresias wasn't surprised, though he remained several feet behind her. She gazed at the sketching for a solid minute and the cave endured a deep silence. Crackle from the torch echoed. During which, Tiresias wondered if she saw the blue eyes flickering to her as well. If they did, the red woman didn't show it. She gazed upon the artwork with no fear in her eyes. Just a knowing that made Tiresias' skin crawl. Do you know who this is? She finally asked, her eyes still on the dragon glass. Do you believe I do? Melisandre turned to him, her hands folded in front. What gods did you worship in Essos, Tiresias? If I say anything but the Lord of Light, would you set me to the stake and burn me alive? A shadow of a smirk cut across her face. Burn you alive? If you want to make a joke, go ahead, but don't expect me to laugh, Tiresias said, his quiet voice like a knife. I've heard of your god. I've heard of his priests. And I've heard of his followers. I know the extremes you could go to. The smirk vanished, but a calm, resting smile took its place. It didn't put him at ease. Melisandre entered this cave with the Lord of Light behind her. He was alone here. Fear trickled through him. However, the red woman only smiled, stepping away from the wall. She walked along the edge of the torchlight, circling him. You are an honored guest of Lord Stannis, Tiresias. Even if you weren't, I have no intention of burning you. She halted and faced him. It would be foolish of me to set you to the stake. That's a right relief, Tiresias muttered. The mountain was a great warrior, she said. His name and reputation were known even in Volantis. A berserk giant. Brought down by your blade. I was there, Tiresias stated shortly. Is that all you wished to say to me? Melisandre's eyes drifted. They fell over him and slowly undressed him before coming back up to meet his gaze again. Tiresias bit back a sigh. Oh fuck me. Did you know of me before you arrived at Dragonstone, Tiresias? Your eyes locked on me with such familiarity when we dined last night. She stepped forward. He ignored the urge to retreat. I heard of a red priestess come to this island, in service to Lord Stannis. Helped that you were the only one smiling. Miserable bunch in that castle. It was a pitiful attempt at humor and it didn't stop her from advancing. You say you've heard of the Lord of Light? Of his servants in Essos? But we are more than fire worshippers setting people to the stake. She was shorter than him, but not by much. He felt the heat radiating from her. It was unlike any warmth he'd ever felt before, permeating him. He suspected the cold from the White Walkers would feel suspiciously similar, seeping through his bones. Melisandre stopped before him. Did you hear what else we could do? His feet planted firm, he met her gaze. A warrior such as you, she whispered, her voice barely higher than what the cavern echoed back. What you would get from me. What I could give. I have a wife, he stated. His voice quiet, but sound. I have no taste for another woman. Melisandre gave that shadow of a smirk again. Do you truly believe I'm just another woman, Tiresias? Her hands went to his sides. They were warm, even through his clothes. She pressed close to him, as her mouth neared his, opening slightly. Tiresias halted her, bringing his hand up quickly to her shoulders. Her eyes opened wide. They stared at each other for a few seconds, their silence punctured by the crackling of the torch. Leaning down past her face, he brought his nose to her neck and sniffed. Trying to smell. Trying to detect anything. When he came back up, amusement colored her face. He took her arm and pushed down her sleeve, brushing his fingers gently down. The arm was quite relaxed, she gave it to him without protest. After a number of touches, he dropped it and met her eyes again. The eyes, he regarded them, absorbed her amusement, tried to see past it. Everything else failed so far. He simply couldn't tell, but he knew. Melisandre cocked her head ever so slightly. What are you searching for, Tiresias? A soft chuckle escaped from him, appearing from nowhere. It's remarkable, he said, his voice light. I can't see past it. Can't feel it or even smell it, it's just remarkable. The light in Melisandre's eyes glowed still, but a question now colored it. She didn't voice it though, and the two of them stared at each other for a solid time before Tiresias pushed her away. Gently. He felt her eyes on his back as he walked past her, trying to come back down to earth. It wasn't the offer of sex that stirred him. He wasn't tempted by that, but looking into her eyes was like looking at a bright flame. One shouldn't look directly at it. Not for long. You would do well to accept the blessings of the Lord of Light, Tiresias. Turning back, he saw no anger with that statement. No hurt or injured pride at having been rejected. The amusement was gone though. Tiresias swallowed. Is that a threat? He asked evenly. The Lord of Light is above such things. He merely takes from those who work for the darkness and gives to those who'd accept his blessing. His blessing. A laughing smile came over his face. A tryst with you. Melisandre returned his smile. Blessings are not all doomed affairs, Tiresias. This one would be. He didn't hesitate saying so. I'm not opposed to an older woman. He stepped forward, halting before her. She didn't move at all, peering at him perhaps more curiously than before. But you, he said, his eyes tracing her whole being before coming back to her gaze. You're pushing it, my lady. Truly you are. Pushing what? She asked softly. He lowered his voice, though he knew they were alone. Isolated by the cavern, the beach, and the island of Dragonstone itself. Shielded from any living thing. I've seen your true form, hag. The smirking, knowing smile, it melted away slowly as the red woman regarded Tiresias standing before her. The flame in her eyes, it vanished as well, leaving darkened, cavernous orbs pondering this stranger. Don't think the Lord of Light mentioned that about me. His eyes dropped briefly to her necklace, before meeting her gaze again. Never take that off, do you? The answer was clear on her face. Tiresias shook his head. No, no, I bet you don't even know what you look now. But I do. Melisandre didn't respond. Her pulse didn't quicken. Her heat didn't drop. Her gaze didn't waver. It seemed to go deeper into him. He let it, ignoring the small urge to brush his fingers across his dagger hilt. Fire is our friend in this battle, man. No need to snuff this out now. It must have been a solid minute before she moved. She turned and walked toward the exit in the cavern, her steps echoing off the stone. Tiresias sighed silently. He would have to return to the castle as well. He counted his blessings that his trek back through the cave would be solo. However, the steps stopped. He looked to see Melisandre turn back towards him. Just on the skirts of the torchlight. Her form just barely dimmed by the darkness. A weight grew in his stomach. Her knowing look was back. You didn't see my true form, Tiresias, she said calmly. Clark did. The blood left him. Left his hands, his chest, his head. He didn't remain still out of stoicism. He simply couldn't move. She didn't need him to. It was enough for her to see. She nodded to him and exited the cavern, disappearing into the darkness, leaving him alone in the crackling torchlight. But he couldn't hear it now. He couldn't move. He could only stare into the darkness where she had left, trying to absorb it. Clark saw it. Clark saw her true form. She saw him. Me, how did she? He stayed in the cavern for a solid time. By the time feeling returned to his feet, the torch was almost extinguished and a deep blackness surrounded him. He could still see though. He left the cavern, with the feeling that Night King was watching him from his dragon glass drawing. That illusion was gone soon. In a short time, he stepped out onto the beach and made his way back to the castle. The Red Woman was nowhere to be seen. The wind had tempered and now grazed his face gently. It took an effort to feel it. Chapter 46. Tiresias stood in the corridor, outside of Stannis' Solar. He rubbed the corner of his mouth, certain that a hint of dinner remained there. He wasn't sure. He hardly tasted anything, eating only out of necessity. His conversation with the Red Woman had put any thought of lunch out of his head. Wandering back to the castle, he slowly came to feel again. To think as well. Just one question. How the hell did she know? I haven't called myself Clark for years. I don't even think it. Nobody knows that name. I didn't tell anyone, not even the farmer and his wife. How did she know? The answer was simple and it was one he had to keep repeating until he accepted it. The same way she knew Ygritte's words. How she repeated them to Jon Snow at Castle Black. He had to be satisfied with that. To know exactly how, to understand Melisandre's power would set him upon the path of religious fanatism. To serve the Lord of Light. He had no desire for such a venture. The solar door opened and he jumped slightly. Recovering in time, he stood to attention as Stannis Baratheon came to the doorframe. They looked at each other for a beat, before Stannis stood aside. Come in, he ordered. Preparing himself, Tiresias entered, giving a nod on instinct to the two guards on duty. They didn't respond. Stannis shut the door promptly and strode past him to the desk, leaving Tiresias time to survey the room. It wasn't the council room with the table of Westeros. Where Aegon and his sisters planned their conquest. Where Daenerys planned hers. This was the orderly and sad room of a reluctant and dutiful lord. Over a port island with little agriculture or culture. It wasn't Storm's End. Just a punishment for an unloved brother. However, when Stannis reached the desk and met his eyes, his sympathy vanished. It wouldn't do here. Upon the lord's gesture, he moved to the chair in front of the desk and sat. Stannis remained standing. May I fetch you something to drink? Tiresias swallowed dryly. I would appreciate some water, my lord. Thank you. His eyes traveled to the hearth as Stannis poured some water from a pitcher. To the blazing fire there. But there was no smell of ash and spice in the room or near it. He was curious whether or not Melisandre would be present at this meeting. But she wasn't and he didn't know if he was disappointed. On one hand, she accepted the supernatural more easily than Stannis did. On the other hand, she knew his name. And he had to be Tiresias completely for this. He had to tread carefully. Stannis returned with 2 cups, having poured one for himself. Taking one, Tiresias waited, not sure if the man wished to toast. However, the Lord of Dragonstone travelled back to this desk, leaving Tiresias to sip his water. I'm told by Maester Cresson that you met my daughter today, Stannis stated as he sat down. That you gave her a gift? Tiresias nodded. I did. She's a delightful child, my lord. Very well read. Very keen. Do you know how my daughter received her scars, Tiresias? Knowing that he was going to have to lie much more tonight, Tiresias decided on the truth for now. Grayscale, so I've been told. Were you also told how she contracted the disease? He placed his cup on his armrest, balancing it before leaning back. A gift from a strange traveler, he said quietly, before allowing himself a small lie. Not sure what the gift was. Stannis' eyes were a calm storm. You will give Lord Stark my thanks for the gift and his thoughtfulness for my daughter. You will also inform him that any future gifts to Lady Shireen will be given to me first, so that we may verify their safety. Is that understood? Perfectly, my lord, Tiresias said succinctly. Apologies. We won't take such liberties in the future. There was no indication whether or not Stannis accepted his answer. He refused to respond altogether, meeting his eyes and holding them. Tiresias found himself unable to blink. Or unwilling. Out of all the staring contests he held with various people in Westeros, lords or otherwise, Stannis' unblinking gaze seemed the most natural, the least calculated. Tiresias told himself not to engage, but he couldn't help it. They regarded each other as the fire crackled. Finally Stannis spoke. Do you know why you're here, Tiresias? I was invited, my lord, he said, very careful not to sound insolent. With those words, it was hard not to. However, his words didn't seem to anger Stannis. The man merely sipped his water, setting it on the desk before leaning back and continuing. You told Lord Stark to seek out dragon glass from me. For a trade. You brought to his attention to the deposits in the beach caves of this island. So your Red Woman told you, my lord. Stannis didn't even raise his eyebrows. Do you deny it? Tiresias shook his head. No. I merely wonder why you requested my presence as opposed to writing a letter to Lord Stark with any inquiries you may have. Winterfell is about to import dry food stores from the Reach. Beforehand Lord Stark reached out to the farmers and gathered their opinions on such matters. I don't believe that Lord Tyrell will insist the northern farmers come south and justify the trade. Immediately, he regretted his choice to bring Mace Tyrell into the conversation. He had forgotten the Fat Flower's actions during the rebellion, or rather his inaction. Sieging Storm's End, feasting outside the walls to drive the starving men inside mad. Stannis barely held the castle together before Davos rescued them. Not that Stannis needed a reminder. He saw the Lord's eyes smolder, but his face remained calm. You're not a northern farmer, he said. You didn't advise Lord Stark on the gaps in the harvest. He picked up a piece of parchment from his desk. Crops, I understand, Tiresias. We all need food, but dragon glass, his eyes still regarded the parchment. What was the reason you advised Lord Stark for the trade? Who's received your forged obsidian? Tiresias knew he was expecting a certain answer and he gave it. The hill tribes, he said quietly. They value it highly and trade well for it. Furs, mounts and such. With that, Stannis lifted his eyes from the parchment and offered it to him. In anticipation of your visit, Maester Cresson went over his records and surmised the total amount of obsidian we've mined and exported to Winterfell. Do you know how much it is? He truly didn't. On the eve of his departure, he was tempted to calculate it himself, but there was no time. Oberyn was insistent on leaving soon. And he didn't wish to spend his final evening in Winterfell, with the Starks, with Mal, hunched over records. Still wishing to know, Tiresias took the parchment and scanned the amounts. The total was at the bottom and it was an effort not to react. 20 crates every 2 months for several years, it seemed right. He had no reason to doubt Cresson's arithmetic. Tiresias looked up to see Stannis gauging his reaction. That's quite a bit. And all for the hill tribes of the north, the Lord stated, not bothering to hide his doubt. You can truly justify that amount for so few. There's more people in those tribes than you realize, my lord. Tiresias gently placed the parchment back on the desk. And it's not just the hills. Sure, Clan Norei and Flint are near the mountains. But the Wolves are by the Bay of Ice. You also have the Burleys, the Harklays, Littles, Knots. About 40 tribes altogether. You won't find them on maps. But they're there. In the high valleys and mountain meadows, they reside. It was an effort not to just recite that. Tiresias had never been to a clan stronghold. All the preceded knowledge was what he could remember from tomes, soldiers' gossip, and passing knowledge from Sorka. He hoped he could go one day. Before the winter snows came. Under the nose of Roose Bolton, fat chance while he's alive. He halted that thought. He couldn't afford such musing. Not now. Not under the focus of Stannis Baratheon. Fascinating topic, he remarked. But Lord Stark is not trading the dragon glass to any one of the 40 mountain clans. You didn't advise him to import it for that. Is that a question, my lord? No, Tiresias. This is a question, why does Lord Stark want dragon glass? Why has he imported so much all these years, following your advice to do so? More to buy time than any actual thirst, Tiresias picked up his water and sipped. As he drank, he settled and thought over the story Lord Stark and he agreed on upon. His last day in Winterfell scrutinizing an insane strategy. It went quickly. Almost too quickly for him. He wanted to spend more time digesting such a drastic measure. To ensure they were prepared for the potential fallout. But there wasn't any more time. He scanned the notes he jotted down before looking to the warden. Are you sure, Lord Stark? He almost smiled grimly. It was your idea. Doesn't make it a good one. This could stir some real shit. You need to be prepared. If there's any trouble, we can fortify the neck before it's too late. Then you'll be besieged from both north and south. The usual circumstances for a northern war. That was a light jape. It passed quickly as Lord Stark fixed his eyes on him. I trust you, Tiresias. If you believe this will restart the trade and bring more dragon glass to the north, then say what you must. He stood and sighed. Besides, the truth will reach the south at some point. Might as well be on our schedule. Tiresias set his cup down and looked Stannis in the eyes. The north needs dragon glass because the White Walkers are back. It was a testament to Stannis' fortitude that he tempered his reaction. Whatever answer he was expecting, it certainly wasn't that. He remained seated, his face calm, but Tiresias saw the surprise in his eyes and the flaring of his nostrils. He needed to steer this conversation before it was too late. Or rather the free folk believe that they're back. Stannis found his voice again. The free folk? You mean the wildlings beyond the wall? They prefer free folk to wildling, Tiresias corrected gently. But yes. They believe that the ancient monsters of ice have returned and are bearing down on them in the lands of always winter. Melisandre must not have seen that in her flames. Or perhaps she simply didn't direct her gaze past Winterfell when she was asked about the mysterious foreign librarian. He doubted any southern lord paid any mind to the barbarians beyond the wall. Stannis certainly didn't. He saw that clearly enough. Whatever the reason, the Fire Priestess obviously hadn't told Stannis of the White Walkers, the Night King and the gathering army of the dead. He allowed himself to breathe a little easier. That fear evaporated, but he didn't relax entirely. Stannis was still absorbing that last sentence and was sitting in silence. Taking advantage of such a rarity, he continued with the story. Over the past several years, my lord, the Night's Watch and northernmost houses have reported an increase of free folk that had snuck past the wall and attempted to migrate south. These numbers were scattershot, insignificant, and only after an audit about 6 years ago, did Lord Stark notice the increase. But there was no explanation for it. No information about the migrants were kept. At the time, I was just brought on as a librarian to Winterfell and I assisted Maester Luwin in poring over the archives. To find any clue we could. Any reasons? He shrugged. We didn't find anything. Just the number of free folk slain. We factored in that men tend to enjoy bragging about their kills and may have exaggerated the numbers. But even considering that inflation, it was still significant. At least, Lord Stark seemed to think so. I was still a stranger to the north. Though it was not a threat and the numbers could be dealt with by the north, he decided to investigate. I accompanied him on a visit to Castle Black and House Karstark and House Umber. My business was separate. I was merely inspecting tomes. But still I kept my ears open. During his visit, he ordered the men to not instantly kill the free folk they encountered, but to instead question them and discover what motivated them past the wall. Allowing himself a sigh, Tiresias gave a grim grin. What Lord Stark discovered, I can only say that it surprised him as much as it surprised you this evening. Though I may presume too much. Stannis did not return his grin. The White Walkers, the words dripped from him slowly. The increased invasion of these barbarians from beyond the wall is due to ancient monsters of ice. Tiresias shrugged. That's what they said to us. That's what they believe. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Lord Stannis, Lord Stark could convey this far better than I could, but something is happening beyond the wall. I've talked to a few of the free folk myself. Not many others speak the old tongue, what I saw and what I heard, they're desperate. And they feel an urgent need to flee. Lord Stannis sipped his water. Flee from them? The White Walkers. The White Walkers. Tiresias timed a small laugh as he shook his head. No, no. More likely it's just tribal conflicts coming to a head. The free folk, their tribes are as complex as many of the kingdoms you Westerosi have here. Perhaps a warring tribe from the far north is creating havoc in the land of always winter. The Thens are probable suspects. The Thens. A violent tribe from the farthest north, the Frostfangs. Cannibal tribe. Very disciplined though. Curbing the flippancy from his tone, he continued. But even with the tribes that are more northern than wildling, the animosity that exists between them and the northerners is great. Too much blood spilt over too many years. Knowing this, Lord Stark had to find something to bring them to the table. So to speak. I suggested dragon glass. Stannis raised his eyebrows. You suggested it. I did. I've spoken with those interacted with the free folk before. Before I came to Westeros. Sometimes traders went to Hardhome for furs. When they returned to Lorith, they said that the tribe there was obsessed with obsidian. Upon inquiry, we discovered that this obsession was shared with other tribes across the far north. Apparently, according to legend, it's an effective weapon against the White Walkers and the demons they command. Whatever the reason, we had to start somewhere. And if we were to get a few tribes to stop attacking the rangers of the Night's Watch and start talking to us, we needed something that would catch their eye. Still their hand. He sipped his water and leaned back, determined to appear comfortable. I remembered that Dragonstone had dragon glass deposits on the beach under the volcano. I suggested Lord Stark write to you. And how did you know of these deposits? A tome that detailed this island. I did some light reading when I worked for a velvet merchant in Lorith. Stannis didn't even blink. You found a tome concerning Dragonstone in the Free Cities. Tiresias nodded. There's a bit of a fascination with Dragonstone back in Essos. It was the westernmost of the Valyrian Empire, no. Without waiting for an answer, he plunged ahead. And so, that's that. The great mystery. I apologize. It was also my suggestion that Lord Stark conceal the true nature of the request. Until he could present satisfactory results from the migration. And prove his instinct correct. Why is Lord Stark even entertaining the idea of allowing wildlings past the wall in the first place? Stannis asked. No anger was in his voice. Just pure pragmatism. The wall is there for a reason. Man the forts and repel the invaders. Leave the wildlings to their own fates. Their primitive squabbles are not the concern of Westeros. All but 3 of the castles on the wall are fit to be used at the moment, Tiresias responded, hoping his voice was even. And even if every castle was manned, it will not be enough. The free folk will find their way in the north. They've been doing it for years. He inhaled through his nose. Lord Stark calculated the risk, he continued calmly. Either the north marches on the wall and repels the free folk or he allows and oversees their passage. We account for their numbers, separate the tribes, give hostages to various houses to prevent skirmishes. There's been success to this strategy so far. So far. House Mormont has hosted a number of free folk women from beyond the wall for a number of years. They work on Bear Island. A few have even married into the community there. Tensions? But they've been scarce and overall, it's been a harmonious relationship. How many wildling women has House Mormont taken in? Tiresias took a few seconds to settle on a good number. One he could bullshit. About 50. 55, I believe. Stannis stared at him. 55 wildling women is a number a small northern house could ward, guard and account for. How many wildlings is Lord Stark considering to allow past the wall? I'm afraid I don't know, Tiresias said. 100,000 was not a number he believed Stannis would accept. Then again, would King's Landing even take a census? The north was huge and could hide whole armies. After all, Stannis confirmed his suspicion tonight. The southern lords weren't even aware of the hill tribe populations. So he lied again. Perhaps 10,000. 10,000 wildlings, Stannis repeated. And how many fighting men make up that number? We don't know. I doubt it's more than half. He made to lean forward automatically, but stopped himself in an instant. You're supposed to be relaxed. Nonchalant, damn it. The correction was in vain. He could tell that Stannis noticed the fidget. Nevertheless, he continued. My lord, the strategy is in a delicate stage at the moment. Lord Stark is trying to mitigate 1,000 years of conflict in order to save lives. Not just those of the free folk but the northerners as well. If they fight, it would be a bloodbath. Even if it's not massive battles that will decimate thousands, the conflict would drag on for years with soldiers at their posts on the wall and only a skirmish every now and then to show for it. Meanwhile, the men Lord Stark conscripted would be away from their farms and their trades. The harvest will not be reaped. Food will not be stored. And when this long summer ends and winter comes, the survivors from the wall will return home to face starvation. There'll be ruin in the north. And what of the ruin that will come with a wildling migration? Stannis asked. His voice was still calm. Testing. What will come of the farms and stores that are raided and pillaged? What of the small villages and hamlets away from the protection of castles and holdfasts? What of the women? How many of them will be stolen on a whim and ruined by the fancy of a wildling allowed to roam free? The fire popped loudly, but Stannis didn't blink. He still spoke quietly. Tell me, Tiresias warrior librarian, what guarantee does Lord Stark intend to give the North and the rest of the 7 kingdoms that his leniency will not have disastrous consequences? They were fair questions. Tiresias couldn't help thinking so. As much as he knew the free folk were only people, he'd be a fool not to be anxious about the inevitable clashes between them and the northerners as their unwilling hosts. Even if the alternative was a white army of vast numbers. But don't forget, it wasn't the army of the dead that tore Westeros apart. No, people did that just fine before the wall came down. Lord Stannis, there are no guarantees, he stated softly. If Stannis wasn't riled, he refused to be as well. Lord Stark won't offer them and he doesn't expect the migration to be bloodless. But as I said, he moves to mitigate. There will be hostages. Tribes will be divided into smaller sects. He'll arrange a few marriages among the tribe chieftains to the minor houses and bind them by blood. And all the while, with the support of his houses, the northern forces will be alert and overseeing the limited number of refugees pasting through. They won't be stuck at the wall, staring endlessly north at a white blanket of snow. They'll follow the free folk as they enter, are accounted for and proceed to their destination. And another thing, Lord Stannis, is that the north has the upper hand. The free folk are proud. And so, even with the enticement of dragon glass, if they're coming to the wall and considering terms to pass and reside peacefully in the north, they're submitting themselves to Lord Stark's will. Whatever's happening in the far north, whatever's driving them to the wall, they're frightened and they want in. Lord Stark sees an opportunity. A rare one. One that not only puts the north at an advantage with these people, but one that could be the end of the animosity between them and the north. He shrugged. Or at least the beginning of an end to it. Stannis' eyes were quite impassive. You say you've spoken directly to these wildlings yourself? Those that wish to pass and submit themselves to the north. Grateful for the opportunity to speak somewhat truthfully, Tiresias nodded. My lord, I have. To a few. What makes them believe that the White Walkers are back? Tiresias hesitated and he wasn't sure if that was part of the performance. Without a screaming white in their presence, most Westerosi wouldn't accept that the White Walkers even exist. But Stannis' eyes, though piercing, seemed almost open. What else did the Red Woman tell you, Stannis? What more will you ask of her? According to the few I've spoken with, a massive group of warriors is conducting raids on villages and other free folk that have banded together, he said finally. Most of the fighters are vicious and dumb. They make no demands. They make no peace. They just screech their battle cry and slaughter. But their commanders, their leaders, are quiet. Still strong. I'm told their eyes shine very blue. And their skin is pale. The cold doesn't bother them. He risked a small smile. I assure you, Lord Stannis, a pale man with a preference for cold is quite common beyond the wall. Especially in the lands of always winter. Stannis didn't share his smile and he didn't allow the silence to permeate. Now that the shock had passed, the openness in his eyes was gone as well. He was done with his questions. I shall have to inform the king of Lord Stark's actions with the free folk. Tiresias nodded. That's fair enough. Lord Stark expects questions from the south, but he is acting in the best service for the Seven Kingdoms. He trusts you will be fair in your wording to the crown. He should have been open with the crown from the start. Stannis cut across him. With this secrecy, he has jeopardized his standing as warden. I don't even see his friendship with King Robert helping him much. The secrecy was needed. Tiresias leaned forward. Lord Stark has had to work for years to get the northern houses prepared for a migration. It's not been easy. Had he merely announced it loudly at the beginning, he would have faced stiff resistance and would have been forced to take the violent route in dealing with the free folk. He's had to work slowly to ingrain the idea in the minds of his vassals. To slowly dull their bloodthirst. He sighed. I fully expect you to report your king. But on behalf of Lord Stark, who asks this, would you please consider keeping this report strictly to His Majesty? If this leaks before Lord Stark is done properly preparing the Northern Lords, it will cause the war we're hoping to avoid. Without acquiescing or rejecting his request, Stannis fixed him a brief stare before lowering his head and picking up his quill. The dismissal was evident. Tiresias stood, but he didn't leave. I don't know if I'm what you expected, Lord Stannis. I only hope I've presented my lord's case well enough. Stannis didn't say anything. Tiresias cleared his throat. So what of the dragon glass trade? Will it be resumed? That paused the quill, but Stannis didn't raise his head. I haven't come to a decision yet on the matter. Will it depend on the king's response? On that, Stannis did look up, with very piercing eyes. Tiresias stood steady. I haven't come to a decision yet on the matter, he repeated. I see, Tiresias said. He hoped not too quickly. The dismissal was again clear on Stannis' face, but he couldn't move and continued to meet those piercing eyes. Do you have something else you wish to say? Stannis spoke brusquely, interrupting the stare. Just say no. It's not important. It doesn't matter. Don't ask. Tiresias cleared his throat. How did the small council react to the death of Sir Gregor Clegane? He wanted to believe it was just a practical question. To inquire how the death of a famous, or infamous, knight was received politically by the court. Whether he, little more than a servant, would face consequences. He wanted to believe that truly, but he recognized the ego beneath the question. It wasn't well hidden. Stannis looked at him. There was an odd gleam in his eye. He almost seemed disappointed. It was discussed briefly, he stated curtly. We had other matters to attend. I see, Tiresias murmured. And what was decided? Nothing was decided. The trial was legitimate. Sir Gregor died and you lived. He dipped his quill and lowered it. You amused the king greatly. That wasn't during the council meeting. That last sentence was tinged with disgust, against the renewed scratching of the quill. With no more urge to pry, Tiresias inclined his head and exited the solar. He felt the eyes of the guards follow him as he left the corridor. The remaining light through the windows was violet in the dusk. Enough time to send a raven. With Stannis' decision. He sighed openly as he walked. Though he didn't know the full fallout of what he incurred here, he left the solar with little hope that Stannis would revive the deal. The man was stickler for rules. True, there was no law that said the free folk must be kept north of the wall. Lord Stark was well within his rights to open the gates and allow them passage. But just because it wasn't illegal, didn't mean that it would be accepted. The free folk were beyond the wall. And most, if not all, Westerosi believed they should remain there. A savage land for a savage people. There was one factor in his favor though. The animosity towards the free folk was strongest in the north. The rest of Westeros may not like them and regard them as barbarians, but the north was the sole kingdom fighting the wildling hordes for thousands of years. Only with Aegon's conquest were the other kingdoms pulled into the conflict. And that was only 300 years ago. There were still plenty of southerners who regarded the northerners as barbarians themselves, as tree-worshipping boors. Still, a horde of wildlings being allowed passage through the wall was going to raise concerns. Even the fudged number of 10,000 with half them being fighters, there was no way that he could give Stannis the honest number of refugees they expected. He only hoped the north really could hide most of them. That honestly didn't concern him. He remembered the looks and mannerisms of the tribes in the Vale. The ones that accompanied Tyrion. The free folk were civilized compared to that lot and could definitely pass off as northerners. No, what really concerned him was the other detail he fudged in that conversation. Turning Lord Stark's excursion to the wall, to House Karstark and House Umber into an investigation of the wildling migrants messed up the timeline of what actually occurred. A fortnight before they departed, Lord Stark visited his bedside and revealed a shard of dragon glass. From the very first shipment. It wouldn't stand under close scrutiny. But the timeline was muddled. Everything that occurred was in the span of 6 months. Would Stannis verify the dates visited with Lord Karstark and Lord Umber? With the Lord Commander Mormont? Would he even be able to? That tour was several years ago. And though the visit of a warden was an occasion to be remembered, Lord Stark's presence in their holdfasts was far more casual than Lord Tywin's would be in Deep Den or the Golden Tooth. But Lord Commander Mormont on the other hand, it wouldn't surprise him if he did keep the precise date noted. If Stannis checked with him. Tiresias resisted the urge to lean against the wall and moan into his hands. He couldn't be seen doing so in this place and it wouldn't help. But as he continued to trudge back to his room, he did consider this silver lining. If Stannis took issue with anything he said, Lord Stark could denounce him and issue an official recounting of events, correcting any discrepancies noted by Stannis or any other member of the small council. And they would believe Lord Stark over him. They'd have to. I have no true name. Just a first name, yes, but not a family name. No family name put him outside the ranks of power in Westeros. And though he tried to use that obscurity effectively when he had it, its power was limited. More so now that he wasn't anonymous anymore. It didn't matter that he fell the mountain. The only power he had was what Lord Stark gave him. He thought about Varys and his riddle. It's all a shadow on the wall. A trick, but if someone shines a light close enough, my shadow will be banished entirely. Chapter 47. He woke up the following morning with little appetite. In light of Stannis' refusal to make a decision over the dragon glass trade, he was also cursed with a night of haphazard rest. Even the waves crashing into the castle couldn't soothe him to sleep. He lay for an hour in the pre-dawn, exhausted. He closed his eyes but he couldn't be tricked into falling back asleep. Finally giving up the notion, he rose and dressed. As he left his room, he brushed a hand against the dagger. Unlike Tywin, Stannis made no fuss about him carrying it. He wondered if that would change after last night. Whether he'd be ordered to leave it with his bow and quiver. A passing guard would tell him so, he supposed. But as he passed through the dark corridors, the castle seemed strangely deserted. It wasn't, he knew that. He could hear the ironworks as he passed along the outside. But aside from a scullery maid or two, he didn't encounter a single person. No one who looked him in the eye. Stopping by a window, he gazed out upon the east. The sunlight hadn't quite broken through the grey. Too early for breakfast. It was a good thing he wasn't hungry. But where should he go? Perhaps the cave on the beach? The eyes of the Night King came to his mind and he felt an eerie urge to gaze into them again. What about the library? He only had 10 minutes yesterday to explore it before Shireen entered for her lessons. Not nearly enough time to digest the 2 volumes of Old Tongue. He wondered if he could still approach Stannis about transporting them to Winterfell. Tiresias smirked at the thought. He was in no position to ask favors. Even so, when he thought about the look on Stannis' face if he should inquire, it might be worth it just for that. Dismissing the teasing thought, he came back to the window. To the grey light. It wasn't worth it. He knew that. And though he had cultivated many tomes of Old Tongue for the Winterfell library, he found himself not caring so much if he left Dragonstone without the 2 volumes. He didn't even care to go to the library. He certainly didn't want to see the Night King in the beach cave, despite the eerie urge, and he didn't want to trek all the way down to the kitchens for a meager breakfast. Still he got up. He was dressed. There must have been a reason why. What did he want to see? The answer was right in front of him. He took a final look out the window, to the east. It was still too early for sunlight. Nevertheless, he stared longer than he would have. Trying to see beyond the sea. After a few seconds, he turned and headed toward the biggest hall in the castle. He found it after 10 minutes. Despite his care, the huge doors creaked as they were opened, echoing in the empty, early morning. Tiresias halted them and slipped inside, tilting his head as he walked, his light footsteps echoing off the high ceiling. The grey light from the pre-dawn streaked across the throne room from the side. As well as from the glass window behind the throne itself, a single seat carved from rock. Is it a throne room now? Or merely a reception hall? Stannis hasn't claimed the crown yet and Daenerys isn't here. Tiresias paused on that thought in the center of the hall, gazing upon it. He sniffed deep. This place stunk of non-use. Stannis certainly didn't make a habit of greeting his visitors here. Not that he had enough to justify it. In fact, as Tiresias looked about, he saw boxes and crates in the corners. This was merely a glorified warehouse. The last boon of the Valyrian Empire reduced to a storeroom. It wasn't a sentimental thought though. He felt more sadness when he entered the mined cave on the beach. The destroyed drawings of the children, though he might feel differently if he sailed through the ruins of Valyria, should he ever be so unfortunate. To see such great structures destroyed and left to rot. Structures built by slavery, don't forget. Greatness birthed from brutal savagery. He conceded the point. But even as he came back to the grey pre-dawn and the crates it illuminated, he knew it could be different in little time. Cleaned, with fresh torches and an army behind them, this place could serve as a base for more than one power-hungry ruler. Tiresias proceeded slowly towards the end of the hall, his eyes on the throne. Was it his imagination or his memory that seated Daenerys Targaryen there, staring at him defiantly as he approached? Glancing to his left, he saw Tyrion and his hand of the Queen badge. To his right, he saw Miss Sandai, announcing the titles. Stop it. Stop it. That's not helpful. You've changed things. You don't know how different it all will be. You can't rely on those stories anymore. You know that. But he couldn't forget them either. And as he paused before the throne and gazed down upon it, the mother of dragons, far shorter than him, stared up at him in defiance. In his mind, they regarded each other for a while. Tiresias didn't speak and he didn't put any words into her mouth either. Honestly, she frightened him. And not for the first time, he questioned his decision to allow Jorah Mormont to flee Westeros. It wasn't too late. They hadn't met yet. Shouldn't have anyway. Jorah was a tough fighter, but was he expecting an assassin? Perhaps if he... No, Tiresias. No. You can't regret that now. There's no point. Besides, if Stannis decides not to revive the dragon glass trade, the North will be in need of fire-breathing monsters, and the woman who wields them. Tiresias ran his hand through his hair and sighed. Just as it wasn't the first time he had questioned his decision about Jorah, it wasn't the first time he considered running off to Essos to reverse it. It was a fleeting thought. He couldn't do it now. Mance Rayder was coming to Castle Black. He had to be there. He couldn't gallivant about the eastern continent beforehand. His ears perked up. In the silence of the dawn, a pair of footsteps approached. Tiresias tore his eyes from the throne, away from the vision of a Targaryen dragon queen and stepped away, focusing on his visitor. Their footsteps were coming from an antechamber behind the throne. A hint of ash and spice preceded them. Melisandre entered into the grey light, her eyes meeting his immediately. She didn't seem surprised to find him here and continued to walk, her steps echoing softly against the black stone. He remained quiet as she approached, keeping her gaze until she halted before him. Tiresias, she said with a nod. His ears couldn't detect any mockery or double meaning behind it. No hints to his previous name, identity, or world. It was simply polite. It wouldn't continue to be so if he just stood silent. He mustered up and nodded. Lady Melisandre. To what do I owe this pleasure? She smirked, amused. Does the simple notion of you and I sharing this room give you pause? Must I have a reason to approach you, warrior librarian? I wish you would stop calling me that. A little bite came into his tone and he breathed to quell it. As you wish, said Melisandre, amusement still shining in her eyes. Though it's certainly not the worst thing I could call you, is it? Warrior librarian leaves you annoyed. The other name numbs you. What other name? He asked with a calmness he did not feel. Ever since I came into this world, I've had no name but Tiresias. She nodded, as if to herself. To others, yes. And to yourself in time. But that was not always true. When did you stop calling yourself Clark? In your own mind. The question was asked politely, but he couldn't quite answer it. He wanted to excuse it on his mind going numb, the forced calmness silencing him. However, the more honest answer was that he just didn't know. One day, he merely remembered that he used to be called something different. And it wasn't devastating. He just quietly accepted it and moved on with his day. There was work to be done. But that was not something he wished to share with the Red Priestess. Why don't you tell me, my lady, he asked back, mirroring her politeness. When did you start thinking of yourself as Melisandre? Or did you have that name when you were born a slave in SI hundreds of years ago? A shadow entered her eyes before she lowered her head to the floor. She walked past him, halting as she looked to the throne, where he had been staring a moment before. I was reborn in the Lord's flames, Tiresias. When I became his servant, I was renamed as his servant. She looked to him. Much as you were. I'm not his servant. Yes, you are. Her quiet voice echoing off the black stone. As Tiresias, you've worked to fight off the coming darkness, the great enemy of our healer. As a prophet, you've rid this country of those who would aid his work. I'm not a prophet. She raised her eyebrows. Is that not what you called yourself? Prophet? Soothsayer? Seer? In jest, perhaps, Tiresias muttered. But whatever I do, it's not prophecy. It's just knowledge of a future. Most of it irrelevant now. I'm just trying to act on it. As well as I can. Melisandre shrugged. What is a prophet, but a conduit for knowledge unattainable to men by all other means? He found himself rooted to the spot as she walked back towards him. Do you not have any desire to hear what the Lord of Light has planned for you? No. Tiresias said it immediately. There was no need to think on it. The red woman smirked. Not even tempted. I don't want to hear myself in a prophecy. Ever. I've seen what it does to people. He didn't see the dulled madness in Stannis' eyes last night that he saw when he burned Shireen alive. But it was still possible. I'm not free from arrogance. No one is. But I'm under no illusion that I would fare better hearing my destiny from the Lord of Light or any other god. To his surprise, she didn't rebuke him, declaring that our healer was the only true god. She merely gazed at him, seeing him more truly than anyone else in this world so far. As much as he disliked staring contests, it was easy for him to gaze back unblinking. Though that didn't stop the hair from rising on his neck. The knowing smile returned and she stepped past him. He was left to stare at the throne as her footsteps echoed against the stone. Relief coursed through him and he exhaled, not realizing he had been holding his breath. The footsteps halted. Dragonstone will not be friendly to you much longer. Tiresias paused his sigh of relief, turning to see her pivoted toward him. He met her eyes. Lord Stannis will receive a raven from the capital tonight. His brother, King Robert, has learned of your presence here and will request that you accompany Lord Stannis when he departs for King's Landing. She smiled. I'm sure you won't begrudge me for that little divination. A familiar numbness tingled along his spine as he took in that information. He breathed and held it, exhaling slowly. I see, he said finally. Will that be an invitation or a summons on my part? Is there any difference to a king? Melisandre's amusement returned. I don't need the Lord of Light to see that the prospect of visiting King's Landing again so soon turns your stomach. No, I suppose you don't. She smiled, before turning and walking away. Her voice echoed along with her footsteps. A ship in the harbor departs this morning. It will run to Bravos. There you may find a ship to White Harbor and sail home. As she came to the great doors of the throne room, she turned and regarded him. Her soft voice carried quite easily. You are not forbidden from leaving Dragonstone. Not today. The morning after, well. She smirked before nodding. Farewell, fellow prophet. We will see each other again. With that promise, the red woman turned and exited the hall. Her scent of ash and spice lingered. It seemed to hang in the grey light, now tinged with gold. Tiresias turned, walking past the throne, halting before the glass window. The sun was just beginning to rise, banishing the grey. Below, the harbor was barely visible, but he could see the sailors preparing their ships. It took him all of 3 seconds to make his decision. Without a departing glance to the stone throne, he exited the hall through the antechamber. Not knowing the castle well, his heart raced as he searched for his room. Nevertheless, he didn't run. There were people up and about now. Finally he found his quarters. The sun was out now and a morning breeze sailed through the open window. He resisted the urge to pause and enjoy it. If all went well, there would be plenty of sea breezes to enjoy. Gathering his belongings, he spent half a minute searching for his dagger before remembering it was around his waist. He couldn't resist a laugh as he rolled up the stark armband and strapped the rucksack closed. "Come man. Focus. You don't have much time." It was fortunate that he travelled so light. After a few moments, he exited the room and made his way down the castle, making educated guesses on where he would find the harbour. He didn't plan to swim out from the beach. However, he did have to ask directions at one point. Trying not to sound panicked, he received a silent point from a maid and proceeded on his way. He hoped the disinterest he saw in her eyes wasn't imagined. All he needed a gossip to thwart his escape. It's not an escape. Stannis hasn't forbidden you from leaving. You have every right to leave. Thoughts on actual rights in Westeros flooded his mind and were quickly banished as he passed the kitchens. His appetite picked a great time to return in force. He grabbed a bun, still steaming from the oven. There was no time to take an adequate breakfast. A few minutes' delay and that ship could be out from the dock. The smell of the sea now permeated the halls and he knew he was on the right track. Without breaking his stride, he unclasped his rucksack and placed the bun inside for later. If he wolfed it down now, it would just come up later over the rails. Tiresias squinted as he exited the castle and walked onto the docks. The sun was now up and reflecting off the water. Upon inquiry, he asked for the Brava ship and was directed to the end of the docks. The tightness in his chest lessened. The ship was still being loaded and not quite ready to sail. Thanking the harbour master, he walked nimbly down the dock, avoiding crates, merchants and sailors. All of whom ignored them. Except one. Tiresias. Shit. Wiping the frustrated curse from his face, he turned to see Sir Davos, on his knees bringing a small dinghy to dock. "Morning, Sir Davos. How are you today?" The Onion Knight finished tying off a cleat hitch and stood. "Fair enough, I suppose. Brisk wind this morning. Perfect for sailing." His eyes went to the rucksack. "I suppose you'll discover that for yourself. Leaving already?" Tiresias nodded. I've said my piece. Whether Lord Stannis decides to start up the trade again." He looked up at the castle. "That's his business now. It wasn't forbidden to leave Dragonstone, as Melisandre pointed out. But it was still sneaking away. And Tiresias didn't delude himself on that note. He left his defense for the dragon glass trade in a dire place last night. Running away now would only hurt it. Was he really that scared to return to King's Landing? To be the focus of the court? To satisfy a king's curiosity? And what if Stannis decides to spread the word immediately that Lord Stark was preparing for a wildling migration? That they feared the White Walkers? He would be answerable to that. He'd have to be. No one else from Winterfell would be present to speak for it. Tiresias returned his stare to Sir Davos and shrugged. "I'm just the librarian, Sir Davos. It was a pleasure to visit here, but honestly, I don't belong here. My work is in Winterfell." Sir Davos returned his shrug. "And I'm just a former smuggler. I think you've earned your name more than I've earned mine, Mountainfall." "You sure of that, Onion Knight?" That got a laugh from the man. "Fair enough. Where you headed anyway?" "There's no ship heading north today. The fur trader hasn't arrived yet." Tiresias allowed himself a small smirk. The man was no fool. Even with the joviality in the man's eyes, there was still a keenness to them. And on that, he gestured to the side and walked. Sir Davos followed him, out of earshot from any passing sailor. "I'm leaving this island as quickly as I can, Sir Davos," he murmured. They came to the edge of a small pier jutting off from the main walkway. "I don't care where. I can find my way back to Winterfell even it's not a direct route but I need to leave." "Why so hurried?" Sir Davos asked, the slightest concern coming into his voice. Like Tyrion, the man responded to emotional honesty. He looked directly into the man's eyes. "She terrifies me." There was no need to say her name. Though it wasn't the main reason he was leaving Dragonstone, it certainly wasn't a lie. Sir Davos' mouth tightened as he looked to the water. "As I said before, I've heard of her kind. What they can do." Tiresias looked to the sea as well. "There were many things I was happy to leave behind in Essos. The Red Priests and their fire worship, definitely qualify." They didn't speak for a few seconds. He sensed Sir Davos trying to find the right words. Turning to the end of the dock, he saw the ship to Bravus. Crates were still being loaded. He had time. So he turned back to Sir Davos. "She brings comfort to the Lady Baratheon," the Onion Knight stated. "Lord Stannis, he takes her words, her advice, as well as any of his men. Suppose that's obvious." Tiresias glanced back up at the castle. "She called for my summons and here I am." He looked back to the former smuggler. "You don't like her, do you?" Though the answer was quite clear in the man's eyes, Sir Davos said nothing. He took that as permission to continue. "Neither does Maester Cresson. Did you speak to him?" Sir Davos asked. "Briefly. He smiled grimly. He said the same thing about her that you did. I said nothing. Precisely. Same look in your eye and everything. Easy enough to read. What, my eyes? Tiresias shrugged. The eyes of an honest man. That got a light scoff out of the former smuggler, but his pulse slowed. Tiresias heard it easy enough under the waves hitting the rock and the brisk wind. When did she arrive here? The Onion Knight pondered it. More than a year ago. Took no more than a month to gain the lady's trust. To stare into the flames. I don't know what she said to her our Lord Stannis. He shut up immediately. As relieved as he was to speak openly of his fears of the Red Woman, he was still Stannis' man through and through. He wouldn't betray him. Not yet. Still he wanted to ask. Does Lord Stannis still follow the Seven? Lord Stannis doesn't worship the Seven, Sir Davos stated brusquely. Tiresias stared at him. Not as long as I've served him. He met the librarian's eyes. The September has always been empty. There was no mention of the incident that spawned it. No reason why the foreign librarian should know it, but it flooded his mind. With all the lore of this world, he forgot of the shipwreck. How young Stannis watched his parents drown in the storm. He lost faith in the Seven that day. Giving no hint to that tragic anecdote, Tiresias continued. Does he follow the Lord of Light now? Sir Davos exhaled through his nose, but he didn't answer, looking out again on the water. Tiresias considered it. Stannis believed enough to trust Melisandre's word. Whether or not he said it out loud, perhaps he had already found a substitute for the Seven. To replace his lost and misplaced faith in the gods. But then again, perhaps not. Perhaps he was only using Melisandre because he wasn't a skeptic when it came to magic. He certainly believed in the White Walkers when he was told of them the first time. She was a powerful shadowbinder with some useful abilities. After all, he utilized them to kill Renly. Perhaps he'll utilize them again. In this world, he had already used her sight to look upon him in the north. But it was only after the Battle of Blackwater did he look into the flames himself. Tiresias looked over at the ship. The crates were nearly finished and he didn't have time to sort out this line of reasoning. Stannis was already on the path to extremism. Maybe he could escape it. Maybe not. But he had to act now. So he cleared his throat. I'm not asking you, Sir Davos, to say or do anything against Lord Stannis. Indeed, he's admirable in his own way, but as long as he's influenced by the Red Priestess, I don't feel safe here. I certainly didn't feel safe back in Essos where they are more common. I'd wager you feel the same. Sir Davos didn't answer, but he heard the affirmation all the same. Or imagined it. It's an extreme path they preach and the sacrifices they require. He hitched his rucksack up, letting the silence sit. The Onion Knight looked to him. Sir Davos, I don't know what her presence means for this place or Lord Stannis. Sometimes a religious renewal is tolerable. Otherwise I'm not saying something terrible will occur, but if you feel that it's gone far and you wish to smuggle yourself or someone else away for their own safety, Winterfell certainly isn't the worst place to consider. The Onion Knight raised his eyebrows. Winterfell. Tiresias nodded. I'd put in a good word for you with Lord Stark. It was an easy enough offer. He turned and began to walk back to the main walkway. Sir Davos fell in beside him. Why? He asked. 'Cause you're a good man. Sir Davos raised his eyebrows. Is that all? Torn between a smart-ass retort and a sincere reply to the question, Tiresias was saved from deciding which when they came to the main dock. Father. They turned to see a young man striding up the dock. Tiresias knew his face. Saw it before it was engulfed in green flames. But his name escaped him. Sir Davos nodded, clapping the man on the shoulder as he came to them. Morning, Mathos, he said. Weather looks fair enough for repairs. We'll just hope it holds for tomorrow. Too much to be finished all in one day. Mathos turned his focus to Tiresias. Sir Davos cleared his throat. Right. Mathos, meet Tiresias. Tiresias, this is my son, Mathos. It wasn't the first time Tiresias met a dead man before. He nodded as he extended his hand. A pleasure, Mathos Seaworth. You work for Lord Stannis, After a brief pause as his eyes shone with recognition, Mathos shook his hand. I squire for him, my lord. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm not a lord, Tiresias stated gently. Just a librarian who's late for a ship. He turned back to Sir Davos, extending his left hand. But it was a pleasure to meet you. The both of you. I hope to see you again at some point. Sir Davos shook his hand, though his eyes still held many questions. Tiresias wanted to answer them, but the ship would depart soon. And he remembered Mathos being more devoted to the Lord of Light than most. It wouldn't be wise to question the Red Woman in front of him. Farewell, Tiresias, Sir Davos said. Safe wines and all that. Tiresias nodded and turned for the dock's end. Behind him, he heard Mathos question his father. The conversation was still on him and so he tuned it out. It wasn't important. Also the ship was quickly approaching the cast-off. So he began to speed walk, sidestepping sailors and extracting his purse. 20 minutes later, he stood by the ship's railing, watching the island grow smaller and smaller in the distance. Stannis' offer to pay his way off Dragonstone rang in his head. Despite trying to appear calm, the Brava sea captain sensed a neediness from him. Passage off this island cost him more coin than he expected to spend on this excursion. You're going back home. Relax. Besides, it's not you paid your way here. Oberyn gave you a free ride, no? He breathed in the sea air, conceding the point. The coin he spent was well worth leaving Dragonstone before it was too late. Cries from seabirds pitched through the air. Looking up, he followed their progress as they glided back to the island where the castle stood. Tiresias stared at it. His eyes were good, but not that good. He couldn't see the Baratheon flags anymore, the birds as they landed and especially no one watching his departure. But deep in his bones he knew that Melisandre was looking his way, observing the Brava sea ship as it disappeared into the east. Would she play innocent when the news spread of his departure? Would she confess to warning him when Stannis received the raven from King's Landing? Was she lying about the whole damn thing? Tiresias hitched his rucksack up and turned away from the railing, dismissing the question. It was too risky to call her bluff. He couldn't go to King's Landing again. Not so soon. Though he wished he could have talked to Stannis again. Perhaps he could have swayed his mind further. He snorted at the thought. Fat chance, though who knows. Melisandre has his ear and she believes in the army of the dead. That might be enough. Johann. Remembering to react, he turned to the captain who tossed him a lanyard with a key attached. Your cabin's ready, he grunted, before proceeding to the helm, not waiting for a thanks. Tiresias pocketed the lanyard, reminding himself of his new moniker. The Brava sea captain didn't know of him. Didn't know his guest status at Dragonstone. It was a whirlwind decision to give him the cover name he used in the Riverlands. He had no ill foreboding of it though. The sooner he became anonymous, the safer he'll be when he finally returned to the north. There were now those who hunted Tiresias. Those that didn't court him politely in grand castles. The city of Bravus smelled surprisingly familiar to him. He supposed it wasn't his first experience in a lagoon city where canals and stone intersected. Still, it awed him. In this city of 100 isles, he walked off the ship and stared in wonder. It had been ages since he had seen anything not Westerosi. And it was undeniably refreshing. But he couldn't dally about. Not for the least reason that the longer he stood about staring, the greater a target he appeared for pickpockets. So he wasted no more time. After finally getting the harbour master's attention, the old man deliberately ignored him for a solid time until he tried a bastardization of High Valyrian. He learned a ship to White Harbour would leave the day after tomorrow. If it came in today. After tipping the old man a star, Johann received directions to an inn and disappeared into the canals. When he arrived at his destination, he realized his bastard Valyrian was not too great. He could only pick up so much from the Brava sea sailors in such a short voyage. It took only a quick glance to realize that the harbour master had steered him to a brothel instead of an inn. More to pretend that he knew where he was going than anything else, he turned about and walked straight into the tavern across the way. There were working ladies there as well, luring the patrons back to their abode with drink and tantalizing murmurs. But Johann could ignore that here. After ordering a bitter ale, he sat at a corner and sighed in exhaustion, his weariness slithering out of him. Maybe it was just relief from being on shore again. He didn't mind sailing, but it could exhaust a man just standing on a swaying boat. A part of him was tempted to stay longer in Bravus for a couple of days. Explore the area. Maybe a certain house. He rejected the idea. It was too dangerous. Besides, the longer he stayed away, the more he risked missing Mance Rayder when he came down to Castle Black. For that reason alone, he needed to hurry. But that didn't mean he couldn't enjoy the slow moments when he could. He was on the ship's time now, waiting for it to depart for White Harbour. So he drank, letting the ale wash through him, and he listened to the tavern patrons as they lived, oblivious of him. They flirted. They argued. They drank. A nearby group of laughing courtesans and sailors spoke favorably of a new play. I still don't believe he's dead. The man who spoke was Westerosi. Somewhere in the south, though Johann couldn't place his accent. Perhaps the Stormlands? Who cares what you fucking believe, mate? His balding buddy nudged him. You still cheered when he fell, right? Only cause they let me pelt the man with food as he did. Man fucking fell off his stilts. This fond memory sent the two men into fits of drunken laughter. The lady with them joined them, before asking. But you two are from Westeros, no? Tell me. The man is dead, yes. The balding man shrugged into his ale. It's what they say. I'll believe it when I see his giant fucking skull. Man was a knight, his Stormlander friend slurred. Won't see his skull anywhere. Buried him respectable they did. Fucking shame. Leaves a grave to be pissed on though. A massive one. The balding man laughed. Good show though. The daughter had nice tits. Wait a bit, the Stormlander refocused before continuing. Though that was his wife. Nah. His daughter was raped. His son killed. Well, where was the wife? There was no wife, you idiot. Johann leaned forward. Excuse me. The group of three blinked and turned bemused to the quiet stranger interrupting them. He smiled. Hello. Couldn't help but overhear. I'm in the mood for some theater. Where might I find this show? Curiosity drove him to it. He already guessed what he would see. Still, he couldn't help it. Anyway, there were worse ways to pass the time. After 3 futile attempts to explain directions to the amphitheater, the courtesan intervened and said she'd like to see the show as well. Along with some of her friends. And so Johann found himself in a drunken pack of strangers stumbling their way through the canals. To see the evening showing of the new play, The Mountain Who Fell. As the reserved one, Johann blended quietly into the group. The Stormlander and the balding man insisted on stopping and purchasing rotten tomatoes as they neared the amphitheater. Johann wrinkled his nose, but with the stink of the canals all around them, it wasn't too bad. When they entered the theater, the 2 men threw down coppers for them all. Johann didn't fight it. He wasn't in the mood. As he sat, a perfumed arm linked through his. He turned to see one of the courtesans laughing as she leaned into him. She stopped as she saw his face. Do you mind? She asked. He was saved from answering when the Stormlander passed a handful of tomatoes to him. Just throw when he falls. You'll know when. Johann plastered on a smile and nodded, turning to the stage lit by torchlight. Carefully cupping the fruit in one hand, he placed his rucksack down between his legs, along with the bow, not wishing them to be stolen. Then he waited for the show to start. The balmy summer night rang with insect calls and audience chatter. The water in the canals trickled past. The drunken courtesans and their patrons laughed, but it all faded to him. He focused on the stage, as all sorts of feelings ran through him, slight fear, morbid curiosity, excitement at the surreal nature of what he was about to see. An actor strode out onto the stage, thrusting his way past the curtain, arms outstretched. All musings were lost to applause. Johann clapped automatically, but he didn't cheer. He recognized the actor, but didn't know his name. He wondered if it was ever given. The man gestured to the crowd as the applause dwindled. Ladies. Gentlemen. Filthy degenerates all. Welcome to this evening's showing of The Mountain Who Fell. Applause soared again and the man stood comfortably in it. Absorbing it all. Johann felt a slight admiration for the man. He's certainly more comfortable there than I ever would be. Tonight, my friends, you shall be witness to the thrilling, inconceivable and absolutely true telling of the death of the great Westerosi knight, Sir Gregor Clegane. The Mountain Who Rides. Boos and hisses rained upon the stage. The actor gladly indulged it for a solid time before raising his hand again. And the brave SSC warrior who brought about this devil's end, Tiresias. They started cheering as soon as he mentioned SSC, the pride evident in their applause. It didn't seem to matter that Essos was a large continent. The Bravasi had their favorite in this story. The actor brought out the other players in the troupe. Johann searched for Lady Crane, but she wasn't here. The Mountain was a tall man who nevertheless toppled out on stilts. His followers were a motley crew of varying ages, all either scowling or cackling. They ate up the heckles of the crowd. Lord Lytton was there. The innkeeper was changed to a miller. His daughter was a beautiful brunette with a plunging neckline. Nameless and aged up. Johann quietly laughed at every actor brought out as they were introduced. But he couldn't laugh at her. The real Lena flashed before him as she was when he saw her last. Young with numbed eyes. He wondered about her for a brief second. Where was she now? Was she all right? No. Probably not. Coming back to the amphitheater, he refocused in time to hear the main actor step forward again. And I, Isambaro, shall play the hero of our story. Our comrade across the narrow sea, Tiresias. That brought back Johann's grin. Of course you will. On that, the troupe all bowed and the play began. The first part consisted of the Mountain proclaiming his might. His status as a powerful lord. With the backing of Tywin Lannister. It seemed the old lion was known across the sea. He proceeded to kill several men in the first scene. With each man that fell, the boos and hisses grew louder, but they fell silent as Sir Gregor monologued. Unsatisfied with this bloodlust, to the incredulity of his gang, he spoke of a maiden. A miller's daughter who lived on his land and rejected his previous advances. Swearing to the crowd that he would have her willingly or not, he stalked off the stage to applause. Johann took a swig of his waterskin. That man said more words in the last 10 minutes than Clegane probably ever muttered in his entire life. Man's a good actor though. Besides, the more time they spent on the mountain, the less time they would have for the man who killed him. But came to him they did. After a scene at the mill, introducing the maiden, aged up to 16 years, and her father, Tiresias entered the stage, along with another SSC, a loyal traveling companion with mischief in his eyes. His stage counterpart spoke of his former life as warrior in free cities, the blood he had spilled and his hope to build a new life in West Eros. If Johann believed the mountain's speeches were too long, it was scant compared to what his character spouted. Isambaro must have memorized pages of this bullshit. It was impressive in a way. And legitimately funny. He found himself laughing softly to himself many times at the actor's interpretation of him. He also found himself increasingly tempted to hurl his fruit prematurely at his stage self. Corking this wanton desire, he continued to watch as Tiresias gave his sword to his companion, Nako as Jory was now named, declaring he no longer needed it as they came across the mill, in his quest for a non-violent life. Then he and the maiden fell in love. And for the accompanying scene, Johann wished his skin was full of wine. The embarrassment, though second-hand and unbeknownst to the people who surrounded him, was palpable. Still, his curiosity and amusement outweighed his embarrassment. And so he stayed. And watched as this poetically tacky version of himself and Lena try desperately not to show their affections. The audience liked it more than he did. And sure enough, as Tiresias left the stage with Nako, exchanging longing glances with the maiden, disappointment littered among the spectators. But they applauded still, and Johann joined them, even booing with the crowd as Clegane entered from stage left. It escalated quickly from there. Upon rejecting the mountain's advances yet again, Clegane's men circled the maiden in a most choreographed manner. They prodded her, laughed at her and stripped her from the waist up. "Them the tits I told ye about," the balding man to his left side said, prompting the Stormlander and their companions to laugh. Johann didn't though. This play was funny when he saw Tiresias pompous and exaggerated. When he was portrayed by a ridiculous actor. Now he saw Lena again as he saw her by the stream. This wasn't funny anymore. Still he watched. The audience gasped appropriately when the nameless brother came to her attempted rescue. The boy was stabbed through the chest, pulling red cloths out of his pocket. Upon threats from the mountain, the miller sobbed and cradled his boy as the mountain's men carried the maiden off stage. Clegane followed, leaving the miller alone with his dead son. A voice whispered in his ear. "You all right?" He turned to see one of the courtesans looking at him in concern. The one who had her arm linked through his. Declining to answer, he gently extracted his arm from hers before returning his focus to the stage. As Tiresias and Nako reappeared, approaching deep den, he focused on his breathing. Inhale on 1, 2, 3. He calmed enough to return to the stage. Here the plot thickened. As well as the comedy. Befuddled Lord Lytton appeared on the stage, bemoaning the lack of a scribe. Thanks to the machinations and cleverness of Nako, who slipped in several innuendos, Tiresias was offered the job and entered the castle. Nako followed suit, having talked his way into the kitchen. Johann found himself genuinely enjoying the performance. Then again, after the previous scene, he was rather open to dick jokes. Especially those in rhyming verse. The mountain and his band arrived the following scene, set later that evening. And in Deep Den, they were unruly guests. Tiresias intervened once when they tormented Nako, but they switched their target to him. The audience grew more and more enraged as they mocked Tiresias and his refusal to fight. Lord Lytton tried to maintain the peace. Then the miller showed. Johann received a nudge in the arm. The balding man had leaned over, prodding him. "This is it, mate. The good part." With a great effort, Johann returned his smile. He turned back to the stage, where Isambaro faced the audience. His face went from shock to horror to rage as he heard the violation of the miller's daughter, no longer a maiden. To the applause of the audience, he turned and challenged the mountain to a duel. Fair enough, Johann mused. I was outside myself that whole time. Could be an accurate portrayal. Agonizing over his broken vow to forego violence, Tiresias took back his sword from Nako, who had it within reach this whole time. The laughter from the mountain's men disappeared as they fought. Swords clashed and swung in wide circles. As their swords locked and they struggled, Clegane made the mistake of mentioning the miller's daughter, inspiring Tiresias with a burst of strength. He pushed the mountain's sword aside and drove his blade into the mountain's chest. Applause broke out and the mountain was still dying after it ended. After Lord Lytton found his courage, he strode forth, condemning the man. Now, said the balding man. Fruit rained on the stage. Johann couldn't speak for himself, but the audience's aim was true. The mountain's actor had lowered his helm beforehand and braced himself against the onslaught, lowering himself slowly to the stage floor. It was pandemonium. But it ended eventually. And as Clegane was dragged off stage, leaving a trail of rotten fruit in his wake, the miller's daughter entered. In a quick wrap-up, she was relieved to see her father alive, having pleaded with him not to endanger himself for her sake. In learning of Tiresias' triumph, she rushed to the man, professing her love. Several rhymes later, he professed his as well. And through a final comedic manipulation by Nako, they all were invited to live forevermore at Deep Den. Tiresias had found his new life, his balance as both warrior and scribe. And with that, the play ended. The Stormlander and the balding man began to applaud. The rest of the audience immediately joined them as the cast converged on stage for a bow. The crowd stood as Isambaro stepped forth for a solo bow that was just as dramatic as everything else on the stage that night. Not wanting to stand out, Johann stood with the rest and applauded. It wasn't all insincere. It was a difficult role, Tiresias. And he played it with gusto. Might have played it even better than me. That brought a true smile to his face. Despite the painful recollection of Lena at a few points, it was an absurd and enjoyable evening. And if he were to be completely honest, a little thrilling to be anonymous, watching his bastardized story unfold. In the middle of an unsuspecting audience. Johann wasn't tempted in the least to enlighten anyone of his true identity. He joined the balding man, the Stormlander, and the courtesans as they sauntered back into the kennels to the brothel. His quiet nature went unremarked as they walked, the two men doing mocking reenactments of Isambaro and his troupe. A clear memory from Clark came to him. They filled his mind more and more ever since Melisandre voiced his abandoned name. This recollection came from Clark's travels abroad. More than one evening spent with a small group of strangers as they ventured out from a hostel. So they could split a fine meal and share the cost. On that memory, Johann suggested wine and mussels on the water. The courtesans steered them to an establishment and they passed the late evening slurping down steaming clams and mussels in a spicy broth. He kept a steady hand as he poured cup after cup of wine. Other than stopping a courtesan's hand from becoming too friendly and keeping an eye on his purse, he allowed himself to relax. To let his guard down. In Winterfell he was always working. Everywhere he went was a mission. Except for Bravus. Here he wasn't Tiresias. Isambaro was kind enough to take up that role. Here he was the man that wandered about Westeros the first few months before reaching Winterfell. Tonight, Johann had no responsibilities. So he relaxed, allowing himself the reprieve with friendly strangers. But he didn't forget. And not once was he tempted to miss the ship to White Harbor the day after tomorrow. The day after the play was spent nursing a hangover and a sore stomach. He confined himself to the inn and did his best to think. He didn't expect to be in Bravus so soon. Or anywhere in Essos for that matter. But in the free city of Bravus, there were two possibilities that intrigued him. The first was the Iron Bank. In the evening he sat on the bank across from it and gazed upon that financial behemoth. Its influence probably greater than any other organization in the entire known world. It was a strange feeling to sit and watch it idly, eating a plain biscuit for a tender stomach. Johann racked his brains, but he couldn't think of anything that he wanted to influence here. Besides, as a practically nameless traveler, he had no cause or reason to enter this institution. He probably wouldn't even make it past the front door. Stuffing the rest of the bread in his mouth, he stood and turned his back on the Iron Bank. Good riddance. Anyone's better off without you vultures. I certainly won't bring you to the north. He returned to the inn for an early and sober evening. He had to rise early the next morning. Not for the ship though. But for the second possibility in Bravus. In the pre-dawn, with his full belongings, he walked silently through the canals. It wasn't completely deserted. The fishermen were out before the sun. However, as he walked on and on, the streets became increasingly empty and quiet. Yesterday, he was comfortable sitting and staring at the Iron Bank. He felt no danger. This morning, though, his breath hitched as he stopped before the water and gazed out to the house across the way. The doors of black and white were quite clear to his eyes. The rest of the world didn't fall silent. Bird calls echoed across the air. The distant rowing between canals reached his ears. But still, his heart raced louder and louder in his eyes. He breathed in and exhaled. 1, 2, 3. Unlike yesterday, he knew what he wanted from this place. He wanted to forge a weapon for the north. To convince the faceless men to bring a talented little girl into their own for training. One who could wield the Valyrian blade. But he didn't expect to make the request today. Arya was too young. And besides, if he prevented the atrocities that afflicted her family in the show, would she still have the motivation to become the skilled assassin that brought about the end? It was a variation of the same question he had for the rest of the children. Would Sansa become the strategist? Would Theon become the champion he was? Would Jon become? Johann sighed. He was becoming distracted and he already knew his answer. It was too soon to approach them. And with the relatively short sail between Bravus and White Harbor, it wasn't such a Herculean task to travel here again. To inquire this of the faceless men. But you have no reason to believe they'll take her in. Why would they? Why did they? Because of Jaqen Hagar. Because he saw something in her. And he can't see her when it's just my word. The hairs on his neck rose and he turned quietly, staring back. The street was empty. He closed his eyes and listened. No footsteps were scurrying away. There was no one around. No one. An unamused chuckle escaped him. It didn't stop the fear that pulsed through his body. There was someone there. He knew there was. As he gazed out at the house of black and white, someone saw him. Observed him. For how long he didn't know. And he presented himself like a moron. Calm down. The house of black and white is, well, it's not exactly a landmark, but you couldn't have been the first set of curious eyes to have gazed upon it. They won't assassinate you for that. They only give the gift to those who come inside and request it. But as he returned his gaze to the house, the quiet trickle of the canal seemed louder. He no longer saw just the main house with the binary doors, but the structure beneath. The Hall of Faces, the great subterranean vault of horrors. Like a leviathan lurking silently beneath the surface. It would devour him if he got too close. Reminding himself not to walk away too quickly, Johann turned and headed back to the harbor. The ship would leave soon and he was thankful for the quick escape. Arya wasn't the only one who wasn't ready for these people. How would he fare in the game of faces? He didn't wish for another to see his true self during this journey, to be an unwilling player. The mask of Johann would slip off instantly, he was sure of that. What of Tiresias though? He didn't feel like he was living a lie. Not for the past few years. That was his name. Both in his own mind and out. Besides, even if the faceless men heard the truth, could they accept it? Would they simply think him insane? Perhaps that didn't matter though. As Johann walked, he thought of Melisandre. How his heart stilled when she called him by his previous name. If he went into the house, if he heard another voice it in the darkness, he wasn't sure if he could handle it. Johann didn't look back at the house of black and white as he walked through the canals. In between the echoes of his boots hitting the stone, he kept his ears peeled for his mysterious spy. There was no reason to assume that he was being followed. He heard nothing. Detected nothing. But still he sensed something. It followed him for a while before letting him go. Though he couldn't tell when. His stalker was soundless. And after years of his ears and nose alerting him to everything before he saw it, that terrified him. You could hear an owl's wing grace the night. Yet a faceless man could stalk you unawares. Willing his fingers not to tremble, Johann hitched his rucksack and continued to the harbor, grateful to the sounds and smells of the market that preceded it. Chapter 48. Johann stepped off the plank easily and made his way to the seawall from the pier, sidestepping merchants and sailors. The Dornish raised quite a ruckus when they had arrived back in White Harbour to sail. Prince Oberyn, once again, declined the invitation from Lord Manderley to host them before they set sail. He was eager to hear the full story of the mountain's death. Or perhaps he just wanted to flee the cold as quickly as possible. Whatever the reason, Tiresias was grateful. It may have offended the obese lord, but it had given Lord Manderley and his soldiers little opportunity to learn his face. And under a medium-sized beard and the blue cloak that the librarian kept packed away when he travelled with Prince Oberyn, Johann entered the city of White Harbour with little scrutiny. Before turning onto the mainway, he turned back at the sea wall, gazing to the south and then the east. It had only been 2.5 months since he left Winterfell. He departed Dragonstone without reaching a formal agreement with Lord Stannis about reviving the dragon glass trade. Fleeing to avoid a strong invitation flying from King's Landing. All on the word of the Red Woman. Did she lie to him? He couldn't tell and that scared him. He could always tell with everyone. Their bodies gave it away. That and his knowledge attained from impossible means. But as wary as he was, Melisandre seemed sincere. And she was against the Night King. He knew that. At the end, she was an ally and brought fire to Winterfell. But being allies with a fanatic is a dangerous route. She can't be brought into this with too much influence. For now, we must make our own fire. And if he wasn't going to get Winterfell involved with Melisandre at the moment, then there was no way he was going to involve even more fanatics. An entire house of them. As much as he wished to know why Jaqen Hagar was in the cells of the Red Keep at the beginning of the story, he had no regrets leaving the House of Black and White where he had found it across the canal. Besides, there was no guarantee that the man would actually be there. Or that it was even the same Jaqen Hagar who gave Arya the Bravasi coin in the first place. Perhaps he would go to King's Landing in a few years and ask him. It made him laugh, but he was sure that Robert's invitation would stand until then. The king's curiosity was too strong. A part of him did regret though, looking at the house for as long as he did. Despite being across the sea, he still shivered when he thought back on that empty street, certain that someone had been watching them. That they saw right through him as Melisandre did. The hairs on his neck stood up and Tiresias froze. He wanted to excuse it. It was just a remnant of the fear he felt in Braavos, but no, someone was watching him here as well. In White Harbour. Turning back as naturally as he could, he scanned the crowd of uncaring, busy faces that bustled about, back and forth. He looked for stillness, for eyes hurriedly turning away, but there were too many. Too many voices, too many heartbeats. Not wanting to stand exposed like an idiot, he proceeded on the main thoroughfare, with the crash of the waves and the calls of seals echoing behind him. He walked decisively but not quickly, casting his ears behind him, trying desperately to hear any following footfalls, halting sporadically to hide as they tailed him. But nothing came to him. He didn't want to leave the city. Not right now. And though he didn't want to give any more opportunities to be recognized, he compromised and left the thoroughfare, seeking out an inn a few streets in. The sounds of the main street faded quickly, but even with this new quiet, Tiresias didn't hear anything that didn't quite belong. Stepping in an alley, he leaned against the wall and breathed, holding and releasing it slowly. Once his pulse calmed, he abandoned subtlety and peered out around the corner. A cobbler hammered a sole. He smelled the moisture from a freshly hung line of laundry. The pedestrians of the thoroughfare walked in the distance, their noises faded. And no one glanced at the hooded, bearded fellow peering down the way. Tiresias slumped back against the wall and sighed. He was so sure that eyes had settled on him in the harbor. But whoever had spotted him was gone now. And if they were going to try to get him later, it was better to be in an inn and have a door for a barricade. As he did in the lonely hills. Not that he needed an excuse to find an inn. He disembarked from the ship late in the day. The night colored the sky as he looked to the east in the harbor. He wandered in the northern part of the city and found an establishment quickly. A hanging blue crab adorned the entrance. The innkeeper eyed him silently as he entered. Suspicion colored his face. Realizing his hood was still up, Tiresias lowered it. "Evening," he said in his most disarming and quiet tone. Along with his vague Westerosi accent for good measure. "Need a room for the night?" "1 grout," the innkeeper replied brusquely. "Half grout extra for a meal and bath." As much as Tiresias didn't want to risk the vulnerability of bathing, a week's sail left a stink on him and a wash was needed. He passed over the coppers to the innkeeper, who took it, albeit the look of suspicion remaining on his face. Although Tiresias attributed that to the disarming tone rather than his accent. After all these years in Westeros, he still walked too casually for a common man. Pocketing the coppers, the innkeeper handed him a key. "You got a name?" "Johann." And so Johann would disappear, heading west from White Harbor. After appearing from the docks in Bravus. As he trudged up to his room, he wondered how long it would take for Varys to hear of his alternate name. He had no doubts that the spider was keeping an eye on him. Probably since he left Casterly Rock. Still, he didn't sense any eyes in Winterfell. He didn't sense any here either. As he shut the door to his room, dropped the rucksack and breathed, he felt no mysterious eyes on him. He was wonderfully alone. And the door would protect him tonight. Removing the blue cloak, he wrinkled his nose. He truly did stink. Traveling west along the White Knife was a slow affair without a horse. Tiresias valued his time, but he didn't feel like riding. Handling an animal would take his eyes and ears off his surroundings. To sense any more mysterious eyes watching him. To be fair, when he exited the Blue Crab at White Harbor, he didn't detect any onlookers noting his departure. It was an effort to walk normally while he listened, but as he reached the city gates and began to travel along the river, there were no footsteps that persisted amongst the sounds of nature. Besides his own. Around midday, when the morning mist finally dissipated, he stopped looking to his rear for any followers. There was no one behind him. As for ahead of him though. Tiresias didn't know why he avoided using Ruza's name. Even in his own mind. It was a silly notion. If there was any danger directed at him in the north when he was traveling alone, Lord Bolton would be behind it. He wondered if his hunters saw him traveling south to White Harbor with the Dornish and cursed Prince Oberyn for foiling their plans. Now he was alone. With naught but his dagger and arrows for protection. Assuming that there was a welcome waiting for him, that the hunters stayed for his return. He scanned the trees as he passed them, opened his nose to any unpleasant smell of a long-camped individual, any noise that did not belong. It's a safe assumption, mate. Locke is certainly tenacious enough. Man went beyond the wall for Lord Bolton. And he already failed to capture you once. He's not going to incur Bolton's wrath a second time. He'll hunker down for the long winter if he has to. Hyperbole, perhaps. Nevertheless, Tiresias kept quiet and walked cautiously. If the pair of eyes he felt in the harbor was a scout and they scurried out of the city to meet him on the road, then he would have to play this very carefully. As the sun began to set, he found his anxiety rising to a pitch. There was no inn around. When he laid down to sleep, he would be vulnerable. Would they come then? Was that their plan all along? To just wait for him to shut his eyes. He stopped walking and took a sip of water, willing himself to calm. Think, man. Think like a practical hunter. A sadistic one, sure. But practical, what would you do? Whenever he hunted in the Wolf's Wood, it was always far easier to let the animal approach and enter his range before firing an arrow. If he was merely going to be killed, he probably would have been attacked by now. But Lord Bolton wanted more from him. He wanted answers. He wanted pain. So the librarian of Winterfell must be taken alive. And if Locke was instructed to bring him to the Dread Fort alive, it was a lot easier to let him walk part of the way on his own, rather than dragging him in chains the whole way. Tiresias eyed the river. He wished he knew this area of the north better. Whether there was a road that broke off from the White Knife early that headed to the Dread Fort. He was sure there was. And it would be before that point that he would be ambushed. Would that be this evening? Should he risk sleep? That was a dumb question. Of course he had to. How could he function otherwise? Be prepared to strike back? Not willing to repeat his mistake when he was hunted before, he urinated off the road and proceeded another quarter mile. In the twilight, his eyes were quite good. Waiting until he came upon some dry ground, he ventured off into the forest and found a suitable tree. It wouldn't be a comfortable rest, but as he climbed up and settled across a large branch, he could regain some strength. He wouldn't wake up useless. Still, he couldn't help but think how much softer the ground was. He slept in trees the following 2 nights, after 2 long days of strained listening and cautious travel. There was an ache in his back that deepened after each night and he stopped to stretch it out every hour or so. Last night, he went to sleep feeling both more anxious and more relaxed about his circumstances. It was not a good combination. He didn't like that he was becoming complacent. Quite a few times yesterday, he realized with a jolt that he hadn't been listening carefully to the road ahead, looking for any hiding places, sniffing for strangers. Not for an hour or so. Where was the cutoff for the Dread Fort? Where was the point of no return when they couldn't get him? Right before the fields that surround Winterfell, probably. That thought depressed him, but he couldn't indulge it. This was the point. It was a good guess that Locke knew that he was suspicious, that he would be taking his time, on the lookout. By delaying the capture a few days out of White Harbor, Bolton's hunter hoped to catch him relaxed and off guard. He wouldn't allow it. He breathed and exhaled slowly, to the tune of the river. The surrounding area was more familiar to him and he knew that the next turn would take him true north, out of sight of the White Knife for a good day or so. Checking for any watching eyes, he filled his waterskin in the river. After that, he removed his boots, settled down on the bank and dipped his feet carefully in the water. The late afternoon sun was just beginning to shine brightly on the current. Tiresias pulled out some jerky and chewed slowly, flexing his feet back and forth in the cool water. Gin may have given birth by this point. He hoped she was all right. That she and Gord were happy. He wondered if any ravens arrived from Dragonstone, inquiring about his sudden disappearance. Whether Stannis received any grief from his brother, Robert, having not brought the mountain fall to court. Tiresias sighed at that. As much as he wished never to go to King's Landing again, he knew it was inevitable at some point. And when he did, chances are he would not be permitted the same anonymity he enjoyed last time. He supposed it all depended on Robert's response to what Stannis relayed to him. Enough time had passed that he suspected a raven or 2 to have arrived from the capital. Would the north have to split its forces? Men at the neck and at the wall? And the western coastline? Can't forget that. Even with Theon as hostage, the Iron Islands could still take advantage. Balon may be dead, but other Ironborn could share his dismissal of the ward's life. Taking his feet out, he placed them on a rock, letting them dry in the sun. He looked east, where the sky was beginning to darken. Yara was still there. And though he didn't inquire Theon about it, he knew that a few ravens have flown between Winterfell and Pike over the years. Not an abundant amount, but Theon at least knew his sister better than he did when he arrived in Pike. In the other future, an attack from the Iron Islands seemed less likely. As for tensions from King's Landing, well, nothing seemed to have reached here yet. There were no passing mentions of war in White Harbor. No urgency in the streets. And here on the riverbank, it was remarkably peaceful. Tiresias turned to the woods, staring into the brush. He became complacent again. Unguarded against those who wished him harm. The river mostly deafened him, but he remained turned to the forest for a few minutes, trying to see anyone hiding, peering out from behind a tree. Finally, he turned back, not quite satisfied, and pulled his boots back on, strapping them tight. With everything assembled, he continued along the river's path, taking the next turn and headed north. After a few minutes, the waters of White Knife were muted and his ears opened truly to the forest. A robin sang to the east. He sniffed the air. There was no one else here. Still he trudged carefully. The light through the trees dimmed considerably as he walked. The dark of night was no great obstacle to him. He saw rather well. But he couldn't help the dread that trickled through him. Darkness meant that soon he had to find a relatively safe place to sleep. Something that became more heart-pounding night after night. Last evening, he had to talk himself into closing his eyes. However, almost immediately, the light before him swelled. The trees more spaced, he found himself coming to a clearing. Tiresias recognized the meadow and sighed in relief. He would have a little more sun before the day ended. The path that led from the forest cut through the meadow to the trees on the other side. A clearing of high grass that moved gracefully with the wind. Beneath the wind, he heard the robin song from behind him. The buzzing of insects to his sides. He turned to the north, where the wind flew. The mountains in the distance caught the beginning red of the setting sun. Stretching his hand, he felt the wind graze his fingers. Turning back to the west, he faced the trees he trudged towards, where darkness awaited him again. A bird's call echoed from the awaiting forest. It was only through pure instinct that Tiresias didn't stop immediately. But he certainly slowed his step. That bird call, it sounded like a mimic. A good mimic. But it was no bird he ever heard before. After a few more seconds, he slowly came to a halt. His hand moved automatically and uncorked his water skin. Lifting it up, he took a measured sip and turned north again, side face to the forest beyond where he heard the mimicked bird call. He opened his ears and listened as hard as he ever did before. The wind gracing the meadow didn't quiet for him and silently he cursed it. Whatever was in those trees was shielded by wind song. And he wasn't far off either. Then again, perhaps there was nothing to worry about. That wasn't true though. Something was hiding in those trees. Someone gave a signal when he approached. When he was near halfway across the clearing, he corked his water skin and knelt down, seeming to rest as he studied the ground. No fresh prints, but the trail was surrounded by grass. Far easier to hide a boot print. He was sure the ones in the forest waiting for him knew it. And during that short thought, the wind died. Trying not to panic, he focused again on the trees with his ear, trying desperately to hear. That section of woods had no wildlife near it. No paws trailing on the forest floor. No claws climbing the tree. No true bird song. Or false ones for that matter. But he did pick up a pulse, and another one, and another, a fourth one, several more. Breathe, Tiresias, breathe. Stay loose. Hold and release. Slowly, Tiresias stood, keeping his eyes on the north, his left ear to the forest. Once he heard them, he didn't lose them. The pulses ranged in their speed. 2 of them pulsed rapidly. The rest were pretty settled. One was particularly calm. Listening to them, Tiresias concluded one thing: he had very little time to act. Especially if that calm pulse belonged to whom he believed it belonged to. He ran over the last section of forest as quickly as he could, trying to log away anything useful. In 5 seconds, he would turn back. 5. He tightened the strap to his water skin. 4. His fingers passed lightly over his pocket, where his bowstring was curled. Once settled, he'd string it. He'd have to reserve enough calm for that. 3. The dagger was there too. Today would be an awful day for it to fly out of its sheath. 2. With his eyes still to the north, Tiresias exhaled the held breath, finishing on the last count. 1. As casually as he could, without a glance forward, he turned back and sauntered east, straining his ears as much as he possibly could. 5 seconds passed. The wind behind him carried strained whispers from the woods where the pulses were, unintelligible at this range. At 20 paces, the unmistakable sound of a bow drawing reached his ear. Tiresias jerked to the right and bolted forward. The arrow raced past his left and struck in the ground. Swooping down, he grabbed it as he raced for cover. The shouts behind reached him easily. There was no need for his sensitive ears there. Instead, he focused on the air behind, trying to block the unmistakable voice of Locke as he listened for more arrows. In between his feet pounding the dirt road. 50 feet from the trees, another arrow sailed over his head from the right. It landed too far away for him to retrieve it. He had to find cover. The third arrow was fired before the second one even landed. Tiresias jumped to the side and kept running. The arrow whistled past his face, skidding to a halt on the dirt road. Through some miracle, he managed to scoop it up without losing his balance on the run. Reaching the forest line, he threw himself behind a tree, just as a fourth arrow sailed past him. He didn't even entertain the idea of going after it. Placing the 2 stolen arrows in his quiver, he withdrew his bow and peered around the tree, panting. Locke and his men were halfway across the clearing, 9 in total. His hand went to the pocket where the bowstring resided, but he stopped himself after pulling it out. No. No, you don't have time. By the time you get it strung, it'll be too late. Keep going. Now. He bolted into the forest, thanking the gods that they didn't bring dogs this time. The bowstring remained curled in his fist as he ran deeper and deeper into the forest. As the brush grew thicker, the noises of his pursuers lessened, though he heard their curses as they crashed into foliage. Finally, after a few minutes when he was sure he couldn't be seen by their party, he crouched behind a bush and tried to catch his breath as silently as he could. The shouts and steps of the hunting party echoed through the trees. Savoring a quick drink of water, he pulled off his cloak, waterskin, and rucksack, placing them by a trunk. As he tightened his quiver, the smells hidden by the meadow's wind earlier came to his nose easily and he detected the Bolton men as they neared his hiding place, estimating the nearest one at 100 yards. Not pausing to dwell on their stink, he took off the quiver and placed it upright, leaning it against the bush. With only a limited time before they came within earshot, he pulled out the bowstring. Looping it at the bottom and unable to stand it up without exposing himself, he placed the bow's bottom on his boot and pulled the top down. The bow dug into the top of his foot as he brought the top loop of the string to the bow. "Come in," he breathed silently, mouthing it. "Come in, come in." The top loop latched on and he exhaled. He sniffed and they were just west of him. As he peered through the bush, he saw two of them headed in his general direction. His hand went to the dirt, palming the ground quietly until he found a suitable rock. Scurrying to the tree, he stood and waited. While he listened to his pursuer's prowl, he scanned the south wall of trees, open to him, his heart pounding in his ears. Wait for it, wait for it. What exactly? Tiresias didn't know. He would only feel it. And he did, when the two nearing Bolton hunters stopped, their footsteps disturbing the forest floor as they turned in place. Perfect. Putting as much strength into his arm as he could while remaining silent, Tiresias threw the rock south. He sank back behind the bush, observing it. It sailed through the air and he watched in horror as it hit no trees, and sighed in relief as it crashed into some shrubbery. The noise reached his pursuers. There. South. Go, go. Tiresias gripped the bow tightly, knocking his first arrow. It was one of the two that he borrowed. He resisted the urge to stand and fire, willing his heart to slow. Afraid they might hear it as they passed. 9 pairs of boots thudded past west of him as he crouched down. One of them carried a set of chains. Tiresias' eyes passed from his arrow to his wrists, allowing himself a brief grim smile. My traveling gear, don't wait too long, mate. Your range isn't that good. He gave himself a 3 count as the last one passed, trying to keep their positions more or less in his head. So that he was able to draw his bow back as he stood, pointing his arrow to the nearest Bolton man. He released both his breath and the arrow. It struck well and the man fell. As all the hunters were focused on the stone's throw to the south, they didn't see their companion fall. It was a glorious opportunity. Tiresias reached down for another arrow, his eyes going to the next man nearest to him. This one had a broader back than the first. He released the arrow without aiming it as much as he would have liked. The broad-backed man took the arrow though and went to his knees. Unfortunately, he groaned loudly as he did so. As Tiresias reached for a third arrow, he heard the group stop. He raised the bow again to see Locke in the distance turning his face toward him. As much as he wanted to, Locke was too far away. And so he turned his bow to a balding man, who met his stare with his own watery eyes. Seeing that he was aiming for him, the balding man tried to dodge, but Tiresias saw the movement ahead and adjusted. The arrow found the man just before he dove behind a tree. Tiresias heard him crash onto the ground and claw it before lying still. That's 3. Grabbing the quiver and swinging onto his back, he ran, giving no thought to the rucksack, cloak and waterskin left behind. I'll come back. If I can. The first night he spent in West Eros came to his mind. What was his excuse when he showed up at the farmer's door? Pursued by bandits? Beaten and stripped? If he wasn't focused on escaping a far worse fate, he would have laughed. Now he couldn't afford it. He needed his strength. Especially as he veered to the right and started charging up a slope, facing east. Based on the yells behind him, he knew this wasn't unnoticed, but it didn't matter. He needed the high ground. At least, the trees were so thick now, they couldn't get a good shot. No arrows flew toward him. After about 100 feet up, he got behind a tree and leaned against it, panting heavily again. After a few seconds, he lifted his bow and nocked an arrow. He closed his eyes, trying to listen over his pounding heart. The remaining 6 men were very near and they hadn't lost track of him. The closest one was just reaching the slope. Tiresias opened his eyes and turned around the tree, raising his bow. He fired down. It missed the hunter by a foot, but it sent the man hurrying for cover behind a tree. Without thinking about it, Tiresias knocked and fired toward the other 5 hunters. Each shot was released in quick succession, without the time needed for accuracy. But that didn't bother Tiresias. His pulse slowed as he released shots toward his pursuers. Each one in view found shelter as they went for their own arrows. Knowing his opportunity was limited, Tiresias knocked his last arrow and came out behind the tree. No eyes were on him. They were waiting for him to deplete his ammo. The last arrow fell at the feet of the nearest man, as he sheltered behind a tree at the bottom of the hill. He hoped the man wouldn't notice the changed angle. Or the slight debris rolling to the bottom as he hopped down to a lower tree on the slope. He didn't peer around to check. There was too much risk there. His tongue felt very dry as he tried to swallow silently. Placing his bow down quietly, trying to listen. The hunter at the bottom was joined by a second one. A few seconds passed before they started to climb. He imagined them nodding to each other beforehand. Flexing his fingers lightly, he reached down and unsheathed his dagger. The two men made their way slowly up the hill, pausing behind the trees, he presumed. Based on their movements, they still thought him hiding behind the higher tree on the slope. A third hunter was just beginning to climb as well. Tiresias came back to himself and raised the dagger, gripping it loosely. The nearest hunter was approaching his tree. His next hiding place would be right around the trunk from his. Loose dirt rolled down the hill as the hunter stepped quickly, halting 2 feet away from him. Tiresias exhaled silently, praying the man's focus was on his previous spot. He saw the man's sword first, unprepared as he prepared to climb farther up. Tiresias ducked under the steel and came up, sinking the dagger into the man's throat. Blood coated his hand as the eyes quickly dulled. The sword fell to the ground, but not before his companion saw it. Tiresias saw the second hunter charge him, forgetting to hold his sword safely as he ran up the slope. Withdrawing the dagger, he shoved the dying man into the charging one, sending them both tumbling down the hill. He fell to the ground himself, with the force of his shove. Scrambling back to the tree, he heard renewed shouts from the party. Arrows flew past him, into the slope above, but he didn't risk grabbing them. He got behind the tree again, trying to listen. The 2 tumbling hunters had reached the bottom, but they hadn't deterred the man who followed them. He was still coming and he knew exactly where he was. Tiresias placed the dagger down and rubbed dirt on his hand, muddying up the blood. He couldn't risk his hand becoming too slick. He couldn't lose his dagger. The man was 30 feet from him, very heavy from the sound of his thudding boots. As he ran dirt between his fingers, they brushed a rather large rock. He picked it up without hesitating, along with the dagger as he stood. A weak cough came out of him, in between the panting. Maybe I should carry a pouch for these. Come on out, the big hunter growled, in between his own breaths. Come on, ya bastard, I know ye right there. I'm coming for ya. Rip your fucking balls out. Tiresias marked these words with each step the man took. Thanks for letting me know where you are, fuckface. He gripped the stone tightly in his right hand. His aim wasn't the best and he had to time this right. When he estimated the big man at least 10 feet from him, he stepped out and threw it. Hard. A helm would have saved the man's eye. Blood escaped him before the stone fell down to the earth. His enraged scream of pain echoed in Tiresias' ears. Fucking cunt. His gloved hand went up to halt the bleeding, as Tiresias came forward not too slowly, switching the dagger to his right hand. He wasn't the only one with good ears though. At the sound of his boots hustling down the slope, the partially blinded hunter began to swing wildly in front of him, trying to find his balance on the slope. Tiresias came to the side, glancing down to see the hunter who had tumbled making his way back up. The remaining hunters were gathering at the bottom of the slope, including Locke. He felt the man's glare all the way here. Another hunter at the bottom raised his bow. He dropped to the ground as the big hunter swung over him, presenting his ankle. Tiresias quickly stabbed there, fresh blood covering his filthy hand. A new roar of pain came from the man, beyond words by this point. In a pure rage, he hacked at the ground. Tiresias had to roll to avoid it, finding himself below the man on the slope, behind his back. In between the screams, he heard the strain of a bough being pulled below. Hopping to his feet, he grabbed the big man and used gravity to pivot him around. As Gord showed him, the hunter's large frame was a grand shield. The arrows meant for him pierced the hunter, his screams of rage ending quickly. Trusting that he was finished, Tiresias threw the big man down the hill toward the approaching hunter. Having already learned his lesson before, this one sidestepped another dying man plummeting down the slope and drew his sword. Tiresias held his dagger out, glancing at the bottom. The archer was moving out of the way of the plummeting corpse as well. His eyes returned to the nearing hunter. He had a few seconds before the arrows would fly again. His heart pounded so hard it hurt. His hand trembled. Snarling in frustration, the hunter swung his sword too early. Tiresias stepped back to avoid it, balancing on the slope. He brought the dagger to his waist. Build it. You just need one strike. The hunter kept his balance as well and continued to swing. Tiresias dodged each one, backing up, nearing the tree where he last hid. Where his bow was. As the hunter was prepared for a backswing, Tiresias planted his left foot. In this situation, he was perfectly all right with a cheap shot. After the hunter swung his sword, opening his front, Tiresias came forward and shot his right foot up. The impact to the man's groin caused him to lean forward, exposing his throat. He barely had time to feel the wave of pain emanating from his testicles before Tiresias brought the dagger up from his waist. Red spilled onto his hand, already stained from the others. He grasped the sword hand, in case of any remaining wool to swing at him. But the hunter's eyes quickly drained of that murderous wool and rolled back. Tiresias withdrew his dagger and pushed the man down to join the others. Not waiting to see him roll down the slope, he withdrew behind the tree and grasped his bow, panting. Relief flooded through him, though he still had no arrows to fire. That's 6. 3 more. Just 3. You can handle 3. He breathed in and held it, releasing slowly, trying to slow his racing heart. His breaths passed through his parched throat and he wished that he had his water skin. He swallowed what little spit he had, casting his ears down below. Locke and the remaining 2 hunters weren't chasing him up the slope. Tiresias heard the 3 men conversing below. For all his setbacks, Locke remained calm, dropping his voice to a whisper. Tiresias heard his anger quite clearly though. The man's heart was racing quickly too. Sitting down to rest, he lowered the bow and the dagger to the ground. In between the pounding of his own pulse, the hurried whispers below reached his ears. Drop the chains, Tibet. Just drop the fucking chains. Take ya bow and move north. Quietly. Get a good shot from the side. Kato, ya go south. Climb up nice and quiet. Force him into the open. Tibet or I will get him when he comes out. Lord Bolton said we're to take him alive. Locke spat on the ground. So aim to cripple. If yes so scared. I'll take the anger from Bolton if he dies. Just fucking get him. The 2 men began their respective routes, their feet quiet on the forest floor. Tiresias admired their dainty footfalls. Not even the best hunters in Winterfell had their stealth. Locke, however, made no secret of his movements. He stalked to the bottom of the slope. Tiresias, he shouted from the bottom. Yes, still there, mate. Sweat dripped down his forehead. Tiresias brought his right hand up to wipe before remembering it was still bloody from the 3 men who laid at the bottom. He made do with his left. How many arrows ya got left, et? Locke called out. Just that dagger, right? He was right. Tiresias glanced at his empty quiver and untied it from his side. There was no point in carrying it. The man stalking north was almost in position. The one to the south was already making his way up the slope. Both were still proceeding carefully. I'm not coming up to meet yet, Locke yelled from below. Tiresias heard an arrow being knocked. So just come on out. Me and the boys, we'll give a quick death. That's a fair deal, mate. More than fair compared to what we had planned for you. Tiresias rubbed his hands with dirt. The slickness of the blood molded into a sticky mess. He picked up the bow in his left hand and carefully grasped the dagger by the steel. The hunter to the north found a good position. He heard the bow being pulled. The man to the south was only 30 feet away from him. There was no more time. With a fortifying breath, he stood up, leaning against the tree. What say yet, Tiresias? Locke called out, pulling his own bow back as well. Give us a good shot then, I. Tiresias extended his left foot, preparing for the pivot. He had only practiced this on level ground, from the same distance even. But never on a slope, never on a moving target. Something to practice if I emerge from this alive, I suppose. A slight scoff escaped him. The hunter to the south, on his right, was only 15 feet away from him. He took a deep breath, raised the dagger and pivoted. He knew as soon as he released the dagger that he threw it too low. There was no time to lament it though. As soon as he followed through, he dropped to the ground, clasping his bow to his body. On his way down, he sensed the arrows pass over him, one from the north, the other from Locke, whose scream of pain he heard as he began to roll down the slope. Sound became entangled with the sight and smell of the earth as he rolled down. Something hard hit his hip and he grunted. Soon though, he reached the bottom and collided with a pair of legs. His sudden stop sent Locke to the ground, with a fresh wave of pain snarls. Blinking away the dizzy spells, he kicked and hit the man in the head, turning his snarls into mumbled groans. The man was clutching his knee. Tiresias blinked to see his dagger embedded, just above in his thigh. His ears cleared in time to hear rustling above. He craned his neck to see the hunter from the south emerge from the tree where he hid just seconds ago. Tiresias patted the ground behind him, reaching for the moaning Locke's quiver. He latched onto 2 arrows just as the hunter raised his bow. Throwing himself against the slope, his face planted in the dirt, he heard the arrow land behind him where he just laid. Get up man! Get the fuck up! Snarling, he pushed off against the slope. On one knee, he raised the bow, knocking and releasing the arrow. He didn't wait to aim. He thought of Angui, wondered if he'd ever meet that smart-ass archer. His wild arrow nearly missed, catching the hunter in the shoulder. It certainly stopped him from firing the second arrow he was knocking. Tiresias didn't let him yell in pain for long. He knocked and fired his own second arrow, allowing himself 1 second to aim. It certainly helped. The arrow found the lung and the hunter was silenced, falling and sliding down the slope before coming to a halt halfway. He laid still, face down in the dirt. Tiresias breathed, the lights sparkling in his eyes from the roll down the hill finally dimming. He glanced to Locke, who was still trying to come to, his hand patting his side haphazardly for his own weapon. His eyes left Locke and went to the north, where the final coherent hunter lurked. He found him a second later, 50 yards away. The man met his eyes for a brief second before turning and running away. Shit, Tiresias growled. Turning back to Locke, he grabbed the remaining arrows from the man's quiver before reaching down and extracting his dagger from the man's leg, inspiring a fresh wave of pained, slurred swears. He didn't wait to listen to them though. Sheathing the dagger, he ran west. He kept the man well within his sights, running parallel to him, trying not to stumble over any brush or roots. It seemed the man was trying to get back to the clearing, back to where they had planned to ambush him originally. Tiresias imagined they had horses nearby. Knowing full well he couldn't outrun the man on horseback, he picked up his pace, making for the clearing. The man had already crossed in front of him. Tiresias spat. Fast motherfucker, aren't you? He didn't realize how far he had led the hunting party into the forest. He tailed the man for a solid 5 minutes. Twice, the hunter got behind a tree and fired an arrow at him, forcing him to hide. That gave the man precious seconds to flee. Finally though, they made it to the clearing and Tiresias saw the man bounding through the tall grass, heading for the opening in the trees where the road continued. Instead of following him through the grass, he turned and immediately went to the road. Within seconds, he was on solid bare earth, his feet pounding as he gained traction. The hunter was still in the grass ahead of him, but losing ground. He didn't notice this though and Tiresias took advantage. He stopped and knocked an arrow, bringing his aim to the center of the road. Aim for where they're going. Not where they are. Forgotten smells and unnatural lights came to his memory and he allowed himself a second to remember. He dropped it though as soon as the man burst from the grass and straightened himself, running for the forest, presenting his back. Tiresias released the arrow. It landed just below the lung and the man collapsed. As he hurried forward, the hunter continued to crawl. Dropping the bow and arrows, Tiresias withdrew the dagger. Making sure the man didn't have his hands on any hidden blades, he bent down and cut the hunter's throat. He avoided blood spilling out onto his hand for this one. Instead the blood ran out onto the road, darkening the dirt. Tiresias stepped back, hearing the man's heart simmer to a stop. He panted heavily, hearing the same insects that sang when he first came to this clearing. When he heard the mockbird call. 8 down, 1 more. Once he caught his breath, he extracted the arrow from the hunter's back and left him lying in the road. He proceeded back into the forest. It wasn't hard to find where he had left Locke. They all left quite a mess scrambling through the foliage. Tiresias slowed his approach as he came to the slope. He may have taken Locke's arrows, but he could have found more scattered about. He also could have other weapons on him. However, when he came upon the spot before the slope where he had left Locke, the man was gone. Tiresias didn't panic. His eyes quickly found his tracks, a limp apparent. His nose caught the blood that fell. Though not as much as he expected. He supposed the man took the time to bind his wound. But he was in no condition to move through the world without a trace. Tiresias followed the staggered steps, sheathing his dagger and slinging the bow over his shoulder. He followed the trail quickly and it took him southeast. After only a few moments, Tiresias guessed where he was headed. Do all pursued men head toward the water? The rushing current of the white knife echoed through the trees as he approached. As he emerged from the forest, he squinted against the light reflected off the water. The sun was beginning to touch the horizon. Stopping to enjoy it was not an option. He brought his eyes down again. Locke didn't crawl to the river. He didn't even follow it for very long. Tiresias walked for only a minute or so before halting. There was some shrubbery along the tree line. The ground before it looked very disturbed. Tiresias approached it cautiously, keeping a safe distance. The beginnings of a boot sole caught his eye. From there, he traced it to where a head would be. Approximately. Sure enough, he caught the strained eyes of Locke, as he stared at him through the brush. No one said anything for a few seconds. Tiresias saw Locke close his eyes and tilt his head back. Heard his quiet sigh. He called over the current. Are you going to come out? Locke laughed from behind the greenery. Can't move now. Fucked up my leg good, ya did. Swallowing despite a dried throat, Tiresias moved forward and clasped Locke's boot. Keeping an eye on him, he pulled Locke out, dragging him from the shrubbery. The man gritted his teeth as he was dragged. Fuck, he snarled, before swinging his arm up. Tiresias saw the knife as soon as he pulled Locke out. He was already out of range and merely stood, leaving Locke to miss and collapse back down, panting. Stepping on the wrist, he extracted the knife from Locke's fist. As he took it, he stepped away to the side, leaving Locke to pant on the ground. He looked at the knife, curiosity seeping into him. Was this the same blade that took Jaime Lannister's hand? It happened quickly and he wasn't focused on the blade that crippled the Kingslayer. The scream and the bleeding stump were distracting enough. The same steel? Maybe. Maybe not. A hunter like Locke probably possessed many blades. And ultimately it wasn't important. Not anymore. He stood silent as Locke panted, catching his breath. Finally, the man pushed himself off the ground and sat up. Turning his head, he looked to Tiresias, scoffing as his eyes came to the knife in his hands. Can't blame me for trying. I don't, Tiresias replied evenly. You have your orders. Tossing aside the knife, he unslung the bow from his back and nocked an arrow. He didn't draw it though and kept the weapon pointed down, relaxed. Locke looked from the arrow to him. What are ya waiting for? Bastard, just fucking do it. In a moment, Tiresias said quietly. I want to ask a few questions first. Locke laughed softly, looking away from him, towards the river flowing. Ya think I'd tell ya anything? Ya might be a good hunter, handy with a knife. He looked back to him, meeting his eyes evenly. But ya don't have the look in yet. I can see that weakness in ya eyes. I know pain, mate. Ya can't do what ya need to do to get me to talk. They stared at each other for half a minute. Tiresias heard the man's heart slow. He waited for it. He needed it calm. Finally he crossed to place himself in front of Locke, crouching before him. Not too close. The light from the setting sun gleamed in the man's eyes. I'm not Lord Bolton. I don't need pain. I don't need a rack. I just want to ask you some questions. I told ya, I'm not answering ya fucking questions. You will, Tiresias interrupted calmly. He exhaled, staring into Locke's eyes. You and your men were waiting in White Harbor a long time, weren't you? Locke didn't open his mouth. Tiresias met his defiant gaze until he saw his answer. No, not that long, he murmured. A quickened pulse followed that statement. You were told I was coming. It wasn't just the sunlight that caused Locke to squint slightly. To tighten his mouth by just a minuscule. Besides, the light was growing softer as the sun sank further into the west. Tiresias breathed. Lord Bolton has a spy in Winterfell. There was no horrified gasp on being found out. Not from Locke. The man merely grew more still. More blank. It could have been a front, a technique to avoid any revelations during an interrogation. But the man's blood sang a different tune. After a few seconds, Tiresias stood and breathed. Locke's pulse faded into the currents of the white knife. He looked out over the water, golden in the sunset. There was no need to worry about Locke. The man was still seated, staring at him. Finally, he scoffed. That's it. That's all. Tiresias replied evenly. That's all. Gods. Turning back, he saw Locke shaking his head. How'd a soft cunt like ya ever beat the mountain? Tiresias didn't answer. This day had been long enough already. It's a better death here than the one you suffered before. He raised the bow and pulled the string back. You don't know that, but trust me. It is. Locke's derision turned to confusion very quickly. Tiresias didn't let him dwell on it. The arrow fled hard into the man's throat, sending him back to the ground as he choked on his own blood. Tiresias passed a hand over his dagger and left it sheathed. It would be over soon enough. After 10 seconds, Locke stilled. Tiresias knelt to check his pulse and found none. He was alone again with the current of the white knife and the evening birdsong. Closing Locke's eyes, he stood and sauntered to the water. Squatting down, he placed his filthy hands in the running river, rubbing them. The blood and dirt swam away smoothly and he watched the evening envelope the land. It was a lovely view. Shudders rolled over him. His hands trembled violently as he cleaned them. He began to heave, his mouth filling with saliva. It was very warm. Quickly, he went on all fours, his hands in the river, and was sick. The current carried away the vomit, but he remained on his hands and knees for a moment after. He breathed deeply, looking into the flowing water. His vision became blurred. His head was still warm. As the shudders finally lessened, with clean hands, he washed his face free of tears and bile. He gargled and spat water to the side. Sitting, he continued to breathe as the adrenaline and fear drained from him and soon he breathed evenly with the current. But only for a few minutes. Light-headed, he stood up with hands freshly washed. If anyone saw him later that evening, they wouldn't give him away. Locke was still there, dead with an arrow in his throat. He mulled over removing it before deciding not to. The extraction wouldn't be clean enough. Besides, if the hunters had a camp nearby further along the road where he would have been ambushed, there were probably supplies. More arrows, some food, perhaps a horse if he wanted one. Tiresias blinked to find himself kneeling by Locke's corpse, extracting his purse. His hands stilled as he spilled silver and coppers into his palm. He had never looted a purse before. Never killed so many men before either. Pretty sure, that's by far the greater sin today here, mate. He placed the coins back in Locke's purse, having left his own in the rucksack. After slinging his bow across his back and tying the stolen purse on his belt, he set off. He had to recover his rucksack, cloak and waterskin. Then he could get back on the road. Maybe loot the other corpses. Search for an abandoned Bolton camp. Is it abandoned if they were just killed? The semantics of the question busied him as he covered his tracks back into the forest. Not enough though. The taste of bile remained in his mouth. And despite his weariness, he still glanced to the trees for any more unwelcome eyes looking to seize him. His fingers continued to tremble as night fell. Chapter 49. Tiresias breathed easier when he rode over the hills and spotted Winterfell, its high walls littered with torchlight in the night. He didn't kick his steed to hurry though. The beast had been riding straight since sundown. It wasn't complaining though. Of all the horses he discovered in Locke's camp a quarter mile away from the clearing, he selected this mount for its temperament. He did consider roping all the horses and taking them along to sell at the nearest castle who could take them. Perhaps Castle Searwyn. Ultimately, he decided against it. His skills didn't lie in horsemanship. Herding 10 horses, he supposed the 10th one was for him to be slung across, was not an endeavor he wished to undertake. Besides, he didn't need the extra coin. After looting the remaining corpses, his purse was now dangerously full. To the point where he actually needed Locke's purse and kept it. It was full as well, hidden at the bottom of his rucksack. So after selecting the most docile mount and selecting the saddle he wanted, he removed the bits and bands of the others and freed them. Most cantered off, but a few ambled about, looking to him curiously as he pillaged the rest of the camp. After refilling his supplies, he mounted their friend and rode out, trotting into the dark. Even with the Bolton hunters dead, he still proceeded cautiously. There were plenty of men left in the north who could easily be paid to deal with him. When he reached the King's Road, he still rode carefully, taking shelter at an inn whenever he could. His back thanked him for it. But nowhere farther along the King's Road did he face trouble. Or even recognition. For which he was grateful. His name was known. His face much less so. And he was Johann again. That violent episode along the White Knife was only the instance he was Tiresias. Until tonight. He dismounted his steed as he entered Wintertown, leading him to the castle. The horse's panting exuded quite the fog in the chilled night. Almost there, man. Come on. Vix let him in without ceremony or a word to his absence. Tiresias was almost proud of him. The man was grown now. There were no stable hands awake at this hour. He stripped his ride of his saddle, removed his reins and led to the trough for a long drink. After a grateful pat for his services, he left the horse in an empty stable with feed and proceeded to the castle. Pausing between 2 destinations, he turned from his room and proceeded to the warden's solar. There was always the possibility that Lord Stark was awake, deep in his work, ignorant of the hour. It was rare, but still possible. It seemed likely as he approached. Guards were posted at regular intervals. He greeted a few by name and they returned the favor, allowing him past. Soon he stood before Lord Stark's chamber. Not even needing to ask, the guard, Trevor, turned and knocked on the door. Came Lord Stark's voice from inside. Trevor opened the door and leaned in. Lord, Tiresias has returned, wishing to speak to you. A few seconds passed before he heard the chair creak as the Lord sat up, sighing. Send him in, he said, his voice muffled. Tiresias nodded to Trevor and entered to see Lord Stark rubbing his face. The door shut behind him and he walked to the front of the desk. The warden lowered his hand and looked to him, his eyes wandering to his rucksack and back. You just arrived. Said Tiresias with a quick nod. A small laugh escaped him. What? He shook his head. First time I entered here, I was searched for a weapon. Now I wander in here with a bow and arrow. Dagger. Nothing doing. His voice trailed off, the tangent abandoned. I am quite tired. Lord Stark must have seen it on his face. He nodded to the chair. Sit. Tiresias did so, placing his rucksack, bow and quiver on the floor and dropping his face into his hands. As he rubbed his eyes, he heard Lord Stark fill a cup and walk towards him. He lifted his head and accepted the offered cup of water. Lord Stark didn't return to his chair, merely leaning against the desk as Tiresias drank. After a measured draught, he lowered the cup. Thank you, he muttered, before meeting Lord Stark's gaze. I was attacked on my way here. 3 days out from White Harbor. The fire from the hearth reflected in the warden's eyes. He didn't even blink. Tiresias sat up. You knew already. Lord Stark sighed. I suspected. A raven arrived from White Harbor 2 nights ago. Lord Manderley wrote to inform me of an unusual slaughter. 2 dead men in the road along the White Knife. The city guard formed a hunting party and brought dogs. 7 more men were found in the surrounding woods. His throat was dry again. Swallowing what little spit he had, he spoke again. Why did he write to you about it? Lord Stark stood from the desk and walked back around to his chair. He found the circumstances strange. A farther ride west on the road revealed an abandoned camp, with enough supplies for a party of 9 men. But the corpses were spread out. They didn't all fall at once. Doesn't seem likely that they were ambushed by a larger party. And though their purses were all emptied, they found far too many supplies that were left behind at the camp. Probably couldn't be carried by one man. A few well-behaved horses were milling about as well. The warden dropped his gaze to Tiresias' side, where his purse hung heavy on his belt. Resisting the urge to hide it, he raised his cup again. The fire crackled in the hearth. Did you respond? The following morning. I thanked Lord Manderley for his information, but it sounded like a group of bandits simply bit off more they could chew and stumbled upon a smaller, but able group of warriors. I promised to inform the houses just north of the neck of the circumstances and to keep an eye out for any such small group. Locke and his men didn't have any Bolton insignia on their persons, but still Tiresias had to ask. Did anyone from White Harbor recognize them? Any of the 9 men? Lord Stark shook his head. No. And none of the men carried any letters to speak for him. All the corpses were collected and buried in a mass grave. Tiresias cursed internally. Better that they were burned. He quickly dropped the irritation. There wasn't any time for that. He turned back to the warden to discover Lord Stark peering at him. Did you recognize any of them? He asked softly. Tiresias nodded. One of them. Don't know if you want to know his name. But he was Bolton's best hunter. I met him over a year ago when I was coming back from the Dread Fort. He brought some light-footed friends this time around. That garnered no smile from the warden. This is the second time that Lord Bolton has attempted to apprehend you, Lord Stark stated quietly. You can't answer him, he said immediately, sensing the thought. Lord Stark fixed him with a stare and Tiresias sighed. That was not his call to make. Still he spoke. Mans is coming soon. Along with 100,000 free folk. You need the North focused and united on the wall to mitigate their passing. If you engage Bolton at the same time, try to bring him to any sense of justice, it won't end well. At best, it'd be a distraction. At worst, he'd plague your soldiers and every other house with insurgent tactics. Cause chaos. Even if he just holes up in the Dread Fort and waits out a siege, we couldn't afford it. Can I afford Lord Bolton to believe that he can attack my men without consequence? Did Lord Bolton's men who attack me? Tiresias shrugged. I couldn't tell. They didn't wear his insignia. I didn't recognize any of them. Certainly not from a vision of the future or anything as ridiculous as that. I'm just a talented little shit who won't be taken. Lord Stark didn't deign to respond. He didn't blame him. It was a little undignified. We're certainly not making a point to speak to Lord Bolton about the slaughter on the White Knife. He'll hear of my arrival in Winterfell soon enough. But we won't speak of it. You've already handled the official story and we'll stick to it. A spat between 2 gangs of bandits. I was merely lucky enough to walk the river after it all went down. We need as much calm in the north as possible. I'm not forgetting about Bolton. I swear I'm not, but you won't be able to help me in this. Why not? He looked straight into Lord Stark's eyes. Because you can't fight Bolton on his level. I can and I will. But not now. Shrugging, he leaned back in his chair. Besides, it's not the worst thing for him to feel a little untouchable. He certainly won't come out of the Dread Fort if he feels threatened. Crackles from the hearth sang in the solar. He wondered if Lord Stark still heard them. Whether they were just background at this point. They sat quietly for a moment. Tiresias cleared his throat. Besides, we have another reason to play dumb for now. What's that? I knew someone saw me in White Harbor when I got off the ship, Tiresias murmured before leaning forward. They had a scout or 2 by the thoroughfare. Waiting for me. I sensed them but I couldn't find them before they disappeared. They rode out of White Harbor and told the others I was coming. Trevor was a long-time personal guard of Lord Stark. He was trustworthy. And they had been speaking quietly enough so that their conversation wouldn't carry outside the solar. Nevertheless, Tiresias spared a glance to the door before continuing. There's a spy in Winterfell. Lord Stark exhaled through his nose. I'm not saying you're wrong, but your departure with Prince Oberyn was well noted. As well as your travel to White Harbor. It wouldn't have been an outrageous guess to suspect you'd return that way as well. It wouldn't, Tiresias conceded. But I don't believe it's that simple. Someone made a point to tell Lord Bolton that I left the north. He ordered his hunter to gather men and intercept me on my return. They could have been waiting well over a month. Lord Bolton has the patience. No, they had only been there for a short while, Tiresias murmured. I questioned one of them. They got an accurate timetable for my return. They were ready. Silence permeated the solar. Tiresias drank the rest of his water and set the cup down on the desk. Lord Stark eyed it before looking to him again. Whom did you speak with about your return? A few that I trust, but I didn't forbid them to speak of it with anyone else. I didn't deem it sensitive information. That was my mistake. He leaned back in his chair and sighed. I'll make a few inquiries. Seeing that he wasn't going to elaborate, Lord Stark dropped the subject. He leaned back inside himself. Lord Bolton has plenty of more men at his command. He can spare 9 of them. Even his very best hunters. You can't fight them all. Tiresias scoffed humorlessly. As fun as that sounds, I think you're right. I won't order you to do anything, not even to be cautious. But I don't think you should leave Winterfell unescorted again. Even if it's just to the Wolf's Wood. You or your wife. Fine by me. He rubbed his eyes. I'm tired of travel anyway. I'm prepared to hibernate in the library until Mance arrives at Castle Black. That hasn't happened yet, has it? No. Lord Stark shook his head. Lord Commander Mormont hasn't written yet. It was very late and there was no more time for permeated pauses. His adventure on the road home accounted for, Tiresias tightened his jaw and gave the news he was dreading to give. I don't know if you've heard yet, but I didn't leave Dragonstone in the best light. Lord Stark peered at him, but said nothing. It was more difficult than he remembered to meet the man's eye. If I had stayed, I'm sure that I would have been forced to King's Landing, he continued. So I escaped. And given how I left the conversation with Lord Stannis about the dragon glass trade, the story about the free folk, I'm sorry, Lord Stark. I don't believe I helped. Dropping his gaze, Lord Stark opened a drawer. Shuffling through parchment, he extracted a roll and placed it on the desk, in front of Tiresias. He eyed the letter in front of him. His first question answered quickly by the broken seal. A wax stag's head was prominent. When he looked back to Lord Stark, the warden gave no clue as to its contents. He leaned back in his chair and waited. Steeling himself, Tiresias picked up the letter, unrolling it. It was quite the length. The soft firelight from the hearth played on the parchment as he read. To Lord Stark of Winterfell, Warden of the North. Your librarian, Tiresias, departed as quickly as he arrived. However, not before revealing your plans concerning the wildlings that reside north of the wall. I do not question your jurisdiction as Warden of the North. But the safety of the 7 kingdoms concerns me and those on the small council. Your plans, however altruistic and in the interest of a healing peace between the North and the wildlings, are radical and will require intrinsic discussion between the Crown and the small council. And most probably the other wardens in time. You may expect more ravens from the Crown on this subject. And a request for an emissary to further explain your actions. With the above stated, despite my reservations, I have been counseled by my own advisors to resume the dragon glass trade to Winterfell. I've decided for a temporary revival. Until further notice. My decision to follow this counsel is no endorsement of your plans for a mass wildling migration. However, as your servant stated, you are trying to broker a peace. Under these delicate circumstances, it would not benefit anyone to deprive the savages of their superstitious treasure and possibly invoke a hostile response. The price for further shipments, however, is doubled. And any further trades between us will be met with the greatest scrutiny. You withheld crucial information in your dealings with me, Lord Stark. I will not forget that. Signed. Stannis Baratheon, Lord of Dragonstone, Master of Ships. Tiresias' exhale escaped from him in a hiss as he lowered the scroll. He placed it back on the desk and looked to the warden. That was, he glanced back to the parchment, now curled back up. Not what I expected. A declaration of war. Your name defamed. Your actions condemned. That's quite light. Lord Stark picked up the letter and placed it back in his desk. Lord Stannis isn't the king. He's in no position to declare war on behalf of the crown. He's not happy with you. We have the dragon glass deal back. At least for a while. Despite your sudden departure, he must have heard enough from you to decide in our favor. I don't think I had much to do with that, to be honest, Tiresias muttered. Behind him, the heat of the hearth pulsed. He dismissed it. Imagination. Nothing more. She's far away from here. But he couldn't help his jaw from tightening. He couldn't relax before Lord Stark noticed it. Was it only the possibility of returning to King's Landing that caused your flight, Tiresias? He had asked himself the same question. There was plenty of time on the ship to ponder it. The excitement on the road from White Harbor chased it from his mind. He struggled to remember his answer. Probably, but I don't know. One of Lord Stannis' advisors is a red priestess from SI, named Melisandre. Worships and preaches the Lord of Light. She's the one who told Lord Stannis of my dragon glass suggestion. She read it in the flames. He shrugged. You can call her a witch. It's a fair enough description. Did you flee Dragonstone because of her? Lord Stark asked quietly. I think so, Tiresias murmured. A little. I wasn't in danger of being put to the stake. She wasn't going to burn me. So she said. He looked to the warden. A fire priestess is not a bad person to have in your corner up here. When the Night King comes. You wish to make her an ally. In time, I think we should. She was before. But... Images of fire swam softly in his mind, accompanied by the screams. Not just those of Shireen, but others. Celeste's brother. The others on Dragonstone who suffered with him. Mance Rayder's stubborn fortitude falling to the pain of the burn. And all accompanied by a low voice with bright, confident eyes, Melisandre preaching the god that would be the enemy of ice. She wouldn't help us now. Not in the north. Fanatism is something you resort to when you run out of time. Right now, we still have time. And if the need for divine fire comes... His voice trailed off. There was no guarantee that Melisandre wouldn't just come north herself. She still stood by Stannis' side, but how long would that last? He didn't like the way she looked at him. The way she saw right through him. How she called him by his name. At this point, Lord Stark seemed to understand him. He doubted the man wanted a fanatic in his lands regardless. Tiresias straightened up, his weariness remembered. How are you going to respond? Lord Stark sighed. Well, I've written to Lord Stannis yesterday, agreeing to the new price. As for the small council, I await their response. And will respond in kind. The sooner we talk to Mance Rayder, the better chance we have for peace. You must be able to break this news to the northern lords before word leaks from the capital. That was no news to the warden. His brow furrowed, but he showed no surprise. Then let's hope that Castle Black writes of his arrival shortly. It was evident from his expression that they were thinking the same thing. The year was barely halfway through. Even if Mance returned to the wall before then, whispers of Lord Stark's mad scheme could have spread to the north from the southern kingdoms. The saving grace was the speed of how such news spread. When Tiresias considered his old world and how quickly information spread from one side of the world to another. How quickly it could be manipulated, medieval gossip traveled at a much slower pace. But would it be slow enough? As the man said, they could only hope. There wasn't anything else to gain in this solar tonight. Lord Stark had his work and Tiresias needed his rest. Grabbing his rucksack and bow, he gave a light nod before doing a double take. Under the soft firelight, in the dark of night, he noticed that at long last, Ned Stark resembled the Ned Stark he saw at the start of the story. The weariness, the graying hair, he had arrived. His presence at Winterfell and his warnings had aged the warden quicker than he realized. And it's only going to get worse. The shitstorm that's coming our way, I wonder if I'll look like an old man too in a few years? His hesitation didn't go unnoticed. Is there something else? Lord Stark asked. He shook his head. No, not to. A promise came back to him. Actually, there is something. Not anything dire, I promise. Lord Stark almost smiled. What is it? Gendry confided in me before I left that he would like to learn his letters. Would you excuse him from his apprenticeship a couple nights every week and permit him to come to the library? Would you be teaching the lad yourself? Tiresias shrugged. I thought it more proper than Maester Luwin. Lady Stark would probably think so as well. An odd gleam shone in the warden's eye. But it was only there for a moment. Once you decide on which evenings, let me know and I'll speak to Mycon. He nodded. Thank you, Lord Stark. Good night. His walk from the solar to his quarters was silent. As silent as a place such as Winterfell could ever be. There were always people awake. To run the castle. To guard it. Still, aside from a few greetings by the posted night watchman, his walk was undisturbed. Unlocking his door and closing it with the barest of creaks, he turned to the bed. He didn't need the few remaining embers from the hearth to see Mal stirring. It's all right. It's me, he murmured, coming to the bed and sitting. He saw Mal sit up in the dark, heard her racing heart. He should have brought a candle along. Tiresias, she muttered, coming to. It's me. Her heart rate was beginning to calm. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. She put out her hand and he clasped it. Gently. Her brown eyes focused in on him in the dark. You're home. He nodded. I've been riding since late afternoon. I'm just dropping off my things. I'm headed to the springs. The springs. Haven't bathed since White Harbor. He didn't know why he still whispered. Her thumbs grazed his hand. Get into bed. You sure? I stink. Mal leaned forward and kissed him. You can bathe on the morrow. Just take off your clothes. They stink more than you. By the time he removed his clothes, she had removed her night clothes. After he settled in, she curled up alongside him. They laid silent. Her body was still warm from slumber. She fell asleep first, returning quickly to her dreams. Closing his eyes, he listened to her steady breath and the wind that graced the castle. It was a scene many men would envy. It still took him a while to fall asleep. Tiresias had a vague notion of Mal getting up in the pre-dawn and quietly leaving the chamber. When he actually opened his eyes, bright sunlight was streaming through the window. He sat up slowly. Forgetting to stretch after riding so long was a mistake. Then he actually smelled himself. So was foregoing the springs apparently. Mal must have missed him greatly to have welcomed him back with such a stench. He didn't regret not washing on the road though. After his encounter with Locke and his men, it wasn't a good idea to strip down. To be so vulnerable. Not when traveling alone. Now that he was home however, he had no excuse. Throwing the cover and sheets back to air out, he opened the window to let the cool summer breeze waft through. After 20 minutes of stretching, he dressed, took a fresh set of clothes and wandered down to the springs. By the time he emerged clean, the sun was just beginning to reach the high point. Normally he would be busy in the library, but if he went there now, he would just be interrupting lessons. Not wishing that and knowing he'd see the children later, he cleaned up his chamber, made the bed and packed away the contents of his rucksack. Emptying out the purses onto the desk, he stored away the majority of the stolen coins into a locked compartment, before placing a few silvers back. His purse hung much lighter on his belt. As for Locke's, there were no markings, nothing fancy about it. Still he didn't wish to chance it being recognized. Taking his dagger, he sliced it open along the seams. On his way to the kitchens for a meal, he walked past the forges and workshops, including the tanner's place. After a quick glance, without stopping, he nonchalantly dropped the destroyed purse into the scrap pile, which the tanner's apprentices used for practice. He didn't look back and greeted those that welcomed him home. That last remnant of Locke's would be morphed irrevocably in a few hours. It may have been overkill, but as he continued to walk through Winterfell, a light thrill went through him. Not for the first time since he rode away from that ambush. It was exciting to have stolen, to have robbed a man's purse in the evening quiet of the forest. Especially after they tried to kill him. Stop, man. Don't indulge in that. Don't indulge. It was practical. Dead men don't need silver. That thought made him stop in the corridor when he remembered where it originated from. Shit. Fortunately, he was saved from his thoughts when a call echoed across the hall. Tiresias. You're back. He turned to see Gord striding down the hall, coming towards him, arms wide. A grin emerged on his face as he tried to brace himself. It was in vain. A groan escaped him as Gord embraced him fiercely. Hello, Gord, he grunted. Glad ya made it home. He sniffed, before releasing him. Smell nice, ya perfumed ponce. Cheers, man, said Tiresias, clapping the man on the shoulder. Then he remembered. How's Gin? She all right? Mal didn't tell you. Tell me what? I just arrived last night. Gord didn't answer, but his grin grew twice in size. Gord, what? What happened? Did the child come? They did. Tiresias felt his own grin growing and made an educated guess. Twins? You two had twins. Another thought occurred. That's why they're early. Burst in to get out. She was happy to let them. It went fine. She's good. Gord started laughing. 2 boys, mate. 2. Congratulations, Gord. He shook the man's hand. I mean it. It's wonderful news. It is. Tiring, but good. There was a bit of shadow beneath his eyes. He couldn't imagine how Gin felt. You'll know it firsthand soon enough, Resisting the urge to change the subject too quickly, Tiresias shrugged. Maybe, he said noncommittally. We do what we can. When can I come and see the little ones? Gord shrugged. Whenever you can. I'm sure Gin or my mum won't chase you anyway. Mal comes by every other day, helping with something or another. That's good of her. I'll come by in the next few days. Glancing to the window, he judged the sun to be at its high point. The lessons should be over and the library empty by now. I need to see to my duties. It was a 3-month absence, not 10, but I'm sure my work has piled up. Gord waved him off. See to it, mate. I'll see you about. Definitely. Congratulations again, my friend. It's just great. I'm happy for you. That earned him a parting pat on the shoulder before the big guard walked off. Tiresias proceeded to the library. All the while contemplating Gord's suggestion of his own brood. When it came to children, he and Mal hadn't been using any protection. They hadn't even discussed it. True, they hadn't been married long and he was away for 3 months, but still. In his old world, having children was not a requirement, despite the noisy pushback of a few relatives. In Westeros, it was simply a given. So why would they discuss it? They simply fucked, knowing full well what it would lead to. They were married. It was expected. His heart raced at the thought. Ashamedly it was mostly fear. He was truly happy for Gord and Gin. And for all others who wanted children and had them. But for him, he didn't know if he was merely going through the motions. He loved Mal, but being a father was an adjustment he didn't think he was ever going to have to make. You adjusted to a medieval fantasy world. You adjusted to a dead language. You adjusted to a blade. Why not fatherhood? He hoped to verbalize it eventually, so he could stamp it out before it was too late. Mal deserved better than his current emotional state. Coming out of his own thoughts, he found himself at the door to the library. The smells of the pages engulfed him and his anxiety was forgotten. As he neared his desk, he found it as organized as he left it, with the surface dusted and the awaiting letters neatly arranged. After opening the window to let the cool summer breeze in, he lowered himself into his chair and sighed. Allowing the peace for a few minutes, he turned to the stack of letters. He didn't intend to work today, but he could always prepare for tomorrow. Flitting through the rolled parchments, he paused on one. A red wax in the shape of a lion sealed it. Tiresias leaned back, contemplating the seal for a brief moment before breaking it. One letter today won't kill me. After unrolling and angling it to the sunlight, Tiresias began to read. Dear Tiresias Mountain Goat. I must say I'm rather offended that I had to find out about Prince Oberon's visit to Winterfell from the gossip of the court and not you personally. As delightful as the gossip was, I almost wished I was back in Casterly Rock, to see the reaction of my beloved father. I hope you could enlighten me as to the nature of the prince's visit. Or at least tell me if you and Lord Stark remain healthy with no lopped fingers or heads. If you wrote so, it would at least answer the question whether or not you were right about Prince Oberon's feelings towards you, taking what many believed belonged to him. Then again, considering the crown hears no such conflict between the North and Dorne at the moment, I can only imagine the diplomatic visit to be a resounding success. However, as offended as I was about your silence considering the Red Viper, I was more offended that you declined a chance to see me again, your favorite dwarf. And I wasn't the only one. When Lord Stannis arrived in the capital sans you, disappointment was rampant throughout the court. My sweet sister commented how she had wished to see the meek man who slayed our bannerman. Prince Joffrey wanted to see you fight. Admittedly, so do Prince Tommen and King Robert, but they at least would have feasted you first. The young king-to-be, however, had hoped to place you in combat against the Hound and allow Sandor Clegane his chance at vengeance for killing his beloved brother. The Hound didn't say a word to that. Didn't even move. But Grand Maester Pycelle's acolytes tended to many wounded and bruised castle guards that night in the training yard. Far more than the usual amount. Blows meant for you. So it's been said. Alas, it seems that we must find another occasion to see one another. I hope you arrived back in Winterfell to receive this letter safe and sound. Many blessings and all that nonsense. Sincerely. Tyrion. Tiresias placed the letter down, exhaling through his nose. So it wasn't a lie. Melisandre did him a great favor, warning him off Dragonstone before he was forced to King's Landing. It was grimly satisfying to have his fears validated. As much as he would like to have seen Tyrion again and speak to other interesting characters, it was too much of a risk now. If ever he found himself in the capital again, it would be in a time of great desperation. Some need or event that would force him out of his northern haven. A haven threatened by the coming migration of the free folk, the army of the dead, the Night King. And another immediate threat as well. Tiresias looked to the library, to the nooks and crannies, to all the places where one could hide. There was no one here. He detected no scent. No footfalls fell lightly on the floor. No eyes on him at the moment. But there is a spy in Winterfell. Releasing his breath on account, he considered his options. The good news is that having spent years in the castle, he could identify a stranger fairly easily. If someone bothered to come into his room and root around, he could trace their scent. And especially if the spy was someone he recognized from before in the story, well, that would just be easy. But Roose Bolton had many under his command and hardly any were given a name. He closed his eyes and tried to remember, but barely any of the cold, practical, and occasionally sadistic individuals he saw in the Dread Fort stuck out to him. It was more likely the spy was someone he didn't recognize. Someone who wasn't given a name or even a face in the show. He turned back to the letters. The last time he returned, Lord Stark said he'd consult Vayen Poole about any new servants Winterfell had brought on. It was worth a conversation with the man. He tried to be optimistic. But it was no longer so simple anymore. Now he had Mal. He doubted the Martells were fooled about his marital status and he was certain that whoever the spy was would come to know it as well. Eventually Roose would know. And then he would have his way in. Course, he had that all along. Any of the Starks. Maester Luwin. Sir Roderick. If Roose simply wanted to hold people I consider dear to ransom, he has more than enough options. I wonder when he'll realize that. In a steep contrast from the Martell visit, dinner in the Great Hall that night was a discreet affair. Mercifully, his return was received with quiet expectancy. Barth greeted him with a nod and went back to his plate immediately. It didn't last long. Tiresias was 2 ladles into his stew when he heard the brigade. Swallowing, he turned to see John, Arya, Robb, and Theon coming towards him. He turned back to Barth. Sorry, man, he muttered. The brewer just shrugged and kept eating. Tiresias, came a chorus of voices. He spun his leg over the bench and faced them. All of them sat down. Except for one. Theon remained standing, his eyes going to the door and back. He met the young Greyjoy's eyes. Hello, Theon. How are you? Fine, Theon muttered quickly before nodding. Good to have you back. Thank you, Tiresias said. Is everything all right? Everything's great. Theon looked to the door again and begged. Just have to go. Wanted to say hello. Out of the corner of his eye, Tiresias saw a shit-eating grin from Robb. And some mildly disgusted faces from Jon and Arya. All right, he said lightly, forcing his own grin down. Go on, don't let me keep you. I'll see you tomorrow. Right. Night. Theon nodded to them all, before walking out of the great hall. Tiresias watched him go before turning to the others, the obvious question on his face. Arya answered it. Theon has a girl. That's right, Tiresias said, turning to Jon. You told me that. 'Fore I left. Jon muttered. It's annoying. But it keeps him busy. Robb changed the subject. Father told us you went to Dragonstone. I did, Tiresias said, grateful for the opening. He wasn't well suited to discuss young romance. Or rather, the blatant power imbalance between a young lord and a servant girl which makes her obliged to comply. But still. What did you go there for? Tomes in the old tongue. He answered evenly, but Robb continued to look at him expectantly. The future lord of Winterfell was no fool. At least not when it came to this. Robb lived in this castle all his life. He had eyes and ears. He knew that dragon glass was imported. That the forge melted it down into weapons. And it was no great trick to learn where it was imported from. Tiresias took a draught. I also saw to the dragon glass trade. Lord Stannis Baratheon had concerns about our arrangement. Why'd father send you? It wasn't a demand, a childish ask. He asked politely enough, out of curiosity. I was the one who had told him of the dragon glass deposits on Dragonstone. There are beach caves that tunnel into the island under the volcano. How'd you know of them? He tore off a piece of bread and dipped in the broth. I read it in a book, he said before popping the soaked bread in his mouth. Tiresias took his time chewing and swallowing, well aware that his answer provided little satisfaction to his interrogators. Robb looked at him with impatient eyes, raising his eyebrows expectantly. And? Finally the bread went down. And what? Tiresias asked. Why are we trading in dragon glass? Where's it going up north? Who's taking it? It was an effort not to look at the high table. Did you ask your father? As soon as he invoked Lord Stark, he saw the resignation in Robb's eyes. He knew how the rest of this exchange would go. The young lord muttered. He said I'll be told later. Then you'll be told later, Tiresias said lightly. It's your father's business when you'll be told. Not mine. It was useful at times to have the cloak of a warden to hide behind. Determined not to end the chit-chat on a sour note, he turned to Jon and Arya. But I can talk of Dragonstone. I hope that if any of you have the opportunity to travel south, you'll be able to visit. It's an interesting island. With a fantastic castle. Is the castle really shaped like a giant dragon? Arya asked. That got a light laugh out of him. Well no, but there are numerous carvings of dragons in the walls. A pair of dragon heads greeted me as I arrived at the great gate. The rest of the conversation concerned the castle and the journey. Tiresias even spoke of Braavos and his brief stay there. Though he didn't mention the play. Or the House of Black and White. And even in Dragonstone, he omitted details. And though they indulged the conversation and even enjoyed it, he saw in their eyes that they sensed this. Even Arya picked it up from her brothers. They knew something greater was happening around him. And with his actions in the south, his role as a mere librarian was becoming more suspect. Oddly enough, a part of him was glad. He knew that if things proceeded the best they could, several characters who before had died too soon to know of the White Walkers would be fighting them. It would serve them to know of them as early as possible. But not yet. Lord Stark, Lord Commander Mormont, Uncle Benyon, Mance Rayder, the others, he begged them to hurry. He hoped he could speak to the children. Of the etching of the Night King in the cave on Dragonstone. Before they were unfortunate enough to meet him in person. Chapter 50. Over the following week, Tiresias kept a lookout for anyone remotely suspicious in the castle. There seemed to be no one out of place. Not in his usual haunts anyways. And the stares that lingered on him, he couldn't attribute them to a spy's gaze. Not after his defeat of Sir Gregor and the business of Prince Oberyn's visit. Every stray eye could just be a curious glance. He spoke to Vayen Poole. The records for hiring were not meticulous, but the steward went back and produced a list of every man and woman he had hired in the past year. It wasn't a long list. And all, but a few, worked outside the castle and lived in Wintertown. As spies, they would be impractical. The remaining few he observed from a distance. Approaching them, even discreetly, seemed ill-advised. It made for scant surveillance. From the battlements. Across a hall or a yard. For only a few seconds each time. Though these surveys were brief, the few he observed gave no clue that they had any nefarious purpose. They kept to the castle. They focused on their work. They didn't glance to Lord or Lady Stark or their children. After a few days, he experimented and crossed their paths with his ears open, allowing their eyes met his. The beat of their hearts remained steady. They gave no indication that they were excited or nervous to see him. He didn't feel their eyes draw to his back as he walked away. Nothing suggested that they were meant to watch. They were simply there to work. And out of the ones he spoke to about his planned return from Dragonstone, the few remaining suspects had no reason to interact with them. None of them spoke a word to the Stark children. That night, he lifted his head from Mal's chest, looking to her. Her brown eyes saw his in the dark. What is it? Mal, have you noticed at all in the last half year, have you noticed anyone suspicious in the castle? What do you mean? I wish I knew, I suppose someone whose gaze lingered longer than what was natural, someone who doesn't smell right. That last suggestion was more literal for him. Mal seemed to take her own interpretation of it, giving the matter serious thought before shaking her head slightly. I don't think so, she muttered. She scratched his ear lightly. A few men's eyes linger on me during the day, but I'm left alone. Other than that. Mal adjusted her arm. It was trapped under him and probably asleep now. She laid it gingerly in front of her and sighed. I don't, her sigh turned into a yawn. I don't know. Don't have your eyes. Can't see what you can. Tiresias yawned himself, before laying his head back down. That's all right, he muttered. I like your eyes just fine. It was well past supper. There was only too much that he could do at this hour. He eyed the small tasks for tomorrow that he could accomplish right now. Except he owed the boy his time. He didn't want it to seem like Gendry was interrupting. But the boy was late. So Tiresias settled for an easier task. He opened an inkwell and bent over a small scroll. In between his investigations, he neglected to respond to his pen pal in the capital. Despite his warning to Tyrion about his mocking moniker, he decided against opening the letter with Dear Imp and wrote the following. To Tyrion Lannister. I'm certainly sorry to hear that I disappointed the prince. That was rather inconsiderate of me. Especially after he made such thoughtful arrangements for me in anticipation of my visit. I'll certainly keep that in mind if the opportunity ever arises again for me to travel to King's Landing. Prince Oberyn and his merry Dornishmen were an interesting presence in the north. I can only speak as a foreigner, but I've never met two groups of people so similar and yet so different from one another. What am I speaking of? I honestly don't know, but it sounds right to me. Thankfully their royal visit didn't result in any fatalities. Just a few bruised egos in the training yard. On both sides. Though Prince Oberyn was generous enough to give me a ride to Dragonstone, a previous engagement made it impossible to stay long or to visit King's Landing. But it was a fantastic castle on a beautiful island. Rustic but beautiful all the same. Have you ever visited? If you do in the future, be careful walking along the sea cliffs. The wind nearly blew me off. I can't imagine what it would do to you. I'm genuinely sad that I didn't see you again. But I'm sure the opportunity for a reunion will come at some point. What are you reading nowadays? Your friend. Tiresias. After covering the inkwell, he pinched some pounds and dusted it across the parchment. As he waited for it dry, his eyes drew to a blatant error on his part. You didn't walk out along the sea cliffs on Dragonstone. You merely remember it from the story. Tiresias stared at his letter for a few seconds before leaning his head back, sighing. Shit. He wasn't tempted to change it. It wasn't worth it. But still, it was an annoyance. Giving it no further thought, he waited until the ink was dry and curled the parchment, sealing it with wax. The smell of hot wax didn't distract him from the sound of footfalls, trudging up toward the library. Putting the letter down, he stood and walked to the hearth, just in time to see Gendry enter the library. The young blacksmith nodded quickly and shut the door. I'm sorry I'm late, he muttered, coming before him. I got stuck with a vambrace. Mycon said I had to. It's all right, Tiresias said low and quickly. It's all right. You're here now. Gendry nodded, before lifting his hands. I washed them good. Well. You washed them well, he corrected gently. Don't that mean the same thing, the lad asked, slightly defensive. One's a bit more proper. He walked back to his desk. And it will mean something to those who can tell the difference. The Highborn. The Highborn, Tiresias said, turning back. The ones that pay us our coin. People like my father. Tiresias considered it for a second before nodding. He said. Though your father, well, he's not the most proper of highborns. He picked up a slate and cloth. I do appreciate you washing your hands properly beforehand, but we won't be handling tomes tonight. Gendry looked confused. So what are we doing then? Tiresias motioned to the table, in front of the blackboard. He had adjusted the chair, table, and board to face the hearth from their sides. Gendry stalked forward and sat down in the same chair that Robb used this morning. The future lord studies in the morning. The bastard blacksmith in the evening. It was a fair wager that he never sat for a lecture before. He didn't seem to know what to do with his hands. Suppressing the slightest of grins, Tiresias walked forward and offered the slate and cloth. Gendry took them both, the question in his eyes. I'll say this up front, Tiresias said, stepping back to the board. I have no experience teaching a person how to read from the ground up. I've taught the old tongue, but only to those knew the common one beforehand. I've handled lessons for the Stark children on occasion and that's it. He picked up 2 pieces of chalk and gave one to Gendry. All I have to go on is from watching Maester Luwin as he taught the Stark children. And the memories of my mother reading to me. So I'll do my best and I'll trust you to tell if what I'm saying doesn't make any sense. Agreed. Gendry nodded, the question gone from his eyes, replaced by a calm determination. He held the chalk correctly in his hand as well. Which made sense. The lad had to have made marks for his work at some point. Tiresias turned and raised his chalk to the board. Tonight, we'll start with the letters, he said as he began to write the alphabet. Both lower and uppercase. All 26 of them. If you want, I'll teach you a song to help you learn them. He trusted Lord Stark to tell him if he heard anything from the capital. Any questions, concerns, or condemnations. But over the next month, the warden made no mention of any contact from the crown. And if any rumors of Lord Stark's dealings were about, they hadn't reached Winterfell yet. It certainly didn't help that there was no word from Castle Black either. Every night, Tiresias held out hope that he would be summoned to the warden's solar. To hear of Mance's imminent arrival. And he would feel that same mixture of relief and dread that he felt upon hearing of the Ironborn attack on Lannisport. But it didn't come. Not yet. And each evening as he crawled into bed with Mal, a sliver of guilt went through him. When the news from Castle Black arrived, he would have to give her the bad news. She knew that he would leave soon. He simply knew she did. Nevertheless he wondered sometimes when they were alone in the evening when the right time to mention it would be. Would she accept the news better immediately? Or should he work up to it? As she needled by the fire or after they made love. He didn't think on it much though. Such questions made him feel ill. Being stuck at home wasn't all bad though. When the timing was right, he paid a visit to Gord and Gin to see the twins. They were named Bren and Lanner. At this point, they were large lumps with curious eyes. If Gin laid them on the bed, they stayed there. Which was a relief. They may have been young, but when Tiresias held them, he could tell that they inherited their father's size. He mentioned as much to Gin, who agreed with a sigh. She was more than glad to have them unable to move. As soon as they started crawling, she and Gord would get no reprieve. Even with a grandmother's help. Tiresias saw them a couple more times in the past month. It was the only time he saw his friend. There was no practice sparring with Gord at the moment. He was a father now and any evening he wasn't required for his duties was spent with his new family. Which Tiresias completely understood. However, even without his evening spars with Gord, he still found his time occupied. He taught Gendry twice a week. Despite his insistence that he was no singer, he mastered the ABC song and could identify and write every letter by the 4th lesson. Tiresias began reading children's stories to him, pausing his finger over words that were easier to sound out. The young blacksmith did his best, swallowing his frustration and pressing forward. He progressed quickly. When he wasn't in the library in the evenings, he ventured to the God's Wood. The spars with Jon and Arya were getting vicious. Both were stronger and faster than they used to be. Arya still couldn't touch him when he didn't let her, but she controlled her anger and didn't let her frustration overwhelm her. At least what little he did see of her. Only a fortnight back in Winterfell and he was subjected to an uncomfortable conversation with the Lady Catelyn. He arrived late one day for the midday meal. As he sat down, Halls came over to him. Lady Stark would like to speak to you, Tiresias, he said, without so much as a greeting. This moment, if you would. Tiresias glanced to the high table. It was a quiet scene all around. Lady Catelyn sat ever dignified. So did Sansa, though she seemed quite subdued, and Cara, the littlest Stark girl making her best attempt at a straightened back. But Arya was there as well, her shoulders slouched as she pushed the food around slowly on her plate. With all the energy of a child freshly scolded. Septa Mordain sat right next to her, eating with great economy. He exhaled through his nose and stood, following Halls to the high table. Halfway through the Great Hall, Lady Catelyn noticed his approach and notified Septa Mordain. The Septa promptly placed her fork down and gathered the Stark girls, who stood from the table with varying degrees of grace. They walked from the high table toward him in halls. The manservant halted and bowed his head as the Stark girls passed. Tiresias allowed himself a nod. "Ladies," he said politely before turning to their escort. "Septa Mordain." "Tiresias," she responded quite curtly as she passed. He followed their exit to see Arya look back to him with sadness and wounded pride. He gave her a small smile, hoping to pass on some encouragement. But she was ushered away too quickly to see. And besides, he had his own escort to follow. Halls didn't bother to announce him. It wasn't needed. And unlike other highborns who played games with him, ignoring him to make him wait, Lady Catelyn greeted him immediately as he halted before the high table. "Good afternoon, Tiresias," she said. "How do you fare today?" "Fairly well, my lady. Thank you for asking." She nodded, but didn't welcome him to sit. Tiresias tried to ignore the sinking feeling in his stomach. This didn't feel like an invitation to lunch. "It's been quite a while since you and I have spoken, Tiresias," Catelyn stated politely. "I don't believe we even spoke when you returned from the Westerlands." Tiresias considered it, before shaking his head. "I don't believe we did, my lady," he said. "To be fair, it was only a short interlude before I sailed to Dragonstone. And you were quite occupied with a royal visit." "Blindsided, I'd rather say," Catelyn remarked, though not without humor. A slight smile graced her face. Nevertheless, Tiresias felt the need to address it. "I am sorry for that, my lady. Prince Oberyn's visit was a result of my actions. It wasn't my intention to add more to your duties. Winterfell's hard enough to run without hosting a surprise congregation. There's no need to apologize for that, Tiresias. I don't condemn you for your actions in the Westerlands. And I don't blame you for Prince Oberyn's reaction." He nodded in gratitude, but he didn't miss the wording in that sentence. "No need to apologize for that." Tiresias had a pretty educated guess what he was here to apologize for. If Arya's look was anything to go by. And sure enough. "How long have you been instructing my daughter, Arya, in swordplay, Tiresias?" No mention of Jon. He was happy enough to keep him out of this. No need for him to face a lady's temper. Racking his brains, he tried to think back to the first time. "I believe it was 5 months before my long absence from Winterfell, Lady Stark. That was when I started giving her pointers." "How often did you meet with her?" "To give her pointers?" "It depends, my lady. At least once a week." If Catelyn was angry, her anger was strictly managed. Tiresias didn't sense condemnation emanating her. It was a quiet power. One used when one didn't have to shout to discipline. He recognized the look in Arya's eyes from his own childhood. His mother could reduce him to tears if he disappointed her. If she just spoke in that quiet tone. He wasn't a child anymore. Still he steeled himself as Lady Catelyn spoke. "I didn't believe it necessary to be said. But I'll say it now, you're not to instruct Arya, or any of my other daughters in swordplay or any other kind of martial training. Is that understood, Tiresias?" Tiresias nodded. "Perfectly, my lady," he said lightly. There was no hesitation to it. No point in arguing. After all, this was a medieval world. And a noblewoman had more standing than an academic. Lady Catelyn pulled her rank with enough grace though. After that simple order, she regarded with something akin to a sad understanding. "It's hard to be an outsider in the north, Tiresias," she said. "I understand that, believe me. My husband, the staff here, they've eased the difficulty of coming here to Winterfell and performing my duty. I hope you can say the same about your experience here. That we've eased your way in your position and made you feel at home." Tiresias didn't quite know what to say. It didn't feel wise to interrupt someone saying any personal. "You're an independent man. Who is able to travel the world. Wield a blade, live in the wilderness or a castle, read multiple languages. You have little bounds, Tiresias, and the world is fine for men who live outside their bounds." Catelyn lowered her tone. "But Arya, or Sansa or Cara, Westeros is no place for women who step outside their bounds. Their paths are decided for them the moment they are born. It's my responsibility to make sure they are well suited to navigate it, not yours." They didn't need any more confusion to make it more difficult than it already is. The tone remained civil. He didn't sense any condescension from her. It was simply her duty to raise her daughters in the ways of Westerosi nobility. He didn't like it, but he understood. She wasn't wrong in a way. Westeros did have strict paths for women. For everyone he supposed, but especially for women. "I understand, Lady Stark." He cleared his throat. "Let me assure that you and your lord husband and the rest of your family have made this outsider feel very welcome in the north. I feel quite at home here and I apologize if that's led me to take liberties that were not mine to take. I'll refrain from instructing Arya Stark in the future and leave her exercise to others unless duly noted. She nodded, accepting his apology and gestured to the bench. Thank you, Tiresias. Please sit. And let us speak on more pleasant topics. Despite the sad beginning, it was an enjoyable meal. By the time he left the great hall, his feelings about Arya were quite subdued. The girl would continue to train on her own. She was too stubborn not to. He saw it in her eyes that afternoon when he was shelving materials from the morning lessons. She entered the library, not even bothering to hide her footfalls. Occupied with a particularly heavy tome, he didn't look to her as she came around the corner of his row. Hello, Arya, he said lightly. You didn't have a fun morning, did you? Or a fun afternoon, I'd bet. How'd you get away from Septa Mordain? I told her I had the runs. That is a handy fallback. Just be careful. Use that excuse too much and they'll feed roots that will clog you up. You're not going to stop training with me, are you? That question stung. He heard the pain behind it. Once the tome was shelved, he met Arya's eyes. They were quite large and shining with disappointment. He dropped his lightness. I'm sorry, Arya. For now, I am. For how long? Unable to truthfully say, Tiresias shook his head. I don't know. I've received explicit orders from your mother. I knew I was breaking the rules when I met you and John in the God's Wood. Now I've been told not to. So I can't. Not until things change. How will things change? I'm still a lady, she bemoaned. There won't be a time when she changes her mind. I'll still have to sew and sing. Play the harp. Marry a fat lord and have children. That truly disgusted her. Tiresias saw tears forming at the edge of her eyes before she turned away to wipe them. Allowing her a few seconds, he then knelt before her. Arya, look at me. Despite a final wipe, he still saw wetness in her eyes. I know it's not fair, he said quietly. And I know it doesn't help to hear that your mother is only acting out of love. She thinks her actions towards you are in your best interest. I disagree, but I'm not your parent. I'm a librarian and I work for your parents. So I must obey her in this. I'll still help you. I swear I will. But I won't be there in the God's Wood for you to take a swing at. Not for a while. She stared. For how long? I don't know. He listened for anyone coming, especially the Septa. Not hearing anyone, he still whispered. But keep training when you can. Practice your archery. Your mother seems to tolerate that. And be careful with your brother. Your mother didn't mention John, but if she knew, he'd be in far worse trouble than me. I know, she murmured. Reaching out, he squeezed her shoulder gently. You'll be all right, Arya. You're a fighter. A warrior. They'll try and make you a lady. But they can't make you into something you're not. For most young women of nobility in Westeros, that would have been a severe insult. But Arya wasn't like most ladies. Her eyes were still sad, but they were also tinged with determination and she didn't trudge out of the library with a defeated air. Tiresias watched her depart and continued to shelve the tomes. Previously Arya managed to achieve her martial prowess through circumstances that completely upended her life. Had she not traveled to King's Landing, seen her family suffer, rode with the Hound and sailed to Bravos, how would she have fared? Well enough, he hoped. And besides, life in Westeros was going to be upended very soon, especially in the north. Once the threats of the White Walkers and the Army of the Dead became established, Lord Stark could order martial training for all suitable bodies, no matter the gender. Lady Catelyn would have to accept that. The girl had plenty of time. That thought stopped his optimism. Who says we have time though? Anig said things are moving more quickly than they did before. Besides, anyone who operates under the illusion that they have time in this world is doomed to run out of it. His swordplay with Arya may have been suspended at the moment, but that didn't mean his own training had to be halted. In fact, it was time to step it up. Although he had started training with Gord because the man was kind enough to let him train, he didn't have to beg for spars among the soldiers in the yard. It was more in the late afternoon. But when their drills were done and after receiving permission from Sir Roderick, he sometimes ventured there and participated in the spars that they freely engaged in. Most the time he won. But he wasn't above losing. And it was a true relief to fight someone else for practice. As much as he was indebted to Gord, drilling against one particular sparring partner was limiting in the long run. Sometimes he wondered if Gord had any less height or girth, whether he would have perished against Sir Gregor. Even though Gord was not as tall or strong, if he had grown used to fighting a smaller man, how would he have fared against the mountain? It was not a thought he dwelled on. There was no point to it. When he was in the training yard, he kept his focus there, on the opponent which deigned to humor him. However, there were evenings where he found himself wishing to train in solitude. The backspace in the stable was available. Only John and perhaps Arya knew about it. But a couple nights every week, he retreated to it, where the echoes of the great hall and the training yard could barely be heard, to exercise on his own. One of these nights, he had finished his pull-ups and had heaved himself up onto the ledge. He sat there for a minute, waiting for his pulse to slow down, for his panting to cease. Between his breaths, he heard the horses sleeping in their stalls, some breathing loudly like him. That made him smile. When he had calmed, he lowered himself down and dropped to the floor. He lifted his water skin. As he drank, he heard the side door open. 2 people entered the stables. He lowered his skin and swallowed as quietly as he could. The girl was stifling her giggles. "What are you bringing me here for, Lord?" the girl asked. "Quiet," whispered Theon, his voice instantly recognizable. The door shut and he heard the latch fall. "I'll fall behind, Lord," she said, her tone playful. "Mistress Nira will skin me if the sheets aren't washed proper." "Mistress Nira can eat shit," Theon muttered, inspiring a fresh wave of laughter before it was interrupting by the unmistakable sounds of a wet, lingering kiss. It continued as they fell on top of a hay pile. Tiresias sighed. So this was Theon and his girl. He didn't know how far the lad had gone with this one and he didn't really care to know. All he knew was that it was better to leave now than to wait it out. So he picked up his shirt, throwing it on before slinging the waterskin back on his shoulder, making no attempt to stay silent doing so. He also didn't stop the sneeze, which resulted from the lingering dust. They must not have gone too far at this point. The rustling and the kissing stopped immediately, substituted by a panicked panting. "Who's there?" called Theon, sounding both pissed and scared. Tiresias cleared his throat and brushed his nose as he stepped out. Theon was turned around, still top of the girl. Both were still dressed thankfully. Her face was in shadow, but the young Ironborn's was quite readable in the moonlight from the high window. "Hello, Theon," he greeted lightly. "Tiresias," Theon said, swallowing as relief flooded his features. "What are you doing here?" "Same thing as you, I imagine. Trying to find a moment alone. Privacy's surprisingly hard to come by in such a large castle." Tiresias glanced to the shadowed face and back. "I hope you two are being careful." Theon sat down, his panting disappearing. "What do you care?" "Oh nothing, Theon. I'm just one of many who's taken a hand in your upbringing, that's all." The reprimand was quiet, but it found its mark. He saw the apology in Theon's eyes, though the lad wouldn't admit it in front of the girl. Fair enough. He's a boy of his time. He turned back to the girl in the shadows, who continued to stare at him. Under her brunette hair, her eyes were becoming clearer in the darkness. They looked familiar. "What about you, lass? You being careful as well?" The girl looked to Theon before meeting his eyes again. "I don't know what you mean." Tiresias heard the lie clear enough. You do. I'm not asking for details. But you could both do a lot better than pushing a bastard out before your 15th year. So I'll ask again, are you two being careful?" On that, Theon looked down. He could see the red on the boy's face in this light, but the girl continued to look at him steadily. She scooted forward, bringing her pale face into the moonlight. When she did, Tiresias gave thanks that his own face wasn't too visible with the moonlight coming behind. He was sure his own surprise showed. His breath hitched. He knew the girl looked familiar. She put her hand on the boy's shoulder. We are. I have moon tea. He doesn't plant any seed. We're careful." He hoped his delayed response was read as discomfort, not shock or recognition. Finally, Tiresias swallowed and nodded. Delighted to hear it. He turned to the young Greyjoy, who looked ready to disappear. Certain he had ruined the romantic evening, he decided to take his leave. "Good night, Theon." He turned to the girl. "Good night, Marya," the girl said. Quite naturally too. Tiresias nodded. "Marya. Good night. It was a pleasure to meet the girl Theon has told us so little about." On that, he turned and unlatched the side door. He walked across the courtyard, hearing it close behind him. One of the two of them got up and pulled the latch down again. The springs felt unusually warm that night. Tiresias sat silently, thinking about that face. It made sense. Vayan Pool only told him of the men and women hired. That's whom he asked about. He didn't even consider a girl. What he told John told Theon. And Theon could be induced to tell. A boy of that age. Those wants. Especially if he didn't explicitly say it was dangerous to spread that information. Funny enough, he felt relieved. Now that he had a face to the spy. And a name. A false one but still. Don't get complacent. There could be more than one. You can never assume anything from Roose Bolton. That's how you'll end up dead. With a dagger in your heart. He dipped beneath the waters. Sound stopped. With his closed eyes, he was in a land of silence and darkness. Not the smartest position to be in after learning the spy's face. And her name as well. Rising from the water slowly, he exhaled through his nose, shooting water out. He wiped his eyes and reached for a cloth. She picked a good enough moniker. Her green eyes shone true as she gave it. Only a couple letters off from her true name. And though Tiresias expected many extraordinary things to come, he truly didn't expect to see Miranda in Winterfell. Daughter of the dread Fort Kennel Master and the would-have-been lover of Ramsay Snow. Pressing the cloth to his face, he sighed. He would have to speak with Lord Stark on the morrow. Chapter 51. After something is made evident to someone, it can then seem to appear almost everywhere. To the point where one wonders just how on earth they didn't notice it before. It certainly wasn't the first time Tiresias cursed himself for his blindness. For being oblivious. After that night in the stables, he seemed to spot Miranda everywhere. Across the yard. Carrying the wash through the corridors. Around the corner when Theon snuck off early from supper. She didn't look too much younger than she did when she first appeared in the Dreadfort's torture chamber. Then again, Theon and the rest of them were reaching that age as well. It shouldn't be too surprising. He didn't approach Greyjoy about the girl. Indirectly, through Mal and through her, Magen, he was able to talk to Mistress Nira and inquire innocuously about young Marya. The Winterfell laundress didn't much to say about the young girl, except she came from the Rills to the southwest, looking for work in Wintertown. When the surprise arrival of the Dornish became known, she needed a few extra hands with the laundry. And the girl stayed on when Prince Oberyn departed with his entourage. Tiresias turned to his wife at this point. How did that work? Didn't Mistress Nira only take her on for the Dornish visit? Mal didn't raise her eyes from her embroidery hoop. One of Mistress Nira's regulars took ill. The girl was kept on. That inspired a pointed silence. Until Mal saw fit to break it. What? What are you thinking? He shook his head. Nothing I'm prepared to say out loud. Nothing I'm sure of. Tiresias hoped the other girl's illness was a coincidence, but he didn't hold out hope. And he didn't question it further. He was only able to ask what he had so far under the pretense of Theon Greyjoy's conduct. Out of concern for the Ironborn ward. But too many questions would lead to suspicious eyes on the girl. And Miranda had to believe she was comfortable here in Winterfell. No one looked twice, if at all, at a laundry maid. That was the reason he didn't tell Lord Stark of the spy. Not just yet anyway. Yes, he thought he would do so the next day, but in the bright of morning it just didn't seem correct to do so. Lord Stark was a better actor than most gave him credit for. The man was hiding a secret Targaryen for God's sake. But on his way to the library the morning after she introduced herself in the stables, he sensed her carrying the bedding back to the Great Keep. Along with the other laundry girls. He felt her eyes upon him. Well, imagined them more likely. But he didn't glance to the side, didn't take the chance that he might meet them. Would Lord Stark be able to keep up the facade of normalcy? Even if he didn't interact with the girl directly, anyone he assigned to follow and watch her could clue the girl in. Miranda may be a sadist, but she was also perceptive. And smart enough. So he didn't go to Lord Stark just yet. Was that a betrayal? He hoped not. The warden knew there was a spy in his castle. He was already acting with caution. He would tell Lord Stark in due course. It just wasn't the right time. And so he ignored her. He kept his eyes down. He continued his training and his work. He laughed and didn't hide his affections. Not with his friends or the Starks. It didn't matter if Lord Bolton heard of them. If he became withdrawn, the girl would only be suspicious. If only he had seen her first from a distance and not a full-on introduction in the stables. Besides alerting her to his presence and his attention, it made any investigation on his part much more difficult. There was one night though. Nearly 3 weeks had passed since he encountered her and Theon. Tiresias was heading to the kitchens from the library tower after a session with Gendry. The lad learned his letters quickly and was now impatient with the children tomes. He indulged him with some Baratheon history, which Gendry took to. He seemed proud to read it, though Tiresias saw the conflicting emotions in his eyes. Stepping out into the yard, he glanced Miranda's caped figure disappearing through the western gate. All musings of Gendry's lesson and bread from the kitchens escaped from him. Knowing the girl didn't see him enter the courtyard, he crossed to the gate and exited the castle after her. She remained out of sight all through Wintertown, which suited Tiresias fine. It was enough to follow her scent. As pungent as the stables were, he could still get a reading on her. He walked calmly through the huts, thankful that she didn't take the main road. He didn't need anyone familiar calling out greetings to him, alerting her to his presence. Despite his care, his feet squished in the mud. Cursing the rain that fell 2 nights prior, he halted his step and peered around a corner. Behind Reben's candle shop, she stood waiting. She didn't shiver in the cool summer night. She was a true northerner. Unbothered by the chill. The heart of ice probably helps as well. But there was love in that heart. Twisted love, to be sure. But Miranda loved Ramsay more than she feared him. And as soon as she was a young woman, she was willing to travel to Winterfell and help Roose Bolton seek his revenge. A reluctant sliver of admiration found its way into his thoughts. It didn't make him forget that this girl was a danger to him and all those he cared for. And the North as well, if she was helping Roose Bolton undermine Lord Stark. He didn't risk getting closer. The mud would only alert her and there was no point. She was waiting for someone. And so he joined her. He could comfortably wait in the cold as well. But he didn't have to wait long. Barely 5 minutes. Steps in the distance reached his ears. Miranda turned toward the thoroughfare. A slim, dark-bearded man with a satchel came into his line of sight, approaching her. He didn't recognize him. They didn't exchange pleasantries, merely speaking quietly. Tiresias didn't dare close his eyes to focus on the words. He didn't want to miss anything and it seemed fairly routine. It included Miranda pulling out a folded piece of parchment and handing it over. He wondered if she wrote down the information herself or whether Maester Luwin was missing a letter in his notes. The man took the note and placed it in his satchel. The secret rendezvous seemed to be over as Miranda turned and walked away. Tiresias realized with a jolt that she was coming back the way she came. Stepping as lightly as he could on the driest mud possible, he walked to the main thoroughfare, stepping in front of the hut, facing the street. He heard Miranda cross behind him, taking the back ways as she returned to Winterfell. He let her go. His interest now was in her messenger. Leaning against the front of the hut, he kept his ears open. The man was making his way back to the main road. He looked to the shuttered candle shop and saw the man with the satchel appear, his hood now up. Tiresias didn't move, not even to hide himself. Miranda may know his face, but he doubted this stranger did. He certainly didn't know him from the Dread Fort. In the end, the stranger didn't even look his way and walked west at a mild pace. This man was not a hunter, not like Locke. But his feet fell quietly enough and he seemed to be cautious. Tiresias gave him a fair distance before kicking off the wall and following him. The stranger walked straight through the shuttered marketplace and right past Ambra's. He didn't even look once to the brothel house. Which disappointed Tiresias slightly. If he wanted to check the man's history, it certainly would have been easier had he whored once in a while. But this stranger seemed utterly disinterested in such a venture. Or perhaps just very committed to his work. It didn't take long to discover the man's true destination. At the inn on the edge of Wintertown, he turned and entered the stables. Tiresias kept walking past, not even daring to glance inside. Instead he walked to the very last hut in Wintertown, the first to receive any outsiders. He did soften his step as he approached. The tanner and his family resided in this hut. He heard the man's snores through the walls. And his wife's as well. Instead he positioned himself along the western wall, hidden from the starlight under the shadow of their thatch roof. And he waited. But not for long. A horse cantered along the road his way. He knew it was him. He heard the satchel slapping up against the horse's side. He didn't need the starlight to see Miranda's messenger ride out in the direction of the King's Road, his hood now down. The man didn't even look to his side. As he rode farther away, the canter turned into a trot and his distance grew quickly. Not needing to sneak about anymore, Tiresias stepped away from the hut and found his way to the road. Where he closed his eyes and focused his ears away from the snoring couple and towards the horse's hooves pounding the dirt. Riding away to the west. And then it changed. It took a moment for Tiresias to be certain, but the rider had altered his course. The distant footfalls now came from the north. He opened his eyes, exhaling through his nose, looking toward the disappearing hooves echoing in the night. Man has a long ride back to the Dread Fort. Hope he meets a wolf on the way. But he didn't mean that. In fact, he hoped for the opposite. As it was with Miranda, Roose Bolton could not suspect in any way that his spy was discovered in Winterfell. The last thing he needed was for their lovely correspondence to be suddenly severed. Not now. Still, that didn't mean he had to wish the man well. Settling instead for riding sores, he turned and began his walk back to the castle. Not that Roose had no cause to be suspicious. That encounter with Locke and his band of hunters along the White Knife was supposed to go down very differently. How long was the Lord of the Dread Fort waiting to flay his latest victim when he realized Locke wasn't coming home with him gagged and tied? Until this messenger brought the news from Miranda, he supposed. He just wished he knew what she had passed on to him tonight. He couldn't know. He had to accept that. Under no circumstances did the librarian, Tiresias, have any reason to converse with Marya, a laundry maid. He would have to live with her eyes on his back, watching for anything to report back to Roose. There was one satisfying consolation though. Last time she resided at Winterfell, she was there as the bedwarmer for the warden's legitimized bastard. She ate well, did no labor and slept in soft sheets under warm furs. But Ramsay was long dead. And though Theon may be a ward, his favor didn't grant her the same privileges. Her bread was barely salted. The wool in her bed blanket was rough. And she had to scrub laundry. And that feels good, Just be careful, mate. Don't get caught up in that smug thinking. With every filthy cloth she scrubs, she fantasizes about the misery that will befall you and the ones you care for. So be careful. Lord Stark took to the news of the spy's identity quite well. They met in his solar late the following evening. He was sure Miranda didn't see him sneak up to the tower. It was one of those nights that Theon couldn't be found. Plus he didn't hear anyone sneaking behind him. As crafty as she was no Bolton hunter. No faceless man. There was a silence after he revealed the lass. Lord Stark mulled it over for a moment before speaking. This girl that you recognize, was she a spy here in Winterfell before? In your visions? He shook his head. No. She just was very enamored of a certain bastard. Enough to travel here and spy for Lord Bolton. Apparently so, Tiresias murmured. From what I've seen, it's not beyond her. She did love Ramsay. In her own way. Sleep crept into his eyes and he rubbed it away gently. And Theon? Lord Stark asked. He doesn't know, he answered immediately. He's just in lust right now. Love? Probably not. Maybe the beginning of it, but I just think he's happy to have someone. She's a cunning girl. The good news is that she has no future interest in him. I don't see her trying to become pregnant. He didn't need to bring up the fact that this wasn't the first girl in the castle that Theon had a tryst with. In fact, when he was gone in the Westerlands, rumors reached Lady Stark's ears about the young ward's fondles. A quick word with Vayenpool and a strict warning worked its way discreetly through the castle staff. And soon Theon found his trysts much more difficult to come by. So he began to frequent the brothel in Wintertown. Miranda must have been the only girl in months to give him eyes without him paying for it. Fearless eyes that didn't care for the strict rules of Winterfell. Flirting eyes that hid an ulterior motive. Sending the girl away would be simple enough, Lord Stark said. With your witness, what happened in the stables, it's grounds enough for a dismissal. He met Tiresias' gaze, saw his thoughts instantly. You don't want that. I know it's not pleasant having a spy in your home. Someone that wishes you harm, but it's a good opportunity when you know who the spy is. You send the girl away, the next one could be a person I don't recognize at all. Knowing who she is, we can set whatever narrative we want. No, we can't. Lord Stark glanced to the window. It was rather warm. Tiresias wagered he was suppressing the urge to open it. Personally, he was happy to keep it closed. Due to the nature of their conversation. It was a ridiculous thought. To think that Miranda could be listening outside the window, high up above the ground. Still, it was a comfort to know that they could speak in relative privacy. Lord Stark continued. She gives whatever she desires to that messenger of hers in Wintertown. He rides up to the Dread Fort. There's no point where we can interfere with their correspondence. Not without Lord Bolton knowing. It was true. Last night after Tiresias walked back to Winterfell, he pondered all sorts of possibilities where he could alter what Miranda wrote. Lure Roose into a trap somehow. Take care of him. They all fell flat. None held up to scrutiny. And worse of all, another thought took hold and refused to let go. Clearing his throat, Tiresias voiced it. There is the possibility that she's not the only spy in Winterfell. Not the only spy sent by Roose, you mean? Right? At first, yes. But ever since returning to Winterfell from his encounter with Locke, Tiresias looked for spying eyes everywhere. And Lord Bolton wasn't the only one he thought capable of infiltrating them into the castle. There was also the spider in King's Landing. Did Varys send someone to Winterfell after they spoke in the capital? Their business ended amiably, but it was certainly possible. However, Lord Bolton was their priority now. They didn't have time for Varys. Lord Stark met his eyes. What makes you think that? Tiresias shook his head. Nothing valid. Just a worry. An unfortunate possibility. The warden looked at him. Tell me, Tiresias. Is Lord Bolton merely after you? For what you did? Or is this an attack on my family? My position as warden? He considered it. Well, not to sound too full of myself, but I believe I'm the immediate goal. I think he's waiting for me to venture out of the castle again. On one of my excursions. But you were right when I returned. If he's going after your servant, he's angling at some level for you. With your men, your standing in the north, your friendship with the king, I want to say you're safe. But I've seen enough of this world to know that no matter what, no one is ever completely safe. Perhaps Miranda is not only getting valuable information on me, but this castle. For a future invasion. Many years from now. Theon could be bragging to her now. Telling her the castle's weak points. Boasting how he'd take Winterfell. He did it once before. Lord Stark's peer sharpened a bit. Do you think she's persuading him to? Cursing his big mouth, Tiresias shrugged. I don't think so. Theon's a young man. There's much a young man would say without meaning it. Many boys ponder playfully how they would take a castle, a ship, or a kingdom. He hoped that was the case. To be honest, it's been a while since he checked in on Theon. He couldn't say for certain whether or not the young ward had any stronger feelings of resentment towards the Starks for his position. Falling silent, he waited for Lord Stark's decision. Finally the warden stood and walked to the window. The girl will stay here until otherwise said, and we'll do our best not to give away what we know. Tiresias nodded, wishing there was another way. Are you going to tell anyone else? No. Too many people already know the secret. Though I will speak to Maester Lewin. That man is already careful, but I will ask that he places any sensitive letters under greater security. He turned to Tiresias. I'll also repeat my request that you not venture forth from Winterfell without an escort. As for the upcoming trek to the wall, whenever that will be, we'll have to leave on short notice. Give the girl as little time as possible to notify her messenger. Leave in the morning while she's elbow deep in a wash bin. Have you told anyone of the trip to Castle Black? No. Keep it that way. Lord Stark placed his hand on the latch. Is there anything else tonight? Tiresias shook his head. On that, Lord Stark opened the window. Fresh chilled summer air flowed into the solar. He savored it briefly before nodding good night to the warden. He exited the solar to a blissfully empty corridor, encountering no one else as he retired to his quarters. Opening the door, he found Mal in her night clothes, turning the ashes in the hearth, extinguishing the last of the evening's fire. A single candle burned in the room. Resisting the urge to take one last look out into the corridor, he shut and locked the door. Were you wanting to work more tonight? Mal asked. He shook his head. No, I'll come to bed. With no night clothes of his own, getting ready for the night was a simple ordeal. Within minutes, he laid naked on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He sighed, all the energy of the day slithering out of him. What is it? Mal said, climbing under the covers. He didn't respond. She blew out the candle and settled in. There wasn't a complete silence in the room. He heard the remaining embers in the hearth simmer. The wind outside skirting the castle. He even swore he heard Mal staring at him in the dark. It wasn't just her heartbeat. Whatever it was, she laid quiet, waiting for him to answer. Finally he turned to her. There's a danger in Winterfell. His tone was murmured, low. And she matched it. What sort of danger? Can you say? No, he breathed. Not now. A part of him wished he could tell. But a larger part was grateful that he couldn't. Not that he enjoyed shutting his wife out. It merely felt good to keep silent when he was lost on how to proceed himself. His eyes were good enough to see Mal scoot forward gently, tilting her forehead towards his. He met it gently and laid breathing with her for a solid minute, taking in her scent. By the way her nostrils moved gently, he knew she was doing the same. Is there anything I could do? She asked. Tiresias laid there, considering the question. He just couldn't reject it. There had to be something he could ask of her. She couldn't be left powerless. An answer came to him and he opened his eyes wide in the dark. Even Mal saw it. She leaned back. What? He swallowed. Over the next week or so, don't shout it, but let it slip. Tugin, Majan, Mistress Bane, anyone who gossips that I'll be traveling next month, to Goldgrass. I'll be traveling to Goldgrass to meet Lord Stout. And collect some tomes. Mal absorbed the information. Next month, you say? Are you really riding to Goldgrass? In the dark, it was easy to meet her brown eyes. It's what needs to be heard. Enough time for the messenger to return to Wintertown, to hear the information and report back to Lord Bolton. A hunting party would sneak to the south. More than twice the men Locke brought. Without his best hunter, Roose wouldn't take any chances. At least, that was the hope. And Mal saw it. He knew she did. She met his eyes and nodded. All right, she murmured. She leaned in and kissed him. Romance turned into yearning quite quickly and after 30 seconds, she sat up. I thought you were tired, Tiresias muttered, not quite protesting. Mal shuffled out of her night skirt, lifting it over her head. I can sleep later. When you've gone. It's a long ride to Goldgrass. He prowled the shelves for his songs. Later after supper, he had a session with Gendry and he figured the lad would be ready for that. Not that he would force the young blacksmith to sing, but it would certainly help to introduce a rhythm to the words. Gendry would be able to see that. He was sure hammering the iron required a certain beat. He was done in 2 minutes. Carrying the 2 tomes to his table, he sighed. This could have been done right before the boy came. While he was here even. He just needed an activity. A perfectly innocuous activity to be spotted doing. The thought crept into him before he could stop it. He hated it. He hated acting normal under the eyes of a Bolton spy. Of one who wished him harm. Even when he was out of Miranda's sight, he still had to assume that she would hear of his activities from others. A gentle inquiry. An innocent question. A teasing provocation to Theon Greyjoy. Had he given her something useful in the past few weeks? He couldn't say. Ruse was far smarter than he was. And quite willing to play dirty. He had to assume that even the most innocent of reports could be twisted and turned against him. Even his own countermeasure, spreading the false rumor that he'd be writing to House Stout in a few weeks, he wished he could see if it worked. He told that to Mal about a month ago. If Ruse fell for it, then a whole contingent of Bolton hunters would be stalking the road south by now. How long would they stay put before realizing that he wasn't coming? How long would they wait? He needed them there until word came that Mance Rayder had arrived. With each passing day without a raven from Castle Black, he felt the weight in his stomach grow and grow. The only consolation he took was that laundry maids had no good reason to enter the library. If Miranda had managed to grab work as a scullery maid, she could sneak more about the castle. So Tiresias stayed a couple more hours in the library these days, fairly confident he was away from spying eyes. Spying eyes that yearned him to be strapped to a rack. Flayed clean. Placed upside down on a cross. He was so absorbed in the morbid possibilities, he didn't hear the person approaching the library. For the first time in a while, he was startled by a door opening. After a split second, his heart rate slowed and he focused on the footfalls coming toward him. Very light. Not quite as light as her sister, but she's still young. Turning away from the table, he met the grey eyes of Kara Stark coming around the corner. The girl stopped and stared at him. She didn't look surprised, but she didn't say hello either. Tiresias gave a nod. Lady Kara. She still didn't respond. Which he didn't blame her for. His tone was a little too formal. It always was with her. Rickon still came to mind whenever he saw her. A sliver of guilt that shrunk and shrunk as the years passed but was still ever present. It certainly helped that he did other things in the 4 years since she was born, things much worse than accidentally erasing Rickon from existence. Rosie came to his mind. In any case, he maintained a distance from the little girl before him. Not that he had to try very hard. There was no reason for Kara to be close to him. She started her lessons in his absence. Apart from that, she was usually under the watch of her governess or the Septa. However, with the recent discovery of Arya's clandestine spars, Septa Mordain set her eyes mainly on the middle Stark daughter, trusting the quiet, youngest one to behave. He glanced to the door and back to Kara. By the look of things, this quiet one recognized an opportunity and seized it. As much as he wanted to encourage the child's freedom, whoever was supposed to be watching her would be frantic right now. Not just for Kara's safety, but for their employment as well. It would be cruel to prolong that. Aren't you supposed to be with the Septa now, my lady? He asked. Or your governess? She understood that. He saw it in her eyes. They glanced to the side. Her weight shifting back and forth. Tiresias came to her and knelt down. Did you sneak away? No response, but he saw the answer clear enough. Focusing, he heard no running footsteps from the corridor outside. He sighed and stood up. It wasn't like he had anything more to do around here anyway. He extended his hand, having to lean down slightly. Come, my lady. I'll escort you back. She looked to his hand, then back up to him. Her eyes furrowed as she tried to decide. Tiresias stood there patiently, his hand still extended. Seconds went by quite slowly. And just before he decided to just leave and fetch someone, Kara opened her mouth. I want stay. He heard her speak before. With her sisters and brothers, she talked frequently. But that wasn't the common tongue that just escaped her. Retracting his hand, he peered at her. She sat in on the lessons concerning the old tongue. How much she actually absorbed, what he took for indecision a moment ago was actually concentration. She still looked to him, meeting his gaze. Finally he swallowed and said clearly, giving each of the words their space. I want to stay. Kara listened and repeated. I want to stay. A slight laugh escaped him and he knelt before her slowly. What is my name? He said, pointing to himself on the last two words. Tiresias. That came quickly. Your name is Tiresias. Your name is Tiresias. Good, good, my name is Tiresias, he said, nodding as he pointed to her. What is your name? Kara Stark, she said. Tiresias looked at her expectantly and she continued, searching for the words. My name is Kara Stark. On this, Tiresias stood, heart racing. He looked to the door, having not forgotten that this girl's guardian was now searching for her. When he met Kara's eyes again, he saw the plea. He cleared his throat. Only a short time, he stated clearly. Do you understand? She nodded eagerly. Not she said, before looking to him for help. Not for long. Not for long, she repeated. Having not planned on this, Tiresias found himself standing stock still, considering his options. Kara stood still as well, her eyes waiting. Finally, he took off to the shelves, gesturing for her to wait. And she did. He didn't hear her follow him. His fingers brushed the tomes as he tried to find something appropriate. Something light. Well, light was a relative term. He came back to his table with a medium-sized tome. Setting it down, he lit 2 candles. Fetch that, he said, pointing to the slate and chalk. He didn't know if she knew the word or not, but she knew the gesture. She came to the side of his chair with the items. With a muttered apology, he lifted her by her armpits and placed her on the desk. Totally unperturbed, she crossed her legs and looked at the tome as he opened it. Careful of the fire, he said, pointing to the nearest candle, before bringing his finger to the title page. This tome, he said, looking to her. This tome, is a story, of your family. He enunciated more than ever before, though he wondered if it was necessary. Kara stared at the page. Family. Yes. Tiresias tapped one of the runes. Stark? You understand? Stark? What is your name? My name is Kara Stark. Tapping the Stark rune again, he pointed to the slate and she began to etch. Her writing was quite appropriate for a 4-year-old. Nevertheless, when she lowered her slate, the rune was unmistakable. Not elegant, but it was definitely Stark. Turning the page, he read slowly. They only read the first page that afternoon. She repeated everything slowly and chalked more runes on the slate, wiping it clean with a cloth. When an hour passed and he told her it was time to leave and go back to the governess, she did so without protest. Kara exited the library, having not uttered one word of the common tongue. Tiresias watched her go and turned back to the tome opened before. He sat there for a few moments, turning the pages gently. He never knew, never bothered to inquire. A small part of him asked if Rickon would have taken to the old tongue so well. He shut that thought down. Gently though. Such musings would cease in time. Especially as Kara continued to grow. Still they were present and he couldn't quite forget yet the Stark child that she replaced. Closing the tome, he placed it next to the book of songs for Gendry. There was no need to shelve it again. He doubted that this was the last time Kara would come and speak old tongue with him. Her eyes were too curious. Her mind too sharp. He found himself quite grateful to the youngest Stark child. That was the most enjoyable afternoon he had in Winterfell since his return by far. He had completely forgotten about Miranda and the poison he saw in her eyes. The following evening when Tiresias entered his room, he brought a tote bag full of wood for the fire. He dropped it on the floor next to the hearth, split logs and sticks falling out. Squatting down, he began to stack them on the grate. Mal wasn't here yet, but he wanted to have it ready for her when she returned from supper in a short while. It was a new duty in being married that he didn't even consider. Not that he wasn't happy to do it. But in all his years of sleeping alone, he had been warm enough without the comfort of a fire. Things were different now. And though sometimes the fire made the room a little stuffy, it was worth it in his mind. To look over and see her form framed by firelight. He didn't do much for her. Sometimes he read to her, but he didn't hunt often or bring home sheep's wool to spin. He could make her comfortable though. And if that involved framing wood in the hearth then he was happy to do it. Lost in his romantic gesture, he was startled by a brusque knock on the door. Tiresias stood, staring. That certainly wasn't his wife. Though he was sure that she could pound the hell out of the door if she wanted to. Shaking his mind of that image, he crossed his room and opened the door to see Jory Castle standing stiffly. Evening, Jory, he said, his eyes flitting across the corridor. The man came alone. What's going on? Lord Stark wants to see you, Tiresias. Immediately. There was no humor to Jory's tone. Yet, Tiresias kept calm. There was no reason to hope. No reason to despair either. Keeping his face a mask, he nodded and stepped out into the corridor, locking the door behind him. All right then. He entered the solar not 5 minutes later. His heart rate increased when he saw the warden. Lord Stark was walking about the room, tidying up loose piles. He nodded to Jory. Thank you, Jory. Please return in 10 minutes. I need to speak with Tiresias alone. Jory returned the nod at once. My lord. As soon as Jory departed, Tiresias returned his gaze to Lord Stark. The man returned to his desk, stacking a series of documents on the side. His eyes traveled to the fat candle burning besides the warden. It was freshly lit. Settling in for a long night, Lord Stark. Long enough, replied the warden, his eyes still down on his desk. Though I hope not to be too long. We have a lengthy ride ahead of us tomorrow. His eyes came to him at that moment. The hairs on the back of Tiresias' neck rose. Castle Black sent word, he whispered. The warden looked to the front of his desk, where a roll of parchment laid curled on the surface. Tiresias unfurled it, scanning the words far too quickly. He forced himself to slow down and read the writing of Benyon Stark. The first ranger wrote with great economy. Tiresias read it again before looking up at Lord Stark. By the next full moon. Lord Stark nodded. In 3 weeks. Give or take a couple days. He'll be there by then. He stared at the warden. Will we make it? I'm not worried. Lord Stark sat, rubbing his eyes before pulling the first note in front of him. He's coming to speak to me. I don't see him leaving if we're late. Still, we won't dally about. We ride before dawn. The sun was completely gone from the sky. And with all there was to do, Tiresias wouldn't be surprised if the warden managed to snag 3 hours of sleep tonight. There wasn't any time to be nervous or excited. The time they were waiting for was nigh. And he was here. Not away from Winterfell. He didn't miss it. The thought relieved him and he exhaled. Is there anything I could help you with? Lord Stark shook his head. Get some sleep. Be at the stables before dawn. Pack lightly. We won't take wagons this time. The tone was dismissive but Tiresias didn't move. He had a suggestion. If I may, Lord Stark, he began. If we're to truly begin introducing the idea of allowing the free folk to migrate south of the wall, if the negotiations start, it would be beneficial to have at least one house present when we meet to talk. So it doesn't seem too underhanded. I'm sending a raven to Bear Island tonight, Lord Stark responded. I want Lady Maege Mormont with us. That made sense. It wasn't just that she was the Lord Commander's sister. As Craster's wives had settled on her island, Lady Mormont probably held a more sensible view than most when it came to the free folk. That they weren't all dangerous barbarians. She knew integration was possible. Lord Stark met his eye. I'm also sending a raven to Last Hearth. That news was like a lead weight in his stomach. Tiresias stood silent for a few seconds before remembering that they didn't have time to waste staring. Lord Stark, he tried to find the right words. Lord Stark, the Umbers, the Great Yon, they're the northernmost house. They've met the free folk more times than all the other houses put together and it's not been friendly. They'll not take to this at all. Without evidence of a greater threat. If you. The Great Yon has been a good and loyal friend to me ever since I was young, Lord Stark retorted. It was a gentle retort, but it still made him shut up. The warden continued. If I'm to do this, I need his support. And I won't get it if he finds out about our plan before he hears it from me. He'll be pissed and he'll insult the wildlings. And the Night's Watch. And me. But however mad he'll be, he'll come and hear us. Because I will not have betrayed him. Anything else, and I risk driving him away. But that still leaves his son. Tiresias shelved the thought. If the Smallgen became an issue, well, then he simply didn't know what he would do. He knew Lord Stark was right. The Great Yon was a loyal man. A strong one. And because they couldn't afford to lose his strength or loyalty, they had to bring him in at some point. He had to hear the enraging news from his beloved warden. He fell silent with his thoughts, wishing he had something more to say. But after so many months of waiting, there really wasn't anything else left. He simply had to be there and ride north tomorrow. With the dismissal still clear, he stood and crossed to the door. Tiresias, Lord Stark said. He turned back to see the warden still focused on his work, buckling down for the evening. He had no doubt that he would be ready to ride tomorrow. That he would admirably ignore his weariness. The warden did meet his eyes for a final warning. Mance Rayder is coming to see you as well. I hope you didn't forget that. He exhaled through his nose. No, Lord Stark. I didn't. His visit to the warden's solar didn't take long at all. Mal still wasn't in their room when he returned. Still he knelt before the hearth, building the fire up to a medium height. He wished he had carried more wood up here. Enough so that she didn't have to when he was gone. When she did arrive later, he was already packed. His rucksack laid by the door, his bow and quiver leaning against it. And tucked deep inside was the dragon glass dagger. Still sharp, he hadn't removed it from his room since the last excursion to Castle Black. Beyond the wall. Mal paused by the closed door. She regarded the rucksack for a few seconds before turning to him. He was already in bed. You're not really going to Goldgrass in the morning, are you? He gave a sad smile, which she returned only briefly. Crossing the room, she paused at her trunk and turned to him. The question was obvious on her face. Remembering his promise, he sighed. I'm going to the wall. She kept her head high, her brown eyes unsentimental. For how long? I don't know, he responded honestly. Mal lowered her eyes before turning and opening the trunk. He continued to speak. I'm there to meet someone and to talk, but I have a feeling it'd be more than that. What do you mean? If I knew, I'd say, Tiresias murmured. He leaned back and stared at the ceiling. I'm just going into danger and I wish I knew the extent of it. But you don't know how long you'll be gone. Tiresias was about to shake his head when he paused. He looked over to Mal as she deposited and organized her day's work. Something about her tone. How her last question was repeated. He sat up. Are you all right? She closed the trunk, placed the empty satchel down and stood, facing him. She said quietly. I'm all right. He came to the edge of the bed, setting his feet down. She met his eyes steadily and after a few seconds, he extended his hand. See Mir. A gentle command by a husband? A comforting welcome by a lover? Something in between? Either way, Mal came to him. He gripped her hips gently, staring up into her eyes. Something was different there. Something smelled different. Lowering his gaze, he leaned forward into her, pressing his nose against her navel. He sniffed deeply. Heard her pulse increase. Breathing, he smelled again. Taking her in. The scent was all her, but different. Familiar, a trace of something he smelled from a few women in Winterfell, including Gin not too long ago. When he finally leaned back, he looked up to see Mal with a knowing face. Knowing but reluctant. He whispered. Are you, is it? It's too soon to say, she said quietly, just above the crackle of the fire. It may not keep. She gently removed his hands from her hips and sat down next to him. Tiresias stared at the wall, trying to absorb it. The idea of it, if she truly was, if it was really happening. He was interrupted in his thoughts by Mal reaching over and grabbing his chin, turning him gently to face her. Whatever's happening with me, she said. I will be safe here in the castle. I'll be here when you return. So you do whatever you need to do and don't be distracted. All right? You can't afford to be. Just send word when you can. Tiresias nodded. He meant it, but his nose was still consumed with that scent. It was faint and he was able to drift to sleep. He still smelled it though. It wouldn't just disappear.